Today is going to be a busy one, to put it very mildly. Here's the S&P 500 right now, roughly flat, just slightly above where we closed yesterday. If you look at the NASDAQ looking pretty similar here. They're both pretty choppy, and we have to talk as well about USO because oil is going to be in focus. This thing is gapping up pretty extensively. In case you missed it, there were more strikes here, this time from Iran, though U.S. and Saudi Arabia actually responded to those Iranian strikes. So unfortunately, these Middle East tensions continue to be in focus, but there's a lot of housekeeping to get to. We will have at 2 p.m. today, so exactly 6 hours from now, we're going to get that FOMC rate decision for the month of July. We are expecting here that rates will be held, though there is a growing minority that expects we could actually get a 25 basis point cut. So keep an eye on that. Then at 2:30 p.m., so half an hour after the decision, we will get our second ever Fed conference here from new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. So that's going to be on watch. There's not really any other economic data to talk about ahead of that decision. So definitely keep an eye here on 2 p.m. and stick with us because we'll take you through that rate decision. Tomorrow morning, though, even more economic data, including core and non-core PCE, as well as the GDP growth rate. Earnings are going to be in focus too. Talk about some of the earnings that we had last night. You had SK Hynix, I think probably the biggest here. You had Bloom Energy last night as well, and Seagate. Then before the bell today, you had kind of running the gamut here. You had everything from health names to some of these fintech plays like SoFi. So lots to discuss. And tonight after the bell might be one of the biggest earnings days. You've got Meta, Microsoft, Qualcomm, Robinhood. There's going to be so much to discuss and so much to get into. So good morning, Sharif. Let's get into this very busy Wednesday.
Yes, Adair, let's. Microsoft with the highest short interest it's had in over a decade, guys, going into this earnings report. This is going to be an interesting one today. They have been really hit hard with the software Mageddon, SaaS Mageddon, whatever you want to call it. Meta, of course, is going to be in focus as well after the bell. All going to be listening to see whether he can monetize all that CapEx. We're thinking about cloud here, as Adair mentioned, USO in focus. SK Hynix, NXPI, a lot of semiconductor names as well, KLA reporting, STX, Seagate as well. And then you also have Skyworks up on or down aggressively on the morning, almost SSR here, 9 1/5. Ford continues to recover off area lows. Visa reported after the bell. You also have Teradyne up 9.5%. Global Foundries with a good deal there with the U.S. government. They're up 6 2/3. Bloom Energy up 9.1% after getting hit after that short report. And Dare mentioned it, Humana in the pre-market here, 7.7% negative. Procter and Gamble, the bellwether as well, Adair down 2 2/3. And SoFi, don't look now, it's down another 4%.
Yeah, SoFi by far the name that our viewers are the most excited about this morning. So keep tagging those tickers in the chat so we know what you guys want to talk about both heading into the bell and throughout the entire trading session. I also want to take a quick look here at Blue Ocean. This is just the largest names traded or the most names traded here by notional. So number one here by notional is going to be SOXL. You're seeing a lot of these chip plays in focus. Number 2 and 3, both memory plays, Micron and SanDisk respectively. You get another semiconductor ETF, this one bearish in 4th place and 5th place, just the overall NASDAQ here, QQQ. Then you get some South Korean names here. That's actually going to be the next 3 names. So you get the KORU South Korea ETF, the EWY South Korea ETF, and then SK Hynix is U.S. traded shares or U.S. listed shares rather in 8th place. Then in 9th place, NVIDIA, and in 10th, DRAM. So memory, tech, and South Korea really being watched here and traded very heavily and closely over in Blue Ocean. So now that we've looked at what happened last night and some of the many earnings that we had in focus, it's time to talk to Neil and Sean. Good morning, guys. Are you ready for Fed/earnings/oil?
Oil?
Yeah, I think we're pretty much ready for everything. I mean, Randy's ready for Ford. He's very impressed with the Ford, up 5% there today. So
If we're Ford.
Like what Ford actually doing quite well. Right
busiest day of the quarter.
$16.
Okay, fine. Hey, good day for Ford.
I'll take it.
Fair enough.
Take it.
But
not a great day for SoFi.
No.
What were you going to say, Blue Ocean?
I was going to say the Blue Ocean last night, you want to look at volatility. Like SK Hynix is down 1%, right? So you would think, oh, well, nothing really happened with their blowout quarter that somehow missed expectations. 550% growth. This is what it looked like in the Blue Ocean session. 138 high, 114 bottom. A $24 range, almost straight trend down before, catching a bit of a capitulatory bid. Like, this is why they're talking about things like over there. They're just very concerned about these 2x daily levered, and everyone's freaking out about all the volatility that you're seeing over in the Korean market. It is what it is. Like it's a couple of symbols, and when you got these so much leverage being used and they're flying around, this is what can happen. But it's like it didn't do anything over here. When we pull up our charts, like we're trading almost exactly where we were for most of the day here for SK Hynix, and it was like it's huge growth, but they did miss expectations. And when everyone seems to be not pricing in, or there's some expectation that hey, we're seeing the top end of these numbers for the memory chip names, that's kind of what you get. So don't be deceived by the fact it's only down 1%. Believe me, it moved a ton. And those levels, if it pops today, you want to remember that 138 was a hard top. If we tank on SKHY, like you want to see that 115 as a big bottom. But yeah, it's a busy one. Bloom Energy, hey, good cue for them. Like to see them bounce off that 200 period, which it seems like they're doing.
An interesting name to me today is Vertiv Holdings, of course, the cooling systems and everything built in. Like you can't have these data centers if you don't have cooling, and I was really surprised. I mean, I'm looking at their numbers here. They missed, so the revenue is 3.3. They missed 3.38, so they missed by a couple $100,000 there. I guess $1 million actually, but 3.3 billion versus 3.38 billion. Should be something there. And then their EPS grew, their inline estimates. So I think this name, again, at that 200 period moving average, I'm not in this name. It's down here, Vertiv. I think it's one of the best names to look at today as a potential dip buy. 36% down now, with a third of that happening today. So Vertiv Holdings down here, I like the space. Today we get Qualcomm, we get a lot of other names that are going to be, like Neil said, representing the memory space and the compute and all this kind of stuff, data centers. I'm just looking through it. We finally get in a little bit of a relief rally, and we're going to parse through all the numbers too, but we have Bloom Energy. Was finally saved a little bit here. That's been on just a straight line down. Good levels at 160 was bought up, now 182. So that's a nice little save here for Bloom. But the important thing today, I think, because earnings are through, right, is that this is still really spicy. Like 65-35. Like we're getting, that's like we said yesterday, it was pretty much a coin flip. I thought it would tighten up to the the no side a little bit more today, but if anything, it's a pretty loose change here today to see what winds up happening. I mean, there is a chance that raise happens. You got to join us here today at 2 p.m. Like, don't be anywhere else. We're going to be covering this, and we'll have to wait to see. It's been a while since we've seen anything, like a mix in potential movement today on the number. NASDAQ 0.15, ES 0.12 right now. So the S&P 500 is definitely going to be watching out for this number. I mean, well close to its highs right now. Could easily take that out today. I don't think a hold does too much to the market. I think a rate increase, probably sends this market reeling just a bit. I mean, we had seen the numbers, the CPI and the PPI and all that, all the inflation numbers create like a little bit of an upside in the market, and then the market opens up and we fade that anyways. So we've gotten cooler than expected inflation numbers, and the markets have sort of sold those off. So now what does the market do if this interest rate gets raised? I think it's going to be a big problem, and that's why you want to look at names like if they do raise. I think a name like Walmart could get hit back to the downside a little bit here. Some of the consumer names, right? You even mentioned yesterday the IWM and things like that. So maybe short that if there was a raise.
If they were to, which I still don't think they do, even though that 35%, it did get lower at one point in the afternoon. It was in the 20s, so that's crept back up, and maybe the overnight 5% in oil that we got overnight might have something to do with that, to be sure. But the other thing is, even if the Fed doesn't come out with a raise, like there's other levers that they can pull for tightening, right? Like they can contract. They could contract the balance sheet, that's for sure. And I think that's the kind of thing where when Warsh gets on the podium and when maybe we'll see in the statement, but more likely when he's on the podium doing the Q&A, that's something that will likely get hinted at. So I think that's, even if they don't make that change, I would look for, I mean, especially if they don't, do a raise, you could still see like a secondary move after some comments, which might lead to some tightening or speculation to some tightening. Because USO up another 5 points. Like we get some more strikes overnight, and unfortunately, this might not be over with. I know some of the traders in there that I just saw someone put in battle $BATL. So, if you're trading small cap energy names, maybe that's going to be a fun one for you. But the fact that we were pulling right back, everything looked like you were, made a lower high, oil prices come back in here, things settle down, and overnight we gap, and we look like we're a little bit higher. Actually, I haven't looked at battle this morning. Is that?
It was going higher, yeah.
Is it?
Wow.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's going a little bit higher. What's the Sky Q was the other one. Sky Quarry was more of like a refiner. They do like refined products. Ooh, that's right. Okay, so one of my charts is gone, but that's fine. Keep it on the 15. Yeah, 17%. So that one's going as well. So small cappers in the energy space look like they could be a bit of a play today. Just keep an eye. USO is headed back in toward that high. Any other ones you're looking at there, Sharif?
Neil, NCRA just broke out as we speak, up 97%, ripping through $3, about a 3 1/3 high right now. Watch out for this one, topping tail candle here on the previous candle. I'm talking about the 805 candle. I'd like to see a move and a hold above 3. NCRA just broke out, good volume to start. You have also AMIX. This one broke out in the aftermarket right at the end of the trading day yesterday. You're getting some higher lows on this one. So even though when you consolidate the chart from yesterday's price action to this morning, those higher lows are still intact. And last but not least, one that we all have been watching for a period of days now, DFNS back today, up 43.5%, making yet another high today relative to yesterday's high. It looks like we capped out at about $36 this morning, Adair. We got to about 42.5. So those are the three I'm watching for now.
And then AMIX actually on our watch list. They have a 500,000 share float. So check that out for more info. Now, speaking of breakouts, USO actually looks like it could be trying, as much as, technicals might not mean that much for this, to break out of that 127 level. After a couple days of pauses for these strikes, we do have, unfortunately, more strikes happening. This time, Iran striking some areas here that are sacred to the U.S.
Yeah, all of the missiles were intercepted by the Jordanian air defense systems. None of them landed. They were all aimed at Muwaffa Salty Air Base. So that was the move by the Iranians. Of course, it wasn't not met without retaliation. In fact, it was a joint retaliatory response by Saudi Arabia and the United States, who invoked Article 51, Saudi Arabia, that is, of the UN Charter, which is essentially the self-defense provision. But the thing is, they didn't hit Iran. They went into Iraq. So this is expanding the conflict. Problem is, Iran, of course, has proxies in Iraq, as they have for decades now. By conducting these kinetic kind of strikes in eastern Iraq, the U.S.-Saudi coalition is kind of forcing a possible political crisis for the Iraqi central government, who's kind of caught in between both. So we saw, the conflict expand a little bit into the Caspian Sea with the Ukrainians hitting the Iranians. Now we're starting to see the Iraqis possibly get pulled in here, as they have obviously a cultural overlap with the Iranians. Last but not least, it looks like coinciding with the missile barrages, Iranian officials yesterday, I think we reported this to you guys, that they rejected essentially a joint diplomatic proposal mediated by Oman for, I guess, a collaborative regional management of the Strait. They're insisting that only them and the Omanis be able to control the Strait. I'm sure, other people have other opinions about that.
Yeah, certainly keep an eye here on USO today, in addition to all of the earnings and everything else that's going on. So I want to mention Ampmall, APH, because I'm seeing a couple of people in our chat ask about it. This team reported earnings at 8 a.m., so the report's only been out for about 14 minutes. Not a ton of volume on this, but just to go over the numbers. Adjusted earnings per share, $1.35 above estimates of $1.18. Organic sales were up 30% year over year. That was better growth than they were expecting. And their guidance here also stronger than expected for both adjusted earnings and sales for Q3 2026. Apparently, according to their CEO, they booked record orders during the quarter. So APH, for those wondering, this earnings report just came out. Here's a quick look at the numbers. How are you guys looking at oil and some maybe of the small caps that are related to that sector?
Like the usual thing that I look for is you want to get some headlines. I see gold, silver moving. They're not. So I think it'll be more of like a look for some kind of a volume spike. a headline drive, because if you break out the top, you're probably going to get more bang for your buck trying to find the best of those small cappers, which might have a chance to squeeze. So whether that's Battle or Sky Q, or maybe there's another one out there. I thought Vivek was a power name as well, so VIVK potentially might be worth looking. Might be worth looking at. But other than that, I think a lot of times you just want to see like those crazy, like either we get like crazy trend that can revert, or just you get the normal behavior that breaks the trend. You saw that it didn't really do it on Monday. Monday was very much just a boring trend day. But there are moments, a lot of times, where you'll get like a distinct change of behavior and catch a bit of a reversal play in USO. Like that's what I'd be watching for. I wouldn't be expecting. I think it's Wednesday, so I mean 10:30. We know nothing really moves there. Inventories haven't really moved the market too much, so I don't think that's that big of a deal. But I feel like every other day you will have it in this bit of a chop on the 15, and then it just does a distinct change and gives you a couple of reversions. That would be the only way I play it, outside of trying to find one of these that would be breaking out. But like I looked over Sky Q, that's okay. Volume seems like more good than great. Anything else? And now we're breaking higher.
I was.
Oh, something else just happened?
I don't know. I don't even have. I got to turn my my volume up here for the news sites. But I was gonna say break of the pre-market high of 127. Like that's what I've. The sticky note, that's what I was writing down. And there it goes. So, yeah, I was like, why are we still sitting here right now? Now, obviously, when you're looking at, your notes and whether or not you're trading it right now, I mean, you could actually start trading oil immediately. The market is lots of volume right there, well capitalized right now. Darn it, that 127, that could have been the whole day right there. Lots of volume, good spread on this right now. There goes USO. And yeah, I have to apologize. I don't know if there must have been some sort of a story that just hit right there. And the reason we're going to go to Adair, she has it, but that was my case, was that like we haven't really heard from President Trump yet. And I guess maybe now we have. What's up, Adair?
We have indeed heard from President Trump. He apparently is on Fox News right now, and he said about Iran that he's, quote, going to let them keep talking. So oil moving higher on this. I'm sure there are more comments coming from him. That's the only one I'm seeing right now. He also said, quote, we'll be hitting Iran hard. That's very likely the reason for this extra spike in oil. So again, he's, quote, going to let Iran keep talking, and they'll also, quote, be hitting Iran hard. Apparently, these U.S. strikes will take place against Iran in response to the attacks, as we just mentioned, on U.S. targets in Jordan. So specifically saying what the attacks will be in response to, and that Iran will be, quote, getting hit hard. Back to you.
So there it is. So, I mean, it's, is it a day that ends in Y? I mean, if so, then, yeah, get ready for more attacks, it seems like. I mean, this little ceasefire thing lasted, like, maybe 3 days. Like, we were downside there. We had the weekend. And then, today it's boom. So, yeah, like, I don't feel very positive about this. Some surprise strikes, like, overnight. And I know everything was intercepted and everything, but these drones, the missiles, the amount of money that it's costing to shoot out of the sky, like $50,000 drones or whatever, is, $1 million per interceptor or something. And, Iran has apparently tons of these that they can just fire everywhere throughout the region. And it's going to be a problem.
It's so bad. There was like
so I don't know where this...
A rumor, unsubstantiated as far as I know, but a rumor that they were actually letting some by that weren't obviously as much danger, so that they could save munitions. Because it was so
letting
expensive.
It hit somebody.
Letting it hit something if it's not going to hit anything.
Right. Like, let's not worry about hitting.
Yeah, if it's not going to hit anything, that matters, we're like, we'll just let it.
I mean, is that true? It's a $1.5 trillion defense budget, says Farm Trader. Like, this is the thing when we talk about the U.S. dollar and things like that.
Oh
like,
my
it's
goodness.
just there's going to be a lot of money being spent through there, and we're still going higher right now. Oil's still going higher here. That's why you look at potential drone stocks, AVAV, the LMTs of the world, just something else, because these drones are a thing right now. LMT, of course, Lockheed Martin. another stock that's been doing quite well. I think this was at all-time highs recently. Was it this one or was it the other? Yeah, there it is. So there goes LMT. Not all-time highs, but good report there. Nice move for LMT. There's a few other defense stocks to look at. I always thought Palantir could be something, but Palantir is getting caught up in the software. So I think this is maybe just an oil name. And then there you go. Let's have a quick look at Battle. I mean, I could assume that's, when Neil last looked at it was 140. Now you're right there up to 150 as that goes boom as well. Maybe it's better to look at Battle today than it would be to look at USO. But yeah, there's another name upside, and we know that the traders love to come for BATL when the stocks are flying around Sky Q.
That's not quite as... It didn't move as much.
Yeah, I traded it. Actually, I traded this at $4 not too long ago, and it's had its up and down moves. But yeah, it looks like BATL.
Battle broke the high. This one didn't.
Yeah, Battle almost looks exactly look how Battle looks right here, and then if you look at how USO looks, it's pretty much the same.
Exactly.
There's the pre-market break. There's a little bit of a pullback. There's the pre-market break on Battle. Here's a little bit of a pullback. So if you don't have access to USO, maybe it's a little too expensive, or I don't know why you wouldn't have access to it, but Battle, $1.50, something where you can put a little bit more of your capital to work, maybe more effectively for a return. But I mean, for me personally, I like trading USO, but we'll look at Battle for sure. I mean, I could put Battle on the list instead of this. I think back down into 140, 142 is actually a really good play. That's where VWAP is. That's where the 50-period moving average is. So a pullback in BATL. With oil moving around is definitely something. And you do see the NASDAQ get slipped up there as well, just a little bit. Handsome man Randy got his hair buzzed yesterday, so it looks very, very good.
Sure.
All right. Hey, no samosas. Maybe it's not samosas today. Oh, shakshuka, good. That's one of my favorites. So I didn't even know what that was until they started bringing it here.
Really?
Like, I never ordered it, and now I see it on menus all the time, and I'm like, I should try this.
Yeah, I've had it at
Our last one
brunches
had
before.
peas here. I don't know if they've gone back and forth with that.
Didn't need to have peas in it. One more note on USO. If you don't have it, you can look at BNO as another opportunity, another way that you can possibly trade it. I can't imagine why you wouldn't have USO, but yeah, BNO is another option.
I don't know why.
Speaking of options,
the Bacon Man.
You guys have no option but to head over to the screen with Joe.
Yeah, no option is crazy. All right, man. Everyone has an option around here. All right, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session, guys. We're going to kick things off here with some SpaceX. Now, we're going to be looking at this $120 strike price, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we had a nice, strong rally yesterday. We want to look for some form of continuation. And where is a potential level that we can aim for? August 4th is the report, the much anticipated earnings report. All right, guys. So let's keep an eye out on this $120 marker. At this zone, we have 10,000 contracts still open. This is going to be the largest concentration between volume and open interest throughout this week's expiration cycle. All right, guys, so we had 18,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session, but we're sitting on a $10 spread, so we're not going to worry about liquidity whatsoever on this name. All right, guys, so now you can see we're sitting on a 41-cent delta, and our gamma exposure, relatively cool. But one thing that we always want to keep an eye on here, ladies and gentlemen, is our at-the-money implied volatility, sitting around 113%. So this will be priced in to the options contracting. Moving forward, let's take a look at the contract itself. Right out of the gate, we open up around $1.60, guys, and then sure enough, we climb to a high of around $4.12, okay? So that's a substantial return. We're looking at 150%. Moving forward, let's take a look at another name here, Micron, guys. Where is the support level? We're going to be looking at this $800 marker, open interest at the zone, sitting at 8,700 contracts, and then volume 9,500 open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, one thing that we want to keep an eye out on is the spread. This is extremely expensive, guys, all right? So about $75 here for this specific contract. Just to get in, you're going to be slightly out of the money. Now, as for your delta exposure sitting around 39 cents, your gamma, relatively cool. But once again, within the space itself, guys, considering we're on the downside equals more implied volatility, 128% there. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at this specific put contract. Underlying goes down, put contract goes up, okay? So long put, that is. So what we have here, guys, is an open of around $22.63, and then it does peak around $43.86, giving you a 93% return within that contract. But one thing that we also want to keep an eye out on, nearer dated expiration cycle, what's going to happen is that the decay, even though we didn't have a strong rebound, the decay within the contract intraday cuts this in more than in half. All right, guys, let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you there, Joe. Looking at that micron, like it's got to be at least a little bit of a surprise that after, like we're talking about SK Hynix overnight and didn't really expect this stock to be precisely where it was for the entirety of, not for the entirety of the day, but for the majority of yesterday. Like it was so much volatility. Obviously, at the open, a lot of things were dropping. And then when you consider the insane range SK Hynix had overnight, the fact that we are just in the middle of chop on Micron, it's a little bit hilarious, but not necessarily something that I think will stick. I think that's pretty unlikely. Worth noting, relative to Micron, DRAM is a little bit weaker. So from looking short memory, like I think this is the place to go. Of course, you get little SK Hynix action there. It triple tapped like the 48.5 to 49 area. So even if you get up to that area, I think you look for a little bit of resistance on DRAM too. We had to pay for locates. I still like my 51.5, but that's nowhere even close to be able to touch that sucker. And in case you're keeping score, this is exactly what you. The other aspect of this USO move, which by the way just made another fresh high, that isn't so good is, yeah, of course it's on Fed day. Like imagine a scenario like we get into, they don't raise rates. What are the questions going to be like if oil futures are up to like 7 or 8 or close to double digits by the time that Warsh, I almost said Powell, by the time Warsh gets on the podium and they didn't raise rates? That'll make for a wild circumstance, no questions asked. But that's kind of where we're headed here. That's the other aspect of it. There's going to be some questions about this. Shout out to East Meets Westy Bestie. Seen you from TikTok before. What's battle symbol? That is BATL. It's on the Amex. Yes. Well, the NYSE American, formerly the old heads call it the Amex, but BATL. That is battle symbol. It's actually Battalion Oil Corporation. Yeah, so the company is, we just call it Battle for like obvious reasons. You give tickers nicknames because we have a little fun with it.
Yeah,
so
why would we ever call it Battle? Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, shout out to the viewers from TikTok and appreciate you. There's such a thing as a bad question. And I get it. There are going to be a lot of times in the trade desk. I know I do it. Everyone does it here. We're like, we'll give a stock a nickname. And it's never a bad idea to ask for clarification because like I'll call ASTS Astis sometimes. It's like, what the heck is that stock you're talking about? ASTS Space Mobile, but some traders like to call it Astis for some reason that I can't imagine why for that one. But Battle makes a ton of sense. So if you hear us say that, that's clearly what we're talking about. I call that VIVK, Vivek. It's Vivacor, whatever the heck it's called. I knew a Vivek. I went to school with a Vivek, but that's another reason. VIVK. There's another one going. I do believe. I want to say that this was also, I'm just going to look it up. It's another energy name, small capper. How small is the float? 600,000 float for this one with 30% short. So this is also an option. It looks like it's moving more than the others, 45% up. Like its last jaunt since we made that fresh high in oil futures was about 10% up. So actually more than 10%. Went 10 and about another 10 to 15% from breakout to high there. So you're getting decent bang for your buck out of these small cappers, obviously relative to USO. Like that moved 1.5%. This moved 10 to 15. Battle probably moved 8 to 12. Don't about Sky Q. So yeah, these are the ones I think you're going to get a little bit more out of for sure.
Yeah, I was just looking here. The futures, making a move down there on that oil news. You see big spikes, obviously, and on President Trump's speech or talk. And it looks like we're trying to, get back to the upside rate here. So remember, we still do have today at 2 p.m. We do have the interest rates. So the market could be basically just a slave to whatever comes out of the Middle East. Maybe right now, this is what's moving, and or some of the names, right, that we had talked about. Anthony Noto must be shooting himself in the face right now. I mean, that was a nice downside play there on a 16 break. So I think the SoFi call is on right now, and we're starting to get hit. pretty nice right there. Joe is definitely the man out here. He's sitting, he's getting ready to go with his upgrades
I
and downgrades.
see what's over there.
And also says, Adaman, says, what's up to Dare? I guess there he goes right there. Yeah. The bro show in full effect early here. Also, we do have what's up to, I don't know if that's I think
it's supposed to be Adara.
I think it's supposed to be Adara, but I just want to
it's supposed to be
with
Adara.
The money sign there. I just wanted to see, is there a stock Dara? No, there is not.
There's
So
no Adara.
there it is. So shout out to Joe and Adara from Adaman. So attaboy, Adaman. Thank you for the, those are, is that Saudi Arabia? AED. I think it's something.
It's a UAE.
UAE. Okay, good. I was going to say, I knew it was something around that. So, there we go, man. Thank you to everybody for all the love and the support, right? We're going to keep on going with today's show. It's 8:30. We do have a plan to have Luis Barbado. I don't see him coming on here, but he should be on here today. Talking about some small cap names as well coming through. So, DARA is not a small cap stock, but we want to say thank you to everything over there. So, let's go back. We should have Luis pretty soon, I think, right, guys?
It's on the calendar, and I have some small caps that I wrote down to talk to him about. So whenever he's here, we're certainly ready to greet him. And thank you very much to Adaman for the super chat and for supporting the show. Let's talk here about GFS. Certainly not a small cap. This name has given up pretty much all of its move to the upside, but it did have an announcement here with a U.S. government, specifically Commerce Department tie-up. Good luck for GFS.
$300 million letter of intent, Adara, with the U.S. Department of Commerce to accelerate silicon photonics R&D. And I'm sure you will not be surprised to learn that the U.S. government's taken a stake. Of course they have in GFS, not as much as Intel. Of course, we're talking about 1% this time, 10% in Intel. But look, the $300 million here is specifically for two different things. You got co-packaged optics, CPOs, and near-packaged optics. And the purpose here is to replace copper. So they're looking at doing this through optics, as we've been talking about a lot lately, at the expense of copper. It's going to be, apparently, if you believe some of the reports, a 5-fold increase in energy efficiency, and it's going to reach about 400 gigabytes per second in data transfer rates. So very advanced. And then it's a who's who of support that came out in support of this deal here. You got the likes of NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, Cisco, Marvell, Qualcomm, Meta, Corning, Lumentum, and Microsoft, all signaling that hyperscalers, as well as the fabless chip makers, they're actively aligning behind Global Foundries here as their primary domestic foundry for co-packaged optics. Gave back the entire move, but I think, from just a cyclical perspective, this is quite good.
Yeah, GFS certainly in focus now. I think going forward, even as Sharif said, with this deal in mind, are you guys looking at Global Foundries?
Well, I don't think anybody day trades Global Foundries, because even when they have a story, the volume is so incredibly low. The spread is pretty big. But look at the weekly chart. It's a pretty gross looking pullback that you have on the weekly, and the monthly just makes it look even worse. Like, this is probably one of the only. It's the worst IPO breakout that I can remember, where you have the typical early IPO top, you trend down, and when you finally break it out, that's the movie. You get $80 to $92, and then this nonsense. So timing's part of it, right? So it did its breakout like right in the midst of the run-up where everything AI was going absolutely nuts. So unfortunately, this breakup probably got screwed with that kind of an action, but at least it's at the spot. Like, where it broke out, it's at the spot at 48, and this is the 200 period on the weekly chart as well. So if it holds that, I guess it would be a little bit interesting. But if you're, let's say you already like an Intel, adding this one because people want more exposure, I don't know. Let it put in a green week bouncing here. Like, give it that 3-day rule to prove that it's not just still cascading down. As I said, that's pretty nasty. In terms of a pullback, to give up the entirety of the move. And if you look at how this stock has traded, show me one time in this chart, on a weekly chart, where it bounced and you needed to actually be sitting on the bid, guessing where it was going to. Not once. You didn't have to guess here, because in the second week when it holds, you can still get a good price. You're still getting a good. Every single time it bounced, either it's holding, bottom tail, get a chance. You don't need to be sitting on the bids of these things. Nasty.
Here's one that you may not want to be sitting on the bid of either. CoreWeave right here is about to, insert pun here, but it's weaving its way into, I guess, basically its IPO price. It came out at $40. Yeah, like, you know, we know that we saw Microsoft. I mean, everybody's selling their compute right now, which, you know, leaves a place like CoreWeave, you know, sort of caught saying, what about me? And yeah, they're looking to break right now. And I was thinking about adding this to the list. That's 64.25 right there, breaking down on CoreWeave. So this is a very, very interesting CRWV. Let me just have a quick look at this. 13 days, August the 11th. Coming through right now. I see Luis Barbado ready to rock and roll with us pretty soon. No PE, of course, for CoreWeave, as they don't make any money. But yeah, only down 0.45. Like that we held yesterday. Like that's the low right there, 64.5 that I'm talking about. So we hold that yesterday. I know it needs a little bit of work to get back into that level, but I think if we do somehow breach that, I mean, yesterday we opened the day at 70, give or take. You know, we make that move down $5. So it wouldn't take $5 to break that today. You know, you only need $3, and then we break it, and then, you know, as we're showing you on the chart there, let me check out what its friend Nebius is doing quickly. Nebius better, a little bit more of a moat around them, you know, deals with Microsoft, deals with the EU and things like that for compute as well. But that's a 300 down to 170, and that's not doing very good. All right, we do have Luis coming, and just on that note, here's another one. Maybe you want to talk to him about VRRM right now, Luis. This is a name that some of the traders in the chat are looking at, and this one's vrooming up to the upside, but it's Vera Mobility Corp right there, up 28% and trying to go again. You don't want to be long at $13 right there because that happened, but long at $4 might be good.
That's disgusting.
There for VRRM, but yeah, another beat up name that, you know, what were they even doing in the first place? Like, what's Vera Mobility doing? I have no idea what that business is, but that don't need to. Down there at $4, really good base, obviously. And the reason why we bring this up is obviously you guys in the chat had just mentioned it, or else I wouldn't notice it. But there's the break, Luis and Adair and Sharif and everything, right there at $5, $5.20. Right, so it breaks the high from June there, and then we start to go to the upside. So I'm interested to see what Luis thinks about this one. It's above VWAP. It's starting to go. It seems like it's pretty stable. Maybe there's some room to run on VRRM there, Vera Mobility. But I'm not the one to ask about that. We have Luis coming right now. So let's go back over to the desk and see what this segment's all about.
We're going to talk to Luis here in just a second. I quickly want to mention a headline that I think is going to have some implications later. Keep an eye on United Airlines, not moving at all here, but I'm seeing some reports suggesting that U.S. President Trump and UAL CEO Scott Kirby are going to be unveiling a $22 billion plan to expand and improve the Washington Dulles Airport. Now, this is significant because we already know that President Trump is set to appear alongside U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy at 3 p.m. Now, transportation, this airport announcement could absolutely come up. So keep an eye on UAL and the market at 3 p.m. when Trump makes that speech. But keep an eye right now here on us over here at Trader TV, because we have with us a very special recurring guest, Luis Barbado, friend of the show from over at A Day Trading in lovely Barcelona, Spain. Good morning, Luis. How are you doing and how's the weather?
Good morning, Laura. We have very, very good weather here, actually. Very, very hot. It's like 35, 37 degrees, something like that.
That sounds absolutely lovely. Enjoy. I want to talk
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh, it's too hot. Okay.
It is too hot, and the humidity here in the city is crazy. So we need some holidays.
The grass is always greener, I suppose. Let's take a look here at VRRM. I know this was one that right before you came on, Sean was mentioning. Did you trade this at all? It looks like it already kind of had a big pop and gave it back a bit. Are you watching this name or have you traded it already?
Well, you know, when you start looking for stocks, you have to find like some red flags for the things you don't like and for the things you like, since mainly we trade short, like 75% of the trades we do short. When you look at this stock, you really don't like to short it because, you know, you have like very far the resistance. So if you're shorting here, breaking these new highs around $5, as Son mentioned, you are not very safe trading short this one because the resistance is around $12, something like that. That's the first one. So it's better to go long. When you look at some info, some fundamentals, you see 97% institutional ownership. That's something we really don't like, you know, because the type of movement when we have high institutional ownership is different. It is more trending one side, no noise. It's like a little bit more heavy tape when you are looking into the tape reading. So it's not something that we really like. If it's above like 30-40% institutional ownership, that means most of the company, it is in the hands of big institutions. So it's not something we really like. So some things that we don't like about this stock. It's not a very small cap. Look, 2 billion market cap, so it's kind of a big cap. So it's not something we will short, definitely. We might have a nice long here if this one, but when you look at the chart and the level 2, it's very thin. We have only 900,000 shares traded, but it seems that most of them has been trading in some block prints, like huge trade, and there is no, this fluent and liquid level 2 so far on this stock.
I want to ask about another name here that's actually on our watch list this morning. It was mentioned by Sharif as well, and I think by some people in our chat, AMIX. This is Autonomics Medical. They actually had a filing last night, just to get into the catalyst briefly here, registering just over 850,000 shares for resale related to warrants. And you've got here a 500,000 share float, pretty small float. Have you traded this? What would your thoughts be? How would you approach this AMIX? It's actually been pretty tame so far this morning.
Yeah, that's a stock that we would love to trade. It is true. I'm going to check now. The locates are $17 per 100 shares, so 17 cents. You have to make 17 cents to scratch the trade. So it's a little bit expensive when you look at the price of the locates for a type of movement we are looking for. But absolutely, it's a nice short. We're trading against resistance, which was support here. We're trading against that resistance. And when you look at 1 minute, look, it failed on the 520, so you have a very nice places to get out of the trade if you are short and you don't like it. We have a fail highs trading below VWAP, so actually it's a pretty nice trade. If I could short with a decent price of locates, I will wait for a pop to VWAP 450, 460s for the first in. You could add until 470, 480s, and that will be like the maximum size, the pyramid of the position, and get out if it breaks 5 and we see some volume. Look, if it's trading after the open above VWAP and fighting pre-market highs, it might be a long. So far, it looks like a short, but if we fight these levels, we might change our bias to long the trade if it trades about $5.
So I want to ask you, what other tickers are you looking at either right now, or do you have any trades from the last couple of days you want to share?
Well, pre-market, we have this one, VIVK. It's a nice stock. We were trying to long this one on the VWAP, on this retracement to the VWAP, and long again here. Look, mostly we do short, but this stock is trading above VWAP. So we were looking for this pullback to go long and breaking pre-market highs. Same again now. We're a little bit short here because we have a kind of a resistance around $3 there, you see. So we shorted a little bit here against this $3 resistance. But it seems it's going to pull back again to the VWAP, and the opening bell is going to be the key for this stock. If we see an opening bell without volume and failing VWAP, we will definitely go short on this one. And if we see some volume coming in right out the gates and trying to go against to the pre-market highs, it might be a nice stock to trade long. Look, when you see this one, you have to go a little bit further, see, and if you go to the left side of the chart, you have a lot of movement like this one from $6 to $9, this one from $5 to $10, and look at this one from $150, $170 to $9. So it has, like, I like to call it criminal record for a short bias trader. So be careful if the volume popping and again and it's trying to fight pre-market highs. Net resistance is 4 and above 4. It's clean sky. So, with tight stop, because also we are in a runner cycle. This is very important when you trade a small cap to identify what kind of market are we in for the week, for the month. And for the last week, we are in a running cycle. So if you are short, be very careful with tight stops and hard stop if it breaks pre-market highs, VWAPs, or whatever your important levels are. Because we have some crazy movement, like I think it was a couple of days ago, a stock, look at that, from $1 to $4, it halted and it opened up in $9. So you can blow up your account on this one. We have another one just yesterday. I think it was TKH. I think it was this one. Yeah, look at that. From 150, it moved up to 290, halt, $4, halt, $6. So if you are short, you cannot short this front side in this run and cycle. We only need one of these crazy to ignite the whole market, and all the long buyers and all the long algorithms are looking for this one. So if you're short, look for shorts when you have a safety net to get out. Okay, don't short front side on this one because it can halt up. It can be a T12. It can open a month later in $100. So always when you are short in a runner cycle, as like we are for the last week, be very careful and have very hard stops.
Thank you for going over all of that for us, Luis Barbado. Where can the people find you if they want to learn more?
They can find it on X, A-Day Trading, and of course they can email us on info@A-Day Trading. We have our website. It's a little bit under construction, but we are developing it for the course that we are doing in English next month. So they can check the website as well, adaytrading.com.
Well, congrats on the course, and you guys can all find Luis Barbado on our show at 1 p.m. today with the Midday Boys, Joe and Sharif. So definitely check that out. He's also often in our chat as A-Day Trading. So thanks again, Luis. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Adar.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades, guys. At the top of our list, we have Caterpillar. We're negative 3.75% here, but going from an outperform to a neutral weight and a $900 price target, that is down from $1,200. The analyst stating that growing concerns with this data center build out going to raise costs as there is pushback at the state and local levels. All right, guys, so that may delay development approval and add a couple more hurdles. Moving forward, let's take a look at Gemini Space Station. We're down 3.73% as well, too, going from a sell to a neutral, but with a $4 price target here, guys. That is down from $4.75. Goldman Sachs giving them that downgrade, but the firm also stating challenging path to profitability and a much smaller install base compared to some of its competitors. So those are the reasons for this analyst actions downgrade this morning, all right? Moving forward, let's take a look at Coca-Cola reporting yesterday, guys. Slightly positive this morning, but with a neutral weight rating, Citigroup giving them the nod, $86 price target. Sorry, guys, that's supposed to be KO on the bottom of the ticker. Citigroup giving them the nod, $86. That is up from $82, but the analyst increasing its price target due to organic revenue growth and outpaced consensus estimates. Strong concentrate sales and unit per case volume up 4% and 5% respectively. Moving forward, guys, let's take a look at UPS. Goldman Sachs giving them the buy rating, but also increasing their price target to $132. That is up from $128. We're up about a third of a percent. Strong revenue, but also revenue per piece outpacing the cost per piece. That is the reason for the upgrade, giving a boost to the company's margins. All right, guys, so that is our analyst actions. We have one more on the list, and that is going to be Boeing with a $290 price target, guys. That is up from $270. JP Morgan giving them the nod, but also stating the company's recovery is proceeding with few model changes. They are on the path to success, states JP Morgan. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
How about we give an upgrade to the upgrades and downgrades segment right there?
Yeah,
Love the
that's a good
visuals
one.
there,
That's a
Joe.
good visual.
I mean, I didn't love the fact that it had to start with a downgrade on Caterpillar, but be that as it may, fantastic information as always. And you don't want to see that. Come on, I don't want to see that. But I want to thank. Oh, there we go. A little delay on the super chat showing there. Let's thank Gabby there. Gabby Frigo for the super chat. Argentinian peso. Sorry about the World Cup. Good battle there. Hi, guys. I love the show. Big fan.
Not really a good battle.
Well, good battle in the tournament.
It was a good tournament. It was a good tournament.
They put some fight in the last 10 minutes, for what it's worth. Once they actually were down, Argentina
they were down to one man.
Tried to score, but they were down a man. So, what am I expecting from Bitcoin? And then Sean, I want you to check IOND. It's an American Bitcoin miner. Yesterday had its IPO. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't look at that one, but certainly
ION.
Yeah, I didn't see that one yesterday, but so good look there. But as far as IBIT goes, here, look at the daily chart. I mean, Bitcoin's still right around that 64,000 level, but on the daily, it is riding the 50 period here. But still, when I zoom it out or zoom it back in and go to the 15, I kind of like the last time it bounced off this level, you had a couple of days of long. You know, it was a long that day, and then it was continuation for, effectively like 1.5 more days. So I'm looking for some continuation today. Like the prior high kind of lines up with this close, 36.25. So I want to go dip and rip. The issue you get with Bitcoin today would be, well, it's a Fed day. So anything you're looking for in the morning or the patterns, that kind of goes out the window the closer you get to 2 o'clock. So it's very much more of an early morning thing here for IBIT for me. Yeah, but that prior high when we closed, just looking at the last time we got a bit of a jaunt off of this price, the next day, what did it do? It dipped, challenged those highs, and then was able to rally. So I'm looking for that kind of a pattern at the same price area.
All right, everybody, I keep seeing it in the chat. It's the right reads, it's the right setups, but of course it's the wrong size. Here's the truth. You've got the skills, but your account is just too small. Trade Funder changed that. 100K for stocks, 25K for options today, and you get to keep 80%. Paid out every Friday. Never risk your own money. $99 to start, refunded on your first qualifying payout. So you're getting that money back. You can start it in just 1 hour. There's no evaluation. There's no background checks. It's just you and the size that you've been missing. This is a strange read here. Scan the code on your screen, tradefunder.com. Choose stocks or options. I think that's a perfect example right there. There's so many traders that are looking to get that leg up, right? Make sure you do scan that. Trade Funder right there. Great opportunity, less than an hour, 80% every Friday, get that payout. We always see online there's companies out there that, I didn't get my money, or I got to wait for this long, this and that, right? Definitely get paid every week, man. Make it a paycheck. Get it from Trade Funder right there. 80% payout, that's a monster.
It's a good percentage.
Number right there. And they're also going to refund your first $99 there. So I think, your first payout, you get that money back. No point in not taking the shot there. So make sure you do scan
that QR code
right there and get going on that one. 6 red days in a row for the Qs. Is that right? Right on here, this IOND. We will look at that. We had a question about IOND. So immediately I start to look it up, and this was a great move yesterday. And here's what, Benzinga talks about IOND here. And if we scroll down, there's not a whole bunch of information. This is, a relatively new stock. Came out yesterday around noon hour at $50, went up to $63 right into there. There's not a whole bunch of information. So before, without deep diving right now, only 51 million in revenue. Doesn't look like it's a huge play here, but it says Iconic Digital tends to be a leading Bitcoin mining company. So, Bitcoin right now, I don't think it's a very loved, holding for many people, down to 64,000. But, I don't know enough about this business right here, but that looks to be a pretty sweet IPO, IOND right there, man, $50. Yeah, definitely seems like a small one there yesterday. It looks like that first little print there was only 150,000 shares or so to start the day. And then, huge move up to $62. So, you've got it. If you traded that yesterday, that was a great look. For me, obviously, we look at Marathon Digital, and there's a few other Bitcoin miners out there. Of course, Riot Blockchain involved as well. And, you can sort of see where these have been going over the last little while. So I don't know, IOND, without more information, unfortunately, not too much to look at, but you can always look at Riot or Marathon to be able to figure out, potentially where your IOND is going to go. We've seen, my only thing to say about recent IPOs is, if you're going to look at CBRS, and I know that these are all not.
Might have already seen the high.
Yeah.
Basically.
these are all not blockchain plays, obviously understood, but we have Cerebras here. That's been whoops. That's their best day was its birthday. SpaceX's best day was when it was 3 days old, and it had to move up there, or 2 days old, sorry. Its second day was its best day. It hasn't really caught a bid since then. So I just wanted to say, and there's other names too, right? But there's also names like StubHub and names that have been getting smoked. We don't have to talk about Figma. That's an old story. But, out of the more recent IPOs, you just got to be careful with, trying to trade them to the long side, especially on its early days, right? We had Steve Heilman on the show as well saying that he doesn't even like to really look at IPOs for a couple years, to be honest with you, as an investment anyways. But as a day trade, look, you closed there yesterday at 63. You're already down to 57. Now, I know there's not much volume here, but these prints are actually 55 right now. So you're going from 62, 63 down to 55 right now. So you've almost given half, you've given more than half back already here today. So just be careful with a huge spread. And, thank you again for all of your super chats. I think we had another one I was talking.
There was another one that just came up there.
Right?
If we can, Tisha Perkins, and it would be there. It is.
Oh.
Thank you, Tisha. NCRA is another small capper you're looking at. Nocera, you got 376 as the level. Already taken that, and then 510 at Sean Neal, giving it time to set up. Leading gapper. Yeah, it's like 172%. So this is obviously doing a bit more than some of the oil names. The oil ones give you the futures to at least be able to watch and go off of. With these, it's very just much about that structure. So I mean, the 76, that's gone. Always going to be able to show you guys the daily chart. So when you zoom these suckers out, you get a sense of what their typical history is, which show me the spike that has lasted more than 1 day. Like spike, that's a single day. That's a single day. Again, to me, that looks like it's probably just a 1 day event. So most of the times it's the day it's in play, and then that's good to go. So you like the 76. It kind of already tagged $4.50, but nowhere near that 510. But this has been a habitual line stepper. I haven't really let me just double check and get the information on it. Because when you're looking at these, part of the continuation is how big is the float? Only 1.3, 40% short. So that's what they need. And this one seems to have it. So whether it's NCRA or the oil ones, given the fact that USO just made another jaunt back to the high, looks like there's a lot of small cappers with some strength. It'll be an exciting day for you there, Sharif. Maybe not those that are afraid that oil is in for another breakout. The other thing to consider with USO here in oil futures, this isn't just a break of today's high. Like that gap down is now getting threatened if we get over this 129. So yeah, it could be a wild one. What's Warsh going to say if we're 10% up? That'll be wild. I
wrote down on the sticky note battle here at 140. So hopefully we can come back in. Actually, I wrote down, the sticky note's now out. I actually wrote it down at 145 right there for BATL long. So we're getting into that area right now, but you can go have a quick look. I'll put it in the chat. But yeah, and it's funny because it's not actually, as Neil just mentioned there, oil, breaks that 127 right there and it's off to the races. We sort of talked about that as it was happening real time, and the volumes really picked up here, and it looks much more like a chart than it did in the first couple hours of trading here today. But yeah, it's continued its move higher here, and BATL really isn't. So this is interesting to me. I do think there's going to be some good dip buy opportunities. And look, I wrote down 145 before this happened. It was just because this is where the bunch was. So I think if you go long here, 140, 145, you do have an out. 138 doesn't seem like it's very much of a hit there. But, you take a couple thousand shares or whatever on a dollar stock, and you don't want to lose too much more than 10 cents on anything there. So got to be careful with BATL here early this morning. All right, here we go. You got RDGT for a swing trade. Around $9,000 in it. Okay, so nice amount of cash that you put in. Please advise what can be done as of right now. Oh, does this mean it's against you, RDGT? Like I said, it's always easy. Oh, okay, it's not against you that much. It's always easy to manage your positions when it's in the money. The problem is when it's lost it. I would say you might have to get out now. And the only reason I'm saying that is, and again, this is not financial advice. Like, the $9,000 means something different to me than to Neil, than to you, than to, everybody is different in what that kind of thing means. I would say, with this name, like, what if today opens up and it's horrendous and you lose this 90, then, that next level is 70, like a 90 loss. like that's right here. Like what is this price? That's 92. And if we sort of ramp it down a little bit, 85 or so, like that's sort of where we've been at. I don't like the look of that, man, because that's 70. So once we lose everything here, and I don't know what this stock is, and it's
a Chinese health company.
Chinese health company?
Yeah, it paints.
Then you should be this should be you then if you're trying to get out. Like I don't like it. The spread is obviously too wide. There's really no shares here. You have $9,000 in it. It's under $1, so you have roughly 9,000 shares. You got to be careful. It's only done 77,000 shares so far here this morning. But yeah, I don't know. As far as giving you some advice there, you can either wait, I would say, until it breaks 87, 85, and get out and cut your losses. That's really the only thing to do. I mean, if it rips back up, taking profits is easy. It's the downside that you're worried about. Look, if you have $9,000 into something, and even if it's a lot of money, if you lose 20% of that, you're still living for another day. You can get in to something else and put that $7,000 to work, or whatever it happens to be that you have left, into something else. My always advice would be, I don't know when you bought it, but you always got to be careful of these breaks. It's very risky to buy something at $1.12 when it already broke under $1.20. Like that was the area right there, that it broke through. So yeah, Chinese healthcare. Not sure how hot that sector is these days, but you might not be able to get this one back. We'll wait, and I say good luck to you guys. That's in RDGT. So, all right, it's 9 o'clock, man. It's rundown time right now. So let's go back over to the desk. We'll find out more about what's been kicking out today, and I think we have a good, strong idea of what it's going to be. There's a lot of
watch list.
Yeah, there's a lot of earnings. It's a huge watch list. There's a lot of small cap movers. Oil, of course, always talked about. So let's go back to the desk. It's Adara and Sharif with our rundown.
740 and 4/5, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're a little bit below that right now, but most notably, we're still at that 740 area, and we continue to defend 740 despite, wicking below it at times. Most of the closing prints, save and except for one, has been above 740, so we'll continue to use that area of support. But I want to draw your attention, guys, to these lower highs that we've been putting in. So ever since getting into that 755 area back on the 14th of July, it has been lower high, lower high, lower high. All the while, we're still holding that 740 area. So not saying flat bottom break is coming, but definitely something to look out for. 745, Adara, as resistance.
Accidentally pressed this button too earlier. Now, though, it's time to look at our rundown and our watch list. As Neil and Sean said, very deep watch list. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get to every story, but you can see every earnings name on watch. You can see everything that's going to be reporting potentially after the bell. That's of note. You can take a look at what we're expecting from the Fed. All of that's going to be in that free 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 Trader TV rundown. Now, let's kick it off here with a name that isn't moving too much now, but certainly did immediately after its earnings report. That's SK Hynix. This is SK Hynix first report since it added its U.S. listing here, which went public July 10th of 2026. Interesting look here for SK Hynix. This was not as strong a report as maybe some people thought it would be.
It was good, but there are some issues, especially going into the future. So let's get to them. 257% year-over-year surge in revenue. I mean, most of us were expecting that given the demand for RAM. Record-breaking profit margins, about 76%. And the revenue, guys, eye-watering, 79.3 trillion Korean won. Look, they revealed a number of LTAs, long-term agreements. This is both good and bad. Let me make my case. Good because you're able to project future revenue. You're able to lock in that revenue. It's bad because if RAM prices continue to go up, you're going to look like a schmuck who actually settled for a lot less. And they've got 10 contracts with 10 major hyperscalers, according to the company. We're also kind of moving beyond the one-trick pony of HBM, and they're actually getting into a lot more. They're getting into Solidigm, I think is how you say it. It's basically SSDs, and you're using these a lot more in data centers, essentially storage. That tripled year over year. And their gross margins are a little bit higher, actually, than their HBM. So good look there. But CapEx been rearing its ugly head as an area of concern for a lot of these hyperscalers, and SK Hynix no different. They raised their 2026 full-year CapEx to about $27 billion. That's about 40 trillion Korean yuans. And they're going to build out 2 different packaging facilities. They're going to require that kind of money. Advanced nodes. Let's talk about the fact that they're moving beyond, just some of the drag that they had with DRAM, and they're actually going to get to the next generation of DRAM, which is going to have a higher price and therefore a little bit higher margins. Last but not least, Adara, supported by record profits, they have a ridiculous amount of cash, 69.4 trillion South Korean wons, and that drops their debt to equity ratio to just 7%.
SKHY, pretty range bound this morning. How are you guys looking to play this?
Well, I have DRAM on the radar, and for the rest of chips, probably just SMCI again. But it is worth looking because it's so range bound. You have to see what was going on overnight with this stock, and then you'll see some pretty much, not, I want to say obvious levels where it had some resistance. It opened up and then failed at about 132 in here. So top side 32.33 is resistance. If it sees 114, that was the overnight bottom. So when you see all this range bound action that we're talking about, understand that it had a wide one. So there's your 32, which coincides with our 6 a.m. pre-market high. I think that gives us an area to fade. I paid for locates on DRAM. A couple of reasons. I mean, like the ETF, love the way it was trading recently. It was a good short yesterday at around the same price as about 48. But if you pop, we had a triple top here at that 48.5. So that's right around effectively where SK Hynix would likely hit that 132 level. So the triple top gives you some cover over here on DRAM. And I'm just going to throw this one in because why not? It's chip related. The thing that you have to realize, the thing with SK Hynix, it was, in some ways, there was some goodness because it was able to reaffirm demand for the group in a total. But with everybody seemingly looking for the top, like missing analyst estimates, despite the fact that it was gigantic growth, like that's the kind of thing that I think gives a little bit of hesitation. Like any Fed day, by the way, like levels matter up until 2 o'clock. Levels don't matter as much after it. That's going to go for just about everything. But one of the reasons I'm looking at SMCI might be like absurdly obvious. Like this stock, it was a good short off the open. I bungled it because I reversed into an accidental long yesterday. But this 28.6 bottom, like look at how it held in the afternoon. So it's showing you like 28.65 as a top, and if it gets through 28.9, which is this wick high, sure, there's breakout potential for sure. But man, like that was all kinds of resistance that if it gets into that price, got to take a shot on SMCI 28.6.
All right, thank you, Ozan, in the chat reminding us. Thank you, Rob. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Yes.
Again, these are the unique cups. I like this. This is a really nice one.
It's like a tapestry.
This one has like some fleur-de-lis on it over here. All right, thank you, Rob. For the coffee, that's a great one there. Yeah, good one.
It's like a Rorschach test, actually, because
Oh, you got like, what are you looking at?
yeah, it's like what am I looking at?
Butterflies.
What's that
I see
you
butterflies.
see butterflies?
Yeah, butterflies.
I see like an owl on this. I don't know.
Good, man. Yeah, I got some OVO. So for me here on SK Hynix, look, I mean, I think what we had talked about there makes a little bit of sense, and that is that it's not really moving as violently as potentially we thought it would. There's when the number came out. It came out pretty recent, at 6:30 our time, drops all the way down into here by the time 7 o'clock hit, you made that low. So it went from 136 into 120 and then battled back, and now we're doing what we're doing here. So I think that if you're gonna look at an actual low today, maybe it would be that 120 bid. So I think that's pretty cool that it actually stops there and then bounces back up. We heard a little bit more today from South Korea about, trying to curb some of these, the overnight trade and trying to have more of a 24-hour market and get rid of some of those triple levered and all that kind of stuff, information, because SK Hynix is such a sort of stalwart there for them over in the Kospi that we wonder if it just got bought up only to get sold off here today. Like down 1% is nothing. We've seen most of these names. When you get not the perfect report, generally speaking, lately you're down like 10+%. So I do actually expect a downside play there today in SK Hynix. But the fact is, it's not going down now. So could definitely be wrong about this one. I wrote down, I only have a few ideas on here today with Fed coming through. We have oil, and I have Intel written on the sticky note today too. And it's not like it's looking that great, but this is going to be day 3 here. They reported last Thursday, 4 p.m. Thanks to Derek for that one. And, now you're trying to battle back a little bit. So you had Friday's trade, right? And then you have Monday, Tuesday, and then now today, Wednesday. We'll see what winds up happening it got hit pretty good again yesterday early, right? And so this is not something where I'm thinking, okay, we're just going to sit here and take an 86 long. But this is where we closed yesterday at 86 bucks. We got up as high as 88. Just like that, there's a top here as well. So I think a break of 88.20 probably gets going, and that's that top right there. I would rather, because we do have the Fed today, it's not really moving. There's not many of the big names that are firing off today. So I'm going to wait to see if we could be patient again. We were really patient with Google yesterday. It panned out swimmingly. And we're going to do that same thing here again today. If we can wait just a couple minutes and wait to see if what 86 does, then good to go. And maybe a real early break of 88 and change. That could be a long, and then you play that back to VWAP, give yourself about $1 and see if that wants to work. But just because today is Fed day, and like I was saying about, a lot of the tech names not really moving around today like we've seen them moving around in the pre-market before, that break of the top might not go because there's just not as much interest in buying these dips, it seems like today. Like AMD yesterday, they came for it at 440, that's for sure. But then it came in and closed again, right where look, it's flat, right? We're closing at 450. So this is another one of those names where I don't think we're going to get as high as 466 today. So that could be a good fading area. But I always worry about the downside, especially on these names when we see a daily chart like that. So yeah, I'm going to see if we can protect Intel off earnings. Now it's over with. And then yesterday's big play for me was Google. And again, that was a day 3-4 play, same day they reported as Intel, right? So, they had their battle backs for a minute, right? We were all, I did buy the dip at 320, so it's been a good one there so far, and looking to do something similar with Intel. And you can see Google today. This might be one of the best of the bunch. The NASDAQ is flattish down right now, and look at Google. What about a top take of Google, 337? I maybe could have put that on the board as well. That would be above the 200, above VWAP, and a strong name here that we can look at, because Apple, which has taken over the whole market with its $5 trillion market cap right here, is going the other way today. So money may be coming out of Apple, maybe into another strong tech name, Google. So these are the top two Mag 7s that are actually, and look, Apple's the only one that's anywhere near its highs. But Google's been strong, Apple's been strong there, and I would think you want to play strong names today. Just names that have been trending in the right direction. So Apple long, Google long, and then Intel just for a semi-play to see what happens at 86. Because I think Intel just got hit way too much. Intel's down now 50, almost not 50%, 40 maybe percent. I think yesterday was like 37% or something, top to bottom. So I think Intel has some get up left in it. So, all right, let's go back over. Here's a name that's finally, I know shareholders breathing a little sigh of relief right there, because Bloom is back temporarily, or is it going to be for a while? Let's go find the story here, and then we'll talk about it in a quick second.
Yep, it's actually holding this gap really well here after Q2 2026 earnings. Massive, significant beats and strong year-over-year growth for both EPS and revenue, and most of its revenue segments actually growing as well. Not a lot of negativity in this Bloom report, Sharif.
Record Q2 2026 sales. You're talking about, over $1 billion in quarterly sales for the first time in the company's history. That's about 165% year-over-year pop on the quarter. They also beat on non-GAAP EPS, but there is some concern. A lot of concentration risk here in the quarter and in the half. Let's get to it. Management, they wanted to pound the table. Oh, we've got over a dozen neoclouds and hyperscalers, as customers. Fine. But where's the money coming from? Well, the money is coming from one single source. 73% of this quarter's revenue came from one unnamed source. And for all of 2026 so far, you have 65% generated from two sources. To me, that's something to keep an eye on. All right, beyond the headline 215% revenue spike, Bloom's historically unprofitable service segment actually grew. So, and why we're seeing this is course, because they're deploying these machines at the AI data centers, which require servicing, maintenance. That ends up being a higher margin business as well, so I do like that. And then they got a lot of debt, Adair, $2.48 billion in recourse debt. That's alongside the $113.5 million in stock-based compensation that they paid in the first 6 months of this year. Also, Oracle exercised a whole bunch of warrants, about 2.15 million common shares. That's about $324 million.
That revenue source talk, pretty interesting here for Bloom. Is there anything that's standing out about the chart for you guys today?
Yeah, well, the chart has to, because yesterday we were saying, hey, it had the chance, and it did do it, the bottoming tail holding the 200 period moving average on Bloom. So, margin growth, I think that's going to be a good sign. Obviously, as Sharif was saying, concerns about where the money is coming from. But I think, where have we not heard that? Like, that just seems to be a recurring theme, right? And ultimately, I do like the bounce off the 200 period. A simple moving average here. It's something that's respected. It's the first time it tested it. There's a wipeout low. It will be important to hold 176.5 at the open. If it closes a 15-minute candle underneath, I don't like the long. As long as it holds this, it's now $8 above that resistance or support level. So it's way, way above it. But even a moderate dip does give you a chance to maybe jump around. Just anything under that 180 level. So like the round and bottom, but it needs to hold that higher low. Decent pre-market volume, but nothing that stands out. And I want to see this one trade after the open. Not used to trading it. But yeah, that 200 period was what you were looking to hold. It has. I was always given the 3-day rule. We're just talking about a bit of a day trade here because that's one that's come off rather like 10%. That's great, but that's why we're saying, is anyone really that, if you're a shareholder here, like you're not really doing a sigh of relief because it bounced to 10% when it got cut in half.
All right, I just want to say, for some reason my daily chart's not really working over here. But 180, whenever there's a gap, we always say, play it back to VWAP. This is about right, I think, for what we expected with its report, 7 to 10%. So, it moved the top end of that. So it looks like it's going to continue to the upside after beating expectations on the move. Again, I like VWAP. I like this 180 mark. It's come back in. It's bounced off of 180 a couple times. So I would just say let the market settle down. We are starting to head a little south side here again. But you can wait for this 180, and I think patience is going to be key right there. The VWAP right now is at 179. I think you can, take this long 181, build it into 180, and if we wind up breaking, you can easily get out of this name at 178. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then if you do come back into something yesterday, again, as Sharif mentioned there with Adara, the report was pretty good. The numbers were there, and the momentum is up. So if it does get hit early, it's probably just either profit takers or, someone that doesn't believe in it and wants to keep it going. I just think the buyers will probably be here today. It's beat its expected move. It's higher. It's through 180. It's already held this level. So I think BE is a buy on any weakness there today. And, you don't want to be long it too much past 178. So, yeah, I like Bloom Energy here today with a nice name finally catching a little bit of a bid. Yeah,
no bid for these guys next.
No.
You've got narrow growth, slight narrow beats here for EPS and sales for SoFi today, but as Neil said, they cannot catch a bid. SOFI, I believe that earnings call happened at 8, so don't worry about any earnings call headwinds here, but what is there to look at here and look out for SOFI?
Yeah, look, Adara, this is an interesting report. They were able to make a lot of cost savings here. There was also some growth. So you got $1.21 billion in revenue, beating the 1.11, so a good look. EPS barely beating, though. We're talking about 12 pennies instead of 11. But they did upgrade their full year net revenue guidance. They're looking for $4.75 to $4.85 billion in full year revenue. They were able to save about 36 basis points on some older debt because their deposits grew, so they were able to funnel that money back in, so that saves them $1 or $2. Student loan origination, this is kind of what I learned about the company, this is what I associated the company with initially, because they would do a lot of higher interest student loans and give them a bit of a break there. That seems to be growing again, 170% year over year increase in student loan refinancing, $2.7 billion. Are also diversifying through fees, becoming like a traditional bank over here. Fee-based revenue generation increased 39% year over year as they grew their members, and by growing their members, obviously they were able to charge more fees there.
Yeah, I was looking over some of the notes here from that earnings call that I mentioned took place at 8 to see if there's anything interesting here. One thing they did say that they're, quote, fully transitioning their SoFi Plus to a paid subscription model after enhancing benefits. Apparently, this will include 4.5% interest in SoFi Money and a 1% match in SoFi Invest. So lots of products here, apparently more transitioning. How do you guys feel about SoFi?
Yeah, we'll get to SoFi in just one quick second because I wanted to get the super chat that was, I feel like, a while ago from Adam James Abroad. It might have been several minutes ago on DFNS because the boom that just happened was probably from 35 as it just got to the high. What I want to point out for DFNS, this is like a day 3 for this runner. Midday 2 days ago, well, midday Monday, and then another run with multiple halts to the upside off the open, gave it all back, and then this is the day 3 event is sometimes the pre-market high. If it doesn't break that, it's a popular shorting strategy. I'm not saying I'm not shorting the stock, but it's a popular shorting strategy when something is a day 3 runner to fade the pre-market high fail. So yeah, good look on DFNS. 3 days in a row, this one's giving it to you. SoFi, a million times in a row, it's been a sell after their earnings, regardless. Even if it gaps up, they just seem to want to sell off. That's just how it is. And this time, it's already done it. So like when I was sitting down, I was looking at this level, like the support, and then you had here, there was a bit of a breakout in the afternoon, it was about 16 and a half. I'm like, okay, 16 and a half fade. Well, now you're well underneath all of this stuff. So yesterday's low sits at 16, just on the fly, 16 and a quarter, 16.20 area. So I'm gonna like the fade around that price. Fade just means short. Like it's going up, you fade the move. Up and until it gets to about $15, which is the support on the daily chart. So that's the direction I'm favoring. And again, it's not impossible that it doesn't see 1550, but now more looking at the 20s, the quarter mark there, which corresponds with the prior day low. There are some good signs out of the report. It just seems to never matter, right? Like they talked about how they're growing their products more than their members, which can be a good thing. It just means they're able to sell more things to the members that they have, that's never a bad thing. It means some success, but the market doesn't seem to care with SoFi very often on day 1.
I actually think it's like, I know talking up my own book here as I do own this thing. I got to talk to Mitch, man, about this because he was thinking this was going to explode to the upside. We've already talked to him about it, but now that we have earnings, we can figure out maybe where this thing may potentially be going. Yeah, like reading the report, you wouldn't have thought that it would be down 7%, but yeah, this breaking spot of $15, it's not great. And then, we do have to remember, and I saw someone in the chat said like, oh, we keep mentioning how much we like Caterpillar. Caterpillar was a $200 stock 2 years ago. It's $800 today. So although it's coming off of high levels, Caterpillar is as well, just like SoFi, we also do have to remember where these stocks have come from. And there have been, they were really beat up like down into here. And this only goes back to 2024. So this is of October levels. So we could get back into single digits again for SoFi. I mean, looking at the report, growing everything seems to be the right play, but that costs money. And with an increase in interest rates here, SoFi potentially not well. I mean, also, I think they still have that big student loan portfolio, which with increased rates, not great as well. You do have some defaults coming out of that. So I don't know, $15 there looks to be a level that you want to test long, I would think. And I think you could get into that. I know that sucks to think that, but we'll wait to see if there's any sort of a imbalance that hits for SoFi right now. We don't even have Ford on the board there. Ford doing 1.5 million shares. And that's up 6% today with a buy imbalance. So, you want to talk about something that's a little different than SoFi. And I have way more money in SoFi than I do in Ford, but that's a nice move up today for that name. Up 6%. We'll see if it can continue higher. SoFi is threatening to break down and around here somewhere and get lower. Meanwhile, Ford is trying to test some of these upper boundaries. So, yeah, just right now, it's really strange because I know SoFi is not the traditional bank. Like, you're going to see a high contingency in the XLF. But, this is what sort of the sector has been doing. Sure. Meanwhile, let me see what KRE is doing. These are the regional banks. SoFi, Robinhood, they're kind of just beasts of their own right here. It's much more of a fintech play than a traditional bank, right? I mean, even the KRE, which is the regional banks, they're near all-time highs as well. So it's fintech. Is there a fintech? There has to be a fintech ETF.
I remember I had that complaint that there wasn't I wanted something that would give you exposure to like the traditional banks, take out maybe some of the credit card payment names and have some of the payments in fintech blended in with some of the traditional banks in a blended ETF, and I couldn't find anything.
All right, so maybe it doesn't.
As far as a specific
got a
fintech,
nice
I
note
didn't
here.
really look for that, but we got another one here.
Yeah, I just found this. I just put it up there. You're welcome, man.
Yeah, thanks to well, first of all, that's Shuhari. So thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks for the whole team for making this show. Trading can be a lonesome game. This is genius. Hope everyone has a great trading day.
Genius. Well, we've been doing this for 6 years.
Yeah, we've been around since COVID, and today's a big one because remember, it's going to be Fed. So someone earlier was asking, well, where can I go to find live Fed action? Here, we'll be coming back on.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about
we'll
that.
Be back at like 150, 145.
We're also starting to blow up a little bit on TikTok. We want to say what's up to Apex Media here, Hangry Wife, some of our usual suspects, Hamsters, Dragos is here. I've never seen this guy before. Michael P. Deriders here. Okay, thank you for joining us finally there. And then Mac Moscow Furniture as well from TikTok. Go get your furniture at Mac Moscow Furniture.
Look out for the back rooms, though.
Depot. Yeah, watch it. Yeah. Are you a backrooms guy? Be careful with that one there. And then, Bitcoin. Oh, okay. We got to, hey, get the lawyers out. Bitcoin Trader TV is here as well. Shout out to you. DJ Vinny Amare is here from TikTok as well. And we're starting to blow. Oh, wow. There's a lot here. Landon is here. What up, Landon? The great heavy hitter. So you're not Vladimir Guerrero. Okay, so welcome here from TikTok. What's up, Bitcoin Trader? And then everybody, I don't want to forget everybody that's on YouTube. All of our best friends over there. Barton is here. It's all pipes, that's true. JM is here. Guyanese is here. Are you a guy or are you a Guyanese guy? You ever see that Drake? Did you ever see that Drake? Drake is just, not only is he top of his game, but as an actor, no, not even SNL. He's on another, I have to find that clip for you guys.
Was that SNL?
No.
Oh, he's jokes.
He's
jokes.
The moving company, right?
Moving company.
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
He's like, guy, I could get my guys, you could get your guys, and it was absolutely hilarious. So shout out to the one and only, man. Anyways, great to have everybody with us here again, and welcome to Trader TV Live, and thank you for all the kind words. And yeah, like Neil said, man, 9:25 now, but at 2 p.m. is when everything, all the fireworks start to happen. But you're going to see some fireworks right off the open, so don't go anywhere. Live trading at the bottom, actual stocks, physical stocks, not options or CFDs, anything like that. We're trading the actual actual stocks, and then futures as well. We look at in some Forex and oil and stuff.
Very quickly before we go back, some imbalances did drop. Nothing crazy. I bid for a small sell, 500,000 for buy. They beat on earnings, 350,000 to the buy side. So nothing that's going to jump out, but wanted to make sure we got those. Let's get to the desk. We got oil in focus, and after the bell. It's not even just Fed. Remember, after the bell, we're going to stick around, and we got Meta and Microsoft earnings.
We're going to talk Mag 7s here because we've got a couple minutes until the bell. But as you guys know, oil pushing higher. We got another boost in oil around probably 8:15 a.m. after President Trump said that the U.S. will, quote, be hitting Iran hard in retaliation for Iran strikes. We've gone over that. Let's talk here about Mag 7 earnings because you've got 2 after the bell today, 2 after the bell tomorrow. Tonight at 4 p.m., you get Meta at 4:10 Microsoft. Both of these should be pretty interesting reports.
Absolutely. They're Mag 7 names, Adara, and Microsoft heads into earnings with its most bearish sentiment in over a decade. The short interest here, not large, by relative standards, 1.27% of the float, or about 92 million shares. Investors concerned here about the massive CapEx AI investments, especially after Alphabet raised theirs. It's sparking concerns that, your Microsofts, your Amazon, they could follow with even larger CapEx raises. Microsoft has already guided $190 billion in CapEx for this year. If that number goes above 200, it could be a bit of a problem, Adara. Meta also reporting after the bell after another quarter of expected record advertising results, but investors are going to be far more focused on AI spending, but I submit to you they're also going to be interested on AI monetization. In specific here with Zuck, whether or not he will entertain the option of renting out compute to your Anthropics, your other models. We'll see. He needs to generate some money here. Adara, he's spending a lot.
If you could pick one of these shapes that you think might be green tomorrow, Meta or Microsoft, just one, which one would you pick?
You know what? This is a really good one. It really depends on what's said on the call. So if we get that AI cloud monetization by Meta, I think it'll rock it up because, that's definitely a new source of income. We saw as well with SpaceX do the same thing. But Microsoft's been so beat down. And then you also have a lot of names pounding the table. Microsoft sold off. Microsoft's cheap. So I can kind of see both really depending on how the call goes.
And lately, I think the call is a really good emphasis from Sharif as well. know lately, if you guys have noticed, we've got one reaction on the numbers, another on the call. So keep an eye on those earnings calls as we send you over to Sean and Neil. Good luck, everyone. Sean, Neil, Microsoft.
Well, after the bell, obviously it's going to be a big one. And I think, remember, the comparisons that are going to get made to Alphabet's quarter, specifically for Microsoft on cloud, is going to be a big one. Because you can say whatever you want about the reaction on Alphabet, but they had a great Q. Let's be real. No question about that. As far as oil futures go, they're pulling back a little bit. VIVK seems like it might be the better small cap one. And then you mentioned SpaceX there, that had nothing to do with earnings. We'll wait for theirs, and of course we'll also wait for the lockup. But it did double tag that 119. I still maintain it. If we're not breaking out 119 on this sucker, it's still holding the bottom. It's made lower lows every single day. There's been a bounce every single day as well. But if it does that same pattern with initial topping tail candle pop and fade, I'll give it one more shot. The early shorts have been the only ones that have worked recently. The late ones, not so much on SpaceX. About 30 seconds to go until this open. We did have, again, a small pullback there in U.S. Open, not much.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking just for a couple early trades here. BATL, watch out for 140. We'll sit here, see if we can get it. That's your 200 period moving average. As we talk about some oil names, we're going to look for Intel down near, INTC down near 45, down near 86. I want to thank VinFast there for their continued sponsorship of our opening bell. Go check them out. It's ticker VFS as another EV name to take a look at VinFast. I saw a couple of VinFasts on the road actually lately, to be honest with you. So go have a look at VinFast. We also want to thank Funded Trader today as well. Trade Funder, sorry, right there on your screen. Make sure you do scan that QR code if you want to become part of the prop universe. Scan that QR code and get involved now. All right, so Intel waiting for $86. I want to give it a second. I said I wouldn't sit there and, take it. So we'll wait, see what happens now with Intel. That battle's actually not moving at all. So there's nothing going on there. What is SoFi? And I said maybe we get to that $15. You may not have liked me to say that, but here it comes into $15 is SoFi. Down 8, soon to be down 10, I would think. And then maybe we get that bounce spot there. And hopefully I'm wrong on that and there was an initial flush. I didn't actually see if SoFi had an imbalance there, but it might have, because that's 925 right there. It went from 1580 all the way down to 1540. So that could have been a washout there on the imbalance. So, be careful for that one.
Insta halt on DFNS.
Okay, insta halt. Okay.
DFNS immediately halted to the upside, breaking out its top. So third day is looking like a charm. Just hit 42.97. So probably a 5-minute halt volatility. Give it 4 minutes, and that sucker will be open again. Crazy third day, and it's still going here. Rushi, thoughts on? Oh, yeah, we did mention Vertiv. Vertiv missing.
Yeah, I love Vertiv. By the way, Apple's ripping.
Apple's a beast. Mixed earnings have been typically bad for most names. And Vertiv, the fact that it lost the 200 period moving average, I guess maybe a little bit surprising.
I actually want to buy some.
They're not the first name that we've seen have this big of a dip. That 200 period's been a good one if you're able to catch it. So I'm just looking over at SpaceX, just broke the low. So that's not.
Yeah, I'm going to try some SpaceX here if I can get just a small little bit.
That's what I saw the same thing.
Try a little bit more on SpaceX. We're going to try right here underneath $15, 115, of course. Whoa, not $15. Okay, there goes Apple. So Apple goes up. Apple's all-time high. Did we just make it there at 342? Yeah, 342.89 was its previous all-time high. We came within 60 cents of that one. Now you're starting to fade out just a little bit on Apple. But, the market, like we expected there. Remember, 2 p.m., we do have the interest rate call coming for you live here on the show. Neil and I will be back around 1:50, 1:45. That'll upset Joe because, he wants to be there. Maybe we'll have Joe and Sharif. We can maybe do a 4-box or something at that point. But there it is right there. This is what we're expecting. 65.35 right now in the Fed, rate watch tool. They're expecting a increase, 35% chance for a hike. All right, so still waiting out for this. I want to make sure that we do. If we're going to be wrong, let's be wrong on SpaceX. I don't want to just get out right now. It's a little bit too early. We only have a third of a unit right now on board. I'm looking at this 115.20 area. So I'm going to take another little shot here at 115. And then look, man, if this is our first loss, there's always, and we're about to do something actually later on. We should have a video about trading in the first 5 minutes, right? And I think that you gotta sometimes be patient before you're gonna put on a real position, like a real big size, because you really don't know where these things are going. Right now, we are tapping out near VWAP for SpaceX. So we'll see if we can get a little more short here, up near 115. And then if it breaks, then we got to let it go, right? What about a 115.50 or so break? Let's just put that stop in right now. It'll be a relatively small hit, but you'd always like to have winners rather than hits. So yeah, we're going to watch out for SpaceX right now.
But this is the pattern that worked. The only short that was good off the open was the topping tail candle at the open. So that's yesterday. I could show you 2 days ago as well, but that's immediately the first candle topping tail and close underneath. So I'm sticking with that. SoFi is an absolute dumpster fire, and it's at 15.
Yeah, well, that's what we thought.
I mean, what are you going to do? Like, it's obviously short would have been better, but 15, just go out to the daily chart. It's about as obvious a level as you're going to find on the daily, and it's the only support. So down here, going to look for a reversion on SoFi. I'm looking up to see if Bitcoin's doing anything. Nothing crazy just yet. USO did tick back toward the high, so Vivek might have done something, but SoFi is at that 15 level. And when I say Vivek, VIVK is that's dying. Yeah, maybe there's nothing here on these small cap oil ones.
No, Battle's not even moving. No, it's not even moving at all.
We're back at the highs on oil.
Battle's like not even existing.
Okay, well maybe these are just dead then. Wait for one of these to pick up above VWAP. That's disappointing.
All right, 332.99 or so will be our stop here. I actually forgot that I wrote down here, and I saw someone in the chat say to me, Sean, I got Google at 333. I forgot that we had written down. I only have 3 names on here. We didn't even talk about it. So Google's coming back in. I want to look at Google there today. I do want to look at Intel. We want to look at Battle. Battle's not moving. You'll see me get into that soon. It's at 143. But here we go, man. We're long on Google. We just took 334 there on Google. Let's give it a couple seconds to see if it can breathe a bit here. But that's a play that I'm looking at right now. Google long. We had it yesterday. It was super strong. We'll see if it can breathe a little bit more here now as we start to go to the upside in Google. So yeah, take a little bit of profit if we can now. Let's see if we get an offer.
Buy Bloom.
Yeah, I just put an 80. Bloom to the upside, hopefully?
Bye.
Okay. It's still down 10%, though. What was it down before?
No. It's up 10%.
Oh, up 10%.
No. It tagged that 176. But look at the opening candle on Bloom. That's a $7 down candle. And then the reversal was equally fast. So getting this one on the way back up, nearly impossible back through VWAP. But I think I still like it. I like the long play on Bloom, but I'm not going to chase it up at a 186. Maybe you get a 180 level. SPCX, SpaceX, it's threatening that topping tail candle that we're looking for, but it didn't break it yet. But once you get over, bye-bye. Like if it can't hold on to this 150, it's about 75, like that 3/4 mark. But if it can't hold this, then we dump it out. I did get IBIT. Let me just quickly show Bitcoin was downward trending. It broke the trend. So first look over the volume weighted average price, giving it back to about 36.3. So a bit of a tighter stop when it comes to IBIT. But that Bloom, that's a heavy reverse. Don't really trade this very often. So sometimes when you see something with a wide spread at the open, like if you're trying to get the punch, you might be crossing $2 to try to get into that.
Yeah, we be clubbing right now. There's the dollar club there on Google. I mean, again, another play. And of course, the only name that we wind up getting stopped out a little bit there at 115.50 there on SpaceX. Let's see what winds up happening now. I'm going to give it to 116. But of course, the name that we lose on is the one that we weren't even mentioning on here. And yesterday we lost only short there. And so now there we go. We're up to the 200 period moving average right now again on SpaceX, waiting to see if that breaks. But we can get some revenge on this one. It's not that we need revenge. That's the wrong word. But we could definitely trade that again and see what winds up happening. I'm going to take out one more spot here on Google, and then we'll let it ride, man. We still have 70% of that trade there as we just wait for SpaceX. We're now short in the 40s, so we need this one to come down a little bit. We'll see if we can, okay, there it is. We get a 20 fill. We'll see if it comes back just a little bit more into the teens. We'll take some fills out now on this trade as it's now 30 cents in the money for us, and we put on a little bit more shares. There it goes, breaking through 15 right now, so we play off that 200 period moving average there on SPCX. That's a nice move lower now. What am I talking about? I want to do SoFi there just to have a quick look as Neil.
It bounced 15.
Okay, it bounced 15 pretty nicely there. 15 to 15.20. We like that bounce.
Yeah, I like the bounce, but it was the timing of it. It was you don't want to rush and you want to be patient. Well, that was one where patience was not a virtue whatsoever. You just needed to see it underneath 15.10 and then jam long. was your only play. So, here comes SMCI. So we jumped that one. Basically the same setup as SPCX, where it does a topping tail under a prior resistance level. So we take it short, give the stop to just above that 28 level. But SoFi, that's one that'll haunt you because really, the bounce off 15 is pretty clean. 15.06, you could take like maybe 9s and 10s, I suppose, would have been the way to go. And if it gets to VWAP, I'm probably looking the other direction if it gets to the volume weighted average price, just to be real. So I'm not in SoFi. I don't know if we're even going to get into SoFi at any point today. I'm not going to rush it. I'm not going to hold. I'm not going to sit there and try and chase that bid because that's not the direction that we were looking for originally. All right, SpaceX just came back down. SPCE came back, but that also means potentially with the market coming down that IBIT lost that gap. So first shot, IBIT, I said 36.25, but it bounced off the level and held VWAP. So when I want something to the long side, it breaks the trend and holds VWAP, I'll take that shot. But the level is down here. SMCI, I don't have any bids out. I guess I would probably need bids at the low of the day.
That would work.
That makes logical sense. And then the obvious low on SMCI is 27.25 or so as that gets back in. Bit of a buyer on the even dollar on SpaceX.
All right, guys, we're double clubbing right now. So for that one, we get that money because there it is, man. 14 finally coming through on SpaceX as right now. There it is, 14.10. This is $1.40 now in the money, $1.50. Breaking lower, so that was a good trade there. It's too bad that we got stopped out, but it just allowed me to actually double up the position there against that 116. So, finally SpaceX doing it right there. And then there goes Google. So we're going to go 2 for 2 today with both pretty good winners, man. Let's get some more out on Google. This is the highest this one's been. We have half left if we get that fill, which we just got there. We offered 65, or what did I get? 58s there, sorry. So we get out at some 58s. Now we'll wait to see if Google can get just a bit higher for us right now. All right, now they're both $2 in the money as this is starting to really get going right now, man. Big day alert happening pretty early right now. That's a good one. We were not expecting this kind of movement, especially on Google. Like, I had written it down here on the note. I mean, hopefully you guys are able to look at this. I'll put this here in the chat, but it's, oopsies, paste. No. Okay, we don't need that one right now. But we'll put that out there. But yeah, it's 333 there on Google was a good level. Look at that. I don't know what Google just did there. 336.50s there on the top side of that trade. But yeah, so far so good here. Figured out what we're doing now. But yeah, there it goes. Google up 0.5% and starting to go. And yeah, good look over there. I know you have SpaceX as well. That was a tricky one to short yesterday, but
it just double tapped 113.5. Just a reminder. There was a second good short in the morning, and it was right here at 115, and that bottom was right here. Same place that we have a double bottom, so I want to see if we can get that out and try for a bit of a reload. Of course, man, SoFi is an absolute, I don't know, dumpster fire, piece of trash, whatever you want to call it. It bounced to 15.3. This is probably going to take out that 15. So if you like the 15 bounce, you already got it. Good luck to you if you try for anything more than that. Just because I don't want to completely give up on these. Oil, USO is bouncing off of the volume weighted average. Well, maybe not. Okay, never mind. It's bouncing above the volume weighted average price. One of my charts said it was at VWAP, but it's not. So you're holding on to some strength. So I don't want to give up on Vivek here. It's catching a bid. If this can just eke itself, like, don't break 230, hold, get back above VWAP. I still think there can be some life when it comes to VIVK or possibly Battle or maybe, what was the other one? SkyQ. SkyQ would be the third. So I just jumped out of SpaceX. I'm reminding myself of yesterday where it ended up being the right move to have gotten out early and then look for another opportunity if it wants to play continuation. I'll look for reload on SMCI if it'll give it to me here at VWAP. Is that short still working? The market's kind of sideways in NASDAQ overall. So you got to be, like, there's some things moving around. Obviously, SoFi is moving. We're finding some of the chip names were moving as well. But the broad market, not so much.
No, we also have, as you just mentioned about SpaceX, that's be a good one there. And I'm just going to wait to see what winds up happening now with Google. But I do agree with Neil there. We already talked about we're out of more than half of this trade. And when that rips right up into, and this is part of the talk that we were just having there, when this rips right up into your pre-market, it's kind of like what we'd seen there. It made some lows right into there at 334. I'd written down 333. Of course, I'm going to get another piece out here at 85 if I can, because we are falling back in. That low rate there, something to look at. Just just like these highs, something to look at. So that was, I mean, I couldn't believe it when it popped through there. We were doing it live on the show. You saw me take that fill. So now there it is. We just get another fill right there as we panic a bit and get out of a little bit more right there on Google, as now we're under obviously that 50% left. But man, we just got another fill on SpaceX right there at the low of the day. So 113.60. Here we go, SpaceX. Let's get that money back. Yeah, nice move there. Just to have a quick little look, like Battle, as we talked about, USO. I might just cancel my bid, man. Like, I don't even know if I need to be here at 140 anymore. It's just not making the runs like we thought it would.
Gracious.
That STKH, that's another small cap name that's halted again already today. This one moved there. We had Luis talk a little bit about STKH earlier as well. That DFNS has opened back up now, and that had a 44 high, now down to 34, underneath VWAP, underneath the 25 period moving average, and trying to get into the 200 period. Here's another small cap name that is just Rip City right here today. It's downside, but another name that's, been doing well. It's up 44%. Can't complain about that. Okay, this is a halter, but only 3 shares. Nothing going on there. Yeah, it's just basically STKH and the other one there, DFNS. And then, yeah, SpaceX, man. We got a good little fill down there at 1350. I think we should stop out if it takes VWAP again, 114.50. So, yeah, let's not be in anything for the whole day. We'll trade out of some SpaceX soon. We have 1/3 of our position left in SPCX.
Nice. But you know what's not nice? Lemonade.
You tell me. Lemonade. Oh, that's a tasty treat, though.
No, it's not today.
It's a tasty treat. I mean,
I love lemonade. My wife's been getting into making. We have a juicer.
Yeah, good.
Freshly made lemonade, which is unbelievable.
You can't beat fresh made any juice.
Well, that's true.
Honestly, like that's the benefit of.
I want to puke looking at this. I'm being real. Like, that's nasty.
20%.
On earnings, and this is a potential flat bottom break. It's at least holding on to the bottom here at 49. So that's about it. So you can find them on the watch list. Shout out to Adara. Incredibly busy day. No, I was just talking about the watch list because like there are so many things on this particular earnings day. Then throw in the Fed, throw in what's going on with USO. There's just so much happening.
We just gotta say this.
Thank you very much, Dara.
I keep forgetting we have that. And I didn't use the other button. Anyways,
oh yeah, there's another Trump button over there. We got to find some more.
No,
apparently there is someone named Joe Wilson. So
Yeah,
I'll
so
get
he
to
is
that.
a Republican congressman from South Carolina. His name is Joe Wilson. Trump has endorsed him at least twice in my memory on Truth Social recently. And there's also potential that he could, though I don't think he will at this point, run for Senate now to replace the recently departed Lindsey Graham. So we could be hearing a lot more of Joe Wilson. And if we do, I will let the right people know so we can get a soundbite.
yeah, exactly. We want to get that soundbite right there. And then Joe the Republican over there. We'll see if Joe Wilson gets to space. Not your Joe the Republican.
Well,
It's,
there's a real Joe Wilson?
is over there. And yeah, we'll be getting more of Joe, and we'll get even more Joe and more of Sharif coming on the midday, the Bro Show in full effect every day at 11 o'clock. So watch those guys out. They talk about the news, a lot of different things happening on the midday as well. So congratulations to the success of that show there. And of course, we'll have Sia coming on soon with us here. She joins later on around 11 o'clock. So, all right, SpaceX still making those lows. We'll see if it continues to do that. The name I wanted to look at today pretty early was Intel, but it really, I wrote down 86 near that low. So now it's 946. So we're getting into the day a little bit here. And Intel did, remember we talked about the breaking of that high? Well, it came into it and it did break it. But then that little candle up there, no continuation. I think whenever you get a failed break, that's when you want to sort of push the brakes and potentially get back out on the same level that you broke out on. So along there at 88, up to 88.40, now falling back in. Watch out for your 86 bid. And then here comes Google. But we've already had a couple of good outs on this name as we now hold about 30% of this trade. And maybe time to get another piece out, honestly, even if it's only going to be for 20 cents, because it looks like we're losing the bid right now. Look at the NASDAQ falling in right now. So, yeah, again, we'll have our ear to the ground. Adara's there with any news. Anything important hits, we'll get it for you live right here, right now. But we'll average in a little bit into this Google trade as it's coming into our 333 level.
Yeah, it's looking like a bit of a flush here, but I'm seeing it's not a huge spike. The market is obviously now in the red territory.
Yeah.
But here's USO. Stop me if you've heard this before, making another fresh top. So we're now starting to break out. I'm going to Vivek. It's not going. Which one of these? Any of these small cap energy names actually running with this move up in the futures. I think they could be explosive, but they're all just dead. Battle's dead, Vivek's dead. So maybe there's just nothing there. I don't know what to tell you. So the way to go, I suppose, was just to be in USO. SMCI, let this one trend down. VWAP is holding for sure, but the next bid should be down around 27 and a third or so. And then our good friend, who's not anybody's friend for real, SoFi, it's bounced the second time off 15. This time at 15.03. So, if you can't beat them, join them. It's now held, so that 15 level is holding. Oops, I meant to bid like just underneath. I'm gonna bid some 8s. If I pick it up, if it loses 15, to me that's an out. But that's about the only level to look at on SoFi if you're trying to catch a bid. The daily chart says 1490. I want to say 1490, 1491, something like that. And it's making an attempt to bounce down here. So we're going to look for a reversion. But the shorts have been ruling the day, no question about it.
Yeah, I actually had to flip it over, man. We have to take the L there a little bit. We'll flush down on Google. Look, man, I mean, SpaceX has made it back for us on Google, so it'll be a pretty flattish day there. But we did take shots at 333. We got some more in, and we talked about, getting underneath a little bit here with the shorts leading the way to the downside there. It's kind of strange. Like, we don't really want to put in too many shares here today just because of 2 p.m.'s coming. I don't know what the positioning is going to look like heading into the Fed. But, we're still short SpaceX. And now I just flipped over into the short now underneath 333. I liked 333 for Google there to hold. And it didn't really give it. I mean, I didn't give it a minute. I just kind of said, okay, we're breaking. I do like to generally reverse things into a weaker name, especially if it's going to be on the sell side of it. So we'll have to wait to see. I mean, we'd like to have some Google strength, obviously, but if it does wind up losing it, we're short right here, right now at 333. So not a bad look if we can get back in. Those lows are only 80 though right now. So let's put a bid out here. There we go. We'll catch an 80 fill, it looks like. And then hopefully we'll catch something in the 60s. And then we'll take, there we go, we get it. So now we'll see about making a little bit of that back here on Google to the sell side. And I just want to give this a little bit more room, right? If we can get up to 334 or something, then we can maybe dump it again. But let's give ourselves just a little bit of room here as the market is pretty early days. We just did get a nice little SpaceX move there, so we'll hit the sirens. Pound the sirens right now because this is now 250 in the money and getting absolutely crushed right now is SpaceX. So that was a good idea. Neil and I both had this. We're still in this. This is now $3 to the sell side. There goes SpaceX. Finally, man, we shorted it yesterday. It was my one losing name yesterday was SpaceX, but today it's the only one that I'm up on right now as we hold pending Google. But there goes SpaceX, a good fill down there at 1270 right now as we start to get lighter and lighter on SpaceX. Only a quarter of that position. Pretty mains.
There it is. Shout out to Robinson Greatness. Thank you for the super chat. How about Apple looking strong? Another day, another dump off on the Qs with a rally in Apple. It's the rotation that just keeps on rotating. It is the $5 trillion company that just keeps on growing. It is also the Mag 7 name that we're going to get earnings on. Yeah, well, we'll see. But I do feel pretty good about Apple relative to the other Mag 7. It's just the fact that they're not spending. They're just not spending, man. And if you're not spending, they like ye, and they like ye a lot for sure. We're not covering every single name. And apologies, I don't think we've really looked at DRAM and SK Hynix, so just very quickly.
Well, you can't cover everything.
Like they were rallying into the open. There's your resistance top, so fail not. I'm saying fail because that's that triple top we're talking about on DRAM. So here's SKHY. I always have to literally say SKHY so I do not type it incorrectly, and I still don't type it correctly. This is at least holding the bid a little bit. So there's a little bit of a bid forming SK Hynix, but you saw DRAM already losing it. The market is losing it. The only thing I'm left in is SMCI, and I'll get to what the heck is going on with you, IBIT. Too tight of a stop on IBIT, I think. But SMCI is now down into, we've made the break. So we lost this floor from yesterday at 11 o'clock, and we're headed down into the absolute bottom. So this is what we're looking for. I'm going to park down in the 20s, make sure we get our fill, and then move on to the next. The losing trade for me was IBIT, which is kind of ironic because I looked back. It didn't actually break the pre-market low on IBIT. It wicked like 2 cents away from it. So technically speaking, I probably shouldn't have stopped out of it because Either like a dark pool might have
Here we
wicked another
go.
penny or something like that. That's possible. But either way, it doesn't matter. SMCI is going to get to target, and then we'll work on what's next. Potentially some oil trades if we continue this trend up. I don't see USO trending up without one of those small cappers following along with it. And they can't die forever.
Where's my guy Easy Peasy right now? Because I just talked about reversing, and I know this guy makes apparently millions of dollars following these trades that I put on. But there it goes, man. We just talked about reversing this into 333, and we just got a fill down there at 332.16 is my best fill right there. So maybe I have a better one. Couple in the 20s there. No, it looks like 15s are the best. So yeah, there's the reversal back in there for Google. So there we go. We get another fill there at 30. Now we'll wait to see if we do have some more damage to the downside. Shout out to our good friend Easy Peasy there in the chat as he continues to support the channel with that. So thank you, Easy Peasy, for that. That's Google. This is SpaceX right now. SpaceX is just a small little one. Yeehaw. 250 now in the money, and we'll get it figured out here, and we'll see what winds up happening there. 1260 or so for SpaceX right now. Again, we got stopped out there. Remember I told you we only had a third of a unit or so. We put it back on. We had about 1 unit on the way back in as we realized that it defended that. And I let it make that top wick, and then we hit the short. So, and I was only shorting this against the top. So we're short here at 115.50. My stop is right now at 116. So, 50 cents worth of a shot there. Now 5-1 to the downside. That's the kind of stuff that we're going to try to do for you guys here, right? And so that's just the way I'm looking at things now. But Marvell, a lot of these names starting to get hit, right? I mean, we had sold off in our long-term accounts some AMD, average price 520. And I was not even happy about it when it happened. I was like, oh my God, what have we done there? But now that's looking pretty good just 3 days later as AMD is now down to 440. Sold this thing a while ago, and you can see it's starting to come back in, which I'm guessing that Intel, yes, there it is. So we didn't even, because we're net short everything, I didn't even get a chance to look at this 86 level. But wow, that did not hold. And there goes Intel right now to the downside. So that 86 should have been, I guess, a short there. That's why it's tough to write down the sticky note every day because, you really don't know what the market's going to do. We're just trying to look at stocks that potentially could ride with us. And right there with the market down another 0.7, just a nasty morning with an ES down 0.5, the NASDAQ down 0.7. And it's just like, there's just downside, right? I mean, it's not great. SK Hynix actually, Neil, is doing nothing.
Well,
it was down slightly, I guess.
The volatility was overnight.
I just thought there might have been a little bit more here today.
It did an absolute monster range overnight, and it's just a nothing burger today. But that's okay. But that's why I don't think you saw anybody trading SK Hynix here because it needed to extend outside of the range, and then that would be more interesting. An earnings name trading exactly where it was for 75% of the prior day is not an exciting thing to trade. SoFi is going to break $15.
Oh, geez. Look at them.
I'm looking at the level. There's like 500,000 shares on the bid, and they're probably going to smoke it. So there was a bounce. That bottoming tail candle at target on SMCI gets me out near the low. We'll look for the next opportunity. I don't know if it's going to be the energy the way I would like it with USO going, but here's SoFi. This time it's not bouncing off 15. Just a quick reminder on the daily. The low here on the daily is it's just underneath $15, like 14.90, 90.91, give or take a penny or so, is going to be the actual 52-week low on SoFi. So it can break 15 and still have a bit of a bid, but I mean, like I said, this has been an absolute dumpster fire. USO continues to go higher, and I just looked over, saw Vivek was trying to bounce. So this is made a low. I just want to see it hold a higher low and then take a shot at this into VWAP. It looks a little bit better. Maybe not by much. I know Battle's getting VWAP. Okay. Maybe it'll be Battle then. But Battle's it doesn't seem like it has the juice in terms of percentage move.
I'm still bidding 141. I didn't even get filled.
USO's still going up, man.
Oh, that would have been nice to get filled down there. Okay, well, wrong gateway, I guess. So by the way,
didn't really print it.
No, I noticed. Yeah, I was just down there very, very small. And I'm not sitting on anything that would have got filled on. Okay, so we did get reloaded on Google right there. I mean, we just took a 333 fill. We actually got 330. I actually punched this. So, it came up. I was like, maybe it's stopping. And I hit the short there. So we did punch into some more shares right there. I think I got 07s. I can tell you exactly what I got. Yeah, 07 there on the out. And then we bid some more out there after we got that. We bid some 77s that got filled. Then we just got filled at 60s, sorry. So was a downside play there happening for Google. I'll put another bid there at 60, and then we'll let it go and see if we can there. I'm bidding 61s. There it goes. That cashes in. That's a face slapper there. And then I don't know if I like this or not. I might wind up changing this. But there it goes to the downside now for Google as it's starting to get going there. Google, SpaceX. SpaceX still $3 and Google's there as well. The other name that I had written down was Battle. That's it. I only have written on here Intel, Battle, and Google, and then a little note about the Fed, right? Because they're going to be coming through today at 2 p.m. where we could double check and just to see. I don't think there's going to be too much change in this. There's no Fed speak. There's really no numbers that are going to influence this at all. So 64% chance that we have a rate non-movement. Hike is 35%. So the steady rate there, 65%, 35% the other way around. And then no chance, according to this anyways, no chance over here. So no chance for a cut. If there was somehow a surprise rate cut, I think the market would go crazy higher, but I don't know if that would be a good thing or not. Based on a rate cut there. All right, so SpaceX starting to feel some love over here. So I'm going to punch a little bit more out at 113 now, just because it is doing that move. We do have 20% left right now. And before we go over to Adara right here, FIEE is one of your new runners. This just halted. So FIEE, you're going to hear it here first. There's the move higher on Trader TV Live. Just broke through. FIEE right now taking out some bids. If you are this kind of a trader, go check it out. FIEE. The other name, SPRC, halted as well, upside. So a couple new names. We'll have a look at them when we get back from Adara.
Let's take a look here at the market. S&P 500 bouncing a little bit here off lows, but we did almost, or at this point, we're actually kind of near the low of day from both yesterday and Monday. That level is going to be 736. That's going to be absolutely level to watch for the SPY. Currently trading around, just heading into that 738 region. We'll take a look here at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ also pushing lower, especially that second 15-minute candle of the day, so 9:45 to 10. Now it's 10 a.m. Let's see if that third 15-minute candle proves to, provide a little bit of a bounce for the NASDAQ and the SPY. As we've talked about a lot here, guys, for the overall market, FOMC decision at 2 p.m. and that press conference from Fed Chair Kevin Warsh at 2:30 p.m. It's absolutely going to be in focus. Another market-wide thing to be aware of here is USO. USO at session highs. This is well above where we were trading yesterday, above even where we were trading on Monday. So USO stays strong. President Trump, as we know this morning in a Fox News interview, promised the U.S. will, quote, hit Iran very hard tonight in retaliation for attacks from Iran last night. Let's talk about SoFi, trying to bounce here just below that $15 level. This thing is currently trying to get off that intraday low. They did have a slight EPS and sales beat for Q2 2026. Guidance a little bit mixed, though. Strong sales guidance for fiscal 2026, but that EPS guidance right in line with estimates. Boom Energy, on the other hand, had a really strong report, nearly doubling the EPS estimates for Q2, and their sales also beating estimates, raising their guidance for EPS and sales for the quarter, but still down on the day, or not down on the day rather, but down from where we were trading, at least initially here on that earnings reaction. Let's talk META and Microsoft, both these names reporting after the bell today. You can catch these reports with us right here at 4 p.m. sharp for Meta and 4:10 for Microsoft. Other names reporting after the bell include the likes of Carvana, Robinhood, Starbucks, Chipotle. You've got Qualcomm, you've got ARM Holdings. There's going to be a ton. We'll be here with all of them for you at Trader TV Live. We'll also be here with that 2 p.m. Fed decision. Back to you.
Thank you, as always, Dara. And, well, that might have been, if this is the bounce you get off the 15, the false break of 15 on SoFi, take what we can get and don't be upset. It broke 15, got to 14.95, and just challenged 15.20, so it's got a 19 fill. And then VWAP sits at 15.40. So looking for a target of the volume weighted average price. But if this breaks 15 again, I think that's kind of an easy out. The stock's been an absolute dog. It's crap, SoFi. It doesn't matter whether SoFi beats or not, top, bottom. I think we've seen this pattern enough that regardless of what they report, you just favor the short, at least for the first hour or the first half an hour or so on earnings day, because SoFi did beat top line. It wasn't a bad report. You can't really point to that. DRAM's catching a bit of a bid, so I'm going to guess SK Hynix as well. SKHY is breaking out. So SK Hynix is breaking out with the market down. That could easily drag DRAM upside. I'm just going to check SMCI, see if I like that still. Anytime you have a bounce off the lows, it's not automatic to just simply short the volume weighted average price. But if I see it fail VWAP, can't chase that candle. But if you get some kind of a consolidation, that could be a reload there on SMCI. BE is bouncing off the low day. Bloom Energy.
You like that?
Well,
one?
that gave up the ghost.
You like that?
Bloom hit 166.
Damn it, man. I know that's a name that Sharif likes. Ooh.
If this, yeah.
Another one?
Well, I asked Rob.
Oh, you asked
Yeah,
Rob.
yeah,
Okay, well, thanks,
refill.
Rob. And hey,
My
look,
coffee got cold too.
green for P&L today, so we say cheers for that one. Thank you, Rob.
Oh, we get the
my
same
my
mug.
coffee got freezing cold real quick.
Same.
Also,
That's why I
actually,
need a
so I don't
refill.
know. Thanks, Rob. That was
I
good.
don't drink cold.
But yeah, just real quick, I just want to show this, and not because that I was just, Neil was talking there, so I didn't want to blow up his scene right here. But this TRBH31, this is not, I'm not going to sit here, you're not going to get banned or anything like that for this kind of a comment. Sean is about to get blown up on Google. Too many shorts feeling confident right now. I actually responded to that and said, yeah, this short might be cooked right there. And then so I just want to show you something here, and that is that thank you for the response there. And it's fine. I don't necessarily think the short is going to be great either. So when that came through, I just want to remind her, I'm getting, I have that same kind of feeling. This is why we're bidding out. So there's an 80, there's a 50. So it's we're getting out of Google. If it breaks too much above this 333.50, I'm just going to stop out of Google and not even have any more worries about it. So 333.50 right there is that 25 period moving average. So I just wanted to say that, we're not trying to be stubborn and sit here. That actually didn't work, 333.51. If a trade doesn't work, the best thing to do is to get out of it. Now, this trade is working, so I don't want to throw too much cold water on it, but you may be right now. The shorts, now the market is starting to bounce back up here. So just don't see, you see this move back into the 70s right there? I'm going to put another bid that I just see that happen. There we go. See that happen real time. So bang, 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 bang. I want to say thank you for the comment there. That definitely helped me look at the stock. But taking some more outs, right? And if you don't believe in something, you don't have to stay in it, and that's basically what I just wanted to say with that kind of a comment there, is if something ever changes, lighten up your position, tighten your stops, and here we go, right? We just got out at 70. Now here goes the top side to blow it out. So we get a good piece out. We're light on it. We only have 20% left of this trade. So Google, thanks for that comment. We're always watching the chat. So that was another thing I wanted to say
At all times.
about that, right? So.
And Ozan reminding us in the chat specifically about SoFi could get inclusion into the S&P 500. We've been waiting for that forever, Ozan. I'm no longer holding my breath that they get that inclusion.
Yeah,
but,
that's not.
Don't hold your breath waiting for an offer from Trade the Pool. Well, you could hold your breath, but you'd already be exhaling.
Wait a minute, are we holding our breath or are we not holding our breath? What are we doing over here?
Well, there's no point because the offer's already here.
Yeah, the deal's right here.
The deal's right here, and your broker's not giving it to you. Markets are active. You're seeing it every single day, and this is going to give you opportunities as a trader. But you just have to have discipline and access to capital. Those two things if you want to take advantage. That's where Trade the Pool is going to come in for you. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access the firm's capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No longer have the fear of being limited by the size of your account or blowing up that personal account. No more moving that stop because you're worried about your savings and giving them up, your personal savings. That's limited risk trading. And if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, you can visit tradethepool.com, scan the QR code you see out in front of you. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. Picky Eater in the chat just said that something just happened to Boeing.
Uh-oh, is it going?
Did it? Well, there's no crazy volume spike. Obviously you can see it's pulling back in here.
It's not nice.
I don't know. Boeing has been a bit of a range-bound mess for the last month, so it could just be. I think it's holding higher lows. I do like GE Aerospace a little bit better myself, but there's no news that I'm aware of. It just looks like it's a little bit of a retracement from yesterday, and I can't even say there's some kind of a rotation here, but yeah, giving up the gains it had yesterday, I didn't see a story for Boeing, positive or negative.
Okay, yeah. So good luck, and thanks for keeping. As I said, man, thanks for keeping a lookout for us, guys, on the chat, right? About for some different stocks. We will continue to look everywhere that basically you guys tell us to look, right? I mean, we're here for you.
Oh, dang it.
We do want to say a big shout out to everybody that's on the chat here one more time today. I mean, it's been a good run for us. Shout out to Ozan and anybody that's here. We can, if you have a better look, we can go with the better look. Andre or Tiffany over there if there's a better one to look at. But what's up to Chris? What's up to Picky Eater as well? Old Wise Trader. Anybody on TikTok? Now's your time. Let me say hi to you if you're here as well. Yeah, but look, one new message. Okay. What's up? There it is. What's up, T? What's up? What's up, Stephanie? Andrew is here as well. Google, by the way, as this is happening, I think it's a good opportunity to put another bid out. So we'll take a bid as we're doing multiple things over here, hosting, trading, all of that, having a good time with everybody here that is live. Wannabe trader, yeah, me too. Shout out to Blicky Spears there. We won't say sit and spin, but I just did. What's up to DJ there as well? KC Entertainment is here. And again, somebody named Mike Peter Ryder. What's going on, my guy? Dak Life is here. Tony KU official. There he is. Yeti 360 and Cregan coming through as well. For that one. But yeah, thanks everybody. It's been a good show so far. 2 shorts that are working out for us. Oh, on SpaceX, so this is another name that we already talked about. We had 20% left down here. So obviously we have a lot less as we're trying to break back above VWAP right now. Let's give this one to 1450 now. So if that breaks up, say 1111. 1114.51. That's VWAP is where we're at right now. We can maybe get a little shorter now, but we'll put a stop out there for SpaceX and make sure that that hits us out if we are wrong over there on SPCX. So just a little look there. Back into VWAP, a potential short for SpaceX. I mean, don't know if we necessarily want to do it. I think I'd rather wait, man. If we can get another opportunity, yeah, there. So I'm not going to take the short on VWAP. I'm going to wait. If we get stopped out, fine. Like I said, it's going to be a positive trade, obviously. But right into there, 115.50. I think that's a better reload spot for me. So we will wait for that trade to reload that one. And again, that battle's not really moving. And SPRC just opened up. So here's another one. I mean, this is a big one. Get that money on SPRC today, up 35% as that one's going and trying to break through some of those levels of 780. We brought this one to you live right here as it first halted at $4. Now you're at 530. So hopefully some of you had made a little bit of cash on FIEE right there as that had broken up now. Halted one more time. I'm going to throw it over to Neil. I just want to do the work here on FIEE just to see what exactly that's looking like and if there is any kind of news. Earnings in 14 days. Okay, so we're not worried about that. Flow to 5 million. So that's kind of interesting. Not much of a short flow right now. And as I zoom down here, I don't see any stories here, Adara, for FIEE. Maybe there's something, maybe there isn't. But okay, so Adara's unable to find either. But nice move. Yeah, nice move higher for now on FIEE. Interest rates decision coming up with Fed Chair Warsh today at 2 p.m. We'll be here all ready to go. Yeah, what's up, Salvador?
Small float is the story.
No, it's only 6 million, right? I mean, I guess that's small enough.
It's tiny enough.
Yeah, there it is.
They report in 2 weeks. I don't know if that matters.
No, Salvador. This is why I always looking at the chat. Some of you say one thing, some the other, but there it is, man. Maybe Google about to break down, says Salvador. So, okay, we'll wait for it. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We're short now. Google 38 cents in the money and still $1.50 on SpaceX. So it just bounced perfectly off VWAP, by the way.
Yeah, VWAP is still. I'm going to go to space in a second because I don't know if I like that one again, but SoFi just lost to 15. The bounce got basically to 15.19, which is the prior high, and then that's it. No further, no volume weighted average price. I'm out once it got back underneath. You got to take what you can get and try not to be upset with it. As far as SpaceX goes, I'm just reminding myself of yesterday. Like every single day actually this week. Dip, and then the low gets made at the open. 10:30 there. 10:45, and then yesterday it did it at 10 o'clock. So that whatever that initial short, that was the plan. Like whatever the initial short is, I don't know if I like the reload because it was just Rip City yesterday. But most days it's made a temporary bottom. And SpaceX it's not enough that I like the long, but it is enough that I'm not going to be fighting it, trying to be in the short side of the trade. DRAM still a very much inside day, so that feels like a bit of a nothing burger. And I just saw a name that is now piquing interest. That's going to be.
Oh, Google's tagging.
Lucid is now breaking out again.
Oh,
So
Scott
just
H in the chat. mentioned
yeah,
this.
I saw a couple people mentioning this as well. You're finally starting to go upside here in Lucid. So if it's not going to be any of the energy names, Lucid holding on to VWAP here. So trend down into VWAP, break trend, look long in Lucid. That's given the fact that Vivek and Battle are doing absolutely nothing for you if you're looking for small cappers.
I'm going to put this up on Twitter, but I just want to show you guys what I'm doing right here. And shout out to Easy Peasy and everybody that's out there. Sell, okay, what's up to, did you just talk about this? Big Smile Verified? No. Sell, but don't forget to buy the blood when it starts to clot. Yeah, okay. A little gross there, but I do agree with all of that, right? I mean, once there starts to become, I think what you're saying is once
gross.
it's like some sort of a capitulation down there, when the pool maybe is getting to be a little too large, is when you do want to go in and buy. And of course, our good friend who, often calls in, but, he's trying to call right now, but quite frankly, we're a little busy. We'll take his call in a minute. And that is that, when there's blood in the streets, right, is when you want to get in there and go. But I just want to show you what I did on Google. I'm about to post this. So I had written down here on the sticky note today, and, never a problem to go over, things that we write down in possible ideas there. Google long, great trade yesterday. Obviously, we talked about that. Strong couple of days here looking to buy dips. So we did that at 333 on Google, right? We did that. And the problem is that it didn't really, there's 334. That was good early, right? We got a 336 fill. But once that 333 broke down, then we started to see a little bit of action to the sell side. So we started to go short. We actually even reloaded it. It was a 333 fill, it's 332 fill. And now you're down in the money huge right now. So this is going to be, once again, it looks to be a pretty decent look here on the Google trade. We'll see if we can buy some more down here in the low 70s. But yeah, so far so good on the reversal. So I always say a big shout out to Easy Peasy because he super chatted many times and called this sort of the Katina move there. And that is to get reverse your initial thought, right? I mean, and if it gets back in and it doesn't hold your levels, then potentially you're right about the name, but wrong about the direction. So we'll get back into Google right here. And obviously we're getting a lot of luck from the market, but is it really luck? I mean, we're sitting here trading. We got to make sure that the market is always on your side. So these two shorts that I'm holding right now, one $2 in the money, and the other, and we should have, by the way, we just talked about reloading there. We should have done that. That would have been $1. But yeah, it's hold on to your positions sometimes if the market is with you. And right now, the market is with us, so we can let these breathe just a little bit. Green P&L day, obviously pretty happy with it. Could have done better by reloading a little bit more, but at the end of the day, man, Neil and I have talked about this. Risk off a little bit today with Fed coming at 2 p.m. So yeah, good trading, and I'm glad that some of you are here with us.
Yeah, this is very different from yesterday. And in regards with how aggressive I want to be for the real. Sorry, I was just eating a pineapple. But I did miss out. I'll stop the fail. I'm missing this SMCI reload at VWAP. It gave you the confirmation, absolutely. Let me zoom back in here. Gave you the confirmation. There's a lower high. The second that closed green, look for the topping tail candle, and then right when it came back underneath, is to try to punch back short. Like every time I'm getting short in this stock, I'm trying not to just sit there and have it run me over. Like I'm trying to take it back through when it shows you the topping tail. When it fails the break of that prior high at VWAP, like you're looking for it to get back underneath and then hit it. But we're headed to the low of the day here, so it could just be a Lucid story for me again. I'll give one more look at those small cap oil names because USO is holding a good trend up. See this? It's a nice channel up. If it just continues the channel, that can be good. But if it breaks the channel and goes parabolic, I find it hard to believe that we're not going to see a little bit of pep in the step of either Vivek or Battles at VWAP. That could also be breaking trend. So those are the two worth watching. But it is, for the small names running, Lucid trying to go here above that resistance spot of $8 and holding on to VWAP. I want to see if I can get 8s because I think you're wrong if it loses about 787. So if I can get it close to 8, risk about 15 pennies. The high from yesterday sits at about 830, which gives you a good R&R if it gets to yesterday's top. Where I expect resistance, everybody. And the only reason it went yesterday is because of a Busta Rhymes song, sort of. I don't remember the name of the Saudi prince, but you could probably look it up. Disclosing a 5% stake in Lucid, and then the stock went ham. When they started recirculating the story from the morning, it went ham. Because it was an old story, and it got reposted in the afternoon, and then people acted like it was something new, and it just went squeeze.
All right, so that's not good.
I don't even think it got reposted in the afternoon. I just think it started running in the afternoon, which is even weirder. Like I never saw it on X. People never circulated.
Well, I saw it on our source.
On my feeds. Maybe, yeah, but I find I don't know, it wasn't something that I was seeing circulate much, which is pretty interesting.
All right, and here's the trade that we actually made yesterday on Lucid, as Neil was referencing right there. We missed it because I didn't pay for shorts, and it took me about a minute or two to get into that. We let Lucid sort of go to the upside, and then we shorted $8. And some of the fills down here, you can see where it was, never went against us. Well, it went against me right there, but then it came just falling back in. So that's the trade yesterday on Lucid, and a possible day 2 trade. I'll put this photo there in the chat. You guys can go give it a follow. Not the photo, but give me a follow if you want. Message me as well. I noticed yesterday on the X account there, I had 10 or so private messages, answered them all. So make sure you do, if you do want to message me, make sure you get that out ASAP. To us both anyways. All right, so there's Google. We did do some good covering down there at 332. Like I said, we were initially pretty nervous that maybe this name was starting to pick up, but then we got a nice little move back down in the futures. So we've now started to cover pretty good there at 332. I mean, again, really like the stock. It's probably my largest position now, so we'll continue to support it. All right, so we got one out there on Intel, on SpaceX. We should have taken this. When it came back into 313.30, we're kind of letting it flow down. That's when we were talking about let the market sort of work for you. But there goes SpaceX, stop out there. All good, man. Green Day, shout out to Green Day on SpaceX there, right? We're having the time of our life trading that one. So down 1.85% now is Green Day, is SpaceX. But yeah, man, I mean, there's not much. I mean, Bitcoin seems to be relatively strong. I was trying to look at
it
Bitcoin
was, but
today.
then it just lost a bit. I'm actually seeing silver breaking trend here.
Okay.
But I just heard in my ear from our news source something about it just said an IPO with an open price, and I don't see anything listed on my IPO chart. I have nothing for the 29th here, but that's fine. But I heard if there is an IPO today, I'll hunt it down, see if we can find it. Volcan there, thank you for the super chat. Is the semi-trade over nowadays?
Yes.
Oh, you could short.
I'll let you say it, and then I'll say my opinion.
No, but what does it even mean? That's where the volatility is. Look at you think the trade to the long side right now? Yeah, it feels like it. Even when they get up, look at the rejection. Every single time it feels like you're getting a little bit of strength off the open. Look at Micron the last 4 days. Look at DRAM the last few days. Look at SMCI every single day. Look at Intel after what was a good earnings report for them. Maybe holding on to the bottom, but even when it's trying to go at the open, it's just flush, 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 flush at the open. So, yeah, the long doesn't look very good, but this thing called a short. So I don't think if you're a day trader, there's still the place to be. At least one semi is going to be on your radar for momentum. It's not to the upside. I believe we're going to Adara for the small cap recap.
Keep an eye here on some of these small caps, including DFNS. This is a day 3 play right now. On Monday, they announced that XSE Security and Defense had a 16.67% stake in the company. So that stake was the reason that DFNS initially began running them. Now, of course, a couple days since that happened, $34.5 million market cap, flow to 15.3%. Short flow of 15.3%. VIVK and Focus Vivacor, this company announcing 2 long-term crude oil marketing programs, boosting their annualized activity to roughly $1.5 billion. Now, this is significant, of course, because we know oil is already in focus. So oil-related small cap here, VIVK with a $1.66 million market cap, 590,000 share float and 17.4% short float. Last but not least, FFIE, this one continuing to halt and be very volatile. No news on FFIE Inc. That's also the name of the company. $43 million market cap, 240,000 share float, 4.3% short float. As you said, you back over to Sean and Neil.
Yeah, FIEEA. All right, so yeah, good little look there on some of the small cap names as we continue to watch out for this market. And of course, when we get stopped out on SpaceX, that's the very high right there, breaking 1450. I'm not even sure if it broke it, but that would have triggered me out, 1451. So, okay, boohoo on that one. But that's about, the risk management that we talk about here. I've already today, a few fills. So you're going to make some good ones and you're going to make some bad ones. And that's part of trading. So we'll just watch out for that. And yeah, man, this is why we talk about it. Traders can win on both ends, right? And there it goes right there. The long, if you had to pick that up at 332, that was great. And then right back into 333, looking to get short. Again, I'm still going to wait. At 334 is where VWAP is. Where did I put my stop again? 333.51. So we're getting close to that right now off of the 200 period moving average. So we're not, sorry, that's the 50 period. We're not going to do anything with Google. We're just going to let it go. If it breaks higher, it breaks higher. You know, like I said, man, we have 15% left. We did have 30%, I guess, and got a few fills down there, but there's the out on Google. To end the trade there on Google today, yeah, pretty interesting day to say the least, man. It'll be roughly a flattish day for us, for me, I should say there, as Google does get back going. So we did take a hit there, made some money back, then got out right there on Google. And of course, SpaceX holding the day for me so far. The only other name we looked at, IBIT a little bit, and then I did want to maybe catch a little bit of strength in Intel, if there is any. You know, we just saw Google take out the 50 period moving average. Maybe that's what we look for on Intel. They took it, ripped it. So maybe Intel, if it can get going back through those levels, that could be a trade down here. Again, I like sort of the trajectory that Intel has been on to the short side. Thought there could be some, bidding happening there today. And for right now, doesn't look like that's the case. So we got to wait for Intel to make a move before we actually get involved. And then
speaking of moves,
yeah,
just a heads up to anyone that might be watching SoFi. Anthony Noto, the CEO, is on some other program. Stock probably would do better if he came on our program, Anthony, but to each their own. So he is talking about the report, and SoFi got absolutely smoked today, which they usually do on their earnings. There's a halter, small cap halter, a new one, at least it's new to me, that MSS. So halted up. I'm not making up the tap. It's halted at $3.60, looks like the last print. $4.75 is the current tap. So this one 126% to the upside, now saying $4.65 as well. So another big time runner over here with MSS, the aforementioned SoFi. 52-week lows were basically held. So the new low is 1488, and it is holding on to that bottom. I don't know if we can come to the chart just quickly. Right into new 52-week lows for SoFi. I jumped into Lucid over that $8 level. I think the momentum trade might not have been done for some of those shorts, but if I don't get VWAP, I don't want to chase anything there. I missed VWAP at SMCI, and now SpaceX did the same thing. And I'm not really seeing anything that's giving you that entry just yet, so I'm looking at some of the small cappers. Lucid over VWAP. If it loses the volume weighted average price, we'll have to jump out of that one. But it was a big time fail to have not gotten VWAP on SMCI. That's now right back into the lows. He just gave it to you twice. VWAP once at the open, VWAP again, and then you continue to flush downside. Maybe DRAM. That's already at the low of the day, so forget that. You already showed Intel's at the low of the day. I mean, I'm going to chip names to try to find something that is going to be a short, but going to hunt for something that isn't breaking the low that we can maybe get an entry in to go back to what has already worked today. And remember, everything that happens right now, the trend that we're sitting in, maybe you're holding still onto something. We do have the Fed, and this is a disputed decision. There's still a 1 in 3 chance that they could raise rates. So believe me, whatever support or resistance or technical trade you've got going on, a lot can change if we get a surprise at 2 o'clock, and believe me, it will.
I might try a long 334 if Google winds up breaking. I do have a bid in there to do that in case it happens. But Google's now, both the shorts that I got out of, are now working, and including SpaceX, which is now down. Like, again, that's why you don't want to get out of your full position. Obviously, we had 15% roughly of both of those. But yeah, man, that kind of sucks as the market right now completely turning around. Thought it was maybe going to catch a bid. Look at this Google out. Wow. We could have just given it to VWAP, right? We should have probably done that, but we thought that there's maybe some strength in the name. And again, that's part of that bias, right? Sitting there and waiting for a name to break. And then we initially thought long, and then, all right, so here's a short that I'm looking at. I am going to take a 129 break short. I was just looking at SK Hynix, and it's just like the rest of the names are down, right? Micron is down. You just sort of looked at that with DRAM as well. And trying to break lower. That's going to be your 200 period. We just bounced off of it clean. So, okay, if we do get that break, let's see if it wants to retest 128. If we are wrong on this one, we don't want to be in it for too long. So we'll try to get out. Almost like we can use our 2-minute sort of idea here that we had with Brian Shannon again. If we break back above a 2-minute bar, then we can get out. That would almost be 131. So that would be $2 worth of risk into that name. I don't think we want to necessarily do that, but it's just a 1 candle bar. That's all. So you want to get out at basically 130.20 or so. So here we go. If it breaks 129, I'm going to get involved. This is, again, another earnings play today. that's done quite well. We did get as low as on SK Hynix in the after hours there on the report of 120. Not to think that that's a marker or anything, but let's see what happens here now if we do break through 129 and, somewhere where some traders may be supporting. Now, they may be supporting it down here at 128 and change, and we'll see what happens if it gets there, if we're lucky enough to hit that trade. But yeah, Google downside still. SK Hynix looking to break a little lower. So that's a name that I am excited to look short on if it does break those levels. And then Uber just took down 70 again. So that's going to be another name that, damn it, SpaceX, man, we should still be in SpaceX and Google, but whatever, they broke. Uber, you'd have no worries being short this name, as it's never really scared you since it took down VWAP right there at 70.50. Now down 70 cents, Uber down 1.29%, and that's starting to go down. Maybe you catch a bid somewhere 69 change. But yeah, SoFi is interesting to me. Maybe
it might be making a bottom.
Maybe get involved now.
It's trying to hold that 52-week low. I hunted down the IPO it's IMC. It's some rare earth company. It's $5 is the IPO price. It's incredibly small, and it's not on our platform. So it's incredibly small. I don't think that would be a trade anyways, given how small it is. Open interest is next to nothing. But for anybody that happens to be looking at it, it's currently a small sell imbalance. Yeah, I mean, I'm wishing I was still in some of those shorts, but wish.
What do you?
Oh, I didn't say if, but yeah. I know. What's Joe's phrase again? He's like, wish in one hand and you know what in the other, and see which
crap in the other, basically.
And then see which one fills first.
Too many.
So I don't want to be. I don't want to be
Grandpa's saying, I believe. So.
Well, yeah, I've heard it before, but like you look at the easy reload there at SMCI, like the FOMO thing would be to try to find a short. I'm not going to do it. I could say the same thing about SpaceX as well, but it's just about moving on to the next. Like, look at that one off of VWAP as well. But then I just saw Lucid might have wicked underneath VWAP, which was fine. Take the consolidation, give it to the volume weighted average price. If it wants to hold VWAP again, it would need to give me that trend break, like that little trend downside, just to give a bit more confirmation. So break this little trend line. Show a little bit of higher low to jump into that bad boy. Energy doing nothing. USO continues to not break the high. So we get to the top. It's just sitting in the channel, but it is trying to go. And I do still have Vivek up. For if I see like that big spike in USO, this one it's now, look, you're talking about at least 15% here to VWAP for Vivek. So if there's any kind of break of the high, this is the one that I am watching. We just had crude oil inventories, but it doesn't really move. You worry about that tomorrow. Tomorrow, Nat Gas, 10:30, that moves. Crude oil futures, they basically don't move there on the build here from natural gas, from crude oil.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to try just against 14.95. I'm just going to try SoFi right here. Thought maybe there was maybe a chance we could get going there. It doesn't, I mean, that very bottom, we could almost wait if we really wanted to for the bottom. I was going to try to get out. There's our sloping down 25 period moving average. So I think I'm going to save myself a little bit of money there and get out if it breaks 95. But we'll take it. We're long here at O's. I'm also going to take, did I put 95? What did I put? Yeah, so maybe we can move down a little bit. Maybe we'll see if we can get even a better price here on SoFi. I was thinking about 15 flat. We could put a bid there, but then I also want to think about, that like 98 or something like that for a potential bid there as well. So we'll take some SoFi here. My first target, again, it's going to be like hopefully, right now, it would be 9 cents of a hit. So if you base your trade off of what we're dealing with now, you could get an SSR bounce, but it's not really doing that right now. So you can't go short off the bid anymore. You can only go short here. So sometimes that will create a little bit of a movement higher. But what I was getting at is my very first out right now is at 20s. So we'll see if we can, maybe I should put it here at 15s, but we'll see if we can get back into this area. So let's take, 2 to 1 or so if we can get it. And then we'll work on, hopefully better positioning. If it comes back in, we'll get a little bit of a better price. That SK Hynix didn't do a whole heck of a lot. SpaceX still down at 13.50. We'll wait to see what that does. But there's SKHY. I thought we were going to get involved, and we almost did. It went down to 129.20s. So it retraced back up on a little bit of a bump there, and now we wait to see what happens with 131. But I still am here to push this thing lower if it does break through 129. So that's what I'm looking at. And then just as Neil mentioned there, we did get that oil number. And if I look at my screen right here, it was U.S. gasoline inventories, 0.007 million barrel build versus a 1.7 draw. So that's creating this upside move. I mean, obviously it starts right here about 25, but you know, it doesn't look like, as Neil said, it gives it a little bit of a shot in the arm for volume, but for the actual stock doing anything, or sort of the actual asset doing something, oil not really moving on that. But it was a draw versus a build. So meaning that they were expecting to have more oil in stockpile, but instead there was less. So, you know, something to think about there. But yeah, obviously oil is going to move with whatever Adara's probably going to say soon as we wait for updates out of Iran. And that conflict, man, I don't think it's getting any better with China now apparently getting involved. Like that is almost oppo of what we'd like to hear. SoFi working right now. It's an amazing 6 cents in the money. Just joking about that one. Oh, it just came all the way back. So I you know, my first out is at 19. We're going to keep it there. Let's see if SoFi can get higher. Oh, as soon as we notice that, it gets to the downside. All right, let's go back over to Adara, find out what she's up to.
What I'm up to is telling you guys about USO. As we know, we heard reports, I guess at this point, probably 10 minutes ago or so, that China will be sending rocket launchers to Iran. That was coming from the Telegraph. But we've also heard this morning that apparently the U.S. Treasury adding more sanctions to oil on Iran. I'm hearing more about these sanctions now. According to the Treasury, these sanctions will be targeting specifically, quote, Hormuz monetization. So more sanctions here on Iran related to oil from the U.S. Then, of course, China reportedly sending rocket launchers to Iran. The tensions just keep ratcheting up between the U.S. and Iran. Back to you.
I can already sense it. Like all those like small cap oil stocks are going to go ham in the middle of the day. That's when they're going to finally catch a bit of a bid. USO just continues to trend higher. The market was bouncing, so I was going to take a second shot, maybe with a better entry point on IBIT instead of just the old, hey, we're taking the break and VWAP and give it to the low and then not give it to the low, Neil. Stop placement. If you're replacing a stop underneath a support level, like I'm in at VWAP, I'm out if it breaks a pre-market low, usually you actually want to place your stop below. I'm being self-deprecating here for obvious reasons, but it did double tap that bottom regardless. Market doesn't give a damn what you did before, but if we double tap the bottom, so at any trend break after holding this low a second time, I want to look long on IBIT. That's doing nothing. Lucid's still doing nothing. Looking SMCI, I said I'm not chasing lows on this stock, so not short as this just continues to die, defecate all over itself. Louise, don't tell me that DJT is over $10 because that usually makes me want to pay for locates. Like, why is DJT up again?
Huge position in Neil's long-term account.
Oh, obviously. Well, no, but this is a big level on DJT. Like $10. Remember, this was a SPAC before, right? You just go back in time. This was a big SPAC, and anytime a SPAC or an old SPAC gets to $10, it's like there's price memory. It bounces off that level, it rejects that level. So it's now out and about and above.
We've all got SPACs.
I don't know if, well, I feel like everyone has some kind of a SPAC or former SPAC they've gotten themselves involved with, right? So we've all been there. DJT was it's been a great vehicle for volatility and trading, but it looks like it is breaking out over 10. If there's no story here, I'd wait for it to get back under 10 before paying for locates. Otherwise, I'm going back over to IBIT. Yeah, nothing burger there. Because if the thing about DJT is, like, there's been so many headlines that, okay, so they're going to be a fusion company, and then they're going to be fintech, and it's all over the place. And so there hasn't been any one thing to latch onto for some real momentum there. Like, you take the spikes that you get, and then usually it fades back in. But $10, if it's above that, I wouldn't want to fade it. Yeah, I think it's going to break the low here.
We did get a little bit more, as we talked about that. We were looking for better positioning there in SoFi, so we do that, and now we wait to see where it goes from here. I'm offering 09. There he goes. We get it at 09 there as it just spikes through, and we get that fill. So we get an 09 now. So there goes SoFi. We're long at 02s. We'll see what winds up happening. I do still have an 11 offer, and then we have upside from there. More shares coming out at 20s, hopefully. But I wanted to take a little bit out as our position gets a little more aggressive right now. So that's kind of how I like to trade. If we can average it in, we'll change some of our outs because we do now have about 3 units on this now. So that's, going to be a little bit of a bigger position because most of the time, we'll trade 1 or 2 units on some of those faster moving stocks or higher price stocks, I should say. And now we'll wait to see, there it is. We get the 11s as well. So that one is I get money for sure. Thank you, SoFi and Anthony Noto for that. We'll see if it can get a little bit higher. SpaceX gave us money and then we gave it back. Well, we didn't give anything back. It's still an up stock. But at the end of the day, that was a stop out there. And then my next trade idea, so I have 2 trade ideas that right now I'm pending, and that's going to be Google breaking 334 long. You know, I wrote down I like 333 long on Google. Obviously, we played the over-under there, made some money back at what we lost, but I still do think the long is there if the market breaks, but that has to happen, so who knows. The other trade that I'm working with here is SK Hynix. I might not, I've only crossed down into 80s. So if it breaks 129, I may not even get that fill. But the problem is like, you know, here it breaks it and then it goes all the way down to 20. Like, I just don't want to suffer a slippage that's just too much, you know? So I'm only going to try to take it for 20 cents on that 129 break. So if it does break and I miss it, I think I'll keep the order there pending. And then if it does do like a little back and forth, then we'll look at taking it. But now we have an easy out, right? That's 131 right there. But a 129 short, I don't want to give it $2, honestly. I'd rather have the momentum take us through. So a little bit of bouncing is fine. But if we redo take it, I think 130 right here for $1 is about the most risk that I'm going to put on to SK Hynix. So I think I just broke that trade down pretty good there. If it's something that you guys are looking at, that's my plan of action there. So we always talk about trade your own plan, and I just want to give it to you what I'm thinking. So a break there of 129, and I'm just thinking downside, right? You talked about Micron, you talked about SanDisk a little bit here today. Like Micron's broke $800. Like this name, look, still going lower right now. This does not look like SK Hynix does. SK Hynix obviously looking much stronger, and they have earnings, so there's reasons why potentially that name could get going. You remember SNDK was $2,300 at one point. Now it's 1,000. That's good. That's good. Hey, I'm Sean. I'm born here in Canada. But that's $1,000 right there now, looking to get lower and breaking through. So yeah, what a name on that, man. That was actually $2,400. Now down to 1,000. So if you didn't think like these moves were possible, like how could SK Hynix give back 70%, or what is that from its highs? I don't know if it'll even work from that top wick, to be honest with you. Right there, 53% is what it's telling me right there on that. Okay, we're into SK Hynix. So I don't even know. So slippage, huh? We have a price better than 129.
It does that a lot.
So back and forth there. SK Hynix, we're short on this one. And we like the stock, man. It should give us a little bit of love here to the downside. Let's bid something around 75s right there. See if we can get a quick 30 cents on it. That would be a good little fill for us to start the day with, start to trade off with SK Hynix. So we're going to wait for that. And by the way, when Moon, says Anthony Anthony Noto, nice trade there for our good friend on SoFi. Let's take some more out. So far, so good, man. We're actually at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, and that's because of this move there in SK Hynix. We'll take a few fills there at 60. Now let's see if it goes low. I hope I did a good job sort of explaining this trade. The stop now goes to 130. Let's go to 130.21. Just give it a little bit more room there on that break, and we'll see if it goes to the downside. SK Hynix and SoFi, all of a sudden, interesting names to look at here as we go back over to the desk. And we could get stopped out of this SK Hynix with Adara.
It's a rough look for a lot of these tech names. Electronic tech getting hit particularly hard here. AMD, KLAC to the downside. KLAC on earnings, as we mentioned, you got the likes of SanDisk, Micron, Dell to the downside. Boeing down about nearly 5% on earnings day 2. But then you have Amphenol, this is up 5% on earnings day 1, so good look there. Finance going to be really weak as well. Citigroup, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Visa, really the only slightly great name in the sector, and this is day 1 earnings for the tech services. Google and Microsoft, the latter of which is reporting tonight, both roughly flat, but Meta also reporting tonight. It's going to be slightly red. Oracle, Palo Alto Networks, Netflix, AAPL to the downside. But then you have Accenture and Adobe. Second day in a row, these two are very strong, so keep an eye on some of these tech names that got hit during the situation here with the SaaSmageddon earlier this year, because some of them are continuing to try to rebound. Also rebounding is oil to the upside. Of course, President Trump promising retaliation against Iran for Iranian strikes or targets here of U.S. bases as of yesterday. Producer manufacturing, bright red across the board. Really can't find any strength here. But then you have consumer non-durables, strong across the board with the exception of PG to the downside on earnings. So once again here, it's the time of the year where earnings really play a role when it comes to what you're seeing in the sector board? I hear some excitement over Sean and Neil, so we'll send you back to the trading.
I mean, there's
Thank you, Dara.
always excitement.
Yeah, you just got to stick to the plan of action. Like DJT broke that $10, it broke the trend, so shorted it basically at 10, 9.90. I got a 98 fill and a 10 fill, so I'm out of the 98s, which is why it says 10. But effectively, I was short $9.99 just so you know. It's first in. We get this question a lot. It's first in, first out. The way that the system codes things. So you'll see 10, but it was really 99. Then I want the pre-market, yesterday's highs, also the pre-market high at 985. So we'll grab that bit. And then the low of the day. So trend break into the low of the day for DJT. And it's not so much that, whatever, man. Usually when DJT is up without a story, I think it's a fade. So we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, what I was getting excited about there was SK Hynix, and here we go. So it did break a little bit above 129 there. So I did actually put a bid at one because it went against me up to 128.70, that 129.70. So yeah, not a great initial look on it, but now that it's falling back down in, it doesn't necessarily have the juice to go here. So I'm going to start to put some bids out. My best fills down there on SK Hynix is when Adara was speaking there. We got a whole bunch out at 44s and then a bunch out at 60s. So right now I'm actually still in half of SK Hynix, looking for a move a little lower now in that space. So we'll see what winds up happening there. And then, yeah, SoFi, we got what we needed there. That was a good one. Rated up there into 17, 18s, 19s, as we said. Those would be some areas that we'd be looking to cash out on. So we actually do that there on SoFi. Good up day for us today. And, just happy to have these positions on right now. Will they turn for us? Who knows? But there go. Oh, SK Hynix almost broke through again. I am bidding, just to let you guys know, I'm bidding 38s for some reason. So hopefully that fill comes through. I don't know how we're bidding 38, but we just need a little bit of a push down there. We'll get that, then some more at 128 flat, and then we'll see if there's a downside play. Our out still remains at 130. So hoping to get a little bit more success on that play there if it does come back in, and then a nice little bump back up in SoFi would be well traded and well appreciated as well. So yeah, man, so far so good here. But hey, man, it hasn't been big, huge positions. So, but it's been fun.
We got Cheese in a chair here with another super chat. So here's your trade thesis for today.
Okay.
ZSL, which is, that's a short silver short ETF. It's an SLV short ETF, just to be a little more specific. There's little chance of rates going down.
Okay.
There's no chance of rates going down. That's what the market's pricing. But raising rates and rising oil equals short silver, and no change in rates is still a silver short. So, yeah, I don't really mind that thesis whatsoever.
I mean, what do you think about if Warsh does
down.
somehow lower these? But you know what?
Here's
it's not Warsh anyways. They have to vote it on that.
You know why I don't even think it's a thing?
There goes SK.
Because in my opinion, if for some reason they do lower rates, the spike that would cause in the market, you won't be able to punch long.
No,
you're not getting it. It would be such a shock that the liquidity vacuum that would get created, you're not getting a punch anyways. So you're not getting any kind of a long, and they're not going to.
Sad face.
It is either going to be no change or a 1 in 3 chance that we get a rate hike. So I think that I do like that thesis. I should. You said ZSL, so I should pull up ZSL ZSL instead of SLV. Oh, okay. That would make some sense, but. Anyways, this is just a reverse silver ETF. This isn't doing any. This is doing 600,000 in volume because remember they reverse split it. When it was cheap, it was doing hundreds of millions when it was in play. So I don't know that I like that better than SLV with 3.3 million in volume. It's trend down. It's making lower lows. All the good stuff. Yeah, to me, a lot of times you trade the ZSL for liquidity, like it's just better liquidity. It's not better liquidity right now. So I'm guessing you can't short SLV. We can here. Like I can go, before I say that, we can short it for free.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it and then it's like, oh, by the way, Neil, we have to pay for locate. So I understand if you don't have the ability to short SLV, then ZSL makes some sense. But it is no longer better liquidity. That was the appeal when it was like a couple of dollars before they did the reverse split, is people were pushing a lot of shares and there was tons of liquidity. Now up at like $32, I don't see the advantage of ZSL.
All right. Just quickly, we are getting out some more SoFi, and here it goes, man. SK Hynix, it's going to break out. We just got filled down there at one. We got our 38 fill there as we start to break higher. So it looks like after all this, we'll be close to flat on SK Hynix, and it's just too bad because there goes the rip through right now. SKHY Hynix is what I'm looking for and struggling with there. As we do have our stop order. There it goes. It just filled there, breaking through 130. So stopped on SK Hynix. We do have to slap a little bit of a fail on that move, but we tried it. It was there until it wasn't, and now the market. I don't know, man. Maybe that was just a bad out. I don't normally do this and just get right back in. Let's try a little bit of a better price. I mean, we were short there at 129. Let's give this one to 130.50s. There it is. Look at that. We take a look at that. We get it right back in. Yes, sir. Another 50 cents there. Thank you, SK Hynix. Come again. If we can keep on doing this, that'd be good. So we make a little bit of money back, but we do get stopped out there. But there it comes back. We take a 37 fill. So there it comes right back in again, SK Hynix. Whatever, man. This is life of a trader. This always seems to happen. But there it goes. And then we did take a little bit more out there on SoFi. But yeah, what you guys want to talk about, MSSS. I know Neil mentioned this a couple minutes ago. It has halted a couple times right here and looking to take out 360 right there on MSSS. What that looks like on the daily chart here is broken through everything. So it looks like we did have a reverse split there. Looks like that was most likely 45 cents up to 250. So maybe 8 to 1, I don't know, 7 to 1. That doesn't normally happen, so we'll have to wait to see what that was. And then right into here, this looks like a reverse split to me for sure.
1 to 10 and 1 to 5, I think.
1 to 5. Okay, yeah, exactly. So this is the 1 to 10 right there. This is the 1 to 5 as it's trying its darndest to get back under or over $1 and stay there, so it does not get delisted. That's MSS.
Well, now it's the 5. It's the market cap now, right? So.
When does that take effect? Is it? I know they voted on it and passed it.
Yeah, great question.
Regardless,
Darryl probably remembers.
Yeah, the 5 million rule there that you have to be above. So I don't know if you know about this, Adair. You might have been not here.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear about this.
For those days. So there's a new rule in the NASDAQ where it used to be 30 days under $1, you're delisted. Now it's 30 days under 5 million market cap.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe if you could find that story and just and see.
Because they're well under the 5, but I don't know if that's in place yet.
Okay, I'm looking
yeah.
at this.
So you still need 30 days. So it's just because it's under there for 29 days. That last day is when all the excitement happens because that might be the reverse split day, right? So
or when someone tries to pump it.
Yep, something like that. SoFi's right back up to the highs again here. So I'm going to take another, and by the highs, I just mean of the move. So we'll take another fill here at 16 as we get lighter on SoFi. But there it goes upside. I still am waiting for 19s. This is the best we've gotten. We actually got out a bunch of 10s there just because. So now we'll have to wait to see what SoFi wants to do here, hoping we get those 19s at some point. And then SK Hynix, man, I mean, good outs there at the 200 period, but it looks like it wants to go higher. A break of 130.50 here on SK, and we'll take out our AK and start to spray a little bit here.
Go Animal Thug, put the AK away.
Yeah, well, I have to take it out, though, because this I have to defend myself.
Shout out to Noriega.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody
in the chat.
naughty by nature
Nobody in
as
the
well.
chat's getting that one. Animal Thug. That album was a trip, man. That album was an absolute trip. The market might be trying to make a bottom. And I say that if you just take a quick look at the NASDAQ, I got SMCI in the mind. This is the first green candle on the 15 since this indecision candle at the open, which that's obviously a weak candle, and you see what happened to the market after that. But remember, you've still got this low on Monday at 27.6. Even if we bounce, can it get back above some prior lows? And then there's a little bit more juice to this potential trade. What's so crazy about, I'm still a little bit surprised by these oil names. We're going to go to Adair for Money Talks, but I just wanted to quickly show USO is now back to, it just hit 130 and pullback. The upward trend is not stopping. You cannot tell me that between Battle, and I know we're going to be done, but keep an eye on these in the middle of the day. Battle is now cresting VWAP. Look at this resistance at 146. You're not going to keep trending up on USO without one of these breaking out. So Battle looks like it's primed to be the one to go, but we'll take a quick look at the others after we go back to Adair at the desk for Money Talks.
So I did look into that NASDAQ rule with the $5 million market cap. Apparently it went into effect the day after it was passed, so July 23rd, 2026. But Don't quote me on that. I couldn't find too much on it, truthfully, and I went through the entire filing, but people are saying it went into effect the day after. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. Let's take a look here at the U.S. dollar right now. This is just continuing to kind of chop around here. Yesterday, we broke a 3-day green streak with this red candle. Today, slightly green, but watch the DXY at 2 p.m. today when you get the FOMC decision. Now, as we've mentioned, there really hasn't been much economic data of note at all leading up to this FOMC decision. Tomorrow, though, we're going to start getting some pretty interesting economic data. Bright and early at 8:30 a.m., PCE, core and non-core month-over-month and year-over-year for the month of June. We are expecting slightly cooler than the prior print for all of these readings here. So core and non-core PCE month-over-month and year-over-year, specifically PCE non-core month-over-month, we're expecting a negative print. So that's going to be of note here. We'll also get tomorrow morning at 8:30 the GDP print, consumer spending, and consumer income. We'll take a look as well at what people are expecting from today's hearing and for some of these other announcements going forward. July 29th, 2026 meeting, that is, of course, going to be just a couple hours from now. 66.3% of participants expecting rates will be held. You've got another 33.7% expecting a 25 basis point hike. If you go forward to September, you have now a 56% chance of a hike, 20% chance of rates being held, and a 23% chance of a 50 basis point hike. You're seeing also chance potentially of another hike in October, but the larger hike chances pick up here in December. So basically what we're seeing here, guys, is we'll likely get 2 hikes this year, as we've been seeing for the last couple of months now, one in September, the other in December. But I think things will really change around depending on what we get from Fed Chair Kevin Warsh and the other 18 members of the Federal Reserve Board coming through at 2 p.m. today. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Dara, right there.
Thanks.
We did tweet out the fact, we have this button.
I was going to hit it.
Very much, Dara.
Yeah, SoFi right here, we're long 15. So right now, I even tweeted out and I just kind of said like right into here. I don't know if it's right. I said, SoFi caught the lows here, I think. I don't know. We'll see what happens with SoFi. We did talk about it bouncing off its 10% level there, so we like it there on SoFi. Let's see if it wants to work itself out a little bit right now and just get back to the upside. Okay, we have a new position alert. It's Google, by the way, and that just popped in on the break of 134. I don't want to give this one too much love. It hasn't been a really great friend of mine today as we've gone back and forth with it. So let's take out just a little bit here. It's a much bigger, it's a unit and a half. It's not a huge position, but it's still something. Let's wait to see what happens with Google. I just got a little bit out there. I didn't even realize what just happened, actually. And that was it broke already on me and went up there. We actually got to fill on the way back down. So I was way too focused. Yeah, get down, says Sharif. There was a little bit not focused on that name, but it does come back into 334. So there's that break that we talked about. There's our in on Google. Let's see what happens to Google. What's going on, Laszlo, Sebastian, my good friends are here. Again, as everybody's here. This is a worldwide show right now. We want to thank everybody for joining us on TikTok and on YouTube. As the party just getting started, it's about to be our flagship show.
And then remember, it is still Fed today, and we're not even done after the Fed. We take you into the close there today. Then you've got big-time earnings after the bell. But someone just asked in the chat, you keep talking about the Fed. Why not actually just do a poll?
Yeah, let's do it.
Keep it pretty simple. I'm putting the option out there for everybody because people always want to have more options. Very simple. What's the Fed going to do today? Raise, type 1. No change, type 2. And you can type 3 if you think they're going to lower. I expect to see absolutely no 3s in there unless we're being trolled. Because, look, the Fed is not going to, they're not going to lower rates. It's going to be a raise or it's going to be a nothing burger. Only 10% early look. And remember, if you want to participate in the poll or in the chat or in the community, then you need to be a subscriber. Hit that subscribe right now. Jump in there. Type 1, 2, or 3. That's pretty simple. It's easy to do. You click a button. You enter the chat. You type a number, and then your voice is heard. 15% right now saying a raise. That is significantly lower than what the market's still pricing in 35% chance. It's about what our viewers were saying the other day as well. I just jumped into iBits, finally.
Nice.
So, I don't know. Yeah, we get the pull down there. Ooh, I like how we do that.
That's what I was going to say. Like, we need to have a better look.
Yeah, instead of that full screen where we have to show the entire thing. That's much, much better than we can keep it on the bottom there. For sure. Two things. So new position, IBIT. Want to get to VWAP for the first look. There's trend break, give it to the low. And then I'm still in DJT, but I've now trailed it for obvious reasons. So it just held VWAP underneath. And I'm looking for this low here at 975. But if it breaks the volume weighted average price, I'm going to get it out. That's always a moving target, but we'll probably leave it in there. So DJT to the downside. The market is desperately trying to bounce. It's not doing the best job of it just yet. And I do feel if we're going to make a bounce, here's a name. Is this the first time? I want to make sure we're contractually obligated to at least bring up NVIDIA's chart at least once per show.
No, we're not.
So with 2 minutes to go, triple bottom here on NVIDIA. Don't at me if I've just jinxed NVIDIA, but it's resisting, just like the futures were. It's resisting the prior lows. So resistance where there was support yesterday. You break that and you have a chance to rally, but all bets are off when you get to the Fed. Just keep that in mind. Technicals are completely irrelevant if they give us a surprise. The wicks that you will see, if you've never seen a Fed day, if they were to shock us, what you see at 2 o'clock is your quotes losing their minds, as there's just a gap. But I still expect no change.
I don't.
But if they were to raise rates, you're going to see quotes absolutely blow up.
Quotes might be nuts anyways because of the uncertainty.
Just because the uncertainty.
A little bit right there.
We've seen it before.
But let's go 50. We are just like, honestly, man, this SK Hynix took us a minute to find a good level there, and it just was VWAP. Like, dude, just wait for VWAP, man. Dude, where's my car? Like, all we had to do was wait for that trade to come through, and then, we sprayed that AK all the way to the downside there, covered a little bit down at 129. It's always a good time when we leave the show at our highest spot we've been at all day. So that's what's happening right now for me on Google. Dude, thank you to Google. But we'll wait to see if it does continue its upside move. We didn't take advantage of that latest move right there into the 200 period moving average. We should have. Our best fill there is 45s, but we'll wait to see if Google can get back up to the upside there as we continue to get a little higher on Google. And then SoFi, that goes all the way up to VWAP. So of course we're gonna, clap out of that one a little bit. I'll take a little bit more here at 24 if we're able to get it, and then we'll just let that one sort of run through. SpaceX, man, do not look here because that was a horrible out there on SpaceX. Still a top stock for me today. Well, not really anymore, but was. Now SoFi, my number one name today, but SpaceX was number one, now number two. We did take it out on that break above VWAP. Boo for me as into 112. Of course, where we always say where these so-called players dwell. So we'll watch out.
Georgia.
We'll wait out for that one. And then, hopefully Google continues to run up. So by the time I get back, we'll see where these names are. But my stop for Google is 333.75. That's my stop there. My stop for SK Hynix is a 131 break of VWAP. And then my stop for SoFi is 1497. 1494. So again, 6 cents. Like, this is the other thing, 6 cents worth of it. We talked about where our stop was on SoFi. Now in the money, 26 cents. So there it is, man. Another 5 to 4 or 5 to 1 there on SoFi. We still have a decent position left. So yeah, pretty good. It's 11 o'clock right now. Thanks everybody for joining us.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks everybody for joining us. One quick update. It's not a big IPO, but there is one. IMC. It is now a buy and balance of 1.5 million.
Ooh.
So that's actually not bad. Paired volume 1.8. It's still indicating a flat open. The issue was 5. It's telling you the auction price is 5.
Are you going to take it if you're here or no? Okay.
$5? I never heard of it. It didn't even make our research. So it's a hard no for me. I'm not touching that thing with a 10-foot pole. But for anyone that is interested, there is an IPO today. And there's a bigger one coming tomorrow. Jersey Mike's. By this time will not be open tomorrow.
We got to get some subs in here, man, for the Jersey.
It would make a lot of sense.
I think we're going to.
There's a Jersey Mike's.
We're going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Yeah, we just probably get like Uber Eats.
Who is hitting?
What is
there?
What is wrong with Jersey Mike's? Well, I'm looking around. Oh.
Who hit that?
I'm looking around. I'm not looking at anybody.
The fact that Neil immediately looked at me as if I did something.
I looked around.
At Joe.
I just looked around.
How dare you? That is crazy.
Who hit it?
I
thought me and Ram were cool.
Steady snitching, man. Snitching out here.
Ramin, you don't like Jersey Mike's?
Yeah, man. That's crazy. Like right away, Joe.
Okay.
Man,
right.
The fly.
I don't know if anybody can hear these guys.
Get
We'll pass on this for now.
Here.
Unbelievable.
But we're going to throw it over to these guys so we can talk more about that Jersey Mike comment there from Ramin. That's
haters.
I don't. Normally, I put my mic away and I say hi to her.
That being said,
I don't know anymore.
Good point in the chat.
Definitely.
The person who dislikes the carbs that would be in a sub the most is Sharif.
Forget the carbs.
But Sharif probably hit because he doesn't like the carbs.
All my life, I didn't even
touch it. My hands are on my phone,
Why
man.
are you blaming Sharif over
Somebody,
here?
somebody had to hit that button. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
Ramin apparently did.
Of course it is. Look at her, bro. Just look at her.
So look, anyways, we're gonna.
I know we have integrity.
I know it wasn't us.
So.
And I know the chat is down with Jersey Mike's tomorrow.
Like, watch how easy this is. This is me hitting fail. There we go. I hit it.
Like you'll see,
You know,
if I'm not even on the right page, but if I'm being hit.
Thank you, Ramin. Thank you for Ramin to come on and tell people what's good. So thank you to Ramin for that one. I knew she was a real one. Okay, Battle's making a move. That's Sharif's way of saying stop talking. It's the midday. Sharif, we got you, guy. We got you. Don't worry about it. It's the midday madness, and it's about to start now.
Peace.
Everybody's blaming you, Joey.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, well, Sia claims to know who hit it, but she's gonna hold off.
I did hit it.
You did hit it?
Yeah, that was me.
That was you,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
You realize everything is recorded.
Yeah, but yo,
like,
listen, man, I'm not
remember you yesterday when you looked for video evidence about Obi?
Yeah, you seen that?
Point,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Hey, man, you know how it goes, man.
Greetings and salutations, everybody. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and let's say hello to everybody in the chat. Scott, Andrew, Omega, Alan, shout out to Kilo. Kilo of what, bro? Arcane, we got Rich. We got Super No No. Anurag's in the house. Shout out to Jimmy J, Rhino Day, and Gavin Ross. We got Omega Zero and Smith. Yehua follower. Love that. Alan, Ben Affleck. We got Gorev, Mike PD Ryder, Andrew Chow. Midwest Cannabis. 11th Hunting, he says. Joey is innocent, claims Remy
Thanks,
J.
man, I appreciate you.
There you go, bro.
Yeah, it's my type of
Cryptonomics,
people,
Joey.
man.
You gonna get into that cryptonomics, or are we
not.
icing crypto for a little bit? Mojo off watch list. Dino. We got Drew. We got Luis, Don Baca, and Mark Mosqueda.
Donnie?
Ginvesting, Miami Dragons in the house. Psyops. Shout out to Christ Eternal God and Durant Gordon. Dino's in the house as well. Save, man, woman. Don't miss crypto, he says. We got Casey, one of my faves in the chat. Casey 520 freaking 6, man. She's saying NCRA. Casey says we do, Joey, lest we fight, as she claimed. So let's have a look at what she was saying there. What was the ticker I just called out there? Casey was saying there something? I forgot it, man. I lost it. There it is. NCRA. Let's have a look at that one quick. Okay, breaking back above 3. I like this one. I'm going to look at Battle as well. This one has a double bottom case. We take out 3 1/4, 3 1/2. This one could be all gas, 0 brakes. Joey, do you ever watch that movie Speed with Sandra Bullock? That was a lot of gas, no brakes. You remember why?
No, but I was gonna ask you, are you tapped in?
I am, maybe not logged in. You know what? The production team. I have to blame the production team for this, man. Because, Tiff, can you try again? Hey,
that's what I'm talking about.
Now we're good.
Tell them.
All right,
guys. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. All right, Sharif, you got stuff that you want to go over,
let's get to work, Joey. I was just trying to look at what Lele was telling me. Lele, what is this CMMD thing? It's pulling up on my my screen. So Lele, tag me again. Let me know what's up. Casey. All right, I was looking at at MS13 over here. MSS. We're going to call this one lovingly MS13 on the day. I dislike it. It's below the VWAP, below $3. The only thing keeping it on my side chart here are these higher lows, lest this one get back above 3. There is, as you can see here, a lot of resistance at 3 1/3, 367 high. There's a triple top there. I guess, what keeps me, pseudo interested is the higher lows. And if we can kind of work back up, I'll play the range. This one seems like it is range bound with maybe 2 1/2, 2 1/3 the low, and then 3 2/3 at the high. We'll keep an eye out on that. MPLT, more expensive of a name, 15 and change. I mean, this is a multi-day runner, but don't forget what this one did on Monday. People don't forget when you drop from $37 all the way down into 9. yeah, that'll hurt a few feelings there. A bit of a recovery day yesterday, more of a recovery today on lesser volume. 15.29 high, right at 15 right now, right above the 10 EMA. I'm interested in 14.25. That is the bull flag top end range, as well as the volume weighted average price. OTLK, losing VWAP, about to lose the dollar, and about to lose the spot on the side chart. ALVO up 13.5. Light volume. Look at sporadic the volume is. Sometimes you get a good volume bar, but most times you don't. Problem is, it's trading above 3.5 and towards the higher end of the range. I got to keep it on lest it find a bid. EXLS, more expensive, but it's a multi-day play. $35 on the dot. HOD. It's holding 34.75 quite well. This could be a flat top break through 35. It had a day yesterday. It's having another day today. It had a day Monday. It had a day Friday. This has been running for a few days. EXLS, the ticker. Continuing on, MUZ, if you're of the Z inclination. 1387 high. However, we are still below that aftermarket high yesterday when we got into about 18 and change. Best we've done on the day, 1787. I'm not liking this one until we can take out some sellers from yesterday's high. CORD, how many days in a row are we going to talk about CORD? CORD has been putting in higher lows and higher highs. Let me flip to the 15 over here because the 5 ain't doing it justice. It's been putting in higher lows, higher highs since the 23rd. This is a multi-day runner. It continues to look good almost on a daily basis. And today, a little, well, no different, quite frankly. We've got a quadruple one high, Joey. 11.11 is the high of the day, and it feels like this one has got a lot of resistance in and around 11 and change. Last but not least, BATL. I was telling Neil about this one before they ended the show. Neil brought it up in the morning. It looks like it's a stair-stepping up, holding prior area of resistance generally as support. It's broken this prolonged downtrend, but you know how I feel about these ones that break these prolonged downtrends. They're typically bull traps who lure you in only to lose prior bar low. I ain't in this to lose money, so not touching that one. And then I just want to mention quickly the one that KC 526 called out. NCRA. I'm going to bring that one in from the side chart over here. I like this one, Case, because it's got a lot of volume. It's got a bit of a head and shoulders pattern possibly brewing here, or you could look at it as possibly some higher lows and a retake here of 3.25, 3 1/3 with, technically the day high is 363, but when you look at what it did in the pre-market, specifically at 8:40 a.m., it got to 452, Joey. So this one has had a big move in the pre. Let's see what we get on the day. I got to tell you, though, guys, I'm not in love with anything, and I'm going to have to use that phrase, Joey. What am I going to say? The pickings are slim.
The pickings are slim, yeah. I wasn't sure what you were going to say there, but all right, guys, yeah, let's get right into things and see what we had going on. Now, right out of the gate, we were looking for some longs, and sure enough, it worked for us here on NVDL, this initial one to start with. Bang! As soon as we didn't break out of this 28.30 level, which is correlating, let's see, with the exact price of 96.50, we'll call it flat. As soon as it rejected, I'm like, all right, let's lock in the profits that we have. We grabbed a nice entry, and then sure enough, it just tanked after. So right out of the gate, we were winner, Genyo. But then we try again over here, but didn't work for us. So we take another scalp off of that one there. So not too bad, but no continuation. And then I posted up at the lower end of the range after this last candle, to be honest with you, but we never got that pullback to 26.76. So sure enough, that would have been the winner chicken dinner of the day. But what we do have here is our only blemish really on the session. And this was this long in SoFi. So I started really small with this initial position in order to catch a fill right here at the lower end. So $15 flat is what I was looking at. I know. You guys are gonna fight too.
Go ahead.
All right, that's what I'm talking about over here. So anyways, we'll now you threw me off my game, Shreve.
Come on, Joey.
All right, hold on. Give me a second.
Come on, Joey.
Hold on. Stop. Give me a second.
This guy, bro.
All right. So there it is, right? So we just stopped out, and then eventually it based out at $14.90. All right. So now that was the climb. That was the move. And congratulations to Katina Man for catching that bottom, being patient enough to get that move back in towards the volume weighted average price. Now I was posted up here on TQs, we took a little scalp to the short side, but I'm like, you know what? We're not going to get that immediate momentum style breakdown. And I took a little win on this one, but eventually that stronger leg did happen, which I wasn't willing to participate because for me, I honestly believe that the NASDAQ can bounce at any time. For some reason, I decided to go short. So there it is. We take a small scalp, slightly red just due to sizing. We were the largest position of the day, looking for that move back into 1230 or 1532 here on SoFi, but it didn't work out for us. So yeah, that's it, slight red, but it ain't a thing but a chicken wing for us to climb back. I mean, we've done it umpteen times throughout the week. Yesterday we closed slightly green, but we were on bad times. I mean, at the peak of our losses, but then we just managed to cut about 80% of them off, only putting the only blemish on the week. So it's still early, and I know we'll turn things around.
I love to hear that attitude, bro. That's the kind of thing, you know
how we rock.
Yeah. So we're good there, dude. What's that?
I said, you know how we rock.
Yeah. This is how we do. All right, Joey. We got a KC 526 special here going. Yeah, man. AGRZ. Yeah, sorry, I'm in a position, Joey. All right, 54, big seller at 54. Can't shake him here. Looking for a hold of prior bar on the one. There goes 56. We got 54s on. We're looking for 69. Ozan, let's go, my man. We need you to punch in. There it goes through 58 options, man. We're looking for 61s. Oh, no. That's not good. All right, there we go. Looking for there's 60, Joey. Limit up is 68, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. We're looking for a little bit more now. Let's go 63s. And then we're gonna go 65, and then we're gonna go 69.
Okay.
All right. Looking for that resistance to break. We got a 65 penny high, 63 in focus here. No continuation quite yet. You're getting some selling here, as I expect, at around the 2/3 of a dollar. 62, 63. There it goes again, man. We got 53s on this one. We took a good position as we aggressively had. There's my man, Ozan. I'll get just 1 second, Ozan. Let me finish this trade here. Let's see if we can get up into 69, take the bulwark out, and then maybe we'll start thinking about 75. Now that, I've wet the beak quite a bit, I think I'm going to put my stop below 50. So we're going to risk 3 pennies. Initially, I was risking down to about 42. So let me go ahead and weasel some out here. I'm still holding the majority of the position as we did add quite nicely into this one. So here we go, coming back down. Let's go ahead and put 49 as my out. As we always do, we have to give it a little bit of room. 55 now showing up. Let me flip to the 5-second chart on this monster. So can spot areas of support and resistance. 55 is VWAP, 65 penny high. There we go again, Mr. Options, through 60. But if we reject here, that would be a lower high, right? Because we've got that 63 penny area as the local area high. We got to get above 63 to maintain trend. And by trend, I'm talking about the higher lows we're continuing to put in, but we need that higher high, right? And that's what we're not getting at the moment. So can I keep a close eye on this one?
Is that okay? All right, yeah, good stuff. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. That was the throw over there. All right, man. So other than that, guys, let's start game planning on what we're gonna do here in the overall market. So what we have is, I'm not gonna call this turtle shell or anything along those lines because I don't believe that's the narrative. So you can see the weakness. Let's keep an eye on our volume by time profile. All right. So what is happening on our rebounds? Now, we are stair-stepping higher. It's a positive sign, but it was the exact same example of what Ann and I were looking at yesterday for the short move, okay? So what we do have is volume is kicking in, but look at the strength within the selling candles opposed to what we're seeing in the green candles, okay? So that could just tell us where the dominance is laying, which I believe is really important. Now, am I going to try to find a bottom and look for the long? Absolutely, because I do believe that this market is a slight, I'm not going to say the market, some names are oversold, which can help the market find somewhat of a rally, okay? And we're going to get into those momentarily. Now, okay, maybe we don't like that number there, Tiffany. It was 666 on that one. We don't like that number, so we'll go a little bit lower. Maybe 67s right here. Okay, all right, it's getting even worse as time goes on. But no, in all seriousness, 59.20 is where we could potentially post up on the Qs, but also leave yourself some risks. Sorry to jump all over the place, for after 2 p.m. So 2 p.m., regardless of what happens, 2:30, allow the volatility. 2:45 is where you really start to hone in and look for those high-quality opportunities. So you could just mess around a little bit, see if you can find something, but really reduce your share size and your risk so you can find some opportunities if that is what you're waiting for. But what I will do right now is post up at 59.20s, and if we break 59.79 on the triple Qs, then maybe our thesis is going to be invalid. But why am I going to post up at 59? Well, okay, well, I'll go 30. So I'll lift it up 10 cents. Why? Because I'm at the lower end of the range. And the objective of this is to just really determine where we're going to go wrong. Now, if it cracks through this support level, then hey, we might see an additional leg lower in the NASDAQ. So let's do that right now. We're going to post up at 59.20s just in case there is a bounce back towards the volume weighted average price, and we'll have the ability to take advantage of that. All right, so 59.20s or 30s is where we're going to post up at. We'll start relatively cool just in case it doesn't work out, but we know orders placed, we know where we're going to be wrong, and that's going to be around 59.10. Are out there. Now, moving forward to some names that have been battered and bruised. Where am I going to start off with? Oh, yeah, you guessed it, the memory names. Wow, yeah, woo, so exciting. So here it is, right? I mean, no, in all seriousness, and it irks me, right? Like, so here's we'll do what grinds my gear segment extremely early here today, is that we get all excited about these runs, and I understand it, right? Like, people make a lot of money all the way up here. But if you don't sell on the way up, well, then guess what? Congratulations. You've just lost the majority of your gains because you're down 56% off of the highs in SanDisk. Now, when there's blood in the streets, is this a good opportunity for us to slowly start grabbing some? I truly believe so. We know there's going to be a bottleneck here for the next year and a half, 2 years. So this might be oversold in some aspects. I know we get exuberant in one way and we get carried away, but it happens in the opposite direction as well. But that doesn't mean that the run is over, okay? So just be cautious with this. Don't bag hold, and if you happen to get a strong move back to where the previous high is, then by all means, look to lock in some more gains and leave a little bit for a runner. But one thing that you have to take into consideration, and why it's really difficult when stocks go down 50%, well, now you need 100% return just to get back where you left off. All right, so going from $1,000 all the way up, so we'll call it $1,100 here, all the way up to $2,200 isn't easy, and it may take a little bit more time than what this initial move took, right? This was fast and furious. Tokyo drift over there, Sharif, for sure.
Have you drifted before?
Yeah, in the snow, man. That's like a...
You can drift, eh?
I'm not like, I wouldn't say I'm good at it, but like, catch me in a parking lot with Ram, and she's drifting.
Can we get that video again? Can we get that video
Why are you
again?
yelling like that, Ram? Like...
Can we get that video of you doing donuts in that ginormous Brogding-Nagyan car that you had?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I had to use that. We're gonna hit the word of the day. I don't think that's ever been used on the show.
That was Joey Drift Kings. No, but there it is, right? So we catch this fill at 30s. Now let's see if it holds up. Now, I mean, we've already gave back the majority of our risk as the market is really looking to take an additional leg lower. So this trade could just be, we can come to an end really quick on this one here, right? So this is complete sellers are in control, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. But that's why we post up at lower ends of the range just in case there is any form of a rebound right there. Let's see if we can get this trade to work for us. You can see that this lower high was established. Let's send things off to Sharif.
All right, guys, I just got to remind everybody that Trader TV Live members get Sharif's Mind daily morning research note every single trading day that I'm here. We are talking, of course, about the big market stories, but more importantly, we're talking about the key technical levels, the trade plan, the catalysts, and what we're actually looking for and watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month. We're talking about 20 pennies a day. And if you also get members only videos, you get posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Super simple to join. Hit the join button below this video to become a member now. Thank you for everybody who has signed up. All right, let's get to the super chats if we can. Tiff, NCRA, my man Adam. Boom.
What's up, boom?
Tap, please. You ask, you get. And I think you're going to like what you hear. $390 is the theoretical auction price. Halt price, $371. Halt time, 11:17:43. Current time, 11:21:31. The earliest open will be 11:22:43. NCRA, shut out the case. Shout out to Adam. Y'all are calling this one out. You guys are the real MVPs. Thank you very much for calling that out. Minneapolis Sam, he's dropping two nice ones in the chat, man. Thanks for all of the knowledge and laughs. Great show. Thank you for joining us, man.
Yeah.
And Casey, 526, as she typically does, just magnanimous. Always giving with two hands. Casey, 526, dropping 5 Trader TV memberships. Rob Demchak.
Okay.
Eduardo, my man, you got one. Formerly Mr. Gray. I love that. Mr. Left. Oh, my days. Oh, my days.
What did he say?
Well, you're going to have to look at his name. I can't finish that. Mr. Left, 19H, something, A-Rise, and Dizzy Spider.
It's my left.
Oh, yeah.
My left.
Yeah. My left, and then read it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we're waiting for resumption on here, and while we wait for that, we're going to send you up to see him.
ZN to the downside here a little bit of a volume spike coming in that Amazon will be offering now Starz and Crunchyroll bundle on Prime Video starting the 29th of July. AMZN will be offering Starz and Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll is apparently an anime and dub streaming platform, and Starz is more of a storytelling kind of a platform. So that bundle on Prime Video as of the 29th of July.
All right, yeah, perfect stuff. Yeah, atta girl, KC, 2R on that, so nice return. I love it when you hit those 2R trades for sure. I'll tell you, that's my bread and butter, to be honest with you, like 1.5, 2R. Nothing crazy outside of that. Anyways, NVIDIA, MU, Snake Systems. Yeah, listen, I'm forever. Listen, okay, we'll get into that right now. I'll tell you guys my game plan because Hangry Wife been asking me about it for quite some time, so I may as well just tell the world now, even though it's not like it matters whatsoever. So shout out to Michael Burry. Listen, this void is going to be filled. Okay, I could totally be wrong. I don't believe that I am, but I think at some point you're going to see this at maybe not all the way towards the lows, but 180, I totally believe is in the works. There's a really strong structure right here, right? Extremely strong structure. It's held before. I just don't know if this is going to be the scenario in which we hold again. So 185, 180, even 75s, I think could be totally in the works here for NVIDIA. All right, and guess what? I'm a consistent buyer. I'm forever going to be building an insane position in this for as long as I can. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Lower the price, the less of a move that I need. But the total objective is for this to eventually head over to $300 because I think at some point in the next couple of years, again, you can see how broad my horizon is obtainable. All right, so 180 will be loading up a bit. I'm not going to be buying any right here because I do believe this support system at 190 is going to be breached, regardless if you have some form of a bounce, right? You can get a bounce back up into 202 or something along those lines. That's fine and pretty and dandy. But again, this was a bull trap. You can see that we had a little bit lower on this one. And yeah, I think this is going to be the narrative. A couple of days ago, we were talking about this Go TQs. Guys, you can see that's why we posted up at 30s there. We're now printing a little bit higher with a slight rebound in the market. We'll get into that momentarily because it's not quite what I'm looking for. We're going to wait for 59.60s here, see if we're fortunate enough to catch that one, but we're going to need a rebound. We were talking about this a couple of days ago, that the selling has just started here in AMD. You go on this big time run, you're only down about 25% off of those highs. I think there's going to be some more of a pullback, and don't forget, we have this gap that needs to be filled between 360 and 406, which I believe is totally obtainable and reasonable as well, because you go from $200 all the way up to 600 pretty much, almost a 200% return right there. The market will give back some, shake out a bunch of unfortunate people, which again, that really irks me because I know it's hard. It's people's hard-earned money, and I don't like seeing those types of things, but that's the nature of this wicked beast. It can give you a lot, but it can take some as well, too. So same thing with like Western Digital, actually relatively strong here compared to some of its peers, but we went over SanDisk, Micron. I think this is going to be a good opportunity to get involved in some 38% to the downside. Allow the selling to cool off. There we go, Sharif.
Yes,
as
sir.
the NASDAQ, okay.
What happened, Joey?
No, that's all right. I didn't mess anything up. Yeah, as the NASDAQ popped into almost 60s, Come on, let's see if we can continue this momentum to the top side. We don't want to take too much off too early, but you can see, and Ann and I we were discussing this yesterday, with every single pop, you can see it met by some aggressive defense. And there goes the market just absolutely tanking pretty aggressively. I mean, absolutely tanking is a little bit of a stretch, but you can see how it took all of this time, 5 minutes, for us to climb higher, and then it's just met by immediate defense within the span of about 20 to 30 seconds, right? So you take the stairs up, and then everything gets hucked out the window.
Yeah, man. There she goes. Yeah, you know that song, Joey? There she goes.
There she goes again.
Yeah.
That's it, right? Yeah, well, there goes the market to the downside again. Is it? Yeah, I mean, Jason, it is, man. It's not fun, especially for long-term accounts for day trading. Like, you obviously want to try to not do what I'm doing and stick to just where the price action is, but it makes things significantly more. Yeah, okay, that's crazy. Yeah.
I love the chat,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
You know what? Don't take yourself too seriously, man. We're having a good time here. Come on now. All right, Case, we're in ARGZ because it weaseled back up. I'm going to stick to my my story this time, and I'm going to actually stop out below 42 because it keeps getting support at the same level, 42 pennies. I don't want to base anything here on VWAP because it looks like it's more respecting that 42.5 penny level, which is now the 10 EMA on the 5. So we're going to give this one the old community college try. NCRA lost trend, and I'm out. So we'll let that one go, but I'm going to keep a close eye now on AGRZ. Let's see if this one can kind of hold up, maybe mosey on back to 75. There we go, coming back into 54 again. Let's see if we can take out, that prior area high. There's a lot of resistance at 60. So if we can get up to 60, that would be good news. But, you know, expect some selling there because it's shown up before. Nimit, my man, good to see you here again. Love it. We're seeing Nimit more often these days after a little bit of a hiatus, Nimit. We didn't see you as often. GMM was such a tease yesterday in post and pre today, and now gone. Dang. Fed day and bad luck to me. No, man. We're just getting warmed up here, Nimit. Everything is good. Let's have a look at GMM for the OG Nimit. All right. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, went right up, right at the open into 430 and then kind of lost trend. It was good yesterday in the aftermarket. That's what I see what you're saying there. Right at around 5 o'clock. It looks like the breakout came about 5 to 5. And when all was said and done, I think at the high, we got to about 365, but we did a lot better today. We got into about 430. That was right at the implied balance open. So I hope you print up storms on that, Nimit. Let me know what your thinking is on that. What's the plan going into that? But right now, it's going to focus on AGRZ because it's taking out my levels. And here comes 57. 56 is showing up. We got a couple of prints here, but I'm aiming for 60. If this is going to be a 57, whatever, 58 rejection, it will be yet another lower high. So it's 65 penny high, 61, generally 61 penny high, and now we're about 57 and change. So it's lower high, lower high, lower high. Got to be careful with this one. Okay. Also looking at CORD, C-O-R-D, into the high of the day. I'm not involved in that one at the moment, but I just want this trade to resolve so I can kind of focus on what I need to focus on. But the problem with this one is I'm going to have to give it to 42.5. I won't get out until 42.5, and I want to be strategic about where I add along the way. Looks like there's a lot of selling here in the mid-40s. Let's take this opportunity to add. I also want to add into 45. So let's go ahead here with an order right at 45 to take that. So there we go. We'll throw that on there. Probably should move it up just a little bit here so that if it does come into 45 and there is a buyer, it does pop up. Oh, we got some love there, man, from NOK's Norwegian Kroners, right? NOK? Yeah. There we go. Bojo, 9,000. There she goes. Right down into the drain. My money, that is. Oh. Joe need that UW to lift me up. Well, I'm having a good time, man.
I got you covered, man.
He's talking to you, Joey. He needs you. He needs you.
Yeah, he needs this.
He needs you.
This means, I don't even really know what it means, but I just do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not, what does it mean if anybody knows?
Bojo. I don't know, Joe. I don't know.
It is pretty cool though.
It is, huh?
Yeah.
I'd be more involved in this conversation
this
if
one?
I wasn't in the trade. I just have to.
Oh, you're
concentrate.
concentrating? All right, Sharif's concentrating. So I'll send this to Sharif. How's that one there? Yeah, the double one. You know who actually, it's not maybe not so. Brian Ortega taught me that one actually. If y'all know, if you know, you know.
You hear? See what Bud said to Ryan?
No.
He's like, Ryan.
Yeah.
I hope you're taking this fight seriously.
Yeah.
And that you're training because you could get knocked out. The champ, T Bud.
Yeah, but
chiming in here. So you know what?
Yeah, but
when T Bud says, I listen.
Yeah,
That's
but
kind of the way that
Connor's
works.
about that.
Connor's about that life, but I think he's undersized. I think Ryan's a bigger man. And
Yeah, that's fine, man. It's not. Sometimes it does matter, but
It does
sometimes
matter sometimes, right?
Yeah, but it's about the size of the fight in the dog, man.
But we know Ryan ain't no pushover either. Right?
He ain't no pushover.
He has a tendency to
Listen,
clown around, though.
Eubank is bigger than Connor.
But he's not as fast though.
No,
he's not as fast as Ryan.
No,
but
he's
yes,
not
you're
as
absolutely
fast.
right. He's a
not
way
as fast.
bigger man. Good point.
But see, the thing is, Ryan is like he goes on these little runs and then he ends up partying.
That's
for
what
a
I don't
while.
like.
Yeah,
that's
so
what
he
I
ends
don't
up
like.
partying for a while,
and I think
so.
that's what Bud is saying that for. I think Bud seen something or heard something within the community that says that Ryan is not taking this fight seriously. Well, otherwise, why would Bud say that? Like, you know what motivation does he have? There goes ARGZ Tiff into 57, 58. Case, what are we doing with this one, Case? Let's go. We added aggressively here into the high. Assassino, I'm printing, bro. Here we go. So we're looking for 60. Now we're looking for 61. There's 60 options, man.
Okay.
And this is the level we may have a problem with. We've seen the rejections here before. It's a 65 penny high. Trade this carefully until it really takes out 60. We're going to pause. We're sending it, of course, to the big desk with Adara and Juan. Talk about the European markets.
The U.S. markets are open for another 4.5 hours, but the European markets are closed for the session. Here to take us through what happened in Euro for the session that just ended is Juan.
Thank you, Adara. A highly fragmented and volatile session in Europe. A lot of massive, one single massive stock collapse in the luxury sector, pretty much overshadowing a powerful morning of commodities rally. So we see the stocks Euro 600 down by 0.32%. You know, I mentioned early commodity and banking gains completely being evaporated as a luxury sector sell-off took hold. Now we go to France, CAC 40 down by 0.7%. That big luxury stock was Hermes. Those shares fell by about 11.6%, triggering a temporary trading halt as well. You know, despite a 7% Q2 revenue increase to about 4 billion euros, investors are still worried about stagnation in the Chinese as well as Middle Eastern markets. So that definitely took a toll on the CAC 40. But over in Germany, they did pretty okay. I mean, just above the tape, finishing pretty much 0.07 above yesterday. So those were supported by some good domestic earnings. We saw Rheinmetall surging about nearly 7% on sharp revenue as well as operating profit gains driven by a strong defense demand. We also saw the banking sector doing pretty well in Germany. Deutsche Bank advanced by about 3% after posting record second quarter profits. If we head over to the United Kingdom, in the UK, Standard Chartered gained nearly about 3% on better than expected quarterly earnings as well. So those banking gains bringing the UK stock up. Reckitt, consumer goods focusing on health, nutrition, and hygiene. They surged about 7%, one of the big earners there, as quarterly sales also beat forecasts. But the main story also here is BP and Shell. They added over 1% as Brent crude rebounded on renewed geopolitical tensions. So those airstrikes by the US and Saudi on Iran-backed groups in Iraq, escalating that of geopolitical tensions. This escalation very much driving Brent crude back to $90 per barrel, and that's boosting also mining and upstream energy. But also we need to take into concern the semiconductor capex glut right now in Europe. All right, we heard SK Hynix, the earnings missed market consensus overnight. So these markets also still concerned about AI spending, that it's slowing down. This also triggered a 0.4% slide in European tech index, but you should watch out for names like ASML and Infineon at the open tomorrow for Europe, because we've got those Microsoft and Meta earnings coming up later. So if AI or cloud capital expenditure, those numbers could signal whether that tech hardware in Europe could continue to slide down or maybe bounce back, depending on those numbers. And that earworm from Sharif, come on, man. Here she goes. Here she goes again.
Here we go again with the Euro market segment. We'll see you again at 3:30 with one for the Asia market segment. Again, about an hour after, we'll hear from Fed Chair Warsh. There's a lot to look forward to this afternoon and going forward. We'll send it back to the guys.
That's my kind of guy right there.
At least one
guy
of us.
who doesn't take himself all that seriously.
At least one of us
He's
can
gonna
sing,
have a
man.
good time about it. There you go. Shout out to my man Juan. I think he's got the same skills I do in singing, which is,
No, he's same
Well,
skills,
he's
bro.
probably a little bit better.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well,
I think
Not
he's
bad.
much better. Hey, boy, I mean, it is what
Love you
it is,
too, Joey,
man.
bro. I appreciate you keeping my confidence up.
It's crazy.
There goes AGRZ. Oh, no, it's coming back down, Joey. It keeps encountering that level at 60, and it keeps finding resistance there. We're nicely in the money on this one, but Case, like we're gonna need you to punch in here. Ozan, Mike PD Ryder, Grunfeld. Let's all remember they taught us this in the certification process. No team trading.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
team
yeah,
trading.
yeah. You
They
can
try to
team
say
trade.
it's localized, but you got to get 21st century. Team trading could be, of course, right, over the internet, right, where you've got to.
Oh yeah. I mean, no team trading. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Illegal.
It's very much illegal. They'll rinse you and take everything, but other than that, if you and somebody else decide to do something, but no, that's a big no.
They can do it, but you can't do
exactly.
it.
So that's what it is. That's
Don't
how
think
it is.
you're like you're them. No, they're them.
They are them. You are not. You're not that guy. You're just not that guy. All right, so here it is. As I often say, there's a little criminal activity going on.
Oh.
I mean, listen, you're gonna bounce into 59.21 and not fill my order at 20s, and then bounce up 20 cents just like that. That's the move that we're looking for, is that 20-cent bounce, and then you just get out of the trade, and it just goes tank city after that. So an aggressive fill and no rebound. Let's see if this works out for us here, guys. As the market does look like this is going to be the last attempt, because we have to take into factor that we want to save some risk for obviously post-meeting, right? So we're going to wait for some high-quality opportunities there. And this is very, very tight. I have to keep those. Yeah, see, the market's going to take an additional leg lower. Wow, how come it didn't fill me on those two orders over here and then decides to go on a nice little pop-up there? Now, we'll be patient to see if buyers do want to step back in, but if not, man, we're going to have to sit on our hands, and I apologize for the lack of activity that is about to happen after I take this trade. What I'm going to do is just in order so I don't continuously trade, is I'll hop out of my live, and if we want to punch some keys, we'll just punch it in some simulation, all right? So that's going to be the narrative if this trade doesn't work. I don't have much room I can give this, as there's no one looking to step back in here at this very given second. If you look on the 5-minute time frame, oh, okay, yeah, that's it. See you later. So yeah, we have to get out of that one as the market takes an additional leg lower. I'll do it right now just so you guys can see live trading. We're getting out of that one here. Boom, see you later. And then we're going to wait for another opportunity here momentarily. We got to sign back in now, Assassino. I have to do that on a different screen so you guys don't see. There we go. That's a much better. There it is. Boom. Let's see what we got here. So yeah, sorry about that. We do some TA, but yeah, this market is not working for the longs, especially if you're working with pennies too. So you have to be really, 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 really careful. Extremely careful. And there we go. All right. So yeah, we'll allow this to load, guys. We just got out of that one. Whatever happens in the market happens. So no sustained bounce. And you can see that this downtrend is still fully intact, which makes it a lot more difficult. And especially when support levels are starting to be breached, just don't do what I was doing looking for those longs. You either don't trade or, yeah. It doesn't matter. if you put it on the screen or not, Assassino. I'm not going to be trading anymore. Yeah, it's all good. No, I'm saving some risk for post FOMC because I hit a threshold. I'm like, all right. So I just hopped out of my live just in case, so I don't press. I'm not shut down. I'll tell you guys if I was shut down. We're pretty dang close, but we're not. So I have my chip in a chair, and that's all we need in order for us to kind of. Yeah, I mean, it is frustrating. I could run through a brick wall right now, but we keep our cool and. Oh, I just tweaked my neck streak.
I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, it's all good.
You got to remember that it's hurting.
Yeah,
I always suffer from that problem as well.
Yeah.
When you hurt it, and then you forget that you hurt it, and then all of a sudden.
So, anyways, aside from that, let's head over to our watch list actually and see what we got going on. The imbalance locator on our list here. Tesla not doing too much. How are we doing on a daily? Did we crack $300 yet? On Tesla, 302. Oh no, we're holding on for dear life at this moment. It's just unfortunate what's happened here within this name specifically. Like, it's funny that Dan Ives was stating of Yorkville Ives, we can call him. It's just stating like investors are getting tired and impatient. But I think if anything now, you're closer than you ever been to what Elon's, I guess, bigger picture in his optimal goal is, right? I stood in the camp of I don't think Gen 1 robotics are going to be that thing, but it's Cybercab who's going to eat so many people's lunch. And that's just my opinion. I could be totally wrong. I hope I'm not, but I mean, I think at some point Tesla's going to really, really gain some ground. Shout out to Kathy Wood for having that $4,000 price target. We're a bit of ways away from that. So, I mean, it's quite a... It's really far, actually. You know what I mean? We're not even relatively close. We'll send it over to see it in 1 second. There's one more name that I want to talk about. I mean, if we're going to lose confidence in anybody, maybe it's Meta, but I don't think that's the case. I talked about the headwinds in front of this name, and I believe once that's cleared up, then we can definitely see some new levels in this name specifically. Sia, what do you have?
Yeah, just keep an eye out on race. It's technically a bit flat on the day, but Ferrari apparently has hit its annual sales target for its first ever electric vehicle on the back of strong demand from China. The Financial Times has reported this as of today. This is also citing some people that are familiar with the matter. Now, the car maker now, Ferrari here, that is RAC, he had aimed to sell just under 500 units of the loose model as of this year, and quota was filled in less than 2 months since the car had been launched on May 25th. Just keep an eye out. It's still going on the up and up here.
The best day of the year.
What's that?
May 25th.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's my birthday. Why? What are you looking at, Joey?
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at some. I'm not looking at much, to be honest with you. Let's see what we got going on here. We'll head over to see how some of the banks performing, where the strength is actually falling into this market. We got Walmart not really up anything right now. I mean, 0.5%. Kava here not doing too bad. Costco up 1%. How far are we off of the all-time highs on this one? 10%, not too bad, but it's the banks that you want to keep an eye out on. Where is the strength really falling into? And with that being said, we can obviously take a look at some of the top performing sectors and then fall into those ETFs to see how the performance is going to be. Because right now, if the staples aren't strong, the banks aren't relatively strong. Where are we rotating into? All right, so it's just... Go Ford, says Randy.
Randy's pumped about Ford. As well as he should be,
I mean, that's fair, right?
Yeah, as well as he should be, Joey.
5% haul despite the recall?
He can be.
Yeah, 5% haul despite the recall, he says.
Okay.
I like how that rhymes, too.
There we go, bang. So here it is, guys. Healthcare sector, XLV, the top performer today. Consumer defensive, we're up 2%. So maybe Procter & Gamble will take a look. Comms, 1.8%. Materials, consumer cyclical. Finance. The financials up 1.25%. Where's this coming from? I don't know. Real estate holding on to, and oh yeah, you guessed it, the tech sector. The name that goes parabolic, the worst performer. I mean, that's what happens, right? What goes up, unfortunately, does come down in these stock markets. Don't chase. Don't be afraid to sit on your hands for a little bit before you start buying up some of these names. Now, $5 super chat. Remember, guys, always sale before earnings. Always goes down on good news. Made 100K doing it that way. SoFi sold, bought back after earnings.
Love to hear
All
it,
right, man. Congratulations. 100 smackers there, my friend. Congratulations to you. And you know what I always say,
What'd you say?
What I always say is don't spend it all in one place.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a good idea to spend it all.
No.
Unless, You're buying NVIDIA shares or something.
Yeah, that's the best place you can definitely.
Okay. And the reason I'm harping on him for that is anytime I tell him anything, right? I'm like, Joey, let's go here. Joey, let's buy this. He's like, yo, man, that's a third of an NVIDIA share. Yeah, it's 2 NVIDIA shares. It's like everything is in the context of NVIDIA share.
That's what I.
Which I do like. I like the obsession, but I like
it's the only way
diversify the game a little bit, Joey. We're gonna stop out here at ARGZ, Joe. If it loses 42, because 42 has been the support level, we worked into 48. It doesn't bounce off 42. I'm gonzino. Are we going to be negative on this? No. Even if I stop out here, given my position size, I'm not going to be negative. I'll stay positive. Hopefully, he bounces off 42, but right now, I'm not liking the look of this one's jib. What I do like, though, is this one. I want to work in possibly to MTNB. This is on the Amex. It's only up about 30%. It's not up much, but it's got a good pattern here, despite the topping tail candle into 44 pennies. I do apologize. All these ones are sub $1, which may turn some people off, but I got to tell you, the pickings are slim in terms of the volatility movers today. There are some other small cap gappers. Yeah, this is going to stop me out, it looks like here. AGRZ. There are some other small cap gappers that are, a little bit more calm in price action, but they're not doing as much at the moment. So we're going to continue to focus on the ones that are moving the most, talking about ARGZ and MTNB. Just keeping an eye on this one. Just want to see if I get stopped out. These are the ones I'm talking about. EXLS, look at this, up and to the right. CORD, up and to the right. MUZ, or Z, up and to the right into 1796. So these three here, BATL is doing bupkis. And then this is the one that I was just talking about, MTNB. We didn't put in the ticker quite yet. So as always, though, if there are any small cap gappers that are kind of making a move at the moment, I'd love to know about them because, there's just not much of a selection today. Nocera, what does Nocera mean? Look at, what's the ticker, brother? I don't know the ticker. So just let me know what the ticker is, and then I'll jump into that. I'll look at it. But yeah, MTNB, I'm not going to trade this one here. It looks like it's failing pretty aggressively. From 44 pennies into 34. It doesn't really have any support here, except maybe, generally at 33 it was a bit of a top there, but I don't want to bottom pick. I'm already out of the money on AGRZ. I got stopped out of that one as it did fail. NCRA says, how do I say your name? Carso Wow. So let's look at that, NCRA. A little consolidative. I mean, I've seen a lot of these ones today that are like that. Yeah, NCRA, we traded this one earlier on the breakout there, but then it ended up failing. So I do like the higher lows, but we're below VWAP, and we're definitely below that $3.98, $4 area. I had it on the side chart, didn't I? NCRA, where'd it go? Did I take it off? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I just removed it. It's on the watch list, but I removed it from the side chart. I needed room. So yeah, sadly, nothing doing for me at the moment. They acquired a 5% stake in a Taiwanese memory company. That's always a good look, man, especially with the memory companies being very much in vogue at the moment, or at least were. You're seeing some weakness, of course, again today in the memory names, but we were up so much, so that's fine. Wow, Bloom Energy is negative again on the day. It's down again at the day's low. Wow, so it just gave up the entire move, Joe.
Yeah. Oh, from the entire
from the earnings report.
Oh, from the earnings report.
Longer term. No, we're long with this double digits, bro.
It's I completely listen, Snake Systems. I completely agree with you. I don't think it's necessarily about the generation right now. It's about all the kids growing up, going through school, who are using all of these tools. And you have to take, the way that I specifically look at it is infrastructure change, right? Like we're building all of these data centers and you need all this compute power, which I do believe is justifiable, because if you look at any major industrial revolution, at some point you have to spend money. You're not going to make money by not spending any. That's just the reality. Now, if the AI trade doesn't turn out necessarily how we're expecting, which I don't believe it will, years down the road, because it's much more common what I'm getting at amongst the younger generations. So with that being said, I think at some point it will pan out and pay out. May take a little bit longer than what we're expecting, but I don't believe that's going to be the case. I have the utmost confidence within this specific, because these guys are the most valuable companies for a specific reason, and it's really putting them in a position to hold on to that and maintain that for the foreseeable future. So I'm completely behind all of it, and I mean that's why I love this company, because even though the wave right now is like, hey, there's some fears within it. Bigger picture, I think it's all noise in my opinion, and these guys right here are going to be the providers of all those. The start of everything, the infrastructure is starting with N, ends with A. So yeah,
Dang.
that's where I stand, and I will. All of this is cool because I don't mind. I'll just buy some more, whether it takes a couple of years to hit the specific target that I want. Then the longer it takes, well, then guess what? The more I get to have, and that's. Just
I like that attitude, man. That's conviction central right there. Conviction 101. Like it's gonna go against you in the short term.
Oh yeah.
But like, are you living for short term? You know what I mean?
No,
like,
man,
yeah.
Like
this got a lot more life left, bro.
I just hope that like it doesn't take 5 years. If it takes 5 years, then I'll have more than I can ever imagine. But at that point, I don't want to. I would like to, get some balls rolling relatively soon. I mean, it's the same narrative, right? Like what I'm building this thesis based off of is my marijuana play, and then also my Moderna play. And those took a long time. Like it's funny because the span between being 24 all the way to 27 doesn't seem like much opposed to 3 years now. Because back then it's a larger percentage of your life. Now it isn't as much. So
well said.
Yeah, I mean, here it is. I'm ready to rock and roll, and I will continuously be buying this name. And listen, if we're gonna talk about the technicals, never mind what I got going on. This void, again, I mentioned it earlier today. This void is gonna be filled. That's just where I say. I could be completely wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be. And the same thing with, and if I am, then all right, I just didn't get as much as I would like. Look at AMD Go today, Sharif. Man, I was telling you, dude, this thing's going to sell a little bit more. Did you dabble into it?
There's like an attack in Egypt right now.
Oh, is
Egyptian gas storage tankers. Are you kidding me? If I don't know if this is accurate, but if they expand the war to Egypt, what a bunch of idiots. Egyptian gas storage tankers in Damietta port may have been attacked by drones, according to 2 security sources. U.S. owned and operated? No, that's not it. Okay, that's different. U.S. owned LNG floating storage facilities. Oh, that's the Marshall Islands. With Marshall Islands flag was hit by at least 1 drone. Yeah, okay, they're trying to hit American infrastructure in Egypt. This is what the report is saying, essentially. Okay. Unreal, bro. They just keep expanding the war, man. That's just not the right move, bro. It's U.S. owned. Yeah, I read that. Yeah, I get it, right? But nobody like should accept their, just like Iran just hitting them because the U.S. has stuff there. Like, what the hell? Are you kidding me? Like, again, it comes back to that crazy proposition. Anybody can get it at any time, right? So I think that's super stupid anyway. Continuing to watch here. MTNB. Let's see if this one can pop up into 36. It's got a lot of support, as I mentioned, at 33. It was a bit of a flat top break there. That's what I'm defending into. I've got my stop already placed in. I'm looking for a move possibly into VWAP at around 37 and change. So let's see what we get on that. I've only got 1 profit taker so far. I'm waiting at every penny, 36, 37, 38. So let's see if we get a price spike up. Nothing for me to do right now, though. So continuing to watch that. What else do we got? We got these others, man, that continue to make moves, man. EXLS, look at this. This is a buy program. Your dollar's in the money here. If you took this right at the start of the show, my days, 35.60 high, barely a red candle showing up here. Same thing with Cord. Cord is just a multi-day runner. 11.59, trading at the high right now. But, for whatever reason, I'm looking at MTNB. And then you got MUZ, whatever. Here it comes close to that aftermarket high yesterday. That aftermarket high, take us 8.15. Here's 8.12. So now you're really making a move to take out yesterday's high. So MUZ, and that's the aftermarket high, by the way, with no volatility parameters. So you're looking real good over here. Yeah, that's what I see. Chris Arthur as well. There's a little bit of beef between Egypt and Ethiopia. That's because they're building a dam and it's taking from the Nile water. Other than that, I don't think Egypt has beef with anybody at the moment. Drew Farrell says Sky Q. Let's have a look. Oh, good call. So range bound. but definitely you can play the range here if you're so inclined. Looks like 410, 415 area support, and then you're selling at around 430 to 450, and you're always saving a piece for the dream, right? In case this one does catch a bid and takes at that 4 2/3, which is the high of day. Good call out by Drew Farrell. Good look there. Yeah, so that's all I've got at the moment. We're going to continue to watch MTNB, and then at some point I'm going to have to work in Accord, EXLS, or MUZ, Joey, because they're the ones making the move here.
All right, man, good stuff. You can see the NASDAQ most likely falling just based off of that news here. Momentum really starting to pick up, and you can see that this is the largest volume prints since approximately 10:43. So a little bit over an hour ago. So yeah, no coincidence there. Who knows what can happen come this meeting? It's going to be interesting but I do believe what Warsh wants is a decoupling between the market's reaction and the Fed decision, which I can get behind as well. You'll just see less volatility. Could this be a good opportunity for us to buy some up here at 665? Juan, I know you were looking at the longs here on the NASDAQ. It just might take a little bit, on the S&P 500. So what we have here on the SPY, this could be a good, right? So do this. Don't do this. Anyways, this is what I would potentially do. I have the TQs here. So I would post up right here at 665 on the TQs. It's going to be at 58.65. And then that way I know I'm wrong as soon as we crack the lows, okay? So it's very precise. And that's what's important. Precision is extremely key. Every penny matters in this game. And if you don't really calculate where you're getting in, then you're going to be giving some up for no apparent reason. So just try to be as precise as you possibly can, guys. Once again, I'm Sim, so this isn't even, I don't even know how many shares I bought. Not that many. We're in the TQs here off of the lows. Simulated account, full disclosure, waiting till 2 o'clock to go live again, past 2 o'clock to go live again. But here it is on the NASDAQ. We'll take one more attempt on this bad boy to the long side, but clearly we know, and what we've seen throughout the intraday session is that sellers are engaged. Maybe this is enough, and Wall Street decides to step back in and buy some. But this sell program in AMD is getting pretty aggressive. Now, 584 high, you're down to 426. It's, this void is going to be filled, unfortunately. How's Amazon been performing? This is a name that we don't often look at, but AWS, shout out to them, down 18%. Hey, not too bad of a look there in Amazon. Now, what we got here in some of the crypto plays, MSTR, okay, still hovering around the lows. Bitcoin and them and Ethereum, I don't believe are back in play just yet. It might take a little bit longer than what we're expecting, but shout out to Salesforce. Salesforce is up 4% here today, Sharif. Bouncing off those lows of 150 or 148, that's 30% right there if you happen to get in. It's really tough to be that precise. But anyways, aside from that, there's the bounce that we're looking for on the NASDAQ. We're long from 73s, now pumping into 58.80s. Now, we're out at the crack of the low. If not, we're going to be looking to take some off here with a little bit stronger of a bounce into $59 on the TQQs.
All right, man. GSUN is making a move. Great call out. I forget the individual who called that out, but GSUN into the high. I'm trying to load it here. Sorry, guys. There we go. 30 pennies, 30.40 high. So I'm talking pennies, not dollars. 30.40 high here on GSUN. It's flat top. It's a flat top break candidate, essentially with 30 pennies as the flat top. I would suggest that you build your position closer to VWAP, which is around 26 to 27 pennies. That's what I'm going to do, getting in light here with a plan, not a random, event to add. So we're going to go buy at 27. We're going to go buy at 26, and I'm going to look to defend here. So let's see what we get on GSUN. Whether we can take out that 30 seller. Might not be the day for that kind of trade today, but the pickings are slim, so we're going to give this one the old college try. And I am on the verge here of just stopping out on MTNB because it's coming into that 32 area, and I just don't want this to break against me, so I'm going to get out of that so I can focus more on GSUN. Has a lot better of a chart pattern than MTNB. If we can build a position towards the lower end of the range, it feels to me like the real low end is 25 to 24 pennies. So that's where I'm going to be looking to defend into. We can get something in and around that We can possibly take out that flat top break at around 30 pennies. To me, this looks like the best of the bunch here. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. Okay, what the hell? These news items today are hilarious. Let's go to Sia. We're going to go to her right now for Happening Now, and then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
Let's take a look at what the three major averages are doing, and also our little average, the IWM. So the SPY is currently down almost 1% on the day. You have the triple Qs that are down, closing 1.5% on the day. Dow is also down over 1.5% on the day, and you have IWM also in the red, sliding closer to 1.5%. Safe to say all major averages in the red. What I want to talk about is this one sector over here, energy. Probably the bull of the day. It's super strong. You have CVX, XOM, COP, MPC, PSX, all names in green. So earlier this morning, oil prices were significantly up and are significantly still up. Sector is soaring. U.S. President Donald Trump had said that the U.S. will be hitting Iran hard as a response to the surprise attack on American forces in the Middle East. So according to an Axios report, Iran had targeted U.S. base in Jordan, and U.S. National Command has said that the missiles were successfully intercepted. Now, he had told Fox News that, and I quote, Iran is, quote unquote, going to get a beating. This is the nicer version of what he said. What he said, I cannot actually say on camera. He said this to Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst, and he said this after Iran had launched these ballistic missiles on U.S. forces. So with that, you have the energy sector soaring here. I'm just going to check USO levels for you, up very close and inching to 8% on the day. WTI currently trading around $85 a barrel, up also over 7.5% on the day. One ticker that I'm also going to take a look at is APH, that is Amphenol Corporation, that also reported pre-market as of today. So adjusted EPS came in at $1.35 per share, beating consensus estimate of negative $1.19. Revenue at $8.76 billion, representing a 55% increase year over year. And they also recorded orders of $10.7 billion with a book-to-bill ratio of 1:23. Now, they're trading around the $150 region, and the ticker is up almost 5% on the day. But before we head back to the midday, Neil, what is your lesson of the day?
Thank you very much there, CS. So lesson of the day is, well, what do you do when everything goes to plan, but the moves are extending further than you want? You've got to be able to reevaluate. And we come in on a Fed day, and I know it's the same thing for myself on a Fed day. You want to hit it, quit it, make your money in the morning, understand that everything's going to change at 2 o'clock, be a little bit ready and not stuck in anything. I don't even want to usually be in position going into 2 o'clock. I'd rather be flat and locked and loaded and ready to go. But you know what? There's still something to be said about being able to nibble, continue with trend, because I'll show you almost every single thing that was a short today for myself, whether it was SpaceX topping tail to like the Monday close price, right? Again, it bounced there initially. Don't get back in. I'll come back to where you would re-enter. It's going to seem pretty obvious on the 15-minute chart, but that's part of the reason. Whether it was SMCI in here, short SMCI to the low. When it bounced off the low, get myself out. Even DJ, like the weirdest one is, okay, like seriously, like as if DJT and also broke the low and continued when we get something with a full retrace. But there are ways where you can find the extension for the trade and still have a reasonable risk. One thing that happens if you hit a target or hit a winner on a trend is, say you get a topping tail candle or you're short something off the open. When it gets to the low, your first price is so good that you're anchored to your entry. Like I'll anchor myself to DJT at 10 o'clock. I will anchor myself mentally to $28 on SMCI or the volume weighted average price or SpaceX at that entry point. So that's first things first. You got to rid yourself of that cognitive bias. And the best way to do that, I find, is if you can look for an entry with tight risk that is similar to your original thesis. Now, in this particular case, if I'm looking for gap to the low, well, then I want to see that new key price level show me an entry point. With SMCI, there was really no hold of the prior day low. It ends up putting this reversal, yeah, that's a good topping tail. I suppose you could enter there, but it's right in here. There's your prior low, prior day low. You zoom it in on a 15, it bounces, and what happens? Support turns into resistance. Oh, and it happens to be an even dollar. I'm anchored to underneath the 28, sorry, it breaks 27. And when you have these candles reject, you suddenly have a short underneath the 27 or at the 27 area with relatively tight stop. It's not even at the quarter mark that it's heading to that high. And there's your extension trade. And it's not against, sure, you're anchoring yourself to a new price, but it's not against your original thesis. A little bit trickier with SpaceX, I'll admit, when you go out to the higher time frame. However, if we simply look at when it had the parabolic move the day before, there's a support level. When it broke it down at the open, that's what we liked. One green candle on the 15-minute chart. What happens with that green candle? Fails here. And then another topping tail, confirmation candle. Then you look, we open right up 113.5. That's exactly where it bounced to get out of our long. So you reorient yourself with a strategy that you normally like around a key price level. Find that little bit of a continuation trade and stick with the plan of action. Now, DJT was an even easier one. So this is about as easy as it gets for a continuation as with DJT, because it should have been much, much earlier. Much, much earlier. And I'll actually chastise myself for 2 exits here in front of 990. Once this loses the prior day high, I wasn't just dealing with a trend break at 10. This then turned into a false breakout on the higher time frame. Like on the 15-minute, that is all kinds of a false breakout. And then you zoom it even further back for effect, and you look at how much worse these outs look like if you zoom it out further. This is why this one's easier. Look at all of this failure at 990. So instead of taking more outs there, I should be holding on to some. I'll admit it. Usually I hold a little bit more station to station. Those are really not that acceptable. A win's a win. You see a $10 stock, you think 10 cents is pretty good, right? Because it's 1%. But you've got to be able to zoom out and look at the bigger structure, because that makes right in here the place where if you haven't taken anything out, you can be holding for this gap, or zoom out, see that you've got a bigger structure trade happening, failing above this, and then you're adding to it right underneath the 990, and you're looking for just a bigger retracement. You're not changing the style of trade that you're doing at all. Like, you're looking at the same types of entry parameters. You're looking at the same direction, but you're just zooming it out a little bit further to find that next level that you can work off of. Again, I like to keep it a little bit tight to the vest, make sure the stops are getting tight. You're not moving to new names necessarily, because it's a day that maybe you want to be a little bit more conservative because the Fed is coming in. But that does allow you to find more opportunities in the things that worked for you. I'm not talking about jumping ship into some stock you didn't trade before or that you didn't have success with. Simply about adding to what was already a working thesis in a simplistic way. So, I mean, obviously, I wish I had done that myself, but a good day is a good day. You're always trying to get a little bit better. Green is green. You'll take whatever you can get. But when in doubt, zoom out. That's my line. KC seems to like it as well, so we'll roll with that. KC, shout out to KC. Thank you for all the gifts, the super chats, everything. You're always so gracious of a viewer. And I think little quotes like that, and I can't take credit for that because I've heard that multiple times. I think I probably heard when in doubt, zoom out at some point in like the first 2 or 3 months as a trainee in 2003. I don't remember who said it, but somebody on the trading floor I know said it. I remember hearing things like, it was a really big downward trending day. Everything was tanking, right? So it was like, oh, tanking this, tanking that. And there was one full-time trader who sat like a row in front of me to the right. I always struggle to remember that. I think it was Rob, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. And the whole time he was just saying to himself, short the pops, short the pops, short the pops. And I used to think it was cool to say because the market's going down. He's like, short the pops. Oh, he's aggressively shorting. But then what I took from that was, hey, he's saying that over and over again to stay patient and not trying to be chasing the move. Like, he's waiting for his opportunities to get in. When things come back up, it's like, oh, now I'm going to find myself an entry. And he wasn't saying it to hype anybody up. He was actually talking to himself, telling himself to short the pops. And little things like that I take away. It's whatever works for you to stay in the pocket to stay locked and loaded, to make your training a little bit better, whether it's a mantra. Who knows? Whether it's wet the beak, you hear Sharif say that. Hey, take a piece out. Don't get it all out, or don't get it all in at once. Wet the beak. That's another phrase that I think makes a heck of a lot of sense. So you leave some on for the dream. There's lots of ways that you can look at, but they're all little ideas to make yourself a little bit better. I'll give the report. It was like a beef stroganoff with some pasta was the lunch today. There, not a lot of protein in it. So, but it was actually not that bad. Pretty tasty. The pasta was pretty good. Vegetables are always top notch. So we enjoyed that. Remember, it is a Fed day. So you might see, even though market's bleeding and still moving, you might see a little bit lower volumes until we get back into 2 o'clock. And we'll see you a little bit earlier. Around 1:45, 1:50, we'll be back on to take you into the Fed. For now, you got the midday boys to crush it, the Bash Brothers.
Thank you very much, Neil. An excellent, informative, and just all around awesome as always. I think he nailed it. There we go. All right. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India, they partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access. And then Green SM, for their part, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan, and they're actually using VinFast VF6 vehicles. So together, this combination move highlights VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. If you're interested in trading them, investing in them, or finding out more, you can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Shout out to VinFast, bruh. All right. Look, we're building a position, as I mentioned, on GSUN. Look, there's not a lot of great momentum names today. There's some moving up that are at highs, and I keep asking myself why I don't trade them. MUZ, EXLS, CORD. But GSUN is screaming at me. Flat top break with higher lows. So it's got that ascending wedge pattern vis-a-vis the higher lows, and it's got the flat top vis-a-vis the resistance at 30. So I'm building a position pretty strategically. Now, anything can happen. I have an out now that's a little bit below 24. And the reason I say that is because, generally it's been a 24 penny support, but there have been areas where it's obviously breached on a wick basis only to recover. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I like the look of GSUN better than most. MTNB is losing it. AGRZ is losing it. I'm interested in NCRA for a curl above VWAP, but knowing full well that we traded this and it failed into 4. So maybe it's got another opportunity here to get back into 4, vis-a-vis these higher lows. And, I'm absolutely fine entertaining that idea. I will need to see a little bit more, though, in terms of a bid before jumping in. There goes GSUN again, options, man, into the high 30s. We're looking for 31s next. And then after 31,
yeah.
You know what I'm looking for after 31?
32.
31.9.
Oh.
Wow. I only did that.
Well, you did me
no,
dirty.
but I literally did.
You did me dirty,
Fabian, because I wanted to get ahead of the level. And there goes GSUN into an area high. This is the high of the day as we speak. Here comes 32 options, man. And we take out 32.
But you said you weren't even looking for 32.
But
so
31.9, my boy. 31.9, my boy. We're going to wait at 33.9, too.
Crazy.
And then you know what else we're going to do?
What?
We're going to wait at 34.9, too, man. So I'm losing it.
Yeah, same. I've already lost it, so that's all right, man. Come join the club.
Did you know, Sharif, in almighty Kazakhstan, you can, with your finger, indicate you need a ride and anyone interested will stop. You mean hitchhiking? That's what I know hitchhiking to be. You throw up the old, hand, fingers, and people stop.
Did you ever
Have
hitchhike?
You ever hit?
No, there we go. No, I haven't.
Never,
no,
man. My old man did in Egypt when it was safe to do so. Like they used to go to the West Coast because he grew up poor. Safe. And so, they didn't have a lot of money.
So you got to get around. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
It's different. I think it's a little bit different in certain countries, but no, here you don't hitchhike here.
No.
But in like Jamaica, it's more common, right? People just drive around and you're like, all right, which way you going? This way or that way?
There's this guy on TikTok, Egyptian guy. His name is Omar No, right? What his shtick is, He went from Egypt to Japan without flying. That was his first thing. He made an entire TikTok page around this, and now his shtick is he's going around the world without flying. And so that's kind of what he does all the time. He has to take a boat all the time.
So he's boating.
He's boating with the bigger areas, but he's hitchhiking, taking these kind of, collective or just like
real
bus and like little micro buses.
Real nomad.
He is real nomad. There goes G-Sun Joey through 33. We're looking for 33.9. Then we're looking for 34.9. This is above the level, so we're going to keep an eye on this. I added aggressively. I've added pretty good here to only a couple of dip trades that didn't fill. I'm talking about 26 and 25. But here it comes into 31. So there's still some resistance here as this one has done 86 million shares on the day.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, guys, I mean, the market's still continuing to sell here. I might look at some small cap names and see what Sharif's got going on there. Some of them do seem to have some form of Momo. SOX S is pretty strong today. And then DFNS, how have you been performing? Not much going on there. Adam James quiet in the chat. So not too many booms going on here today. So yeah, I mean, hey man, it is what it is. As NVDA puts in a new low, gonna help drag the Nasdaq down. We're still sitting in this position. We got out and looking for an additional bounce, but it's just like, all right, we're already at this noon hour. No point in us continuously trying to fight this. We're not gonna go to short. With that being said, I think it's a good day where you're just like, all right, complete risk off, right? So. Yeah, interesting. Let's see what Ram has to say. One time I had to hitchhike back into the Canadian border because my parents forgot about me, thinking I just want to stay in America for the summer. How did that?
Yeah, just so many questions. I have so many questions.
Yeah, there's so many. We'll leave it where it is.
Ram, did you upset your parents before this happened?
So
forgot her.
So Joe, Ram's the female version of Joe Dirt. Did they just parents just left him?
They left him. They left him on purpose. They didn't like him.
Maybe they just didn't like him.
His wig mullet ended up sticking to his head.
Yeah, I know, man. Poor Joe.
Remember, like how he would always like flip back his hair. He was always doing the little mullet thing there.
Man. Shout out to.
Australian guys look a lot like that. You notice Australian guys have, well, don't they? Am I wrong? No, the stash and the mullet? I
don't think so, yeah.
I've seen so many Australian dudes with the stash and the mullet way more than we see here. Yeah. I think that that's their shtick over there.
Man, I'm all about planes, trains, and automobiles. Those are good times. We're going to, hold on, man. We got to go to see ya.
Everything's good. Yeah, let's go to see ya.
The IWM is currently still down on the day, inching closer, over actually 1.5%. It might hit that 1.7% today, honestly. Let's take a look at three small cap tickers I have for you today. BBIO, that is BridgeBio Pharma. It's 1.5% down. BridgeBio Pharma has announced its revenue estimate standing at $221.15 million, and EPS anticipated at 58 cents as the company reports its earnings on the 30th of July. Second one, we have Frog. Frog isn't jumping. It's down 5%, and JFrog will be presenting at investor conferences during the third quarter of 2026 at Boston as well as Deer Valley, Utah. So it's down 5%. Finally, you have PR, that is Permian Resources, that is up close to 4.5%, over 4.5%, setting to announce its earnings on the 5th of August. Revenue estimate standing at $1.66 billion with EPS anticipated at 58 cents.
Yeah, I agree.
Assassino, let's do this.
Do it, Assassino.
Oh, it's Tiff. Get him, Joe. Look at it.
Tiffany, wow.
That's when they shafted him there. That's when they told him, you want to call you a ambulance?
Yeah, you want a cheeseburger and some French fries?
So good. This is the best one, though. Oh, my God.
Man. Tiffany sent you that?
Yeah. No, I found it, man.
Oh, I was gonna say. What does Tiffany? Do you know this? Are you familiar with this movie?
Joe Dirt, Tiff? You know, yeah. Well, it's a good one. It's a classic. Get ready to laugh a little bit.
Do you know Are you familiar, Tiffany? Are you familiar with the movie Superbad?
That's crazy, Tiff. If you don't mind us asking, how old are you? Oh, yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, so you are the youngest person I think in this room. Oh, you're 22 as well? I thought you were 23. My bad. Okay, cool. When's your birthday? That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Her birthday literally is 6'7", so you're a Gemini. That's awesome. Sia is, I think, a little bit older than you because she's born in April. So, yes, I do. So, yes, Sia, technically, you are a little bit older. There you go.
6'7" is crazy.
All right, man. We're getting, Case.
Yeah.
Get it, Case. Thanks, TTV, on the cord call out Monday.
We got you covered.
Yes, absolutely. Cord. Case, are you holding this as a swing? Because, again, I got to tell you, I was really taken by the amount of you guys that are swinging these small cap gappers, and quite successfully so. So shout out to Case. Thank you so much. As always, Casey, the magnanimous one, dropping another 10 in the chat. We thank her for that, as always. But I just want to know, Casey, you've been swinging this since Monday, because it feels like, you're talking about it since Monday. Swinging 100%. She says, love to hear it, Case. Print up multiple storms, as I know you are doing on your side of the screen. Get it, girl. Brian, I think NCRA is about to go off. 20 EMA crossing VWAP right now. Great call out there, Brian, because I did throw this one on the... Oh, Joey.
Yeah.
I think my platform is crashing.
That's all right, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
it won't let me. Yeah, hold on here. Something's afoot,
bro.
Joey.
You want me to take over for you
you're
there?
gonna have to take. Oh, there we go, brother.
You got it figured out?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know.
NCRA. Here we go, Joe.
Okay.
So look at this. I want to get your opinion on this,
Yeah,
brother.
let me know.
You got to look at the screen, though.
Yeah, no, but you said it the other day, man. 0 attention span.
Hey, man, you can always improve. Look at this. Area low, higher low, higher low, higher low. You think should put a dip trade, maybe 293, catch that higher low for an eventual move above 350?
I think that's a good play because
that's not a bad one, huh?
You're proven wrong significantly sooner. So like as soon as it cracks, then you
would you get out through this area right here, this bad boy right there?
1,000%.
So that's two.
Oh, that's even further. Yeah, I would give it especially because you have those higher lows. I would.
Well, exactly.
As soon as you enter the void, then that's it.
The void. Oh my God! Don't go into the abyss. There goes G-Sun again. We're gonna wet the beak, and that means we're sending you up to see it.
We're just going to talk here really quickly about GeoOGL. Bit of a push higher here for Google, introducing this new model for creating music called Lyria 3.5. Again, not much of a move, but a little bit of a bounce here for GeoOGL with this new AI model announcement for, again, music creation. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adira. All right, Joey. Had to stop out. It lost 30 pennies on GSU, and so we're gone.
Okay.
Right. If it gets back up, then maybe we can have a conversation, but I was looking for 30 generally to hold. It dipped all the way down into 28, so I had to get out there. My price was 28. Let's see if it defends this area. If it moves back up, I'll get in. But right now, not liking it. Cars, wow. Carso, wow. Tried to tell you about it earlier. Brother, I saw the message, but I already have it on the side chart. So I was very much alive to NCRA, brother. And if it does take out that 330 level, I'm going to get involved. I was involved in it earlier. I'll show you my trade on that. I think it's over here.
How's gold performing?
Oh, maybe take it off here, Joey. Let's see.
Oh.
No. Maybe it's this one here. No. Then probably this one, G-Sun. Yes, there we go. See this? Yeah. So we got in long, stopped out. So, this one is on Uncle Sheriff's you-know-what.
Oh.
Right? So we're going to leave this one alone until I see a little bit more here. But NCRA, definitely staying on the side chart, brother.
All right, good stuff, man. Now, Pepe, I'm not yet, anyways. I'll write in the chat why. It may seem that way is because I don't, like yourself, I don't have $1 billion. So until then, you won't see any pep in my step. That's not true at all whatsoever. Yeah, the Pepe billionaire. All right, guys, let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on. You can see that we took our second attempt. This is why it's really important to get out, right? So, we're looking for that long. You get that initial pop, but with more, we're looking for an additional level, right? 59. North of that, 59.20, we would start to piece them out. But you can see that we got out of the position, but then we got right back in, drastically increasing our risk to reward. So imagine I held on to this, you sit through all of this volatility, and then to the extent where you're just holding, once you head up to 58.76, or 75, you're just break even. So you've held this position 2 or 3 are against you, and now you're only 1 R in the money. No, that's why you get out and increase your risk to reward. And then sure enough, you can see the difference between where we entered our first position and then where we're entering the second position, from 58.40s all the way up to $59. Now moving forward, we can see that there is a slight increase in the VIX, guys. And on the daily, we had a low of $15, now climbing up 30%, north of 30% from that zone there. So watch out. We know that inverse correlation between the two. VIX up, market most likely down. VIX down, market most likely cool and on the rise. Okay, is it always that case? No, but the majority of the time, you have that inverse correlation for a while. I mean, for always, mostly actually, it's not always, most of the time it is. But what we've seen in USO at the beginning of the conflict was USO up, market down, USO down, market up. That decoupling and the divergence started to happen. But anyways, aside from that, just keep an eye out on some more downside here, guys. And I mentioned that some names could just be getting started. Okay, there goes the market. A nice strong rebound. The question is, do we head into the volume weighted average price? Google, I'm going to be waiting here. I will buy some more on the backside of this trend. I grabbed a little bit at 350, but now we're on cash. We offloaded a couple of large positions, so now I'm going to wait for the backside of this trend to see, really condensing our holdings right now. JPM's been working fantastic, but the bank's not necessarily strong. We're all at a TKO. TKO was fun while it lasted, but it wasn't anything substantial, and it was just kind of me spreading myself a little bit too thin. Okay, we don't necessarily want that. Don't forget Jersey Mike's tomorrow, guys. The IPO coming to us 10 times oversubscribed to Darrow, saying that was a couple of days ago. The narrative may have changed since then. Now, as for XLP, this is our staples. We're not too far, right? We're not too far off of the all-time highs on this one. Only 3% in consumer staples. But you know what's not too far? XLV.
What's that?
Not too the healthcare ETF.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
So this was the best performing sector. Okay. Of today's session. We're up a couple of percentage points, and we're still not too far off of the all-time high. 0.8%. Yesterday we ran into it. So when we're looking for a rotation out of tech, the memory names, and the chip plays, you have to go through your sectors. Who is it? The financials, the staples, and here now potentially healthcare. You see a little bit of a rotation into some of these spaces. So the money has to flock somewhere, Sharif.
Money, money, money. There goes GSUN again through 30. We got back in here pretty aggressively. I have 29.6. It says 30, but it's incorrect. 29.6. It just rounds up. And now we're looking for another attempt here at 33 break. So this one seems to find a lot of support at the 10 EMA. So initially I was looking at 30 pennies because to me 30 looked like, that initial resistance area that was now acting as support. But as I watch this a little bit more, very few in the way of closing prints or closing anything below the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm going to base my ins and outs now on that. So we'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling, but looking for a high of day break and, knowing full well this could turn on me or spend very little time in any one area, hence why I've thrown a lot of these, what are they called? Resting orders out. So I also want to mention Path. Shout out to Yannick for calling this one out. This is obviously UiPath, which is not a small cap gapper, $6.5 billion market cap. I'm not going to trade it, but you may like this level. Looks like there was some resistance here between 12.5 to 12.55. It goes up to 12.65, so it could be a range trade for those who are interested. But yeah, we're going to stick with the small caps. Edible says Big Wick Energy. All right, light volume, brother. I see it's up 13%, close to the high of the day. In fact, it is at the high of the day, 285 high, but it's $1.45 million market cap. Wow, and only 361,000 shares traded on the day. I guess they got a good headline yesterday. Edible Garden announces NASDAQ panel grants continued listing subject to demonstrating $1 minimum bid price compliance by the 15th of August. Yeah, you guys got a couple of weeks, man.
Oh.
So do it. So that's what I'm looking at. TT Mass saying COUR. Let's look at COUR. Big breakout there. Nice call out, TT Mass. The volume 7.25 million. Great call out, TT Mass. COUR goes on the side chart. And that's a big breakout now. Look, it was low volume before, but the volume is stepping in now. It's up 8.25%, 635 high. Watch out, though, for the reversion because it was a low volume play and then it rocketed up kind of out of nowhere. Watch out for that Christmas tree retracement that we often talk about. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. And now I'm a little worried here that my GSUN trade is going to go against me, it feels like, because we were putting in an unbroken lower high trend. I have to stop out at 27.5. I won't give it any more than that. So that's what we'll do there, Joey. And we'll throw it into 27. Let's see how many shares we still have left. That's cool. So we'll throw that on there and we'll see exactly what we get on that one. But I'm looking for it to hold. So GSUN in focus up 50%. Let's go up to SIA.
All right, let's look at the sector right now. But you have SPY that is inching close to 8%, down on the day. Electric tech, Apple starting off flat. Nvidia is down closer to 3% on the day. AVGO also following footsteps of Nvidia to be down 2% on the day. Now you have AMD, MU, chip names again lagging a little bit as of today, continuing a little bit of a bearish momentum from yesterday. AMD is down 5.5%. MU is down over 5.5%. KLAC, ANET as well. But you have a little bit, I would say, of a strength in STX that's up closer to 2% on the day, whereas you have other names like TXN, RTX all down, GE as well down on the day. Cisco trading flat apparently, however, and APH that did report earnings pre-market as of today, that's up 5% almost on the day. Tech services, you have Google and Microsoft trading a little bit above the 0.5% mark over here. Meta trading flat. Oracle is down, followed by PANW over 2% individually on the day. Netflix, you have that's up 1%. Palantir up 1% as well. CRM is up closer to 4% on the day. Not a bad look over here. IBM is flat, whereas CRWD down 1.2%. And ACN is doing pretty good for itself today, inching closer to up 6% on the day. Finance, BRKB is not showing the bit of strength today. JPM also sliding further into the downside, 2.5%. BAC down 1.3%. MS down 3.3%. GS down 4.3%. Not a great look, but Visa holding a little bit of a stronger momentum here. Visa is up 1.7%. So I also just want to take a quick look that it reported EPS of $3.32 per share versus $3.22 per share, and revenue coming in at $11.6 billion versus $11.38 billion that was expected. Not a bad look. MasterCard up almost 1%. Robinhood, however, is down 3.4%. Retail trade, you have Amazon towards the downside, 0.74% to be precise. Walmart is on the upside, over 0.5% up. Costco is up 1%. Home Depot sliding a bit further into its losses. You have TJX that's up 1%. Producer manufacturing seems like the bear of the day on the sector over here on the S&P 500. Producer manufacturing, CAT, AMAT, LRCX all lagging down. Consumer non-durables, and I would say utilities, process industries, transportation are a mixed bag of names that are doing, some doing well, some not so much. Health tech, relatively flat here, whereas ABBV up 1%. And energy minerals, like I did cover, strength in that sector today. Consumer durables, Tesla falling 2%, but we're going to pause and go to Adara because she has news for you.
Keep an eye on Hims and Hers Health, guys. HIMS in focus, seeing a couple different reports here suggesting that the Federal Trade Commissioner, FTC, is suing Hims and Hers, HIMS, over billing, cancellation, and privacy practices. So more woes here for HIMS, which actually dropped about $1 initially on this news before recovering. Let's see how this one fares. And if I get any more updates on this report, I'll keep you posted.
Thank you so much, Adara. I'm just going to quickly cover two more. Industrial sectors as well. We have process industries as well, a merged bag of a mixed bag of stocks. There's a lot happening, a lot not happening. I would say process industries, however, I do want to mention a name, BG and SW. BG is down over 6.5%. That's over almost 7% on the day. SW down close to 6% on the day. Consumer non-durables, you have KO, that's up 1.6%. We did discuss KO on the show as well yesterday. And finally, we have non-energy minerals, FCX, continuing to slide 4.5%.
All right, good. Thank you very much for
See ya.
that. See, yeah, we took a little bit more off here, guys, on the TQ. So a nice move from approximately 58.40s all the way to a high around 59.30s there, and now starting to get a little bit of a pullback. So you have to be patient if you are looking to fade these pops. Sellers are stepping right back in, guys. So they are pushing price lower, approximately 50 cents from where that previous pivot high was there, Sri.
All right, man. Stopped out of GSUN for the last remaining amount. I mean, it's an unbroken downtrend ever since putting in that high at 33.10. So, yeah, I'm trying to bottom pick here. I'm just going to try to build my position in NCRA and catch those higher lows. So we did get a failed breakout there into the 40s. So I'm building a position. I'm going to build it into the 280s, give or take. So a little bit below 3. We're getting in a little at a time. So if it goes, it's going to have to go here without a full position, which is normal, right? Oh, it's already going here. It looks like it's taking back 20. Initially finding some support here in the low 3s and now kind of moving back up into the 3 mid-teens. So we'll keep an eye out on NCRA. It's up big. It's 120% winner, but you know, it's well off the highs. Just put it that way. Let's look at COUR as well, because this is hanging out at the highs. Shout out to TT Mass for calling this one out, showing 6 1/3. There's a lot of buying here for whatever reason at 630. Because look at this. This is the 1 minute chart on the top, and nothing is really breaching that level. So we can kind of try this, right? We're not too far away from that. So I'll give this one the old college try. We'll give it to like 28s or something, right? We'll do that, and we'll see what we get on COUR. Let's see if we can run this into the $0.50. It's a 640 high, but it does have a topping tail candle as a prior bar. Where's my other trade over here? There we go. Seller at 18 still on NCRA. So I haven't seen this print anything above 18. So it feels like the short sellers here are earmarking 18 as an area resistance. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see if we can ride it into the high. But yeah, light day today in terms of, you know, a lot of small cap gappers continuing to make runs. So 18 showing up again, 19 now. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher to see if we can take out that seller. 2 penny spread to me at 19 means, you know, that there wasn't the bid to support the breach of 18. So yeah, we'll continue to wait here, Joe.
Sounds good, brother. All right, guys, let's go take a look once again at some of the damage that is done here in the overall market. Once again, we don't want to make too much light of it, but at the end of the day, if you've been piecing some out and you're sitting on some cash, I've seen a couple people in the chat saying that they're sitting on cash. Well, congratulations, you're putting yourself in a solid position. Now, what was our previous pullback that we've seen in the market, which was pretty rapid, right? So at some point, I figured that we were going to get something to the tune of 12.5%. We're roughly sitting on that right now, 11%, so another percent in a way. I mean, it's a gap down from hitting that benchmark. And I like what Brian Shannon had to say yesterday, AB equals CD, which is very true. I like that. So when you're looking at an ABCD pattern, this move down, where could those next potential legs be? I mean, this would be pretty dramatic, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see somewhere around the 15%. Same, bro. But yeah, in all seriousness, let's actually zoom out a little bit because we've gone over this example on multiple occasions, okay? Now, the month doesn't show us as much detail, so what we will do is maybe get into the weekly and we can see a little bit better and we can get a bigger picture of what can potentially happen and what we can prepare ourselves for, okay? So where do things start off, all right? Where does each pullback lead us to, and where does each previous pivot high lead us to, okay? Those are the questions that I'm asking. So we're gonna go almost back a decade, 8 years. So what we have is, we'll call this a shelf right here at $186, all right? So we pull back to $144 here, and then we go on another run to the tune where we almost, you can see this collective pivot, right? So we've started to form a base up here. There is a little bit of a whipsaw move, but past that, come COVID, you hold on to that level, all right? Which I think is really important to note. Now, where is our next major pivot? Okay, this was gonna be this previous high, the start of COVID, okay? So let's take a look at this one here and see where the next following major pullback leads us. So we go on this multi-year run from 20 to 22, we're just excited, or 21, early 21 to late 21. We're excited. So we form another pivot all the way up here. I like what Sia says. Stick with me. What am I getting at here? But where is that next base formed? Well, our previous key pivot. Okay, so you pull back to that zone. You guys see what I'm getting at? So we go on another run. Oh, we have a base from 21. Where was the tariff tantrum pivot?
Oh my God.
Right at that base. So what I'm getting at here is, where is that next level going to be? I believe it can either be multiple options, right? So we've had this pullback before. You see how this is working out? How each pop eventually gets brought back to your previous pivot high. Now, I think this can be a pretty solid thesis in the fact that, okay, we went on this pretty hefty run. The sky isn't falling just yet. So let's aim for $635 on the NASDAQ. Why? Because you pivot high, you sell off, you come back to that pivot. You pivot high, you climb higher, you sell off. Oh, you're back at that pivot. You see the pattern that's ongoing. And I think that's something that we can set as somewhat as a base case and what I'm going to be looking for. We had a 12% pullback before. This would put us around 15%, which I think is totally reasonable. Now, who would need to participate in the broader sell-off in order for this to happen? You need the big names. And who are the big names that have been pretty strong? I mean, Apple's been on a fantastic run. Microsoft has been selling for quite some time. But could it be the collective unit of some of these memory stores? Could it be Google, Amazon, Broadcom, all the trillion-dollar club names that are going to send the market a little bit lower? I think so. A breath is reasonable, and you want to see some cleaner price action. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Listen, if I was involved with it, what's that one politician who's like, it's not corruption if I'm involved?
Yeah, the African guy. I'm so
you know what I mean? It's not corruption if I'm involved, but it's corruption if he's not involved.
Yeah.
Randy, have you ever seen that guy? It's funny. Yeah, some
Randy.
Politician. Crazy, yeah.
And he's
like...
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I gotta watch that video. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, anyways, so this is, we'll call this. I'm not going to, because it's not. But again, it's all fun and games on the way up until it's not, and on the way down, things can get pretty ugly. But that's why I was stating, hey, we have to be a little bit more patient when we see this exuberance, because at some point you will have that turnaround, and you just hope that you're not going to get caught off at the top. Because if you're the individual, because there's an opposite party who's buying up here in the 2000s. Now, unfortunately, you're down 50%, and that's it's not fun, and it's difficult to sit through, especially if you expend the majority of your capital and allocate it all at once. You're stuck scratching your head.
Oh.
And
at least you're not scratching something else, which is good.
Yeah, well, I was going to say something else, but I decided not to. Because we could keep
Joey.
It PG-13. But no, you see what I was getting at here, Shreve, with the NASDAQ. I think this is totally reasonable pullback heading up into 635. That'll just add some calmness, I believe, into the market, considering.
Well said. Well said. We're still in NCRA here, zigging and zagging, a little above my level, a little bit below. Nothing doing quite yet. Trying to build a position into this slowly, so we're not getting in too much too quickly. So nothing to worry about. Well, not yet anyway. COUR, I think I may stop out here. Okay, this premature stop out, of course. We're at 33s. It's at 30. I'm going to take it out here simply because it's got a topping tail candle. Now it's made a new area low. So that's not what I'm involved in this for. But I just saw that NCRA dipped down. Oh no, and it went without me here. So let's go on this one. There we go. Right back in to that right off the level. So it gave me a perfect opportunity to catch a dip trade, but I was looking at COUR, which is all right. That's my fault there, but looking for this one to hold up on the higher lows. And let's see if we can take out that 340 seller that we encountered at 1230 on the 5-minute chart. So that's all I've got for now. I left G-Sun because it's putting in lower highs, so there's no point in being involved with that, right? We went the beak a bunch of times on G-Sun, but it came back in to that VWAP level. It hasn't shown me any higher highs. Currently, it's got a higher low relative to the prior area low, but no higher highs at the moment. We start seeing those higher highs, I can certainly work in. So I'm going to continue to watch NCRA. Les says AMX coming back. Let's have a look at AMIX. Sorry, AMIX. Yeah, kind of the same look as NCRA, where it's got some higher lows, but below VWAP, trying to work its way back. But yeah, good point there. We're going to take off ALVO. We'll put AMIX on there. lest this one break out without me, which would be cool. So there we go. It's on the side chart. Thank you for that, brother. I know this one was running in the morning, but I just have a short-term memory when it comes to these names because we trade so many of them. Look at Cake, ATH. Oh, yeah. We were looking at that one earlier. Oh, yeah, but it's so expensive. That's why I did see this one because it's gapping up quite nicely, but it's $101, $169 the high of the day, but it is up 13%, $5 billion market cap. But you're not wrong, man. Is that it?
Bro,
yeah.
The funniest part is when he's like,
corruption is only bad if I am not involved.
Yeah, and then there's honestly someone in the background who's like, yes. It's like,
I think he's mocking the parliamentarians, right? Yeah, but like it's still funny.
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
it. That's a classic video there, brother. So
It is
good shout out on you for that
video,
one.
man.
I like corruption, Joe.
Yeah.
Corruption is very good.
Oh, do you know Corrupt FM?
No.
Oh,
No, what is
man.
that? Tell
If
me.
anybody in the
Enlighten me.
chat knows Corrupt FM, I don't even know what to say. We might be best friends. So.
Oh, really? Okay, tell me. You can't just tease.
No,
like
but
that,
it's
bro.
Corrupt FM is it's English comedy, so it's just about this TV show. It's like the British Trailer Park Boys.
Oh,
kind
okay,
of. These guys
okay.
have this
It's called
radio.
Corrupt FM?
Yeah, the radio. Well, it's called
I figured it was radio,
It's called
yeah.
People Just Do Nothing, and it's about these guys who have this absolutely nothing radio station called Corrupt FM. And they have like 5 listeners, and they have like it's English humor, man. And they
Which
play
is
like
dry,
this, yeah,
which I like.
Yeah, exactly. And they like play the same song for like all day, and then they have like rival radio stations as well too. Corrupt FM. Is
Like it.
classic,
I
yeah.
like it.
All right. Speaking of the market, let's go over here and take a look at some of the larger participants here. Some people are saying Netflix is the chart of the day. All right, well, let me be the judge of that there, Sharif. It's not bad. It was on a big-time run, right? You see this consolidation, and then eventually it broke out from those lows of 71.86 all the way to a high of around 73.34. Not too bad whatsoever. We'll take that on Netflix. Still hovering around, and this downtrend is still intact, ladies and gentlemen. So just keep that in mind. We haven't broke it just yet. And look what happened the last time that we did. I thought we would be off to the races and potentially testing all-time highs. That was definitely not the case here as it gave back the majority of this move and ended up establishing new lows of the day. Let's send it over to the desk.
Sorry. Let's take a look at the money markets and what is going on here. So the USD JPY pair currently trading around the 163 region. I would say is trading lower on the day as of today. It's currently almost flat, but up very, very, very less, 0.04% at the moment. Let's also take a look at the pound. That's GBP and what it's doing at the moment. So it's trading around 1.3283 to be very precise. Now, why? It has held near 4-week lows against the dollar as of today, as investors, as you do know, would have pinned their focus on the Fed's decision that is coming in, even as the escalations in the Middle East have ramped up. With that Fed rate decision, let's take a look at the dollar and where it's sitting at the moment. It's at 101.455. That is, it is a bit flattish on the day, but tilting towards the green, up 0.06%. Important thing, like I said, to note that the Fed will be announcing a rate decision today around 2 p.m. Adara will be here to cover it for you. And according to CNN now, Wall Street is largely expecting that the Fed will be keeping rates unchanged, but investors across are not ruling out a surprise rate hike.
All right, good stuff.
We're not getting a rate hike.
No, I don't think that's going to be the case right now. But who knows, man? I'm in the same camp, Street. But what if Warsh decides to come in and flip the table? You know what I mean? And just flip the script. I don't think he's going to, because he'd be going. Anything can happen, but the probability is not there, and it definitely wouldn't make Mr. Sir Donald Trump very happy at all.
No. Quite frankly, I don't think we get any real changes at the Fed until we get some of the results from the task force at the end of the year. So I think that a lot of people who are pricing in possible rate hikes, I just don't see that as a possibility. I think that obviously they're looking at the economics, but I'm looking at the politics and the reality, and I don't think we see a Fed rate hike unless something markedly changes in the economy and we start seeing inflation tick up aggressively. But I don't think I personally that's just my opinion there. So we'll see exactly what happens in the days and months to come. I got back into GSUN here because it did break above 30, it did break prior bar high. It's above 30 now. It definitely is showing more of a stair-step pattern than a breakout pattern, with the stair-step support area now at around 28 pennies, maybe 27 and a half.
Wow.
So something to be alive to there. Oh no, NCRA failed. We got to get out of that one. Boo. NCRA down goes NCRA. That's going to stop me out there. And we'll be negative on the day because of that crappy NCRA. So we're going to keep an eye here on GSUN. Maybe we can make it back a little bit if this is able to take out 33.10. But I'm going to try to build a position here, Joey.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, not so. I'm just going through some more names here. Applied Materials, Burry himself. There it is, man. Congratulations to you. I don't know what your average price is, but you're down 40% off of the highs. This is a big-time move, right? It's kind of just moving in tandem with some of these memory names. I was looking at ASML. It hasn't been hit as heavy, obviously too different, but it's in the earlier stages, right? So of the build-out, 23% off of that high. And a key structure holding up right now. Now, I was looking at ARM Holdings. This stock is, yeah, I don't even really know what to say. ARM. Yeah, man, 455 all the way down to 230. Cut in half, just like that, man. Yeah, ARM not so strong, that's for sure. There is a key base right here, guys. So shout out to hopefully base God right here. See if you can get some form of move back in. Like this 301 could be somewhat of a bounce before you take an additional. But I will say this though, as I go over my charts on a nightly basis, and what we're experiencing right here is, I mean, this started in June, and we're at the end of the month. Like mid-June, at the end of the month, the sell-off is relatively quick. That's good. It's not prolonged like what we've seen in 22, where it was a little bit over a year of a bear market in the NASDAQ. This is some relatively quick stuff. And where have we seen this before? The tariff tantrum. But yeah, not a good look there. Katina, man, in your ARM Holdings down 50% off of the high. It's not, where'd you sell at, Katina, man? Pardon?
North of 400.
No, you got the top. All right, man. All right. Same thing here. We're just going over some of the names, brother. Man, did you sell north of 300 on Marvell too, bro? Because
330, 329.
He did announce it at the time.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, down 50% on that one. So I mean, listen, Applied Materials down 40%. You're still in it?
Oh, I'm still into SK Hynix.
SK Hynix, okay.
31.
No, okay, all right. So SK Hynix, you're short 31. That ran to a low of around $25. SK Hynix only had really a couple of strong sessions, guys, and then off to the races. With that being said, Sharif, before I send it back to you, I want to take a look at it. The overall index one more time, and that's the Kospi. All right, there's a reason why, and I know I say this pretty much every day, but there's a reason why there's no more of these leverage products being made in South Korea. Do you tend to agree or no, Sharif?
The leverage product?
Yeah, in South Korea, why they're not issuing anymore?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
it's rinsing retail. The minister, did you see the South Korean minister today apologized? I don't know the context in which he apologized or what specifically he apologized for, but it was said relative to these leveraged ETFs. I'm assuming his apology was for not intervening at some point and preventing these from go to market. But I don't need the nanny state to babysit me.
That's fair. Yeah,
this is my money, and I want it now. No, I'm joking. Remember the commercial. If I want to lose my own money, remember?
Yeah, that's crazy.
My money, and I want it now. Anyway, guys, we got to go up to Adira. She's
hold on, but is it breaking news? If it is, okay, give me a second here, right? So again, here it is, right? You're almost down 50%. So within the index itself, you need 100% return, pretty much. We'll call it 50 cents just to get back to this previous pivot. If you're in a leveraged product, it's officially reverse split, and the chance of it recovering are very slim to none. Adira.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Nokia here because there is a little bit of a bounce off the lows for NOK, a name that I know we do have some people in this chat watching, so I thought I'd mention. Semaphore reporting that NTIA, which is actually going to be the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, apparently is working with the U.S. to hold initial conversations with private companies, including Nokia, that could drive 6G development. So again, according to an individual with the NTIA, the U.S. is working to hold initial conversations with companies like Nokia to drive 6G development. Nokia was specifically named. Again, this is being reported by Semaphore. Not much of a move, but a little bit of a bounce off the lows. If I hear anything else, I'll keep you posted.
Thank you. G-Sun breaking out through 32. We added on the move up. Looking for 33 now. 33.10 is the high a day. 32.25, 32.5. Looking for 33. We're up 65%. Got a good position on this one, but, we're looking for a little bit more here, man. And the thing about this one is, it really was yelling to me, 30 pennies, flat top break. But, I guess we just don't have the juice to get away from, former area of resistance, because we're all but 3 pennies ahead of that 30 penny flat top break area. Continuing to watch, seller at 32.5. Let's see if we can get anything above 32.5 here and continue moseying on up. It's just not the day for me to say, 50 incoming. It just doesn't feel like that kind of day today, right? Like with the lack of continuity on a lot of these small cap gappers, the failures at technical levels, right? Or the inability to kind of break that technical level by the requisite percentage. And what I'm talking about is essentially the established range. We have about 27.5, 28 support. It was 30 resistance. So that's about what? 2.5 pennies, 3 pennies. We're barely getting up to 33. So, the range is not duplicating here. We definitely need a bigger move above 33 to open up the door, squeeze out the shorts. That's not happening. We're still at 32.25 here, so let's see how this cookie crumbles. COUR did come back into the 10 EMA. Could be a buy here. I stopped out once it lost 30 because we were in at 33s, so that's wrong. Looking for a $0.25 hold. Keep your eye out on that. And then you have PATH as well, which I'm not interested in trading. COUR is finally pulling back a little bit here into 11 1/3 with an 11.45 high into 11.82. EXLS, though, continues to be the buy program it's looked like all day. Look at this. Into 35.99. We mentioned this to you guys at around 34.5, so $1.50 ago. But good look here for EXCLS or EXLS. There comes G-Sun. Come on. Into 33, 32.75. Goodness gracious, these sub $1 names just have so many areas to post that you have so much resistance along the way. But there we go. Into about 33. Here's 32.8, 32.9.5. Looking for 33. And then we're going to look for 34. So let's throw up that order there. But there's no continuation above the high of the day at the moment right now on GSUN. But hey, man, this is, I guess, the best one of the bunch. Because quite frankly, I don't see anything else moving. So we're going to focus, fixate on this one until it tells me I'm not tradable anymore. As always, guys, though, if there is a small cap gapper that I have not mentioned, that is breaking out, that is doing volume, that is above the volume weighted average price, love to know about it. Otherwise, if it's below VWAP, the volume's a little light, probably wouldn't trade it. But we're going to go up to Sia right now and talk a little crypto.
Let's take a look at the crypto markets real quick here. You have Bitcoin currently down 0.22% on the day. It's trading around $63,700 region at the moment, but it opened at $63,850 as of Wednesday, that is today, which was 0.2% higher than Tuesday's opening price. Also, Ethereum here that is currently trading at $1,892, which is down over 1% on the day, inching close to 1.5%. That opened at $1,919.73 as of today. It's currently given back its gains a little bit over here, but it's up 1.5% from Tuesday's opening price. Also, the Ethereum Foundation, that is the EF, has appointed a longtime ecosystem contributor, Kavarsaccio, known as PC, to its board, which has expanded the group's leadership as well here. So I'm just going to check Solana levels as well, like I always do. Trading around $73 region at the moment. It's down 0.76% on the day.
All right.
Thank you very much, Sia.
Thank you.
Joey.
Thank you.
Options.
Yes, sir. What do I got?
What do you got?
Yeah, all right. We'll figure out what I got right now.
Oh, man, I want to go through my videos for the conference and Tame Impala and stuff. I totally forgot to do that.
Get those ready.
Yeah,
I want to see the
go ahead,
videos from the conference. There's a couple. What's so funny, Ramin?
Who knows, bro? It's so weird.
Yeah, that's all right, man. We like weird, man.
Yeah, we do.
We like weird.
Ram.
We like Ram here.
Yeah,
Shout out to Ramin too. We didn't show any of her drifting videos, but anyways, aside from that, we'll get to that later. Yeah, she sent them. But there it is, 224 all the way. So this stock 51%. Now listen, I might grab a little bit more here off of the lows. Nothing substantial. Okay, so I was grabbing 60s and 50s, and then obviously tanked. So we're down substantially from that mark in this name. Now this is going to be a significantly longer play than what we're anticipating. Well, guess what? You know what day it is? August 4th street. So I believe that's going to be next Tuesday is when we get the privilege to see the earnings. And then the 6th is the lockout period. So where all of those shares that were locked up, well, not all of them, a tranche of them anyways, that's your favorite picture, eh?
No, it's just, I have to put them somewhere. They're in my stories, right? So
okay, the story doesn't go away. I don't have Instagram, so I wouldn't know.
No, you can save the stories, then put them in like little albums. I know you're not on the gram.
Okay, I'm not on the gram. So here it is, right? So 106. I do believe there's going to be some more temporary lows. The NASDAQ is finding somewhat of a bottom here, so that's something positive. We're still negative 1%, but you can see, I'm not going to call it a free fall, but it's pretty close to free falling here on the NASDAQ, guys. So a nice little rebound of breath within some of the price action. Again, I don't think it's the end of everything, but it's better than absolutely nothing, as AMD is once again down 5% plus off of those highs. So a little bit tougher of a look there. And SanDisk is almost double digits every day with the exception of today, from 2,300 high all the way down to $1,025. All right, man, what do you got?
Yeah, let's play some of these videos here. This is the concourse of the Rogers Center. This is where the Blue Jays play their home games. So they rented out like basically half the concourse, right? So they had a bunch of Jays, cheerleaders or whatever they're calling them now, and there's mascots. Yeah, thank you. There's my buddy Alfred, and so this is the actual sitting area, right? So this is Braden Dennis. Obviously, he's one of the co-hosts of the Canadian Investor, a podcast I listen to often. So this is the Dome. So they didn't obviously rent out the entire part of the Dome, but they had a bunch of these talks. I absolutely loved it. A lot of Q&A, and the Q&A was through the app, so you could get in a good question. And then they really were liberal with their time. So I did really enjoy this. And then we got, of course, Tame Impala. This was the opening act for Tame. I forget the name of the band, DJO or something like that. I hadn't heard of them, but I did like a lot of their numbers. So this is at the the Scotiabank Arena. And so this used to be called the Air Canada Centre. It's a smaller place. That's where the Jays play, the Leafs and the Raptors play. This is Tame now. And so these are my seats. So I was literally in row 2, and then right in front of us is standing room only. So this was the concert, what's it called? The stage was facing the other way, but it's like an elliptical stage. So they were able to kind of go around all the way. And so they were facing us at times. And this is, I think, the big beat drop when the confetti starts coming down, the laser starts going out. So this was a lot of fun. Tame Impala is like trance-inducing music. Hey, look at this, Joey. Look at the light show that they got. Yeah, I like that light show. And then these screens would go up and down, right? So then at certain times they would just be lower. You wouldn't be able to see the band, and then they would kind of like move up and stuff like that. So it was a lot of fun. That's something I definitely do again. I do like these sort of like alternative / rock / whatever you're calling them these days concerts. Guys, Path just ripped up into 262. It's 2 pennies off the high of the day now into 1265. Sorry, excuse me, not 262, 1263, 1265 high day. ATH on the move here. Keep an eye out on that. I'm still holding GSUN, looking for a 30-penny support.
Good stuff. Nice rebound here in the NASDAQ, guys. So some strong upticks. Not necessarily the volume spike that we're looking for, but we'll take it. Something is better than nothing at this point as we head right back in towards the volume-weighted average price. Now, this could be a key inflection point on where we're headed in the overall market, but if some of these other names really start to participate, down 2.5% there, Apple, I wouldn't have guessed that this name was positive as it taps into a new all-time high of $343.52 on today's intraday session. So, yeah, man, this name continuing to add to its market cap, over $5 trillion now, I believe, at this point, Sharif. So this thing doing numbers, and look at the volume.
Yeah, it's over $5 trillion.
Yeah, exactly. What are we at now? 5.1?
5021.
Oh, not quite one. All right,
5022.
So yeah, look, big time volume spike here across the board. In the Nas here, what is Google? Google's not necessarily doing it, but we're heading towards some of these pre-market highs. At this pace, I do believe we're going to break and breach, which could be good. Who's down? Oh, okay, we already went over those names. Palantir going back-to-back strong sessions, it seems. So back-to-back jacks there.
Oh.
Up 2%, just a little bit under 2% on the day. Finally finding its way. Okay, yesterday was strong, but it did sell off here. Now, what are we off of the lows? 20%, not horrible, but you have to take into consideration you are 40% off of the highs, which is really, really a tough look. But hopefully Palantir can find its merry way. Without being you also have to take it. This thing went on an absolute parabolic run to the tune of 300% from November of 2024. All right, so yeah, there's a couple of those names. Coin. So this is why we'll do this example right now of why owning. So you can use leverage. Now, if you're looking to buy a margin account, I think that's significantly different than buying the leverage products. Why? Because you can continuously fund your account, right? So be cautious when you're doing it, obviously. The difference between a leverage product is once the underlying assets hit 50%, officially those have to reverse split just in order to stay liquid and stay within the market, right? So you have to take that into factor. So here's coin, right? So if they don't accept, he's not. Bang, 62%. Right, so 62% to the downside in Coinbase. CoinL is 5. Did a reverse split somewhere. It's based out because it's not good. So you go from 52 all the way to $5. You've lost 90% of your value. That's what makes it so difficult for these names, and that's why I say trade them, don't own them. Trade them, don't own them. Jim Cramer says the opposite of a couple of names.
Well, certain names, yeah. Stock is breaking out.
Stacked is breaking out. Here is nice TSLL with a $23 high, now down 70% when the actual underlying isn't down that much whatsoever.
You know what time it is, right? It's after 1 o'clock on a Wednesday. You know who that means.
It's time for the man himself.
The man, the myth, the legend. He is known around these parts and many other parts as well as Luis Barbado. Yeah. From the real trading office in the beautiful city of Barcelona, Spain. Hopefully I'll see him sooner rather than later, my guy. 3 weeks to the day, your boy is gone. So very excited. I will be in Barcelona right away. Obviously, we're going to start in London, and then we're going to watch Arsenal's home game, which I first time ever, and so I can't tell you how ecstatic I am. But I'm very ecstatic to meet this individual as well. Whenever he's ready, Assassino, let's bring him in. Yep, no problem. But we're to Barcelona. Sorry. I know. I said it the North American way. I do apologize there for everybody. All right, guys, we're just waiting. As soon as Andre is ready, we'll bring in. Yep. All right, let's bring in Luis. There he is, Luis Barbado.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, Luis? How is everything? We already know how the weather is.
Do we though?
Yeah.
Well, you're asking this morning.
Your enthusiasm, guys, when you intro me.
Well, yeah, you weren't. I feel like you weren't very happy with the plus 30-degree weather this morning when you were speaking to Adara. Is there a lot of humidity?
Yeah, a lot. So it's not very nice to be in the city with this temperature, and the humidity is very, very bad. You will see when you come.
Oh, I'm very excited. I'm very excited, Luis, to actually meet you in person, obviously. And let me ask you something, Luis. So I hope to be able to visit you at the office on a Tuesday. Now, I know that we typically do the small cap segment, on Wednesday and everything like that, but maybe, just maybe, we can do it on a Tuesday so that I can be there doing it with you guys, and then we can have Joey and Obi over here, which would be pretty cool.
That would be great. You are more than welcome. You can trade here. We can do the live session, live trading here, whatever you want. That would be great. I can't
wait to lose money in Barcelona. It's going to be fantastic. No, I'm kidding.
What a better place to lose money, right?
Right, exactly. I always said that. Like when you go east of the Eastern time zone, it's fantastic. You can trade, after your day, your work. But when you go west, like when I go visit my sister in Los Angeles, you're having to get up 3 hours earlier just to catch the market. And I present a a tough opportunity. But let's get down to work.
Yeah, let's get down to business.
Luis, it's a bit of a tough day for the longs today in small cap GARPA world. I feel like it was probably a good day for the shorts. What can you tell us?
Yeah, but on the other side, you cannot complain for the last week. I mean, you got plenty of runners going crazy up and keep going during the day and halting up with a huge risk for the short sellers, you know. So for you, I guess it was a very nice week since I think it was Tuesday last week that we had the first crazy runner. We have had ADBL, STKH, STAK, a lot of crazy movement ads with huge hold-ups. Today it's more quiet, that's true. So we had few setup that it worked pretty fine in the short side, yes.
Luis, I don't think you're sharing the screen. So if
yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, Andre just wanted me to tell you that so we can see your screen there.
Absolutely, sorry.
No worries. We'll set that up. Yeah, so
there is it.
Perfect. Take us through what your look was today. What did you trade? How did it go? And what can you tell us?
Today, I think the easiest way was the easiest trade, was the one we talked pre-market with Adara, was this VIVK. Okay, I was trying to long there, as you can see on the VWAP. Okay, it's not my expertise, but I try as well, you know. I was longing here, get out, long again when it was breaking pre-market highs. And then the nice one was this short against the resistance. We were talking about resistance on 3 and 3.15, as you can see here. Let me check. There you go. We shorted against that resistance, $3 and 3.15. We got it from previous days. Okay, right. So that was the nicest one. Probably worked. The key was when the market opened. Okay, the opening bell was the key. If we were trading above the pre-market highs and holding and with volume, this could be at risk. This resistance could be at risk, and we could have gone to $4 or $5. Wow. Okay, but once the market opened and we saw a clear fail on this resistance, it was okay, the trade to work on the short side. It was difficult to pyramid to add into the winning trade because it went right away and it was already too low to add more into the trade. That's why I was getting out all on the way down to the VWAP and a little bit lower below the VWAP. So that was probably the easiest one. The second one was, I know you were long here and we were shorting, as you can see, against this previous resistance there. Short a little bit here, added here against this resistance, and all the way down to the EMA, to the exponential moving average.
It's pretty aggressive. That looks really good. That's an aggressive ad. Can we put that on back, Assassino? Yeah, I do like that as well, because where you got in initially at 56 and then 58, you knew that high there at 64 was the day high, right? So that would be your stop out. Is that why you added at 60 and 62? Because you knew if it breaks 64, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, this was a starter, you know. You don't go full size here because your risk is like 10 cents out. So you cannot go with a full size. Usually we scale in and scale out. So it's not that we go all in one entry and then we get out in one exit. We like one zone, one range of price where we like the short, and one range of price where we would like to go out. So it's not that we go all in one entry and then out. We scale a starter here. We add in more. It was not full size here. It was like 70% or 60% of the full size. And then when the stock start to work out, 30% around the VWAP and then a little bit more lower here. But usually we don't trade like in one single price, but an area that we like the short or the long.
I want to ask you about MSS, because this one I was interested in looking for locates on because it was quite aggressive. Very similar to the one that you traded there, but this was about $3, right? It got into that triple top, Luis. This is MSS. Sorry, let me just throw in the ticker so everybody can follow along. And what I did like about this is that key area of resistance kept showing up. So if you were able to wait for your levels, like if you gave it to 375, you only had to risk about a couple of pennies. This is something that you looked at today, or did you have this on watch?
I missed this one, but I know some people here in the office who traded. I don't know how much were the locates. I'm checking how much they cost the locate because I see some people on my risk management. I see some people who trade this stock. and they made okay money. Yeah, 3 traders here short this one against the resistance, and it was very cheap. You see, I missed this one totally. So probably I was messing up with another ticker, suffering in another ticker because it was easy. Look, when it halt and right away it open and it halt again, usually I don't like it, okay? Because, it's a lot of risk. But said that, we have a lot of halts here, continuous halt. I avoid totally, but once it start to trade with more volume, with lower volatility, it's okay. You feel a little bit safe. So it was a nice short, probably there against the resistance, and adding here when the VWAP broke. Look, an amazing movement down there. Here, the difficult part, at least for me, is once you are in the good trade, just do the zone way, right? Hold, and scaling like 5%, 5%, 5%, 5%. That's very difficult, but that's how you scale and how you pyramid your P&L.
Fantastic stuff as always. All right, Luis, we're going to keep it extremely simple. 2 o'clock Eastern here. We're going to have the Fed funds rate decision. How do you guys prepare for this? Talk to me a little bit about it.
If you trade a small cap, usually you don't really care. I mean, the stocks, and not only because it doesn't affect them so much, because we are talking about the stocks with huge news, low float, so it doesn't affect them at all, but also because of the time, the Fed is at 2, so most of the small cap have already made the movement at that time of the day. So really, if you don't trade blue chips or index, you really don't care about the Fed or any other economical highlights. And look, since we have Trump in the government, it's even better to be out of this kind of risk. You don't want to be one tweet away from blowing up your account because, so another reason to trade a small cap, you avoid this highlight risks of tweets and economical movements and fundamentals and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. You and I, we've had the conversation before how the IWM and some of these small cap gappers are kind of decoupled, right? So it's not that necessary that you have to worry about the index itself, the IWM, because these things move on their own and they have their own catalysts and their own momentum style trades.
Yeah, because when you look the scanner and you see the volume and the flow, look, for example, NCRA today gapping up 140%, float 500,000 and trading almost 50 million shares pre-market. Okay, so that's like 100 times the whole company. Do you think this company care about Fed decision rates or something like that? It's trading 100 times the whole float today. So it doesn't matter. The same with this one. Look, it's less than 1 million float, trading 4 million pre-market. We're talking about stocks is running crazy, DFNS, right? So, and I took a long here as well today. I'm not very useful taking longs, but on this one I was long on these consolidations here, okay, around 38, 37 with a very tight stop. So look, if the stock is moving so much, they don't care about Fed decisions or fundamentals. And all of them, they have huge volume for the flow, because we don't look only the total volume traded, but related to the float. Because, maybe Google or Meta or Bank of America or Ford, they trade more absolute volume. But according to the float, it's nothing like Google, how much they trade, like 20 million or 30 million. But it has a float of, I don't know how many billions. So.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so we have, before we get into my next question, that is actually going to sway a little bit from small caps, because I've seen you trade some larger caps, and I want to get your opinion in this. I want you to opine on it as well, too. But we have a super chat from Zion Lala. Luis trading like champion.
I know Zion.
You know Zion.
We're going to help him mentoring, actually, within this course, and probably he out of the course, because he's an experienced trader. We're going to try to put all his trade lists, all his data in our intranet and analyze every statistics of his trading setups, everything, win ratios, risk rewards, risk management, everything. We're gonna work with that with Sajan. So I'm very happy.
Yeah, perfect. So, simple question: thoughts on DFNS?
I think that the trade, look, short side on this one is kind of difficult because the locates were very, very expensive today. Yesterday was okay, it was $20 per 100 shares, which is 20 cents. And considering how much it moves, it was okay to locate some. And actually, I think yesterday I located some and I made a nice profit in this fail of highs here and $35, adding more here on the break of 30. But today it was like $90 per 100 shares. That means you have to make $1 whole dollar movement just to scratch the trade. Yeah, look, it can go to $20 and you can make a lot of money, but right you in the trade, you are $1 away from your entry price. So that's not very nice. Look, there is something here that we are missing. This is not anymore a small cap that is popping up one day. This is like 3 or 4 days running. So maybe we're losing something here, fundamental talking, about the company, agreements, merge, or whatever. Something is going on here behind the scenes because it's not normal that it's holding for so many days and so strong. So far, I will not short because, if it breaks again, it's holding pretty nice VWAP and supports here over $30. So we might see another leg to 50. And since it's going higher and higher, the liquidity gets lower. Okay, gets very, very thin. If we break $40 and $50, there won't be liquidity. It can go to $100 right away.
Fantastic stuff. All right, before we send it back to Sharif, as I was mentioning from before, I've seen you trade some larger cap names. My question to you is, have you been paying attention to some of these memory names?
Yeah, and I can tell you honestly and humble, I wish I would have traded them because, I really suck on that. I was trying to find the bounce yesterday on SNDK, daily loss, trying to find the bounce, and today on Micron as well, maximum loss on Micron, trying to find the bounce. Look, it's not that I'm buying, I'm holding. Look, I'm buying, I'm cutting my losses, I'm buying again, cutting my losses, trying here some support, cut the losses, trying here, cut the losses. It just keep going down. Yeah. So, this, I'm talking to other traders. I'm very bad looking for these, let's say, great setups. You're looking for a bounce. You're not looking for make a couple of dollars or $5 or $10. You're looking for $50 or $100 movement in SNDK, for example, or even more. So how many times you try, you are wrong before you are in the right setup. And if you are like 3 times wrong because you cut your losses, it doesn't work. That means the 4th time you try that trade, you have to go bigger to make everything back. Yeah. And what if you're wrong? So it's very, very difficult. That's why I think I should avoid this blue chip and trade only a small cap where we have, I think, an edge. A much bigger edge than in blue chips.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get your opinion, see if you were looking at some of them. So yeah, you're trading some SanDisk. I mean, SanDisk 55% off of the highs. Sharif knows I have this weird obsession with what's going on in the South Korean markets and with some of these memory names because just the over leverage, it's crazy in my opinion. Yeah. And people get really, really burned on this stuff, especially trying to pick these bottoms while individuals are just getting liquidated. So yeah, some of these memory names to the long side as of late have definitely been the more difficult trade for sure.
Very, very difficult. I try SNDK, I try Micron, and I trade DRAM as an index, but none of them just work. And as I say, even if you are right, it's very difficult then to hold for a whole day or maybe even swing it, not here in real trading, but in another account to make a decent profit, to get a nice risk reward comparing to the winning ratio. It's an equation that I don't really find the solution so far in my trading. And that's why we focus on small cap trading where we have an edge because we have a lot of things into account, not only technical analysis, not only the chart, but tape reading, flow, news, statistics of probability of closing red and everything.
Perfect, fantastic stuff. All right, Sharif.
Yes,
talk
sir.
To us, brother.
We got to remind everybody that Luis and AJ Trading have the course. So here it is on the screen. Make sure to check that out, adaytrading.com. There's the phone number. There's his X account. There's the email. Give Luis a shout. If you're interested in small cap trading, have at it. One of the best in the business to do it. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Luis. as always,
very much.
coming on.
Thank you very much, guys. I have to say, the group will be very, very small, probably up to 8 people only. There is already 4 seats booked, so get ready. We're
It's already
ready.
half full.
Love it, man.
There
Love
it
it.
goes.
Love it.
There it goes.
And you guys will get value out of this, especially because Luis takes the opposite way of the way we look. All right, Casey, GWAV is open. It's ripping up 68%. Be on the lookout. This one has done very little volume for support. Perfect timing, Luis. What do you think about this one? GWAV. I know this is a little, it's a zigger and zagger. It looks like it's going to hold down already at 361.
Oh, man.
It looks like limit down possibly here at 361. So I know you always say to stay away from
You like to walk in the edge, huh?
Yeah.
If you're walking on the edge, you ain't living, baby.
It could be an easy trade, but first of all, we try to avoid tickers that they are not gapping up pre-market, okay? Because if they gap up pre-market, you have some safety net, safety levels. Sorry, I'm gonna put it here. I got it in another screen, but this is running now. It didn't have, hold on. No, it didn't have pre-market, so we don't have levels pre-market.
Exactly.
It's not gapping up. So the new is right now when the market is open, so it is more risky to trade. We had one of these yesterday, I think was STKH. And I always try to tell my traders, if it doesn't gap up and it's like in the middle of the day running, it is more difficult where to short. Well, we have a gap up from a few days ago here on STKH, so you could short against this resistance. But look, because it didn't have pre-market, active pre-market, it just went up from $1.30 to $3, halt. And that's a huge risk. Same, very similar than GWAV, very, very similar. So yes, we try to avoid this because you can get stuck in a halt like every minute. And that's very, very risky. Right now, it seems more or less safe, but imagine it halt up in $6 and you got a T12 and you are stuck in the position for days.
Luis,
so
we have to ask you a question because we got a super chat here for you from Venue42. $5 super chat. He says, INHD has been on hold, halted, of course, at T12, as you were talking about, for 3 weeks. What do you think will happen, Luis? Thank you. And a lot of people have been asking this question,
We got a bet on this one. We got a bet on this one.
I know we do. Exactly. Right?
Look,
but just for our purposes now, and this person who's probably worried about their money, what do you think?
2 parts here. If you are long, you should be worried because it is very likely that it opened like probably around 0. And I didn't want to say 0 when we did that betting, and then Sean came back after and he said 0. So if you're long, you should be worried, I think, because this is a serious investigation. It's closed for weeks already. So be very, very careful. And you know what? If you're short, probably all the money you will make has already blown out with overnight fees. I've seen some people paying like 5% overnight fees. So look, maybe you are short 100 shares and you are paying $50 every single night to be in the trade. So after a month, you're down, I don't know, $1 grand, $2 grand, whatever, only because of the overnight fees. And I don't know why they charge this. Honestly, they should review this policy because if it's closed and it's not going to open, why you should pay overnight fees when it's not going to open the next day? So
exactly.
You're paying every day, but you cannot get out of the position next day. So why should I pay this overnight?
And that's a very important point we have to tell everybody. So if you did pay for locates, you guys are going to continue to pay. And that's the thing. That's what we always say to Luis. These ones are around for a good time, not a long time. Be careful. Use the technical levels as your reason to get in and your reason to get out. Don't fall in love with it. Even if you're going to swing. I mean, you know what, Luis? I've been noticing a lot of our viewers are actually swing trading these long small cap gappers overnight. I've never personally done that, but I was really surprised by the amount of viewers that actually do that.
I want to sleep calm, and peaceful. So I try to never have overnight positions. Short, of course, absolutely forbidden to go short overnight because it can haul up and you can lose infinite. Long, you can lose 100%. But short, you can owe your broker a lot of money. So never short overnight, guys. It is a very dangerous sport.
Very wise. All right, guys. Luis Barbado from the Barcelona office of real trading.
Luis, I'm giving you forewarning now, brother. Don't send Sharif back home empty-handed, all right? I need something from at least from Spain, okay? From the office, all right?
This guy's already securing the bag, man. All right,
all right, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming on, Luis. We'll see you next
Thank you, guys.
Take care. Great look and great guy as always, man. Love having conversations with Luis here. Class act. But we're overtime. We're half an hour overtime. So let's send it up to the big desk with Sia and we'll get the news segment going.
Overtime, and we're short of time because we do have the Fed decision today, which Adara will be covering shortly. So let's quickly take a look into a couple news stories that we'll cover, starting with Visa now. EPS of $3.32 per share versus $3.22 per share. That was expected. Revenue has come in at $11.6 billion versus $11.38 billion. That was expected. Now, continued momentum has also been seen in both commercial as well as consumer spending for this particular company. And the reason for the stock trading lower pre-market was, however, that although the earnings report looks not bad here, one thing to note is that it did also slash 7% of its global workforce. So that is also a factor you need to keep in mind. Healthy transaction growth has also been seen across this quarter for the company. And payments volume has increased 10%, whereas the cross-border volume for inter-Europe has 13%. Now, processed transaction has grown 10% year over year to an amount of $71.7 billion. And revenues across sectors are as follows: data processing up 17%, service up 14%, international transactions up 6%, and other miscellaneous revenues up 45%. So operating costs have also increased in this quarter by 19%. Mostly all of these are personnel-related costs, and $563 million in severance expenses, as well as $237 million in litigation provision. Finally, we have $6.2 billion, which is the capital that has been returned to investors. That is a combination of dividends as well as share repurchases.
There's a couple of interesting things here because if I look at it, I feel like the narrative would be a little bit different, but that's not the case here. So the company's reporting and stating consumer spending is healthy, all right, and robust, favorable by macro environment according to the analysts themselves. So what I would think would be the total opposite is due to the fact that we have an increase in energy costs. Well, do people need to use their Visa card and go onto credit a little bit more, just considering the fact that prices are raised? Yeah, absolutely. That's where I stand on this. But we're also raising our guidance as well, too. Visa is an outstanding company, but they're raising their full-year revenue outlook while maintaining its adjusted EPS as well. So there's a couple of favorable things going for this name in order why we're going to see this pop. Guidance is extremely important, but I'm surprised by the robust spending of the consumer, because it's usually the lower end of the consumer where we see things cool down, and the higher end is where it maintains flat or starts to pick up, which we would see in American Express, but that's not necessarily the case here for Visa.
So it looks like some of the best parts of the report were one-off, and they had a lot to do with the World Cup. So it looks like they got a lot of value-added services. VAS, $3.8 billion, but that was heavily boosted by a non-recurring item, of course, in the World Cup. They made money more on marketing services, fraud prevention, consulting fees, all to do with the 2026 World Cup. Also, listen to this. Their GAAP operating expenses continue to rocket up this year, about 19%. $563 million restructuring and severance charge, which they're saying is tied to global organizational efficiency initiatives and tech layoffs. The layoffs make sense because you have to have severance for those people, but why okay? In any event, client incentives, so I'm assuming that has to do with like rewards and stuff like that. They were at a general area high, up 18% year over year. They paid about $4.7 billion in credit card rewards, and that outpaced their revenue growth. So you had the credit card rewards 18% jump year over year, and then actual revenue jumped 14% year over year. So there has to be some, parity between those. And yeah, that's basically it. Late quarter U.S. volume modernization. Apparently, U.S. payment volume grew 10% for the full quarter, and that growth peaked at about 9.5% in June. Again, that makes sense with the World Cup. So not a company I really keep my eye on all that much, but hey, where is it trading?
At all-time highs.
So look, Well, it's up. It's up 1%. It's a little bit off the high, coming back into VWAP. But hey, that caught a bid immediately at the bell because this one was negative to start the day. It closed out about 366 and change. In the pre-market, it was down into 357. So yeah, good recovery for them. But, you know, not really a name I keep all that my eye on. It's closing in on $700 billion market cap, 696. There's a lot of companies now that are just knocking on the door of that trillion valuations. Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's also take a look. PG here, Procter & Gamble earnings as well. So I would say this company has reported a rather mixed earnings report more than anything. EPS has come in at $1.43 versus the expected number of $1.42. Revenue at $21.2 billion, whereas $21.38 billion was the projected number. Net income at $3.04 billion versus $3.62 billion from a year ago. Excluding restructuring costs, transaction gains, and other items, the company has earned per share, I would say, of $1.43. Net sales have also risen 2% to $21.2 billion. CFO of the company, Andre Schulten, has said that the earnings call for the fourth quarter, the company has seen improving global share trends versus prior period, but headline results have been impacted by trade dynamics in the U.S. and also the spike in input costs. For the year of fiscal 2027, the company has expected a core EPS of $6.89 to $7.11. Also, all-in sales growth projection currently standing at 1% to 3% in that range. Wall Street has also been anticipating earnings for per share of $7.04 and revenue growth of 2.7% for fiscal 2027. PG currently stock is down on the day 2.5%.
Essentially flat organic growth year over year. When you look at net sales, yeah, they did grow by 2%. That's great, but that's because there was a 1% Forex tailwind, so that's inorganic. And when you look at organic sales in and of itself, not net sales, organic sales flat, 0%, with both volume, pricing, and product mix all contributing to that 0% net impact. So it kind of signals to me that the organic consumer demand as well as their pricing power is kind of hit a near-term ceiling, something that they need to digest. But you also have really, not a great EPS number, whether you're looking at GAAP EPS or non-GAAP EPS. GAAP EPS dropped 15%. Non-GAAP EPS on a constant or GAAP diluted EPS dropped 15% as well. And then you have a big divergence here between how they're doing with their beauty products, which grew 6%. Then you look at the baby and healthcare, that all dropped 2%. So, it's not an even mix when you're looking at the product category. A bit of a tough look.
Yeah, it is tough, but a full recovery, and I think a lot of this sell-off was just due to the guidance, right? So 85 billion consensus, it's below estimates, all right? So we'll keep an eye out on that. And to add to Shrev's point, right? So you get into the segment, delivery, beauty delivery, 4% year over year, grooming segment, flat on the year. So we're talking about flat. Healthcare, organic sales declined 1%. Fabric and home care, flat again. So there's not much organic growth going on in this. And Shreve brought up the baby and feminine family care products decreasing 2% as well too. But the issue being is the guidance. If you lower guidance, then you're going to run into a little bit of trouble. Hence why we had that gap down this morning. Even though the underlying asset did find its way to recovery, you're still down a little bit here on the day.
We're going to take a look at now two names that are reporting post-market as of today, Microsoft and Meta. So Microsoft EPS projected at $4.24, adjusted revenue projected at $87.62 billion. Analysts have been looking for 14.6% growth year over year in the quarter, which ended June 30th. And they are seeing growth speeding up a bit to 15.4% in the September quarter. As of yesterday's close, Microsoft shares had given up about 19% so far in this year, while the S&P 500 index, as a comparison, has gained 8.5%. Investors will also be looking in now to see if Microsoft raises its forecast on its CapEx and finance leases for data centers expansion, also after the fact that Alphabet has lifted its 2026 range by $15 billion as of last week. Secondly, let's take a look at Meta over here. Meta currently down on the day, well, almost flat on the day, but it's also reporting after the close today. Let's take a look at numbers. EPS that is projected to come in at $7.22 adjusted, revenue at $60.17 billion. You have Meta that is projecting to show revenue growth of 26% from $47.52 billion in the same period a year ago, because now you have the company's core advertising business, which has continued to benefit from advancements in AI. The company is trying to show that it can compete directly in the market for AI models, where OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google, like we all know, have big leads. So on the earnings call, investors are, according to CNBC, going to be closely listening to what Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has to say about the company's efforts to more directly overall monetize its various AI-related efforts.
One of the ways I think he can monetize it best is to sell compute to those who need it. Because right now, I'm not going to this new MS 1.1, by all accounts, most accounts, it's pretty good, but he still doesn't have the demand for it, whether it's good or not. So rent out that compute, at least, on a 6-month, 12-month, short-term interim basis. Generate that money so that you're not continually punished by the market for spending too much. I'm talking, of course, about Anthropic. I'm talking about, of course, about providing a cloud service, something Meta hasn't done, but that's something that's also leaked multiple times from reports and from Zuck himself. So to me, it's going to be exactly, well, the typical stuff we look for Meta. How did ad sales do? But, the other two is what's CapEx, and are you going to monetize the compute that you spent an arm and a leg on with Microsoft? To me, it's really about Azure, as well as, stopping the bloodshed in the SaaS and software space. They need to say or do something or show investors that we've bottomed here and that, growth is just, around the corner and we're not going to be completely disrupted by AI. I'd like to see more information about the ever-evolving relationship, let's put it that way, between OpenAI and Microsoft, as we've seen that kind of relationship deteriorate over the months and, over the last few months, I want to say the last 6 to 8 months. But those are going to be the things that I focus on the most.
We'll get to those super chats momentarily. I'm in the same camp. There's 3 metrics in regards to Microsoft earnings: CapEx, capital expenditure. How much more are they going to be spending? At what clip rate is Azure growing at? And at what rate is Copilot? I understand. Are we gaining monthly active users? Those are going to be 3 key metrics that I'm going to be looking for here within Microsoft itself. If those come in under lower than expected, then I really don't know what to say. It's unfortunate that the stock has not been performing well. Now, in regards to Meta, you guys know where I stand. It was only a matter of time. It was the most logical thing. I don't know why it took this company so long to come to the point as hey, we need to start selling this excess compute. Finally, they did that. They struck a deal. Are they going to be getting more? How much more is Zuck going to be spending? Because he's most likely going to increase his CapEx. And I want to see how some of his tools are performing, right? Is MuseSpark gaining any monthly active users? I'm sure it has some, but is it gaining ground? Is it grabbing any market share? And what he has planned for super intelligence lab here? What is the outlook of this specifically? And how much of a loss is Reality Labs at? Okay, so those are some big factors. And I talked about the overhang and the weight on the shoulders of this company specifically in regards to antitrust. I think that's a bigger issue. But aside from that, once that is lifted, compute is going to be key. He's going to be selling it to the larger participants. He's going to continue his build out. And also, how much ground are his tools gaining, which I don't think is going to be very much.
Let's move on to Bloom Energy. I know I wants to speak about this as well. So Bloom Energy, as you do know, it has posted a record quarterly revenue of $1.07 billion. That is topping analyst expectations of about $827 million. Adjusted earnings coming in at 78 cents, my apologies, per share, diluted share, ahead of the consensus estimates of 41 cents. Now, revenue climbing 165.5, that's 0.5% year over year, driven by a 215.4% increase in product revenue to $935.4 million. BE has also made a comeback, I would say, to profitability over here, reporting a net income of $196.3 million Adara, or 62 cents per diluted shares. Operating income improving to $0.2 million. Operating cash flow, however, increased also to $226.4 million. What's your thought?
Yeah, it's a nice look. It's very clear. And I think Sharif says something to this extent this morning as well, that we really have one segment, and that's product revenue here, dragging all of this to the upside. Product revenue growth, 215%. All of the other categories here growing well under 50% each, or in the case of electricity, actually declining. So it's always difficult when you have a couple clients or a couple, revenue segments dragging up all of your growth or responsible for all of your growth. In the case of Bloom, I believe that's both. So just be aware here for BE that is very much the case. But yeah, I think this is a solid report. I think also, your year-over-year growth in all of these segments is better this quarter than it was last quarter. So that's also a good look. And that includes even the decline in electricity. I believe the decline was greater in Q1 than it was here in Q2. Also just seeing XAI introducing Grok 4.5. We already knew it was coming, but just a quick update there.
I promise you, brother, AGB 6773, you don't need to super chat anymore. We're very thankful, brother, that you're super chatting. We love you for it, of course. But we promise we will get to that. So let's talk a little bit about Bloom Energy here. I'm worried, right? We're going to ready for the rollover. Okay, so
do you want to do the super chats?
Yeah, let's just do the super chats before we roll over here. How can I feel good about making money on market fluctuations during war? Asking for my family members in service. Do you want to take the options route on this? Perhaps, maybe.
How do you feel good about making money? I don't know. I don't know, man. You just don't feel any way, I guess. Like some of the questions, I read through some of his super chats, brother. I don't know. You have maybe become a politician. That's the way you can only really influence what's going on. Other than that, there's nothing you can honestly do, man, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. Well, you're absolutely right. I would say, look, you don't have to be emotionally attached to the investment. The investment is what it is, right? Are you talking about maybe investing in military names or oil?
He's doing the opposite.
Things that are specific to the war? Because
he's talking opposite, because his first was like, what stock can I invest in to prevent death and destruction? Asking for a friend, I don't know, man.
Well, I don't know how much money you have, brother, but I don't think you're going to prevent death and destruction. I think that's going to be independent of any market moves. But look, man, go to the good stuff, right? Find out exactly what the market leaders are in every specific the sectors that you're interested in. Find out what the market leaders are. Do some charting. Find the good technical levels to say, it's bounced off this area multiple times, or if it's cleared it used to reject this area multiple times. Set up orders there. Remove the subjectivity out of it. Remove the emotional component out of it so that you're able to make these investment decisions, even when the market is red, even when it's bleeding and it looks like, it's the end of the world. Take the subjectivity out of it. That's what I have done. That's what I've been doing. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. Throw in the orders, set it, and forget it. Joe, anything before we roll?
No, that's it, man. Let's roll it on over. Have a good one, guys.
What's up, everybody? The moral compass of investing, always questionable. We had some people on earlier in the show's history that they were like, I'm never investing in Meta because I don't, like social media. And there's people that won't invest in Altria or Philip Morris, things like that, because of the alcohol and the tobacco aspects. People that won't invest in
the defense companies,
weed names, which probably a good idea not to invest in weed names anyways. But you are better off planting your money in the ground and seeing if it grows weed than expecting money from those investments. But yeah, I just think it's a moral question. And if you, unfortunately, the economies do tend to kind of expand during wartime due to the fact that there's more industrial production and yada yada and yada 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 yada.
But if you're a trader, just gonna say this: if you're trading, the themes are the themes. Like if you're trading oil because the market's moving, that's just what you do. Sometimes financial crisis taught you that.
Yeah.
A lot of traders will tell you that 2008 was some of their best years for trading, but everyone else sucked in the real economy. But we have 10 minutes to go.
Okay, what's happening?
Well. Nothing crazy.
Interest rates.
Oh yeah, you meant that.
70% chance. We are still long SoFi. I think the best thing. So I'm getting out of all these positions, right? I mean, there's the SoFi long at 15. There's the SK Hynix, which is $3.50 in the money. So we'll go. Those were good ideas, but it doesn't matter. At some point, we got to empty out the clip here ahead of the interest rate, and just to give everybody a warm welcome. This is what Neil and I are expecting, and the market's expecting. It's a 70% chance that we do not get a hike, and 30% chance, therefore, that we do. So it should be interesting. We'll watch out. We'll follow the U.S. dollar. We'll follow oil. Neil mentioned gold and silver had a little bit of a move there in the middle of the day. So
weird one.
we'll talk maybe a little bit about that as well. And we'll go over to the desk right now with Adara.
We're going to talk here, guys, about what to expect from the FOMC decision, which is now 10 minutes away. Just setting up all my screens here. As Neil and Sean mentioned, about 70-30 chance here, 70% chance we get rates held, 30% chance of a hike. It's interesting, too. We had actually comments from NEH, or National Economic Council, and White House Economic Advisor Kevin Hassett. And he came out here probably around a half an hour ago and said that he believes Fed Chair Warsh will, quote, do the right thing, which he didn't specify, but very likely means that he believes or would like the Fed to either cut rates or hold rates in place. Now, it is worth noting, of course, as we know, he's only one person. Fed Chair Warsh is the chair of the Fed, but there's also 18 other individuals and 11 other voting members. So just to recap here of what we are expecting, we're going to get that 2:30 p.m. conference. That'll be kicking off. That'll just be Fed Chair Warsh. But then at 2 p.m. proper, we're going to get that rate decision. Again, 3.75% is what we're expecting. We are expecting rates to be held in place. If not, we could maybe get a 25 basis point rate hike, but that is, again, on the lower end of the probability scale. Other things that I want to go over here before we send you back to Sean and Neil for like the 9 or so minutes left until the Fed decision. I will take you guys through the number. I will take you guys through the conference once it starts at 2:30 p.m. And also alongside the number, we're going to be getting a rate statement. So usually what we'll see is any changes that were made from the last statement versus this statement. So what we know for that June statement, the first statement under the leadership of new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh, we had a lot of changes because he was new and he really wanted to take out any forward-looking statements. Now that this is the second meeting, there's a chance that we see less dramatic changes, but there's very likely still going to be some changes between this statement and the prior one. So don't worry, I'll take you guys through all of it. Here's a reminder of our voting members for the Fed right now as well. So of course you have, as always, your 7 Fed governors. Then you've got Feds Williams, Paulson, Logan, Hammock, and Kashkari. Now it's worth noting these bottom 3 actually voted against the majority at the April meeting. So they are potential dissenting votes. We know we actually had a break from dissent at the June meeting. No dissenting votes. We'll have to wait and see if dissent returns to the Fed with this July decision. I will see you guys in about 8 or 9 minutes ahead of the announcement. Back to you.
Thank you for that in-depth. Adara just rocks it. I mean, all day, every day, but especially on a Fed day, for sure. Just very quickly, because I'm getting out of position too, so I just break even stop on DRAM. I like to be flat going into the decision. It's 3 o'clock, obviously. Sorry, 2 o'clock, obviously, and we're expecting.
Here, I'll show you.
Look, I'm expecting no change, but it's still 31%.
So I was gonna yeah, go ahead.
Which is a little bit, this is unique. It's a bit of a decision here, and we actually had a vote in our poll with the viewers. And first of all, just understand that when we do our polls unscientific in the morning, 75% said no change, 14% said raise, and I'm going to assume 11% were trolling with the lower. But at least a few of those were probably trolling. If there is...
Those are the people that are long.
Yeah, exactly. But I would imagine quotes break. We said this before. If for some reason they were lower, you wouldn't even be able to punch along. The quotes would just break, in my opinion, because it would be such a panic in the market.
We've got some SoFi action there. Yes, exactly. Subjectivity, bleeding, remove yourself from situation, money. Good job, guys. Yeah, all of that.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you, AGB. If you're in a situation that you don't like, remove yourself from it. I think that's very good advice. Thank you. And I don't know if that was in reference to.
Must be something for the midday, maybe.
Okay, so just real quickly here, this is the U.S. dollar, right? Right now, they are obviously expecting a rate stabilization. We're not expecting a rate hike. Remember, if the market, I think you can actually, and you can't really trade the DXY, depending on what account you have. DXY is just a dollar index, not necessarily something they're going to be able to run in there and trade. But I think you could trade the US dollar long. If there is a rate hike, it creates better yields for the US dollar, and you could see the US dollar go to the upside. What does a strong US dollar do, therefore, to the market? A strong US dollar brings the NASDAQ and the ES to the downside. Okay, we talked about foreign investment and repatriating some of the money back in. We've seen the NASDAQ go on a rip when the dollar falls down, right? So not really too worried about any of the positions that we have left on board here with 5 minutes to go. We are going to watch the dollar. That should give us an idea potentially of what the market wants to do. We're plugged in. Adara's plugged in. We'll be trading live for you here. Whatever winds up happening, you're going to be in the right spot. No idea. I know Adara's waiting. I don't know if you saw anything on gold up there, Adara, but we really took off on some volume spikes here around 12:30. So that started that little spike higher. again, a hold in the rates. Gold does not pay any kind of a yield. So maybe, people a flight to a little bit of safety here. Also, silver bumps up there.
Yeah, big
so more of a flight to safety, I think, with gold. Bitcoin used to be something that we used to call a flight to safety, but not really anymore. So if traders may be nervous heading into what is 5 minutes from now, I could see that might be the reason why gold got bumped there. But Neil and I both looked for some news, and we just talked to Darren, unfounded right now on why gold made that move higher.
But it does put them on the radar. Like, I don't know that I was planning on having a look at silver in the afternoon, but absolutely now. If you're going to have this kind of movement, again, maybe some last-minute housekeeping, someone decided they want to risk off, or somebody knew something and is ready and locked and loaded to go. So silver is going to be on the radar. Remember, if it comes as expected, which is no change, then it shifts to what the verbiage is going to be from Warsh. And there's other ways that they can combat inflation. They can reduce the balance sheet. There'll probably be questions about that. So I would suspect, as per usual, assuming we don't get a rate hike here, that 230, when he's on the podium, that can be when a little bit more action takes place. So if there is no change, you might get some of that rubber band aspect, where you get a chance to maybe like some dip and bounce something off VWAP there for some scalp trades, and then at 230 could be the real juice. All that assuming we get as expected, which would be no change. But if we do get a rate hike, I would expect IWM to get smashed. Look at some small cap, mid cap names that might get hit. Like solar names could be in trouble there as well. Anybody with a lot of debt, a CoreWeave could be in trouble. That's what you want to think about if we were to get a hike. Which, again, I'm not expecting, but you want to be prepared for that eventuality.
I mean, we just mentioned Bitcoin just real quickly. Yeah. Maybe there is something happening.
Yeah,
right
it's like
now.
everything's drifting.
A little bit of a drift higher here with only 3 and a bit minutes left before the rate. We can keep on updating this. I don't expect really. This is just looking at Fed fund rates and the money. Oh, it's not even updating anymore on the refresh. Oh, here it is. Uh-oh. 3 minutes. 20 seconds, so maybe they've taken this down. So, all right, we'll just, we won't worry about it. It was 70.30, and I don't expect any change over the last couple of seconds. So here we go, man. We're going to watch out for Bitcoin. You're going to watch out for the SPY and what winds up happening there. Just some little target areas with, okay, maybe my whole system seems to be slow. Just some target areas if we do start to move around on the SPY. Low of the day, 732. We're still flat on the SPY. No, we're down 0.7 right now. So, right there. So down 0.7 on the ES. We'll look to see if 732 gets taken out, and then, a breakout on the high right there. Break of 737. I don't think, like Neil said, the machines might get broken if the market is a rate hike or lower. I mean, I think we'll just hope that we'll cross our fingers.
Get ready for volume.
And we'll hope that quotes hold out okay here, because the market's going to get inundated with volume pretty much ASAP. So we'll look at a 737 break higher or, a low break of 732. If it comes as expected, no change, then that will be seen as, I guess, somewhat dovish, right? I mean, more positive, because the hawkish move would be to raise rates. So a dovish play probably spikes the market a little bit. So let's wait to see, man. I think you go long on no interest rate movement, and definitely, hold on to your pants a little bit if it goes either way, north or south on that rate.
Boy.
So we're,
if they raise rates, get ready for the brown pants. Make sure you're wearing those if they do raise.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll be so bad. I think temporarily.
I just feel like most people aren't respecting that. Like, it's been 30 to 35% chance, and even when we talk to our viewers or anybody, they don't think it's happening. Jerome?
Oh no, we had a little early, Jerome.
We know what he might
trying to get involved over here. Jerome, this is no longer your show, my guy.
Yeah, where's Kevin's show?
Is Jerome part of maybe the task forces here? Oh, there's Powell. Oh, there's Warsh. Warsh got the block. No, there was no foul there. Warsh got the clean block on that, Powell. So we're getting excited here, and yeah, exactly. Jerome, stay out of this. People in the chat saying right there, but that's why Warsh came in and said task force this. All right, we are 1 minute away. Adara's plugged in. Let's go over.
Hi, guys. I'm here to take you through the FOMC decision for July 2026. Once again, we have about 70% here of market participants, according to the FOMC. I guess the Fed Watch here, see me, Fed Watch, 3.75% is what we're looking at. So we're expecting a hold. Then again, there is roughly 30% or up to 30% of participants expecting we could get a hike. No expectation for a cut unless you ask White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett, who implied that there could be a cut earlier today. We are expecting either a hold or less likely there could be a hike. So yeah, just go over this. We're going to get the number. I will give you guys what I see of the statement. I'm also going to show you guys what the NASDAQ is doing, as well as the US dollar 3-minute charts for both as we get this number. 3.75% is the number we're looking for, 3.75% to 4. That's what we really want to see. If we see anything above or below that, it is going to be notable. So stay with me, guys, as we have your July 2026 rate decision in 3, 2, and 1. Waiting to hear what that number is. No change. So as expected, no rate change. 3.75% remains. I'm going to wait to see the statement. As I see the statement, I'll keep you posted. Push up higher here in the NASDAQ. You have a drop here in the US dollar, and Kashkari, Logan, and one other individual actually dissenting. So we did have apparently 3 dissenting votes, 9-3. Once again, we have a dissent in the Fed. I'll get an update once I hear more about who dissented. But again, you've got a 9-3 vote to hold rates. You have a move up higher here in the market and a drop in the DXY. As I see the rate statement, I'll come back here. Back to you.
Here's the US dollar. I mean, I'm glad we talked about it. Oh my God, what a move there. The US dollar straight to the downside. That should ignite a little bit here in the NASDAQ. No change. I said that would be dovish, so there it is. No change. Look at the US dollar. Nice move to the downside. Now we look at the strongest stock out there, Apple, I thought. If Apple breaks a high here, then I think we can try to go long, and that's sort of what it's doing right now. There goes
somebody knew something in silver.
There goes AAPL. What's going on with silver?
Well, I'm just saying, like, look at the move randomly in silver, and then look at the break. Like the market did go, but come on, like you just had a dollar move, 2 points up there in SLV. This is what the NASDAQ did. Like it barely went 0.5% to the upside. So gold and silver doing the opposite of what the dollar has done here. There you go. There's GLD. The miner's probably looking pretty good. I'm going to guess IBIT probably. Wow, IBIT was trending up for sure. That's looking pretty intense. Look, I already told you guys I was going to prepare myself for the odd chance that they would have raised rates, and that would have been punch short on IWM had they raised, because I think that would have been a big opportunity. Obviously, the IWM goes the other direction. So a full % up for the Russell. Of course, small cappers really care a little bit more about the Russell.
Yeah, exactly. I just took Apple. Talk about Neil mentioned small capper. I punch into the largest cap name period out there. We do get involved with SoFi. Nice upside play, man. We'll take 75 cents every day there. But here's the play, man. I just punched into Apple. You know, again, name that was up 1.5%. We did talk about, the fact that they were upside. We did like the fact that that was a dovish report there. The only problem is just because it was an interest rate hold, we're waiting for the talk, right? There's going to be prepared speech. Let's go right now. I don't know if we're going to have diamond hands on this or not, but it's a nice move high side right there. Take a piece out there on that. And SK Hynix just ripped up. But look what we just did right before we exited stage left on our SK Hynix. So very, very small piece left there, and kept a little bit of play money in SoFi and took advantage of some of those moves as well. But we're not going to be in this for a very long time. If this breaks back down below, we're just going to stop out. We thought that maybe Apple did have a chance to go. Right now it's going. We just took 20 or 30 cents. We'll take it again for a little piece out if it comes up to 20 again. And then we'll just let it ride and see how far Apple can take us into, hopefully, what is a good press conference. And I think I'll be stopped out, or it'll either go before then. But of course, that's at 2:30.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So now we just got to wait. You just mentioned that silver was going. We could have a quick check on gold.
I'm not chasing that.
Look at this. As we said, it's not even. And Neil said something like somebody knew something. We all knew something. It was 70% chance. So to get long gold there, we both talked about that. That was a good possibility. But the thing is, I thought gold might have spiked up on a rate increase. Not necessarily on a hold. So, yeah, that's moving around right now. We can go over to Adara. What's up?
Reminder, guys, you had Hammock, Logan, and Kashkari descending in a 9-3 vote to hold rates. The 3 that dissented actually wanted to hike rates. So that's the reminder of the decision. I'm not seeing too much in the statement, which implies to me there probably wasn't too much of a change in the statement. Now, apparently, they highlighted strong productivity, resilience, and job growth, and ongoing ample reserves within the banking system within that statement. Once I actually see the full look at this statement versus last statement with any changes, I'll keep you posted. But again, the fact I haven't seen that yet implies to me there probably weren't too many big changes. They did apparently describe economic activity also as expanding at, quote, a solid pace, with job gains, quote, keeping pace with the workforce. So nothing too wild, lots of pacing, as you can hear. If I get anything else, though, I'll keep you posted.
Like, subscribe.
Yeah, exactly. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. As we come back in here, I do suspect rubber band is usually the way to go. So don't want to chase the move in SLV, but if it comes back into the prior high, that's 52.5. That's a good spot to have a look just to see where we can buy some dips. I had DJT up before. I do not need that. Who cares? I'll put up IBIT just in case. I only wanted the IWM if it was the other direction. So I think now it might be a time to figure out as well what did not go. Like what's weak. Obviously not DRAM, that's for sure. So probably not SK Hynix. You want to look at some of the chip names that have been beaten up the most.
SK is coming back. I mean, I just got filled.
Yeah, Micron couldn't break out the top. Maybe I should be. Maybe I should be short
Go Apple.
DRAM.
Go Apple.
I'm going to take a shot short on a DRAM here because I want to look for something that looked relatively weak. I see Micron beneath the lows.
Yeah.
I'm going to short this one, give it to this prior wick.
Yeah, I like the DRAM look over there as we just try to get a little bit more. Like we said, I think that was a pretty dovish call there by holding it. So we're good to go there. I did take advantage of that SK Hynix move back in. I'll bid some 128.25s or so. SoFi is doing fine. We're almost out of all of these positions. My biggest trade right now is on Apple. I have like 5 times the shares on Apple that I do anything else right now. So big move there on Apple. Not a big move, but we'll take it. We just got 50s there. So, we just got what? 50? Okay, so now we'll wait to see if we get a little higher here. It's 50. We'll go a little high side now. There's 50 cents. Now we're 1-to-1 on the trade or so. So, we're out of half. No, not actually, sorry. We're out of only a quarter right now. Better put out another piece right here. There we go. We take 50, and there it goes to the outside. We want to thank all 8,000 of you watching right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. We've been doing it. We've been doing this for 6 years right now, and probably 6 times 4, right? We've been doing this for, talking about 30+ Fed interest rate announcements. There's the move down on the dollar, so no surprise there. Trying to battle back. Let's get this dollar even lower right now, and let's rip Apple to all-time highs. It's already at all-time highs right now as we get a little long in the tooth here on Apple. Not even a huge move, man. I'm gonna take out another piece here at 40s if we can get it. Just trying to make a little bit of cash here on this play, and then we'll rearrange it because, like I said, we've got the experience and we've seen so many times that 230, whatever that very first question is, and normally it comes with my guy right here, Jerome, right? But we don't know. I'm not even sure how Warsh is going to handle some of the questions. So it might be time. Oh no, is he getting blocked again? It might be time to, exit out of some of your positions
I'll
here.
tell you how he's going to handle it.
Yeah, and then rework it in a minute. Go ahead, Neil, then we got to go.
He's going to say we got a task force for this.
Oh.
That's what he's going to say.
I just hope that Adara doesn't join the task force.
Check the betting odds. Apparently he's also not going to say good afternoon. That was... Yeah, because the odds of him saying good afternoon are pretty low. So I've taken one scalp and a second one we're going to look for in DRAM, but I did buy the dip in SLV because on some strength. We're going to go to Dara, get another update, so see what's in the statement here.
Yeah, and what's in the statement, Neil, is pretty much exactly what was in the statement last time. I actually heard one account describe this on X as, quote, the pithiest change here, red line that we've actually seen. When we say red line, we mean that crossing out words that are removed and red font for words that have been added. So as you guys can see, really all that was added was, I guess, a change here in terms of the vote. So as you can see, we actually have obviously a 9-3 vote versus a 12-0 vote. Last time that was changed. They also changed reaffirmed its policy to is continuing its policy. And then they added, of course, the mention of the dissenting vote. Pretty much nothing changed. So if we were expecting Kevin Warsh to give us any sense of what the Fed's thinking looking forward, which we really weren't, he pretty much was in line with what we were expecting. Now, in terms of how he's going to answer questions, if you watched his semi-annual monetary policy report, which I can give you guys the link to my rundown of that on X in the chat, he didn't really answer any direct questions, and he didn't answer them directly. He behaved the same way with other central bank leaders in that forum that was moderated by Sarah Eisen at the ECB earlier this summer, where he also said, yeah, I'm not going to answer any questions like that. And it actually got tense at times. So if we are expecting any kind of straightforwardness from him, I wouldn't expect that. I would expect that we're going to probably get a little bit more evasiveness. And again, I don't think he views it as being evasive. He just doesn't want to get the market excited one way or another. Let's see how the market, though, reacts to whatever he gives us. I also want to mention, unfortunately, more news out of the Middle East. I am seeing some reports from Fars News in Iran that Israeli forces are pushing towards the Al-Raqqa Valley inside Syrian territory. So if I get any more details, I'll keep you posted.
Oh, we don't need that much.
I was going to say, I might just get out of this.
Throw a wrench into everything.
Yeah, it's not, we got to now wait. I mean, the market's really not reacting at all right now to this interest rate hold, right? I mean, as expected, it probably just fades back out. We now have to, like, the long is going to be once he takes the podium. So I'm prepared to stop out of this trade. And yeah, I mean, we will lose slightly on it, but, you know, nothing too crazy. You know, when we lose, we lose. When we win, we win. We'd like to tell you about it. So we did go long there, and now we're going to wait to see. Is DRAM making a move? You have your hand up over there.
Well, I took silver, but that just came out, and I'm going to hold it short. I have my hand up because am I the only person who had to look up the word Pythias?
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say too. I have no idea what that word. Me and Neil looked at each other and like, what did Dara just say?
Pythias is a superlative form of the adjective pithy, meaning most concise, forceful, and full of meaning. Not only does she bring you the news.
No, but I think someone tweeted that out. I think.
Well, yeah, I quoted it, but I like the word, which is why it stuck out to me.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I know you know what everything means.
I love pithy. It's a fun word. It's a really
traders
fun
don't have very good vocabulary. I know what a tank is. I know what a rip is. I know what a stop order is. I know what long and short means and all that kind of stuff. But pithiest, I read too. I'm just keeping it.
You just read the definition and I already forgot it.
Well, that's
like,
fine.
I don't.
That is perfectly fine.
I'm
not even gonna hate.
I'm not about that. I'm not gonna lie about what I do around here.
Just very quickly, a few other things to watch for. I know we've looked at gold, we've looked at silver, we've looked at the U.S. dollar. Here's TLT dropping like an absolute rock. That is, the TLT is the 20-year Treasury ETF. So you're seeing that fall like an absolute rock. Another way that you could always just be looking at a pair for the USD. Like you could look at like Euro USD, I suppose, would be one way to do it here if you wanted to. But Sean's already shown that dollar UVXY, so that's another way to look at volatility with the VIX. That's heading into the downside, kind of confirming a bit of the upward trend. But when I looked across the hood, let's just go like some of the regular names, like small move in NVIDIA. Like this is why I'm like skeptical about the chips. As I was saying before, Micron underneath the volume weighted average price doesn't really look that big. I just saw Lindenmeyer saying, you know, look at the move over here in AMD.
Oh, look at Google. Oh my God.
Alphabet probably.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the longs we had earlier today at 3:33.
Because it's such a beast, man.
And it just absolutely took off. I mean, we were short. Then we went long right there on the 34 break. And got stopped out once it took VWAP right there, which is still great. I mean, we had a great trade there, but wow, there goes Google again to the upside. The not pithiest of stocks, Google right there. Adara laughed, so maybe I used that correctly. I have no idea. Okay, that's what we're doing there with Google.
Let's just say you did.
To your point, man, to your point, we got to maybe go back and have a look at some other names here because USO, still up 7% on some of that news there. Look, I don't think President Trump just seems to have no control over whatever Israel is going to do. So, you know, with troops apparently on way there, we never like to hear anything like that, but, you know, I guess it is what it is at this point. So, you know, watching out to see what winds up happening with USO, probably, you know, worse trades out there than, you know, protecting your neck against
Well, something
USO.
to consider. With no change here, depending on what we get at 2:30 out of Warsh on the podium, you know, we could go back to, remember, major earnings after the bell tonight. USO up 7%, oil up 7%, headline driven. What reported yesterday? You have names like Bloom Energy. Like you could go back to some of the themes unless we get some kind of a shock. For now, a lot of the bid is holding. For sure, like I'm only in this DRAM, but a lot of the bid is holding. But try to keep in mind, we've been in an environment where one headline, one post, can maybe shock USO, drive the market down if it goes up, or vice versa. So it's a good place to look. Maybe the president wants to steal the spotlight. I don't know if that's going to be true, but we have 15 minutes before we even have to worry about hearing the Fed chair. Mm-hmm. And I'm really suspecting that with no change, it's going to be about the balance sheet, because if he signals some tightening in the other way, I think that could be a bit of a sign here of things to come. Right, if they're going to be sitting there and tightening up that balance sheet, though they might be forecasting which direction they want things to go, because we still have to worry about a cut this year, even with this keeping rates intact.
Yep. All right, guys, put some numbers or whatever you guys want in the chat here. We can see if we can talk about whatever right now, some stocks or whatever you guys want to look at. There's IBIT. Again, nice move up there for IBIT, so we'll have to wait to see that happen, you know, pre-number. Post number is just kind of like whatever right there. This is 2 o'clock right here. So we already there it is. We saw the whole market sort of move up like that. You know, more importantly, tonight we have Starbucks, Microsoft, Carvana,
Meta.
CMG, Meta coming later on tonight. So look at Microsoft. They're like, hey, this was a better one. We definitely, we just should have taken maybe Microsoft, but now it's coming back in just a little bit. There's Microsoft at 1.2%. I actually thought Alphabet would have been a little, the name to trade here, but that doesn't look like it. We're about to break lower right now as the market's coming through, and then we'll get stopped out of our Apple trade right there and just deal with it, I guess, at the end of the day. Because, we didn't go ahead and put on a whole bunch of risk, but we did take a shot there. Microsoft doing that.
Sean, we have over 7,000 people watching. So the first thing I want everyone to do is everybody watching that is not in the chat, hit the subscribe button right now so you can be in the chat. It's a subs-only chat. And let's crowdsource this. We got 15 minutes till Warsh comes onto the podium. Come to my screen. The SPY after, not when, after Warsh hits the podium. Long or short, I'm keeping it really simple. If you don't know how it works around here, all you do is you type to vote. You type a 1 into the chat. That means you think the market's going up. S&P 500 is going up after Warsh hits a podium. You type a 2 in the chat. You think it's headed down. Right now, we've already got about 40 votes, and it's 59, 57, 43, close to 50-50. So a little bit of indecision here. That's right. We got no rate hike. We got no rate cut. We stood steady. So 50-50 would make a little bit of sense. Slightly leaning toward the long side. Slightly, but very, very slightly. We'll leave that one up. Obviously, after 2:30, we can get rid of this and maybe put something up for the rest of the afternoon. But you got to be able to participate. If you are in the chat, you can ask us questions in the chat. You can chat amongst our great community. You can tag us with any questions you might have for us or even for Adara. Like look up this symbol, whatever it might be. So make sure you're in there. Get your votes in. We're still looking inside the range. Like the initial spike, I'm just looking at DRAM, but I'm also looking at the Qs before we go back up to Adara. The initial spike is still the high. That we have not broken the new range that got made in the market, up or down. So again, inside action until 2:30, Adara.
Yeah, I just want to go over here the votes that we had at this meeting once again. This has not yet been posted on XTTV Research. You can catch this on XTTV Research 2 minutes before the Fed meeting. But guys, we had a return to dissent, unfortunately. After a brief 1 meeting hiatus from dissenting votes. Once again, we get a 9-3 decision. Again, 9 Feds voting in favor of holding rates steady. So that would be all 7 of the governors, with the Fed president of New York, who is always a voting member, and Fed's Anna Paulson, president of the Philly Fed Bank. Then you had 3 voting against. Now, these 3 are kind of becoming the dilettantes of the Fed, if you will, and that this is their second time of dissenting as a group in favor of a more hawkish stance. You've got Fed's Lori Logan, president of the Fed Bank of Dallas, Neil Kashkari, president of the Fed Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, and Fed's Hammock, president of the Fed Reserve Bank of Cleveland. Now, if you recall, these 3 back in April all voted in favor of removing an easing bias from the FOMC rate statement back in April. Now they're back here again, and this time they're actually voting for a hike. So keep an eye on these 3. Keep an eye on Truth Social for any reaction to this decision, because I think this is a pretty interesting look here. This, again, the second time in a row that we've had these 3 specific individuals, if there has been any dissent in favor of a more hawkish stance. I also want to mention while I'm here, no, it's a little bit early, but here are the implied moves for tonight. I just want to get ahead of this because I don't know how much time we're going to have with all of the Fed excitement. So you've got Meta, Qualcomm, Robinhood, ARM, Lam Research, Fortinet, Starbucks, Carvana, L3Harris, Microsoft, and CMG all reporting after the bell. I have earnings previews for more than half of these on XTTV Research, so definitely check those out here. I'll be posting this imminently, probably right now. Back to you.
All right, imminent probably. 2:18, so 12 minutes away right now. Uh-oh, what's that ching-ching? Oh, DRAM?
DRAM just hit VWAP, so I was expecting an inside move. So we played the top to VWAP, but I'm out, and we got 12 minutes to go here. Sorry, I was asking Grok something unrelated. No, it's like
I know what you're asking.
It's not even working. I can't load stuff on TikTok. I think how rapid the quotes are going is probably chewing up a lot, and I got the poll up and all that stuff. But we'll look for the next opportunity. I mean, unless we get to a good support where I want to buy the dip before 2:30, I'm just going to wait for Warsh to come in here. I think that was the right decision. The right decision to get out of SLV and hold DRAM there. But SLV is still looking a little bit strong. So, we picked the one. I like the short and I like the long. We held on to the short, but I think this will still be the place I look for some kind of a dip. So maybe that opening range, if we get past 2:30, that can be the place to go for sure. And we have Oh, we have 2 super chats.
Oh.
Luis Suarez wants to take a bite
Yeah.
out of Palantir.
Yes, he does.
Luis, every single time you send a super chat,
Just like
I
on the
am going to
Italian
make a
player.
joke, even though I know you're not that Luis Suarez. What do we think about Palantir's report going into Monday?
Oh my God.
My first thoughts on Palantir is, does it continue to hold the trend where the stock price is going down? And I don't have a chart of the revenue growth, but imagine a chart of the revenue growth. It's going up, by the way. Spoiler alert. If that continues to grow at a rapid rate while the price goes down, something has to give. Usually those things don't diverge. But if that continues, I think it's going to be a good opportunity maybe to try to find a little bit of a dip at the prior lows, because they've been beating everybody up on earnings. Cheese and a chair.
Oh, the best.
Wire reference incoming. The Q&A session with Warsh will be like the police interrogation scene with Bird. He ain't saying nothing to nobody. We want a Fed chair that's like Weebay. Like Weebay's up there just like, hey man,
You just give it all.
Yo, for another sandwich and some taters, I'll go another few murders, because he was just confessing to everything because he was going in anyways.
Okay.
So he was taking bodies for everything. So he was going in and he
taking
would take stuff
responsibility.
off his boys, so he would take the fall. And all he cared about was getting his food during that time. He was a soldier.
Someone
I
said
feel like another
offering
good
some
analogy
soda.
would be like literally every prosecution witness in the Young Thug trial who just kind of was like, well, I'll answer if you really want me to, but also, I don't know. I feel like that is also kind of worse too. Like it's that reticence, that difficulty that he has answering, but either way, whatever funny analogy it is, I'm so excited to bring his sassy remarks to you guys live.
We will in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we should have that. And then we'll have him. I don't know if we're going to show a little video of it. I don't know if Andre knows that or not. No, we are not. Okay, so we have Adara. She'll be coming in live with absolutely everything. Meta tonight, Microsoft tonight. Oh, just a quick little update. You might be like, hey, how's this guy long at this price? So we actually did get broken out right there. Once it broke through 50, we did punch out, but we're just holding a little bit. It's just because hoping that, we could find a base here and maybe take off a little bit. My new stop rate, okay, well, there it is. My new stop rate here is 40s. So if we break below, we'll try it again here at 343.50. It's just been bouncing off 44. So we did pretty good to make back like the 50 cents that we sort of lost there. We actually made a little bit on the way up when it first was announced. Then we got stopped out, but only out of a little bit. Now we just sort of reload it once again here. So we'll see if we can get something out in the mid to high 60s and then high 70s, just because this is going to be like a 20-cent trade. So I would, if I could speed up the time, that would be really nice. But I do think that this could drift a little lower. That's why our stop is now at 40, breaking through the 50 period, moving average right there, and we'll just stop out of Apple and say, you know what, we gave it a go. And then I'll probably be mad once it rips higher after Warsh takes the podium, but it could also go the other way. So, we'll just play off the sort of indicators that we have. And I think I would probably have done this trade anyways right around this level if we didn't, there it goes, even if it wasn't Fed day. Like Apple right now, nice move higher there, takes out that level right there. Feel like this is a good long, but maybe I stopped that at the wrong spot. Maybe I didn't. We're just gonna wait for it, see if it actually wants to do something better off. I'll be right back to Apple. Trust me, I'm gonna trade it, but right now let's get away and we won't worry about it.
Did you see?
Yeah, I was gonna say, meanwhile, what we've done is SK Hynix, we actually did a good job of holding this one. This was sort of the opposite way around right now, as that fell in to some levels. So, when that number came out 130, we've actually made $2 back on this trade. So that's why the net wasn't really fluctuating too much. But at the end of the day, you got to make your decisions. And then we got out. And purple means we actually got out of, we had an offer there, but I got out of more shares than we had offered, so I ticked it as a short offer. So we did do really well getting out there at 70. Now we're trying to see what SoFi is doing here on the downside. But yeah, SK Hynix, nice move down. And there's Apple, of course, now 10 cents higher than where we got out. But we're going to wait for a couple minutes.
I got to shout out Lindenmeyer in the chat, because I didn't notice exactly where SpaceX bounced today. At a 111 has been your level for a while, Lindenmeyer. Just some housekeeping. If you weren't watching the morning show, you'd be like, why is this guy short at $10 on DJT? So I'll just quickly go over it. Here is DJT. Here is the resistance above $10. Here is the daily. Whoops. Got to really zoom in so you can see this better. Here has been the issue at the $10 level and just underneath it. So topping tail candles on this stock at that price. It's just a technical trade. So when it reversed exactly at $10, well, I should be short at 97 or 98, but I'm short at 95. We'll play it to the low. I was actually going to reload in this right before timing-wise silly, but it did make a lower high. But right before the Fed, that's no point. So I'm going to get some out in front of VWAP and then probably down around 980. But it's really more about Warsh at this point. I'm going to have to get used to this. Like, I
wish he was speaking right now.
I haven't made the mistake yet, but I promise you, at some point today, I am going to say Powell or Jerome and just understand that it's still a force of habit and it's not intentional. You guys know we mean Warsh. IWM's not really doing much of anything. Is silver at VWAP yet? That's what I want to check. SLV.
I don't feel you're going to make that mistake.
It's barely falling. Eventually it's going to happen.
I don't think you will. I have more faith in you than that.
Really?
I think so. I think you're going to hear Dara say his name enough, and then we can just forget about. We'll forget about what's his name again?
Bernanke?
Greenspan.
Alan
I don't even
Greenspan.
remember what it is anymore. Yellen. Yeah, Janet. Is it Janet? No, but of course we'll wait. We'll wait for Warsh.
Neil Kashkari?
Yeah, you just want someone to say Neil.
Hey, did you see who was dissenting? Kashkari wanted to raise rates.
Why is Kashkari even? I didn't think he was a voting member.
Man, don't trust a dude who can't spell his own name Neil right. Okay, Neil is spelled Neal or Neil. Neil Kashkari.
Come on, Neil. He also, that Neil, not this Neil. Also, that Neil has, again, as I said, voted in a hawkish way before, back in April. So if there was any time, Neil, this Neil, for him to clip you, for Trump to say your name live, this could be the time.
I pity the fool that wants to raise rates.
Yeah, exactly.
Just saying. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
You sounded much better than Sia did right over there.
Subscribe button.
That was a good one, though. Sia, I like the energy.
See?
Sia, how are you enjoying the food?
A little less hair now than when I did that, apparently.
You're eating what?
Shit. What the heck?
Oh, bagel. She's having a bagel right now. Okay, hey, I just heard in our ear that Sam Altman is to meet with the White House. What's up with that right there? We'll see if there's anything going on there. Maybe ChatGPT gets some sort of early access, OpenAI, to all of your government data. Nothing like having these large language models access. I have no idea what they're doing. But okay. Do you want to talk about what OpenAI? Well, it's only 3 minutes. We'll just let's stay here for a second.
Yeah, I just know why, but it's not that big of a deal. We've talked about it before.
Okay, why is it?
Because they're like, oh, hey, government, you can give us the approval ahead of time for these models. But we already knew he was going. We already know Jensen's in Washington, too. It's not that surprising.
Okay. Yeah, just real quickly there. Thanks, Dara. Yeah, that's what we were talking. Oh, here we go. We have a button for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Okay, there we go. I barely heard it, but I'm sure
really
it played. Okay, so there's a downside move. Press again if I want to, okay?
Thank you very much,
Okay, a little
Dara.
bit better. Right there. So here's the move down now on the dollar. Very much stabilized now. There's that instant move. And the thing is like, I'm going to have to trade this next time. Like I said, we've done over 30 of these things. And it's like every single time I see a great reaction and it always just as if it didn't even matter, like boom, it was 70% chance that this was going to happen. Like we knew that a hold was dovish. And that should have happened to the dollar, and that is exactly what wound up happening. So, other than trading the actual Forex itself, which we do have on the platform, I'm just not overly familiar with it here because we don't really look at it too often. But yeah, that would have been a great thing to look at. SK Hynix is kind of falling all over itself a little bit here again. So I'm just going to take another opportunity here to SKHY out of this thing and then just put a bid here, punch out a little bit. I do have another bid at 126. So if worst case scenario sort of hits, I don't even know if it's worst case, we're going to take a 126.50 right there. That's just where I'm bidding. So we'll see if it comes back in and fills us up to that downside. But what we lost in Apple there, just to hold an SK Hynix has been worth it. So we'll wait to see how low can we go. Only 2 minutes left until, what was his name again?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
What's his name?
It's coming back.
J.R. Ewing?
And remember, everybody J.R. Ewing. Yeah, is this Dallas? Where's Sharif over here?
J.R. Ewing.
Just real quickly, man, we do have, if we refresh this thing, hey, there he is. There's the man, the myth, the legend himself. You're going to see 7,300, but only 600 of you hitting the like button. Please do yourself a favor. Remember, I've already promised this to many people. It's about a 50% chance that if you hit the like button right now, your next trade will be a winning one. So, 50% chance might be worth it. I'm going to refresh this in a couple of minutes.
Hit the subscribe as well, and it moves up to 60%.
Yeah, let me see if this, yeah, exactly. So here we go. Let's see how many people hit it right there. All right, about 100 of you. So there you go. So your next trade has about a 50% chance of winning. So
with less than 1 minute to go, I know there's small cap traders out there. DFNS, thank you, Adam James Abroad.
Halted again.
Finally, a decent trade. Tap updates on DFNS. Thank you for the super chat there, Adam. I can tell you that the tap is not going to help.
Adam?
It's
Which
actually
way?
44. So it's halted at 44.02. Theoretical auction price is right at 44. It's indicating a flat open here for DFNS. But I mean, if you took this breakout, sometimes it's as simple as look at this resistance. The second it broke away, that's what you do with the small cappers. So congratulations to you.
Are you going long or short? We don't really know. I guess it's too expensive.
I make the assumption that if you don't say you're longing the stock.
Yeah, I would say
right.
that's
Like
right.
to me, by default, if you say you're involved in something, then you're long. If you should be telling people that you're looking for the short here. And if you're short this, then thoughts and prayers. If you're short this name. Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers. I mean, hopefully you'll be able to get out roughly around that.
I mean, you're stuck up in a halt after it just ran 15%. So
yeah, we'll see. We'll see how many eyeballs are on it with Warsh speaking. Apparently now it's 2:30. So Adara and Sia back there. We'll wait to see. My eyes on Apple. I think that there's still good positivity in this name. Up 1%. Still want to go long. And I probably will think about punching long 44s again. Let's just wait to see that we do have the get up in the stock to get back upside right there. Okay, so we'll wait to see if there is a move there. Reporting tonight, Starbucks, good mover above $100. We'll wait to see if it wants to hold out for that. Whoa, what's going on there? I don't want that up there. I got to take this off right there. But yeah, Starbucks right now trying to hold out pretty good. We'll see if there's some love coming back into that name for Starbucks. There he is.
I thought we weren't showing.
I thought I asked if we weren't going to show this, but I guess we're just showing it temporarily, as he does now. I will put that back on. What color is that guy's tie? I mean, there should be some
Blue.
Blue. Okay, Adara, please note that as we got a blue tie right there, and we'll see what the reaction to the tie is, and see if there's any sort of relationship with the tie. And
Tie-gate.
it used to be that tie-gate was with Powell.
Yes,
of course.
I don't know. I don't think that's a thing anymore.
No, I don't think it is either. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is with Warsh. Okay, so here we go. Now we're starting to go to the back of the upside, just as we had thought. As soon as we take the mic. Now, remember with Powell, it would always start to try to go because, again, he was very, I thought anyways, pretty dovish when he took the mic. You can see right now we are starting to move around. Again, if Adara hears anything at any time, then we will definitely have a look at whatever happens here in the market. So there goes Apple, just not much going on. NASDAQ coming back in as well. We'll wait to hear if there's any updates. But for right now, here we go. The economy is showing impressive resilience. I'll leave this all for Adara, but hearing some stuff in our ear. What's our opinion on level 2 or L2 Harris? Or is LII a stock?
Oh, that's Lennox.
Oh, LII, okay.
Yeah, you must be an L. You mean Lennox? I'm assuming LII.
Is that Lennox?
Unfavorable.
Isn't Lennox isn't that who makes my furnace? Right there? I don't know. Anyways, we can have a look at that. What's your opinion on LII?
Does this face? See the
down 20%. I guess you got to read the number there. What's going on?
Yeah, again, you got to look fundamentally what you like about
here.
this. The market is absolutely tanking. I saw a bit of a shoot up in oil, but I didn't quite catch it. There was some stuff going on.
Adara has something.
As USO is making a bit of a jaunt to the upside. Sorry, we'll maybe look at that one a little bit later. Bit of a bounce in USO. You got Warsh on the podium, market heading back down.
You've got NYMEX future settling, but I want to talk about what Warsh is saying here. He's talking about the economy showing, quote, impressive resilience, but what's also interesting, too, is he said, as you've noticed, this statement, like the last statement, a lot leaner, and it's just going to be focusing on the facts. There's already so much uncertainty. So basically, the implication here of his statement seemed to be that because there's uncertainty in the world and in the market, he wants to keep the rate statements as bare bones as possible without kind of giving any sense of where the Fed's looking forward. So we'll have to wait and see, I guess, how the market feels about that. He's also saying, quote, there is no soft inflation target, and repeating that, quote, the committee is steering clear of forecasting. He also described the discussion, which again did result in a dissenting vote, as, quote, collegial. So he seems to have, yet again, good things to say about his FOMC members. But not a lot to say in terms of where the rates will go from here. I think the Q&A should be interesting. Last time his statement was pretty brief. I expect this statement to also be pretty brief. I'll keep you guys posted. Also saying that, quote, 5 years of high inflation have left an impression that it's hard to shake, that the Fed's implicit target was above 2%. So implying again that he wants to get inflation at or below that 2% target.
I mean, it sounds a little hawkish to begin with. But, I want to hear about the balance sheet a little bit more. So we'll see. It's early. Oftentimes we'll have him on the podium till, I think last time at past 3 o'clock. And usually around 3:15.
I think that's
we're
the
wrapping
unique
up.
thing about this particular time.
You don't know.
Right, is that we're sitting here kind of wondering, like twiddling our thumbs a little bit, like
he's
what
a
is
bit
Warsh
different.
going to be like? And, you know, are we, like, you know, how is he going to speak? Is he going to speak confidently? You know, how does this all go? This Warsh, again, appointed by President Trump. So we'll just keep on watching, as I'm still watching The Spy, but there's nothing happening. So I just want to show you, like, the NASDAQ, this was 2 o'clock. We've already touched down, you know, to these levels. So I think the market's kind of unfortunately treating this a little bit like a nothing burger. I don't really have too much to hit. I'll maybe hit fail on, you know, extreme action, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't money to be made. We talked a little bit about Bitcoin, and then plus we're going to go over to Adara. I just want to check USO. Okay, not doing anything. What's up, Adara?
So this is really interesting. Fed Warsh, you got Fed Warsh kind of implying here that the reason that I guess we're having the markets and inflation reacting in a certain way is because, quote, markets are learning to play the ball, not the referee. So he's saying that because the Fed has pulled back with their guidance, the markets are responding in kind. Now, this seems to me, for someone who doesn't like giving, you know, making these leaps, to be kind of a leap, but we'll have to wait and see if we get anything more from that. He's also, again, saying here, though, that nominal real treasury yields are materially higher, and also saying that even though they didn't make any kind of rate change, that there was nothing, quote, inertial. So I guess there wasn't any inertia. Things weren't just stagnant during this discussion or with their strategy. But yeah, again, just to restate that thing that I think is really important here, he's saying that prices reacted in real time to incoming information, and he believes that's because guidance was reduced. So, I mean, make of that what you will, but I thought that was a really interesting point that I think is really revealing of his strategy and his opinion on how the Fed should operate. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Adara. I mean, I don't think you could have more at this point, more indecision with what the market is doing here. Initial breakout, pulls right back, pulls right back into support. We have not, like, no break of the high, no break of the low. So you just got to be, I think, a little bit patient, because I think usually we find a bit of a direction here. I typed in the chat, rest in peace to those that are short DFNS. It opened back up. It's halted upside again. It tried to lose the bid, but they couldn't. So anybody that shorted this, as I said, Godspeed. But it's at 47.42. Tap is now 47.75. So this time it's indicating slightly higher. It did halt down earlier today, but I think this is like the third halt, and 2 of them to the upside. So this one is absolutely flying. We're saying CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Interesting. I don't know that that's something I expected him to be commenting on.
Now he's commenting on data centers and CapEx spend? Or what is that what he's referring to there, Dara? Okay, well, he's talking about, okay.
Did the Fed chair just endorse CapEx
Let's
spending
go
on
long
the
Google and
names?
Meta. Let's go long Google, Meta, Microsoft, all of them.
Well, he's kind of been, and this came up actually a lot during his semi-annual monetary policy report. He's very much the markets Fed chair, and some senators and Congress people had an issue with that, but he made that pretty clear that he does think in that frame of mind, for better or worse.
You know, they do say don't fight the Fed.
Yeah, that's what I'm
just going to throw that out there.
This is what I'm saying. Is what is going on? I like that.
What's Meta doing?
I like that talk right there.
That is probably not caring.
My legs are feeling some kind of ways. Today I was swimming, and they've actually extended it. You can swim basically the whole day now. So
nice.
I said 45 minutes I was going to do, and I just did it 1,750 meters I did, or 1.1 miles. I don't know if that's any good or not, but shout out to the swimming people.
I would die.
Swimming 1 mile? I don't know. It's in a pool. It's in a YMCA lap pool. Yes, Adara?
We're just talking about memory prices now. Like, I'm not joking when I say this man is really talking about memory and memory demand. And again, he's saying these are the things that the Fed was most focused on during the meeting. He's saying these are things the Fed talked about. So this isn't just him. So you have to wonder, I mean, I would love to be flying a wall in these meetings, but this is getting pretty interesting. Very excited to hear what the questions are going to be.
Okay.
I find it that's what they're talking about. They're talking about CapEx. They're talking about memory demand, and that. Obviously, it does make some sense, because the trickle-down effect of higher memory prices is going to be, you saw Apple raising prices. That's something that we have seen. That certainly can affect inflation, but probably not as much as sustained raised oil prices. But that being said, we're seeing a bit of a bounce here. You know what? I'm going to get out of DJT at break even. Why? Because VWAP's a thing, and so is the prior day high. So volume weighted average price, prior day high. See, you just saw my stop order at break even fire, and it fired in order all the way up here, of course, filling at 90.
And now we're really ripping.
95, because now we're really ripping here. I might have missed a chance that
Again, that CapEx talk, man. Maybe
Yeah,
there's something
him
about
liking
it.
CapEx is
Maybe there's
that's
something about it.
interesting.
I might just take the overall NASDAQ as a long right now. I mean, we'll go over to the TQQs and just have a quick little look to see. Like, it basically just gapped up right there, the NASDAQ. Like, that was a boom right there. I looked over at Apple, it was almost back to 344, again, all-time highs. But what about this take? Why don't we just try this? I mean, if a continuation trade happens, the NASDAQ's down 0.67. I mean, there's lots of room to get back up to the upside. We've made back everything basically all day right now. That DFNS is now 49.60, I just heard in my ear. DFNS. And you had appropriately said rest in peace there. And it looks like...
Well, I hope nobody's actually short that thing.
Well, I'm saying you nailed it. I mean, at least we can talk about that. That was the right call. There. Now, DFNS. Thanks, everybody, for bringing it to all of our attention as it's still ripping higher. All right, I'm going to do that on the TQ. Well, the TQs is doing it right now. It's taking out these highs right here, right now. I'm just going to go with whatever that last little move was. We stopped there, 61.35. All right, we're going long, 61.35 break. Putting the order in right now. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, this is really interesting. So we're now getting the first two questions, both from the same individual at this Warsh hearing, and it's continuing to put out this whole interesting message of Warsh saying that he wants the markets to talk to him. In fact, he was just asked, if you want them to talk to you, what do you think they're saying? But his first response here, again, on, get more into this whole unfiltered message from markets thing that you've been saying. He basically said that, quote, we're trying not to interfere with the market signal. So he's basically saying that he thinks the market is reacting more organically to numbers now that the Fed isn't really giving forward guidance. He actually said directly, quote, markets are reacting to events much more directly. So yeah, this is a really interesting narrative. And really, I don't think he's going to be straying too much from that narrative or answering questions in a direct way throughout a lot of this Q&A period.
Good enough. Yeah, there goes the futures. So we're in this one. So new position alert. We're long on the NASDAQ right now on the break higher. I choose to always trade with the TQQs. So, pick your poison if you're with me. But there it goes. Nice little upside play there on the TQQs. All good, baby, baby. It was all a dream. There it is. So we're out of SK Hynix. See you later, SK Hynix. I can care less about you. Here we go. The futures are now ripping, man. This is a big trade. We just called it. Let's go. We'll spin that money train upside down again. And there it goes, man. We went long on the futures. And there it goes. TQQ, triple levered. So, I know a lot of people are trying to ban the triple leverage stuff, but as a day trader, we like it. We like it a lot right there. And there it goes. Nice upside play there on the break of the highs on the NASDAQ. At least we talked about it. There's a play. Put it in live. Hopefully you guys are with me on this one. There goes the TQQs. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening, man.
Yeah, I said I was going to go back to silver on the long trade, so that's exactly where I'm going at. More or less the same entry price, just trying to fill this gap in back up to 53.3, back into the highs. But the other place to look, if Warsh is saying all this stuff, here's a look at the MAGs. If you don't know, MAGs is the MAG 7 ETF. That's also breaking out. So if he likes CapEx spending, I feel like he just literally endorsed the MAG 7.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Like, where are we going to go along? Meta, Microsoft, everything but Apple.
Like, did he not? So on a pullback, if it can hold these prior highs. Now, the only thing is, yeah, you got Tesla in there. Their CapEx isn't this big, but who cares? They're still doing as well. I want to see this try to hold a prior day high, consolidate up here, and then retake the top, and then that could be a bit of an entry. Not really looking at anything short after what he just said. You think you're looking for entry points. Silver, I knew at this price we liked, but the MAGs could be good for sure. And just for everyone, I know we have some small cap traders out there. DFNS opened back up and is heading lower. Tagged 50.
What?
So broke out, tagged 50.
Every time we tag in 50.
50. Tagged 50 and now pulling back a little bit, DFNS. So I guess the shorts aren't dead just yet. They have some life. But they better take their profits because you know what can happen with some of these bad boys.
I think you hit it with, the MAGs. Some stocks are going to go up, some aren't. Like, even Apple is not.
Well, they're not CapEx spending.
Yeah, so Apple right there. Adara's having literally the time of her life back there. Yeah, so we're going to wait.
Get it, Adara.
I'm sorry, you just talked about the path to, what was it? The path to the Fed heaven or Fed policy heaven. It's getting really weird. And again, questions are not being answered in any way. There's a lot of talking around the question.
Wow, what a surprise. And sort of an elected official, they're not really answering questions. All right, so we'll wait to see.
In the job description.
Yeah, that might have been in his job. Trump might have said, okay, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions here. Let's see your answers. And then when they weren't proper answers, Trump was like, you got
to come in there like this. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions and I would like to have them answered immediately. That's how you ask it. And straight up, everyone just we're like, oh shit.
Yeah, everyone there's like, this guy's like sort of like an African prince or something. We got to definitely answer that.
You got you got to put the right amount of bass.
Okay, so there it goes. Yeah, that's true. You got to have that deep voice. All right, so here we go, man. I'm just gonna hold this now. Honestly, I've been doing too much scalping. We're out of half, almost exactly half. A little bit more than half. We'll hold 40% as we watch this name. Oh God, we just got out more. Okay, so now we have 40% left right there as we take that fill. There it is, man. This is now nicely in the money. If you're trading futures, we have a thing for that. If you're trading futures right now, then you belong with me at 27,000, 888. You're at 27,970. So almost 100 handle move right now to the upside. So we're pretty happy with this. As you can see, we're starting to go. So far, so good. Let's just see what winds up happening now with Warsh and Company as we're definitely rallying it up. I don't know if it's that CapEx talk. I don't know if it's the whole blah, blah, blah. I don't know what is going on right now. We've got Adara back there. And on that note, I'm going to take a 97 fill here, as I think we've just basically taken it all back on the whole day. Yeah, so there it is right there. The NASDAQ, guess what, man? We just turned green right there. So if you're trading today, you're trading the long side, you've got yourself a chicken dinner winner right there. The wife is making a chicken teriyaki bowl tonight as we got to go to. My daughter got invited to
Can't lose.
Another practice there for an older team, so maybe, I don't know, I don't want her to play up too much. But okay, let's go back over to the desk and see what Adara's up to here with Warsh and Company.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, as we get this move higher, keeping an eye on Warsh's comments, listening to him in my ear as well. One thing that Warsh did say that could potentially be responsible for this next leg to the upside is, quote, we got some encouraging inflation data and we will be watching over the period ahead. So we'd like to hope they'd be watching inflation data. Warsh saying that, in fact, the Fed will be doing that. He also said that, quote, the core print for CPI for June didn't influence the decision much. So that's going to be interesting here, too. The extent to which data and data dependency in the Fed is going to be in play going forward. We know that tomorrow morning we've got the PCE prints, core and non-core. You've got personal income, personal spending, and GDP. So we'll have to wait and see, I guess, if there is any Fed reaction to whatever we get from these numbers at the next meeting in September. He also said that interpreting markets is, quote, an imperfect business.
Thank you there. You got to stay hydrated.
Yeah.
Literally just finished my water and it's 2:45. We still got we got earnings after the bell as well. Do not forget those. But like the Fed chair probably just made a bit of a, I don't know. I think the manner in which we look at the earnings is going to be totally different now. I have to get bags unblocked apparently because I don't think anyone else is trading it. Because it's blocked on our system.
Under 50,000 shares.
Yeah, well, it's like done a couple million shares. IGV is blasting higher, so you're seeing software names likely dragged up by Microsoft. But if we do not break out this top on SLV, I'm just going to go to 15 and quickly show you what we're looking at here. I wanted this high, right? Like it's right up into Monday's top end of the range, right here. So we liked it for the break above that close because you have a big gap fill, and we're looking for that 53.3. So if it's cresting here, whether or not he's off the podium by then, I think I'm just going to take the top if we can get it. So a couple more points and we'll jump out of this trade. Keep in mind, we probably still have at least 15, 20 minutes to go-ish. You never really know how long the press conferences are going to end. But oftentimes we'll get reversals.
Oh, no, more. I think more than this. I think it was about 3:20-ish, wasn't it?
Was it that late last? I don't remember.
No, not for him. I think Powell generally was. Okay, by the way, we're starting to really go now. We're almost clubbing with this trade. I mean, this is now over 200 handles as we rip City to the upside right here. Wow. Now, he just said something else. We'll go to Adair in a second. But that was a nice little extension there. Man, oh man, I got to do better on holding these things. But we're out all the way up. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. And everybody in the chat, someone was like, man, we're going to trail this guy with some SPY calls. I hope you guys did, man, because it's been real nice. Neil's got, Neil's got long SoFi. I'm on that side. Right now, Neil flat. We still got long SoFi. I did want to show you that I just took another fill. So we didn't actually panic on the way down. If anything, we could have gone longer, but we were looking at the market, not SoFi. And there's the move back higher, right into these levels once again for SOFI. Come on, Anthony Noto. You know, come up with a little bit of a better report there than you did today.
The report was fine. It's just typical SoFi.
Yeah. Okay. Was that called or Adair or no? Okay, no. Okay, that's fine. All good. All right, we'll just keep on going here with this market talk. Getting to the high side right now is the NASDAQ. Maybe potential pullback. I do have a third left right now, so I'm going to take this opportunity to get some more out at 7 and 8s, and then we'll just wait to see where we go from here. There's also a headline on the screen, says Andre in my ear. Thank you so much, Andre. Warsh, my own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking. My own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking. Okay, so, all right. I don't know how to trade off of that or what that really means, but I think it's always good to watch and think at the same time if you are the chair of something.
That sounds confusing.
So I would say good job on that one. I think the more important thing is how many dissents were there, Adara? 3. And what was that? Oh, Adara's camera is a little bit off, so we're gonna wait for that. But I can hear everything she's saying. So yeah, 3 dissents. So we'll wait to see if that has sort of any effect on the market. Oh boy, we just got it right there. Now it's $1 in the money. We are really going, man. I mean, I think now. I know I always say this, but why not just hold? Where else can we go on this move? Let's go have a quick look. TQQs. Let's call it up. Here's a 15-minute chart for the TQQs, right? So we're trying to go back up. This is just on e-signal right here. That level right there, 62.70. That's sort of the top that we got in the after hours. That's a top from yesterday. So I think that could be, instead of me just getting out every 10 cents for a little piece like I normally do, let's try to hold this. That's 62.60s, okay? So let's put an offer there. If we get it, we get it. Adara's back.
Yeah, guys, we're getting some comments here from Fed's Warsh. This is by far, I think, the most direct thing that he said this entire Q&A period, and really even in his prepared statement, quote, if inflation stays high, rates could be part of the solution. So implying that the Fed could be raising rates at some point, but also saying that, again, their goal is to deliver that 2% inflation. Also, in case there wasn't enough excitement, President Trump is going to be appearing live in about 5 minutes alongside Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and reportedly UAL CEO Scott Kirby, but you didn't hear it from me. No, I'm joking. If you did, I mentioned this earlier. We are very likely here to get some kind of announcement about the Washington Dulles Airport with UAL CEO Scott Kirby. So keep an eye on UAL. I was seeing that report earlier. That plus the whole situation with Sean Duffy being with President Trump. Good chance that announcement comes today. If I hear anything else, I'll keep you posted. I'm going to somehow find a way to watch both of these hearings. I've done it before. Back to you.
Oh, I think we can expect to hear something about the lack of a rate movement in the right in the direction that the president wants. It would be my guess, but we'll see.
I even think he's gonna. I think he could even comment on this market move and be like, "Look, we finally got somebody in the Fed that knows what they're doing," and then look at the market, right? I don't necessarily think that that's the right approach.
It's not up
there.
I don't know if we're up enough for that. But
Fabian, come show everybody your shirt over there. I want everyone to know that you are actually getting paid. But I just want to show everybody.
Feels like I'm a volunteer.
Yeah, it does feel like you're a volunteer, doesn't it? Right there.
Nice.
Hi, Fabian. This is Fabian. This is the man that is responsible for the cameras, the lighting, basically all the IT and the technology that we have here. Right here. There. Wow, look at that hair. Jesus.
Look, that flow is.
That is something
out of control.
else. When was the last time cut? Like.
Yeah, I did the math. It's been over 1,500 days.
1,500 days.
Yeah.
So you're talking 5 years or so.
Yeah,
Four and a bit. 4 and a bit.
4 years.
That is awesome, man. Oh man.
I mean, I also haven't cut my hair in 4 years.
That's just crazy. Yeah, you would think I'm cutting my hair every day, but it just doesn't grow. This guy's over here is very nice, Fabian. Very, very nice. I like your hat and everything too. All right, get out of here, man. Thank you so much, Fabian, for all the hard work this man is doing. And, coming around, just trying to fix everything for us and make it sound a little bit better. We've had some complaints about our mics, and now I feel like the mics are, I haven't seen anybody now cue everybody complaining about it, but we've really done a good job there.
So much better.
Yeah, of handling all of the issues. And you saw Fabian with these huge little boom mics coming through, various different setups as he gets ready. We are going to stay a little late today. The last report that we're going to be here for is hopefully 4:10.
Microsoft's
there
4:10.
tonight. Microsoft's at 4:10, so stay late with us. Neil and I will be here for another hour and a bit as we take you into earnings. We'll cover Microsoft. We'll cover Meta. And, actually, let me just call up the chart here. If you go over to Trader TV Live right now, Trader TV Research, we do have, this is Adara's page, so everything she just talked about, here's the rate decision chart that she had showed before. Here's what we're looking for right here. We're going to be going live with all of this. Not this, but we're going to be going with Meta. I mean, you want to talk about, oh, by the way, the TQQs just hit our damn level right there. So what's up, 50 again? Nice move up there, 62.50 right now as we just go crazy right now in the futures. Meta 8%, Qualcomm 8%, Robinhood 10%, ARM 12%. LRCX Lam Research, 12%. Fortinet, 12%. Starbucks over there, 6%. I'm not reading them, but you can see there's a lot there with Carvana, the one I skip, of course, one of the largest ones, CVNA there. We'll see what happens there. With rates remaining the same, probably bullish there for Carvana. Most of their deals, of course, in the car space, dealing with financing. And then there's L3 Harris. That's why I was wondering if someone asked us about L3 there with that L2 too there. But Microsoft and then CMG a little later. So I think the one that I'm most excited for, I'd like to see what ARM has to say. You know, they've been pretty volatile in there. And then a recent purchase of for myself is Qualcomm. So we'll wait to see what's going on over there with
ARM
Qualcomm.
and Lam, a couple of big ones, I think, for
Yeah,
the overall market.
definitely.
If you
I
want to look
love
at the
ARM.
health of the chips.
And you know what? Lam is different than ASML. ASML got hit, of course, because the Chinese were stepping into what, you know, could be the making of, was it lithography machines there for ASML?
But I think they're looking to do it a different way. So they wouldn't be trying, they're not trying to literally copy their machine, but
very
they're
expensive
trying to
to
accomplish the same thing.
build said machines right there. Look, man, I hope you guys are all riding with us right now. We just have an absolute monster trade on the futures. They're taking this breakout long, and there we go, man. We love trading here on Fed days. And then we also have SoFi. Look what the you know what SoFi just did right there. It's burning to the upside here. Nice trade on SoFi, buying it off the $15 level. It's Miss Adara back at the desk.
Keep an eye on EchoStar Corporation. ECHO to the upside. Semaphore reporting that SpaceX is considering buying competitors to acquire the spectrum or competing in a government auction set for next year. Again, this is according to Semaphore. Keep an eye on ECHO. Keep an eye as well on SPCX. Again, SpaceX reportedly considering buying competitors to acquire spectrum. ECHO could be one of those targets. So ECHO as such is trading sharply higher. I also want to mention we're getting more comments here from Kevin Warsh that are of interest. These ones came a little bit earlier, but I think they're still really indicative of the way that Kevin Warsh is so carefully watching the markets and things related to the financial markets. Warsh said that, quote, if this were described as a pause, financial markets would take the other side of that. So he's saying he doesn't really want to describe today as a pause because he's worried about how the markets would react. He said that what the Fed did was a, quote, rigorous review of the economic situation and saying the job was made a little bit tougher by shocks at this juncture, quote unquote. He also says he does not believe the Fed's mandates are at war with one another. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara, for that. And yeah, like right now, we want to thank all 6,500 of you watching. Good number there. We have 1,000 likes. We told you guys, if you hit the like button, you have a better than 50% chance. It's about like 51% chance of your next trade becoming a winner. So hit the like button. Let's get going. We do want to thank everybody. And let's just do this right now. Everybody that's with us. We'll wait for some more news from Adara, but let's just do a quick little roll call. I want to say a shout out to everybody that's on TikTok today as well. Here's everybody that's with us. What's up, Bovin? Boom. There we go for Sharif and that booms coming in for Bovin. We want to say thank you to Rudy as well. Everybody that's here. Brink is here. Brady Powers is here. SPX Surfer. Lindenmeyer. Shout out to Lindenmeyer calling the bottom in SpaceX. There's Ethan from TikTok. He says, woo, on that one. Ric Flair. Yo, Frog is here also. If your name is Frog and you're on TikTok, you the man. I don't know how you got that handle. That's a good one. The Great Heavy Hitter says, Apple and Google today been killing it. Congratulations on that one. And again, shout out to Irving Market, Pops Mafia, Trading Nurse. There's so many of you today in the chat, and we want to thank you for all of that. And look, if you guys were riding with me on the TQQ trade, congratulations. But I do want to bring up something here. I got out another piece. So that ran right up into 60. It stopped at 62. And I just want to show you something. I'm still looking at Apple, by the way. Here's a TQQ chart. And this is how we found that level. Pretty simple. Right there. We got this level from yesterday's high. We got it from the 15. This is a 200 period moving average on a 15-minute chart. I haven't really charted that as a support or resistance, but looks like it's matching there. It was just yesterday's high we just came into. So if we fade off of that, it would make sense. Look, don't trade blind, right? I mean, if you're going to make a decision, have it based on something. That's the one thing that like I got to get better at. You know, taking out the profit because it's there is not always the right thing to do. Sometimes you do have. Why do we have some sort of Chinese gong going on there? What's going on? Okay, here's Warsh.
Very random.
On the rate decision, I'm going to let the dissenters speak for themselves. That would be nice. I mean, we will have open mics. I don't know, Adara, when does the lift, is that almost immediately? Because there's a pause?
I've seen people speak the day after the decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll have to wait and see. I haven't seen anybody on the calendar for what it's worth, but lately I find that You see a lot less of them scheduled in advance and more of them just like start talking. You're like, oh, you're talking today. So that's been kind of an interesting shift.
So we might get Trump saying kneel after all.
Trust me, you will hear from Kashkari within a couple of days. Bet. The guy's he'll be on CNBC tomorrow probably. Like,
Yeah, I mean, these guys got to get
no,
face time.
he's a regular. On
How else are they going to make
stuff.
money? They got to write books and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, getting paid.
Shout out to
There's
Clinton
no
and the
question about
Obamas.
that.
Make a lot of money there. By the way,
That's a good political, but I mean, you're a millionaire after going into office.
I just want to say something, John. Like, I don't know. We just talked about President Obama. Not that there's anything wrong with his birth certificate or anything, but John, I cannot become president, unfortunately. I have been born and raised here in lovely Toronto, Ontario. Actually, I'm from Brampton, Canada. So maybe mayor of Brampton, maybe, but that's Patrick Brown. He's filing for his third term, by the way. Patrick Brown. You like Patrick Brown as a mayor?
I didn't like him at first. I like him now.
Okay, good. Yeah, okay, Patrick Brown. Former Conservative member of Parliament, Patrick
What I'm also
Brown.
probably liking here is red close on DRAM going to the short. Yeah, we're tempting fate, but here's my litmus. Qs broke highs, mags broke highs, SLV barely breaking the highs. If they break the high, then that's the reversion trade, because to me, it still shows that it's relatively weak. So we haven't really broken out that top yet. SLV rode it to the top, and it's slowing down enough, but that's not a short. If anything, I think maybe a continuation long. Mags is, it might be unblocked. Let me just double check if I can throw orders on that yet. Yeah, now it's unblocked. And this is the thing for preparation. I'll be the first person to tell you. Went over and looked at Mags, and maybe people aren't trading it, but for whatever reason couldn't punch the long. Just went and got that sucker unblocked. So if it pulls back into that prior high, and again, all it was really looking at was the comments from the Fed, comments from Warsh. It's not everybody that said it. It was Warsh that said it. And to me, it's an endorsement of the Mag 7. So they did make the breakout, went to resistance, but it's pulling back now. So I want to look to see if that 70 can hold. But it's DRAM that's going to be back on my mind, because I've been looking for shorts in this thing. It hasn't quite made that turn just yet. Cheese in a chair. I see your super chat. Let's throw that one up there. More thoughts and prayers for DFNS shorts. Yep. Send your well wishes to anybody that happens to be short that stock. Maybe they're short at 60, continuing to go higher now. 140% to the upside. $61, the new high of the day for DFNS. This thing has been going ham for multiple days here, so a multi-day runner. Day 3, and it's still going. This is what a squeeze looks like. But you know what? There's a hedge fund somewhere. I bet you this. There's a hedge fund somewhere which is still shorting into this move. And the crazy thing is they always have enough. There's always somebody that has enough money they can hold it forever. I don't know how many times we've seen that. So, eventually these come back down. Double check to see if they can file an offering, because that's probably your risk at this point.
I just wanted to say, good luck on DRAM. Then we'll have a look to see what it winds up doing. The market just took out the highs again. So, bless you. We're just going to keep on watching this. I mean, this has been, a good one here. It looks like the TQs will actually, it's all pretty much the same P&L for me today. SK Hynix is the same amount of money made on this, on all these shorts there, until we got blown out. Perfectly fine. Wow, to go long SK Hynix. What the hell was I thinking? We should have done that one. SoFi is about the same money as SK Hynix. And then, this is going to be position pending, but if I got out right now, it would be about the same. SpaceX is about a third of all of that. So that was okay there. We lost on Apple. We lost about half on Apple. Less than that. But what we lost there as Apple, we talked about it, right? Remember when we heard that CapEx talk? We said everything but Apple, probably. Man, sometimes we're lucky to be good and good to be lucky, I guess. And then Google was pretty much a wash. We talked about that earlier. We went long, we made it back. The problem is this initial long didn't work, so we got stopped out there. Then the short was okay until it busted, and then the long was okay until it flattened out there. So basically a flat trade on Google. But yeah, good up day there today with SoFi, SK Hynix, and then now the futures. And again, not a bad out. Just to talk about how many shares we have left, I have 12% left. So I'm going to take an opportunity. I know it's so random, right? I don't know how I do this math. I got to actually, I know Sharif was thinking about developing, I know Joe was too, like a little program there that, you know, calculates different ins and outs for you and things like that. And I know Sharif was talking about that for the small cap names because he wanted to put in like, how much do I need to get to 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 or whatever. So more of a simple one, but you know, working on, you know, where to get out and how to get out is definitely something that us traders are always trying to improve on is your outs. Ins are easy. You know, it's the outs, I feel like. But there we go. So now we have less than 10% as this is falling back in. I like to use this 25 period moving average. And if I would have got them all out once we finally broke, I wonder if my net probably would have been a little bit higher than getting it up. Because then if I wait for that to break, then I don't have any of these outs too. So anyways, 62.22 is where we're at. Thank you everybody for joining us. With an hour left, Neil, myself, Adara, and I believe Sia, I'm not sure who's going to be staying late with us, but we're going to be covering Joe will be here, but we talked about it. Maybe 5 mics is a lot. You know, all Nas needs is 1 mic. So we're going to wait to see. That was pretty good, right? We're going to wait to see what happens on these earnings calls. For me, well, first of all, Adara, let us know if there's anything happening. Did he leave the podium? Because now
he's still talking, and he goes like, yeah, I care about PCE prints, but like he doesn't want to kind of give us too much here ahead of that PCE print tomorrow. He said that it's not a perfect science, but we have a data project to separate noise from signal. He also, you know, he said before I would have said there's a task force for that, and I'm like, well, you kind of still did by saying that, but he's mentioned the task force, I think, a total of 3 times.
Has he mentioned anybody that's in the task force?
Well, we already know. I have an infographic on that. That should be there's a task force for that. I can show the task force infographic. Just give me a minute to get it up.
Okay.
We already know who's going to be in the task force. That includes former Walmart CEO Doug McMillon, current Xbox CEO Asha Sharma, and Mark Andreessen, who's also on Trump's task force, which feels kind of
right.
ethically,
I remember.
But yeah, that's.
I don't know how much they're making in these task forces.
I do remember you talking about that, and we commented on how young that Xbox CEO was.
Yeah, she was really young.
She was extremely young.
Good for her, man.
Yeah, good for her, exactly. But okay, so yeah, we already knew that. But there is a graphic for that. You can go find it at Trader TV Research at TTVL. Go look that up. But
so we've just
I might just get out of this market here.
Yeah, we're just broken back. There's a topping tail here. I didn't chase DRAM. Like DRAM did a topping tail as well, but kind of missed the entry, breaking the prior bar. But we'll grab it on SLV. Luis Suarez seems to think that we've missed an opportunity in DJT, but I was looking at SLV here. I want to pull back into like the initial long, which I guess I can zoom to 3-minute. Will really show you. That's this close in here when we fill that gap. Like closing prices more than we like opening prices for support and resistance. So I want to play short back into this level. It's still upward trend overall, so a reversion wants to respect that. I'm going to get the early look up just in case. I want to be abreast of anything going into the close that can catch us off guard. So right now it's 3 o'clock only. There's already, I just hit it one too many times to sort. Oracle I saw there for $2 million to the sell side. So the early look, 2.3 million sell on Oracle, and FCX 1.4 million buy, Cliff 1.1 million. So those are 3 names to track potentially for 350 on some movement. But it's early. It's just interesting to see a number that big on Oracle. It's sell side, maybe not a surprise because Oracle is Oracle, but that's a big number for sure. But really, if Warsh is endorsing CapEx spend, do you think that would be good for him?
I don't know if that's actually what he was. I don't think that's
I know, I'm using the word endorse.
Yeah. We do have a what's up to Nick over here asking many times. And we don't mean to ignore you. But do you have an opinion, Neil, on Meta? Here it is right here.
I didn't see it.
No, just possible Meta earnings. Do we have an opinion on Meta earnings there today? It's always hard to say like long or short.
I think the problem with Meta right now is like it's the core business isn't really what we're focused on, right? Like they're spending like a drunk, they're spending like a drunk sailor, and it's the new ideas that they're not going to be showing traction already. They're talking about monetizing in new ways, which you're not going to already see traction there. They're talking about data center, which you're not going to see any traction and revenue from that either. So it's going to be again about the spend. I think that's kind of the issue with Meta. Like I think with Intel, it was sort of the same bag, but they've got that CPU growth to be a part of it. And the foundry business is a forward thing, but at least they have something to lie on. So, yeah, I don't have strong opinions on Meta because I don't think that what what the numbers that we get right away, like the numbers, I don't think that matters. Zuck's going to be convincing us that the spending and the new direction is the way to go.
I was actually just going to show, I mean, I agree 100%. I'm going to touch on that as well. Yeah, with forward PEs and PEs right now between 19 and 21, I just think that Meta right now is at an attractive valuation. And I'll take a similar approach, but maybe just get a little bit more maybe aggressive. I think he's actually gonna possibly, and I just wonder if because he's under a little bit of fire with all this spend, and we did see this really rally up there. I actually think he's going to show some monetization of the spend. And I think that they're going to come up with a number that potentially will impress Wall Street because everybody's waiting for them to say, can they make money on all of that spend? So I think Neil's probably right that they're not going to be able to rate quite yet. It's a relatively new thing when they fixed their llama and they just got that subscription model in, WhatsApp monetization, all that kind of stuff. But I actually think there's something planned here that, if they show better margins and they do show some kind of a spend working out for them and potentially not as much CapEx, if they do pull some back, I think Meta can get back to $700. And I know that sounds ridiculous right now because that would be like a 15 or 20% move. But Meta's surprised us in the past. And it's just, I almost feel like something's coming. And it could also be completely negative on the downside. But I'm going to say that Meta, its expected move was what, 11% or something? I'm going to say it goes upside on that number. So we'll see. But remember what happened to Bloom today and many of these other names? Well, Bloom Energy, before we just got that bump up in the market, they were up 10% pre-market right after the report. They'd fallen from that. We saw Intel, a very, very similar move. BE went negative today after being up 10%.
More.
They went down like 4% or 3% or something like that at its very lows, saved by this. And look what's happening now, right? We saw Intel with a pretty aggressive beat. And this is what Intel, I don't know how aggressive it was, but this is what Intel did on their move. Up huge pre-market, just whack all the way down after their report. So yeah, maybe Meta does bump a little bit early. I just think that there's going to be a better number than what we expect from Meta. And let's hope that that is enough to push it higher. What's up at the desk?
Just be aware here, President Trump is talking about construction, so nothing market related yet, but if there is anything, I'll let you know. He's talking about Washington, so just be aware. We heard reports there was going to be this UAL Washington Dulles Airport related announcement. Thank you to an individual in the chat for telling me how to say the name of that airport. So if I see anything there, I'll keep you posted. Right now, as I look in the room, he is there with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Looks like we could have Scott Kirby there as well. I don't know his face that well, but someone who looks like him is there. So if I get anything else, I will keep you posted. But yeah, UAL in focus, the market in focus. Warsh is still talking. I am listening to both of them and just separating the sounds within my ears. So if there are anything massive to tell you, I'll let you know. There was a question about Andreessen's presence on the task force, but Warsh responded by saying the same thing that he said when he was asked these questions about Andreessen during the Senate hearing, which is, we're going to ask these people to look at these things, but we're ultimately the ones making the decisions at the Fed. So kind of downplaying those concerns. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. And in that time, what am I doing? Why am I?
Thank you very much, Dara.
There's a button for that. And when we have a button for it, I'm going to press said button. But the button pressing has been at all the same prices on SLV. 52.9 long, 50 to 53.3, 53.3 short to 52.9 out. So that was the plan of action. Again, don't want to revert it further than that. I feel as if the trend has been to the upside. So first time, way too early at that price. And, again, it is what it is. You move on to the next. But I do feel like we haven't had that big time push through the highs yet. So it just feels like there's a little bit of, the market's a bit timid. Usually I'm expecting us to make a few more highs in here, and I wonder if it's not because of the earnings that are coming after the bell that has some trepidation and why we're not blasting a little bit higher. But we'll look for the next available trade. It could be MAGS. Whoops, I just typed MGAS. But MAGS, I'm thinking, could be something right back into these lows. Here's a little bottoming tail candle on MAGS.
Yeah, no, you and I think alike on this one because I just did, and we just got reloaded.
I'm reloaded!
right there on the futures trade. So came back in, we bought a little bit. Let's see if we can sort of appreciate back there to the upside. It's already 3:13, so we got 45 minutes now until we give you a monster earnings report day, right? It's going to be a great evening. Well, join us. Make sure you do stay with us throughout the whole thing. We'll be talking about, we'll show you live charts just like this as Meta reports, as Microsoft reports. They're all coming through in just a matter of moments. And here it is one more time just to show you guys what you're going to be missing if you leave us. You're a shareholder in ARM, probably Robinhood. Yeah, you probably are. Meta, maybe not in Qualcomm, but Meta probably you're a shareholder as well. Starbucks, you may or may not enjoy their matcha every once in a while. And then, Microsoft, another one. So if anybody... Yeah, no one's in Fortinet. But if Microsoft, you're probably in CrowdStrike or Palo Alto, maybe. You might be in Fortinet. I shouldn't say no. But Microsoft there as well at 410. So you're definitely invested in some kind of Microsoft just because of the indexes, right? I mean, if you're invested in one of the largest holders of the indexes there, Microsoft. But I just want to show you that we did reload there. I missed that wick down to 61. That's now my stop. So worst case scenario, we'll get stopped there. I did have about a little bit on that trade. We'll try to put on about half, right? We did have a nice move back up to the upside. I don't want to put on the same amount because then if we lose, then we'll be giving back too much. So let's go back over to Adara.
Keep an eye here on NVIDIA. NVDA in focus. President Trump just said offhand, as we kind of already knew, that, quote, Jensen Huang is here in the Oval Office. We knew he was in Washington. We knew he was talking to people in Capitol Hill. Apparently, he's actually in the White House. NVIDIA not reacting at all here, but if there's anything to tell you, I'll keep you posted. Also, Kevin Warsh continued to be a little bit testy when asked some questions here about American families, the average American consumer. He was just asked a question here because we know that Kevin Warsh said last meeting that he only wanted to provide press conferences if there were big things to update. So this individual, this journalist, to Fed Chair Warsh, look, you didn't really give us any forward guidance. You didn't change rates. So what was the news that warranted this press conference? And Warsh said, I guess it was news that I had a press conference. I guess that's the news. So yeah, things are getting a little tense over here from Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. He said, between now and the year end, I'm committing to press conferences this year, implying we might not get these kinds of conferences in 2027 and beyond. He also said that he's, quote, just trying to make sure that the source of information is as direct and unfiltered as possible. Very likely near the end of the Q&A period. I'll keep you guys posted. He actually just got off the podium, so he's done. Trump's still on. I am still listening to things, and I will always keep you guys posted because that's what we do at Trader TV Live.
Thank you. Thanks, Adara. No press conferences.
You're going to make a joke about, is that a banana in your pocket or,
Well, as long as it's not in the tailpipe, you're good.
Yeah, you know what the thing
phrasing,
is watch your phrasing there. I was going to say, like, regardless of the press conference is now ended. I just took some out, like, what is happening? Like, I feel like Kevin Warsh is like channeling his inner Donald Trump over here. But anyways, we're going to get out there as he is now off the podium. So put another offer here at 47 and see what winds up happening. We're moments away, I believe, from 1. We'll be coming up with some Asian updates as well, Asian market updates. So we'll get that coming through in a matter of moments. We'll see what's going on over there. And, one of the biggest names over there recently that we talked about, of course, is SK Hynix. And, oh, man, this is like NVIDIA-like machine turn on right there. Like, that was like 128.34. This is 1 minute chart. Just straight up. That went up $9 without even thinking about pulling back. $9. Like, these are probably coded wrong. Like, these are probably green. But yeah, there it is, all the way to the upside. Yeah. And then when you finally get that first red candle, the actual trade, and I saw it go hard. Like, we got out right there for flat. It was once that second red candle overtakes that, that low of the first one, that's when it's go time. We didn't have any of that until there. And obviously, hindsight looking back at it, but that's the go time spot there for SK Hynix as it's pulling back just a little bit. But I don't know if you
have missed that DRAM tanking.
Yeah, so I think it's the same thing.
Oh, by the way, just very quickly, because the actual biggest expected move was Fortinet on that graphic from Adara, and Fortinet is looking very strong. Like, have a look. I'm just going to put it up next to the future so you can see. There's the pullback. I know it's the 15 versus a 3, but we're still pulling back. Fortinet just tested the fresh highs. So this one is absolutely going. Cybersecurity, it's worth keeping in mind that one of the biggest events recently was that IBM, that ridiculously bad letter that came out from the IBM CEO, and he cited where money was going into, and cybersecurity was one of those places. So I expect Fortinet to be pretty wild today. Maybe people don't own them, but you probably own Palo Alto or CrowdStrike, right? So I think that does matter. Yeah, I might take the first L today in the afternoon. Should have stuck to silver and our good friend DRAM, because that's still a short. But I mean, you're shorting an uptrend is not always the way to go, but it's just that's a heavy chase here. That's a heavy chase. Like, it's already dropped 50 pennies.
It's like a Jamar chase.
Well, Jamar Chase is a beast.
Yeah, so that's what I say.
Oh, by the way, Jamar Chase probably going to catch a few extra balls this year because
get hurt?
no,
Higgins.
no. They lost their defensive end possibly for the year.
Oh, so you're saying it's gonna be more?
Not
shootouts over
Hendrickson,
there.
another guy, the other guy on the other side.
Okay.
So maybe more shootouts for Cincy.
Yeah.
I'm not hating because that's one less guy to pass rush. I don't want to see anyone injured, but Josh Allen now gets a free pass against Cincy.
Yeah, I guess that's okay. I've reversed into, so the TQs broke $60. You know, the same thing remains. I mean, it all 61. It remains the same. Like, when these guys get off the podium, I mean, this is why we emptied out the clip. We did try a little bit of a long at that low, and then now that we've broken down below, let's now see if we do get some downside play here. The market, you know, as is, right? I mean, sure, we got that talk from Warsh and it seemed okay, but the market now pulling right back into sort of where we started. So yeah, maybe we do continue. Remember, the Nasdaq got green there by a lot, by about 0.5%, and now you're giving it right back. So I'm going to go short and just reverse it in right now. We'll see if we can make, you know, just as good of a trade the other way. Now, short 93. I'm bidding some out at 80. That was just that low that's not broken yet, and then we'll see if we can get something out. Let's just play a little more, you know, structured here. 60-60s or so on the downside. We'll see. Stopping out 61.30. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, guys. Scott Kirby did just make some comments here. That's the CEO of United Airlines with President Trump. Just talking about this Dulles Airport, I guess, renovation here in Washington. There's not much of excitement to say, but I want to let you guys know if you're trading UAL, just be aware he's there. Looks like they're going to be asking questions soon at the Oval Office. So if there is anything notable said, I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you as always there, Adara, keeping us abreast. It is 3:20, so we're getting a little bit closer there. But hey, one of the entries we like, topping tails. I should have stayed with DRAM, didn't, so we'll just go back to SLV. That just failed. It's not a head and shoulders, but see that topping tail and then break the prior bar. Maybe we get into the volume weighted average price. The real mistake was not sticking with DRAM, obviously, but it's at VWAP. I don't like the short at VWAP of, I don't want to say anything, but like, to me, it's like a potential support level when you get to the volume weighted average price. So punching short at that level doesn't make sense. If this is where we stop before for the long, I'll take a piece out and then look for a bit of a bigger gap fill as the market. Yeah, the market's really starting to come back in. Remember, it's so new Fed president, but the same thing.
Oh boy!
You leave the podium, and we get a change in direction. So the short, we're taking more short. We're short before. We're going to short again, and just look for the volume weighted average price. Throw up that super chat because I'm not on that page, Andre, but I see you in there on the Rail TV. We appreciate all of our viewers, especially the super chats. If we can, is Jensen at the White House to secure the government deal or support because of the China chip? If so, could we see NVIDIA rocket? America wants to win. Well, that's the next step, right? Like, it's forget about the Fed for a quick little second, but it's move past Iran and start talking about fixing things with China, because Apple wants some answers, NVIDIA wants some answers. Let's be real, that is still something which is an overhang, and if NVIDIA's getting nothing out of China, maybe that's what the stock is waiting for to get going again.
Definitely, that China would be an absolutely monster story. Let's just go, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Like, I wish every day was Fed day. There is, I mean, there's the breakdown. You know, this is the easy peasy trade right there, that easy peasy always super chats. Wink, wink, easy peasy. Do you have this one? There it is. So we go long, we rack it, and then short. I mean, those are the calls right there. $1 and change more than that on the upside, and now we're 85 cents on the downside. We've taken some out on VWAP. We said we'd be a little structured. I said 60-60s. Now you're at 60-30, so we still do have a percentage on. Still have a third on right now. A third on of this trade as we start to bleed downside a little bit. Just, you know, good coverage there at VWAP. But hey, man, you're definitely rocking with the best of us right now, as Neil and I putting on some doozies here into the close. 322. What's up, Adair?
Just be aware here, guys. President Trump talking Iran, a little bit of a spike here in USO, so I wanted to mention President Trump saying on Iran, quote, "We will hit them hard. It's our turn to hit them." So more strikes once again being indicated. Furthermore, he's also saying that, quote, "We'll see if we can get there on the Iran deal." So unclear, again, if we're looking for conflict or if we're looking for negotiations. Either way, right now, the USO looking to go a little bit higher. We've got about 35 minutes until these pre-market or post-market earnings kick off. Back to you.
We're looking for a resolution, and you're looking for negotiations, but it looks like we're getting more conflict. So USO with a little bit of a bounce, but that is what it is. No questions asked. So, the flip right about the market flipped at about 305 or so. So I'm expecting just a retrace. We're still inside range. So I'm expecting don't do anything crazy outside of the range. So I want to look at that 52.5 that we broke out there for SLV, and hopefully the second short just a little bit better than the first we had. But the reversal is a reversal. About 20 minutes ago, the market just took a turn and it hasn't stopped.
Yeah, man, as soon as that man lifted from...
It was before he lifted the podium.
Yeah, it was just before. So good look there. We asked Adair, when are these guys going to be off? I'm still bidding lower. What's up, Easy Peasy? I see this man over here. There it is, man. 2%. Sean's reversals. Wow. Thank you so much. Those were, so far today, good ideas. There it is. Added a Sean emoji, rotating reversal signal to print money preview. Reverse the reversal. So, yeah, I mean... It was just easy, right? If we're going to go long on a break, the minute it breaks down, we take the short, right? And so this is why I'm saying, some days it's great, some days it's not. You got to make sure that when you're right, you're making that money, and when you're not losing as much, right? And so right into there, good play to the downside. And yeah, we're here. We'll just keep on trading. Like I said, Joe and I will be generally, Neil trades more silver, obviously, than the rest of us. And I look at the futures, and we'll trade IBIT, and we'll trade, equities, obviously. And Easy Peasy, you've been here now probably for a couple of years. You definitely know what's good around here. So I want to say thank you to everything. And Easy Peasy was making a program that would basically mimic, I think, what I was doing. So I don't know, Easy, if that's true or not. And if it is, I hope it's making you a little bit of money, because you never know. SK Hynix there, obviously, as the machines get turned on, they easily get turned off. So that's exactly what's happened there for SK Hynix. Weakness in the market, they come for this name. Strength in the market, they come for this name. And this was one of my top P&Ls, although right now, with the fact that the TQs is making this move. But there it is. This was a good one. We went short SK Hynix off of VWAP. And then we were covering. Then we took another shot there at 130-150. Once it broke higher, we stopped out, got away from it. Now it's coming back in. And there we go. We are now $1. We are $1.50 one way, and now we're $1 the other way onto the short side of things. So yeah, we're both short silver, short the market. And with SoFi, we have nothing left. I have less than 1% left of SoFi. That came right back up to here. We told you we emptied the clip there. We were able to do it again on this 25 period break. We got out. So right now, I'm just going to end the trade on SoFi and just call it a day here. And we'll just move off of it, because I'm really trying to focus here on this move down, epic move down actually, in the market again. Now you're down 1%. So Warsh go bye-bye. Market say see you later, as well as there it is, man, $1.10 the other way. So that's about 270 or so just on the TQs alone, with good trading there with SLV. And hopefully you guys are also able to rack up a little bit there in the chat.
Cheese in a chair here. Oh, it's up on... I'm taking my FOMC chop gains and going back to kicking SpaceX like Dave Chappelle and his girlfriend in the Keeping It Real bar beatdown scene.
I don't remember that one.
Oh, okay, no. Okay, now I remember. Okay.
Chappelle show, or?
Yeah, it's that's not that was an okay episode. That's in the bottom quartile. All the sketches are great, but I had to think about that one for a split second. When Keeping It Real goes wrong and.
Oh, when Keeping It Real goes wrong, yeah. There's a couple good examples on that one.
No, the best
I still
Keeping
like
It Real.
The real.
Mad Real World?
Yeah, Mad Real World. I was gonna say Real Housewives, but that was before.
Look at me, America. Look how Tron is living.
Those were funny ones, man. Or the reparations one there. That's also a good one there.
The draft, the racial draft.
Yeah, and if KFC became the world's largest company or
Fubo. Sorry.
Yeah, those were really good ones, man.
You've been looking at the markets too long when you're calling Fubo.
Yes.
I feel like anybody cares about that. No, but I'm assuming SpaceX is doing bad things right now. Is SpaceX bad? Oh, yeah,
Probably
SpaceX.
not good things.
Almost back down to Lindenmeyer's 111 level there. So Yeah, SpaceX, it's not over. Look, everybody. You got a reprieve yesterday, but it's not over. See, remember it couldn't break 119? No 119 break, no love for SpaceX. I think we have a decent chance to be retesting some of those lows. And then you got the earnings next week, you got the lockup after that. There's a lot that they have to navigate through as SpaceX comes. I was about to say crashing down, but I hate using a crashing analogy when I never want them to fail. Remember, look, the chart is the chart and the trend is the trend, but I don't want SpaceX to fail ever. We got Trump on the Fed. Kevin is fantastic, but he's got a board. Oh, right, like he has to listen to. I'm assuming that's what he means. He has to listen to.
Yeah, like it's not his decision.
It's not his decision alone.
Yeah, he's just the leader of the pack.
Say something about Crash Card.
Yeah, we'll see. He might start talking again. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It is everybody's favorite segment.
Before we go back to the desk, we're catching a little bit of a bid here, it seems. I don't know what you're seeing.
I mean, yeah, I've already covered. I have, again, 15% left of this trade. But yeah, maybe we're catching a little bit of a bid. I think you just want to stay away now. I mean, you know, the market's made its move. We're now a half hour away from like major earnings. So I could see the market sort of drifting around a little bit here, but forget about what we have to say. Let's go hear what one has to say about the Asian markets.
Yeah, once again here, you said President Trump, that's all he said so far about Warsh, just reiterating that he's fantastic, but he's got a board. Pretty much the same thing he said before the Fed decision a couple days ago, but either way, also of note is what's happening in the Asian markets, because you know SK Hynix earnings happened last night. That was a big shock for the Asian markets, but what are they expected to do today? Here to take us through that is One.
Thank you, Adara. So Asian markets trading pretty much mixed on Wednesday night. Hang Seng and Shanghai Composite posted some modest gains, while the Nikkei as well as the Kospi definitely fell due to some AI valuation concerns. First up, let's take a look at South Korea. Kospi down by nearly 6%. I mean, they triggered back-to-back circuit breakers in the past 2 days, hitting also an intraday low, nearly 12% downside, and you know, some institutional block buying establishing a late floor, so that 6% could have been worse. And yeah, you mentioned SK Hynix. They're down in Asia by nearly 10% because of those reported earnings that really missed expectations. There's a lot of fear right now that chip capex is outpacing that of short-term profitability. You know, apart from that, Samsung Electronics, they were also down by more than 5% in South Korea. If we head over to the Japanese market, the Nikkei 225, they were down by nearly 1.5%. Of course, major news coming out there was a 7.5 magnitude earthquake that added a lot of uncertainty ahead of the Bank of Japan's rate call decision. So my condolences to those affected by the earthquake in Japan. But apart from that, other memory names as well as tech names that went down in Japan, Kyokusa Holdings down by nearly 14%, Tokyo Electron down by nearly about 10.6%, and also SoftBank Group down by 7%. On the upside though, in Hong Kong, the Hang Seng up by nearly 2%, their highest level in about 8 weeks. There's a lot of investor sentiment supported by reports that their fast fashion giant Shein, they're going to be targeting a Hong Kong IPO at a valuation of about 40 to 50 billion US dollars. So other names that were quite high in Hong Kong included Tencent. They were up by more than 4%. Xiaomi was up by 9%, as well as Meituan up by 2%. So what should we focus on at the open for Asia? All right, so of course, that Fed policy decision. Keep an eye out on global futures ahead of the Asian Open, you know, with US rates holding steady at around 3.75%. Keep an eye on the policy text for future rate cut hints, as well as, you know, some hawkish dissent that you mentioned earlier that could trigger some automated risk off across Asian currencies. Of course, Bank of Japan interest rates, that verdict coming up tomorrow as well. They could face quite a challenging session tomorrow because they've got to balance out between, you know, the core inflation against also the damage coming in from that earthquake. So watch if that yen breaks 163.5, and that could also impact that of export-heavy sectors such as auto and machinery. And then finally, South Korea, the Kospi, they're really in the dirt right now. I mean, watch that open extensively, all right? Following those 2 days consecutive circuit breakers, see if there's any state-backed stabilization that could inject a little bit of liquidity, to defend that 5,600 floor. But if not, there might be some margin calls that force a deeper gap down in the South Korean Kospi. So hopefully, they can recover in the following days.
Yeah, lots to focus on here, guys, for the Asian market and the European market. Join us with one to talk about the European and Asian markets, 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. respectively every day. Also, I'm just seeing apparently Treasury 30-year yield topping 5.2% for the first time since 2007. As the NASDAQ continues its jaunt back to the downside. Back to you.
I'm just going to do this.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, it's funny, you basically read my mind that, wow, I mean, this is now, we were $1.50 upside, didn't think we'd get $1.50 downside, $3 right here. I did want to show you the 20-year Treasury, and it's funny you just mentioned it, because I had thought that it was like a dovish hold rate, but, the TLT, as Adair just mentioned, is going the other way. So, as there's an expectation now for the next rate cut, and we can actually call it out, or the next rate decisions must be a raise at this point. Definitely bleeding to the downside. There's a TLT. You generally do not see this kind of a movement to the downside. So like all of your cash and cash equivalents now are becoming worth a little bit more money as we sit on, yes?
Sorry, 98% chance of a hike, sorry, what am I seeing? Let me make sure what I'm seeing. Thought this was, okay, Kurt, no. Sorry, 98% chance of a hold. 98% chance of a hold, only 1% chance of a hike.
What do you have?
So these chances here of a hike have actually gone down, which is pretty interesting. That was for the July meeting. September, September we're seeing about 50-50 here. Yeah. That's my bad. That was the July meeting for some reason. September, about 50% chance of a hike. There's actually, again, just under 1% chance of a 50 basis point hike. So very likely you get that 25 basis point hike in September.
Well, I'll take that one step further. I just got out on the bid. I mean, obviously everything is tanking, but just to take it one step further, go out to December, and what you're going to find is there's a 36% chance that we've gotten a couple of basis points, and 0.6% that you've got 3. So, and then you keep on going forward, it just gets higher and higher. It looks like we could be in a raising rate environment there. Oh, we did miss a super chat. I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay, that's Adid. I think is this the same one from this morning? I think this, Ridge Tech, right? Should I hold for 1 or 2 days? Had bought it just yesterday and today at 108 for 9K. If memory serves,
$9K.
Okay, so this this is the same one. I think like traders are not here to give you financial advice. What I would say is for anybody, and this is probably echoing what Sean was talking about.
I said it this morning earlier.
Before you get into position in anything, you should have an idea what your out is going to be. Like, what does it mean to be wrong? This is obviously a small cap. I know zero about that's down 30% that literally just broke 120. So if you're long underneath where it broke down, and then it's also lost $1, it's lost multiple layers of support. For me, I've never traded a small cap in my life that I didn't have a hard stop on. And typically it would be at a floor like that or at $1. But you've just got to decide. You just have to decide before you get into the trade where your out is going to be. But to me, it's already lost major support, and there's nothing. Like, you have to have some kind of a ridiculous fundamental reason to like this stock. I know nothing about it. It is absolutely bleeding today. And the talk was once it does a flat bottom break, you're long in front of support. And when it breaks, unfortunately, it goes down. But, if you're long at 108, you haven't lost everything. You just have to have some semblance of where you want your out to be. It could be 25%, it could be 30%, it could be a support level. Once it's gone, these things do not have floors. I started my career as a penny stock trader, and that was one of the first things you learn if you trade penny stocks is the only realistic floor on a penny stock is 0 or delisted. It goes for all of them. And you really have to ask yourself when it gets under $1, like, are you willing to lose everything? So again, I'm not saying anything that wasn't said this morning, Sean. So.
No. I think that's right. I mean, we talked about that earlier. Like once it broke that level, it was a little bit of a risky business to be in that one. But hey, everybody else to each their own. Like, Oh man, if a $9,000 hit was the only thing you had to worry about, maybe you probably put a little bit too much in there. But yeah, good luck, and hopefully it does bounce over the next coming days. Yeah, about this market. Yeah, flip game strong, basically. Shut up, easy peasy. I mean, easy peasy. If you're still in this trade, man, you owe us more money, my guy. Hey guys, what's up with Battle? More power to the Neils.
Well, oil went
multiple Neils.
Yeah, oil went up.
There.
No, we don't like crash car.
This is now.
One.
This is now really tanking here. Like I don't. You know, we'll have to wait to see. Tomorrow's going to be pretty brutal, I think. You know, sometimes we get a comeback. Well, you know what? First of all, it's major earnings. Join us tonight as we're going to go over everything.
Everything changes at 4.
Yeah, you don't even have to stay anything past 4:10. Like that's going to be Microsoft, and we'll analyze it all. We'll have them all for you. So I shouldn't say the market's going to be disastrous tomorrow, but this is not a great look. And as we just mentioned, man, with rates where they are at those highs, Adair sort of indicated that to us as well. You see what the TLT is doing. It is an absolute tank city. The DXY, which I don't think we have on our platform right over here, that's trying to make its movement back up to the upside recently as well. As we had that huge move, now back upside. Actually, it's not even the dollar that's reacting. I thought it would have been bigger than that. It's just this overall extension in the bond market, right? Here's the treasury yields to the downside. So you just got to be careful here. As yields go higher, price goes down. That's how it works. I guess I probably don't need to tell you guys that, but that's how it works. And you know, if you're looking right now, that's what's happening here. Price yields are going higher, you know, on the 10-year, and this is a 20-year. So naturally, you're going to see this kind of a continuation in the market, and it kind of does suck. So there it goes. The price of the TLTs to the downside right there, as you're paying less for it as yields are going higher. So TLT, nice downside play there, really leading this whole market downside in what's been a pretty eventful afternoon.
You can only ignore rates for so long.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about battle.
Well, I don't know that there's that much to say. USO is up 7%, so battle's up. I'm just gonna put it in perspective. It's making a bit of a break, but usually when oil is spiking, this little small capper with a big float, short float, does a little bit more than this. The big spikes, look at this, from 120 to 240, from $1.20 to 280. Today, it's gotten to $1.50 in the 50 period. So what it seems like is happening is every time this seems to spike because oil goes up, it's not going as far and it's putting in lower highs. So it's running out of juice a little bit. I don't wonder if maybe there's something better in the small cap space that could be running. I know Vivek didn't really do much today. I know Sky Q, Sky Quarry. None of these small cappers on these moves are doing much more than they were before. They're all making fresh. It's crazy because the move up and the gap and continuation is actually pretty good in USO. I just think they're running out of juice a little bit. It doesn't mean they're not good, but they're just not doing what they were before. Trump, I'd like Congress to add Iran tariffs in Russia sanction bill. Okay, well, I mean, reasons for USO to go higher.
Whatever that
really there. Nick Dubs, I really like UiPath long term and it's very reasonable, but I see it retracing to 1094 before bouncing, referencing the 30-minute. That is oddly specific because 1094 is not your 100-meter time. You're just trying to say exactly where this is going to be bouncing whoops. And of course, I'm literally seeing it.
Lindenmeyer.
It's at 111, isn't it?
We haven't talked about SpaceX in a minute.
It's at 111.
It just broke to 111. It just literally held that exact price. How are you picking out these 111.11s and everything like that? I mean,
what's the significance of that price?
It's literally what I'm asking. So hopefully he can let us know. I think it's just a random price, but there has to be something to it, right? It's not that it's held. I mean, it just held 111 twice. The low of the day is 111.02, but. Yeah, there's a huge move down in SpaceX, honestly. Sort of ignored what was going on there today. It's been, I traded SpaceX and it was a short, which we were still in it, but we weren't thinking about that up there, which is all that really matters. But yeah, we'll see if it winds up holding again. Great call there, Lyndon Meyer, and that's downside as well, let alone what's going on with probably, and we haven't even looked over here yet, AMD, yuck, now down 5%. I mean, let's go over the broader market just real quickly. And then we'll get over it. Dara's got money talks. We've got a few crypto. Where did Sia go? Oh, but is she still back there? Okay, well, we'll wait to see there. She comes normally with some of these updates. But there we go. NVIDIA down 2.6%. Google, Amazon, Meta. It's very red. Like most of the time we're like, oh, don't look over here, but at least there's something over here. But today, healthcare technology, like everything, health technology downside there today. Eli Lilly, J&J, taking it on the chin, but not really for J&J 265. We still like that stock there as well. The bank stocks today, wow, Joseph, 3% now and more for JP Morgan, but it's okay. Goldman Sachs down 5%. I mean, these stocks are on epic runs,
They
right?
wanted a rate hike, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You got to be a little bit calmed down. I think we could buy some of those weaknesses. The producer side of things, I've liked Caterpillar. I put that in the JP Morgan. Good job, man. This guy sold some yesterday, JP Morgan. I think Joe's 40% cash. He talks about that all the time. There's Caterpillar. So that's a good trade, Joe. Caterpillar down 7%, a name that I really like recently. So we'll have to see. That got downgraded today, Caterpillar. So, if you're going to look for some strength, we already talked about the move that's happened in USO today. So you're going to get XOM, Valero, EOG, FANG, Occidental, all of these names still doing okay on the risk reward side of things there for oil. So yeah, not too bad as we try to look forward instead of looking back. What's going to be good moving forward, and you're now 15 minutes away from major earnings, which are going to shape what tomorrow's trade looks like. I'm now $2.40 now in the money on this short, and we talked about the flip game there. I put a stop at 59. But maybe we can use, same kind of a stop right there. Okay, so I was going to use this little top wick there, 59.10 as our stop, but this is getting a hell of a lot worse, pardon my French, and as that just
it's getting way worse.
Making new lows now, down 1.6% now for the TQQs. Wow, nastiness spilling over here.
It's nasty, and the answer, I'm not gonna give you a chance to say no, because the market's dropping. Obviously, you see that short going down for the Qs. But we have earnings after the bell. I can't put them all in here, so we're going to vote again. And if you don't know what we're doing, all you have to do is jump into the chat by hitting subscribe and type a number corresponding to one of these names. Who are you riding with? Just pick one. You don't actually have to buy the stock. Type 1 for Meta, type 2 for Microsoft, type 3 for Lam, type 4 for ARM, type 5 for Qualcomm. And there is no other option. You don't get to pick whatever. There's no Fortinet in here. There's no Carvana. I don't want to have 10 things in the poll. So those are the names we're going to go with. And I do suspect that Microsoft might get some love. I'm going to throw down there because Microsoft's been beaten up. Software is getting a little bit of a comeback in there. And hey, the Fed chair just seemed to say that CapEx spending could be leading to some good things. Who doesn't get any love is Lam. Anyone know who Lam is? Do you know who Lam is? Only one vote. It's a pretty good company.
Yay, There's a lamb? Or is that a goat? You already got.
Well, it's supposed to be a goat, but it's actually, no, hit it again. That's a sheep.
Bah, bah.
It's, look at, that's a sheep.
I mean, don't goats like yell and scream and all that? Is it could be a little bit
as well, Sean.
Okay.
To be perfectly honest, what exactly does that even? What exactly does that
I don't really know why over there, but
it had to do with something like some of the UAW union strikes going back to 2023, I believe, and then or 2024, I think it was 2023, and then the endorsements of certain political parties in the 2024 election. That's more, I think, what he was upset about.
That's hilarious. I'm just gonna go. New position alert. Lyndon Meyer. We're gonna go long 111.10s right now on SpaceX. So let's see if we get a little bit of a bump here. Now remember, there is only 3 minutes until the imbalances. So once these, wow, Oracle's a sell, eh? Okay. So once these come out, everything's going to change for this. I did hear, Adair, you may want to look this up. SpaceX awarded some sort of a contract, which is actually why I went long. Nothing to do with the 111 lows, but heard that they received a $1.6 billion contract there, I think from the Space Force, Department of, is it called Space Force? I think it is. So have a look and see if you can find a story there. May not be accurate. I'm going to stop out at 110. I put it in at 110.80. So I'm only willing to give this thing 30 cents. Obviously with these imbalances coming, I don't want to be anything responsible for this. Oh, here it comes back in. So, I hear defense contract, SpaceX. So I went long. mean, it was really that simple, but we're only long a small piece here. It looks like it's going to fall out again. I remember taking SpaceX one day when it had a story up there and it looked like it was breaking 130. We took that for a minute and then okay, here it comes. And then it absolutely tanked. So
I want to make a reminder.
Okay.
It was the flip trade that was good on SpaceX.
Yeah, it was the way down.
It was an imbalance on SpaceX.
Yeah, we hit it. We hit that.
And there was a reversal at 355 on SpaceX. So it was really good yesterday. I think that was yesterday, right?
Yeah. We waited for it.
Yeah, that's what it was.
We just got stopped out of it anyways. So a little small hit there on SpaceX, but definitely hit anyways. Maybe that story was not what I heard.
So with 2 minutes to go, it's still Oracle 2.2 million sell, FCX 1.5 million early look sell, EWY is a buy of 100,000, and that is pretty much it of the names that a stock sell in there for a small buy of 660,000. Again, we'll see in about 1.5 minutes what they really are.
So the SpaceX thing, I'm seeing apparently Reuters reported it. I'm not seeing anything on Benzinga yet, nor am I seeing it on my main X feed. But when I search those keywords, I'm seeing a smattering of headlines with very few views, again, suggesting, according to Reuters, which I haven't seen Reuters post this yet, I'll keep you guys posted, but according to Reuters, SpaceX reportedly being awarded a $1.6 billion contract from Space Force for 18 Falcon 9 missions that will launch military targeting satellites. That's the story. If I get more details, anything more concrete than that, I'll let you know.
1.6 billion.
I had everything right except for the long. It was not a long.
But the story was correct.
But the story was correct.
Yeah,
so, well, reported from Reuters. So we'll see.
But that's not a lot of money.
Well, I mean, SpaceX loses that much money a day in market cap.
It's a lot of money, but relative to $1 trillion valuation, it's not a lot of money.
Right.
Don't at me when Neil says a $1.6 billion isn't a lot of money. Everything is relative. If you're, what's that small capper that was running, DFNS? Like those guys can get a contract. I don't even know what they do. It doesn't matter. Those guys get a contract for $1 million, and it's probably a huge deal.
Shorted space.
By the way, DFNS did pull back. So 60 was the high. So we prayed for the shorts, and the shorts got their reprieve. It pulled back into 44. But you know what? This is 3 days in a row of sort of blast off. It does eventually turn around, but a good day for the small cappers, at least that one. So with 10 seconds, just maybe more than that.
T minus. The Falcon 9 liftoff going to be happening very, very soon for SpaceX. And maybe not, as we have 5 seconds left.
Sure it is.
And SpaceX is now at the low of the day, down 5%. And the Lindenmayer level right now in question. Okay, here it is right now. It's NVIDIA with a sell. It's SpaceX with, I don't know, not doing much. Let's go check out what NVIDIA is doing. Nothing again, but that's a sell over there. Fortinet with earnings coming. Nothing going on there, up 1.8%. Watch out for that name. Later on, CRM Netflix with a sell, $73. Nice little bounce back there for Netflix. I liked it, Intel at 80, not liked it, but we looked at $86 today. Didn't trade off of that though, maybe should have. Other than that, man, I'm not seeing anything else that's on here. That's
SpaceX was 990 shares buy side.
990
shares. Now it's 13,000.
Did I put an order in by accident?
That was like, no, I was
990.
going to say, it's about as small as possible. So no imbalance there. Oracle's came out as 10,000 shares. So it was 2 point on the early look, came out as 10,000. The market only 750,000 to the sell side. NASDAQ 1.3. The NASDAQ 1.3 billion. The Mag 7 only 233 million. Must be a buy on one of the Mag 7 names. Fortinet with a million sell, and that's an earnings name here. Actually, the biggest expected move on our board is Fortinet, believe it or not. It was 12%, I believe, for FTNT. I think they're at 405 or 410. Not one of the biggest names that's reporting tonight, but cybersecurity has been a bit of a theme. And Fortinet has, let's just say it's been on a little bit of a run going into this print, right? Like from May, the stock almost doubled, almost exactly a double up, pulling back into the 50 period. So cybersecurity has been a fantastic theme. Can these guys hold on to the bid? You know what? I don't like them as much, given how much. Yeah, there's some downside on that thing. When you look at the daily chart, it doesn't really look as good there. You kind of worry about how the punishment that's been happening to basically every earnings name, regardless of report.
Yep. And we'll look. We have some big names reporting here after hours. I'm just going to put out right here. I'm just going to stop out at the top of this the top of the current candle right there, 58.50. It could reverse. We've seen the Uno reverse card be played on imbalances, and we talked about that before with SpaceX and everything. So if it does continue to move down, that's where my stop is. We'll pay attention to that in a couple minutes and see if we do get stopped out. All right, man, it's Microsoft coming through with earnings. I guess, it's going to look pretty much, man, the market is we're now $3 in. This is really, the market's really bleeding out now, honestly. They did not like it, man. The market got washed today. I think that's more, it didn't get washed, it got washed. Like, that's a downside play there. President Trump may fire Kevin Warsh even before, and I don't even know if he did anything, but he may be unemployed as of tomorrow.
He was hawkish.
If, yeah, I know, but I'm saying if the president comes through and sees this number in the Dow, he might not like it. Okay, so is the Dow is probably hit too. Yeah, the ES down 1.3%.
There's no way the Dow is up.
No, nothing's up right now. But there's Microsoft to the downside. They're coming with earnings. And, this is going to be interesting. Microsoft, actually, I thought if we could hold this 50 period, and I know the 50 period doesn't mean anything, it's earnings. So we'll see where it goes. But, good recovery day. Look, everyone knows earnings are coming. So the fact that we had a little bit of a bump makes some sense there for Microsoft. I still think they can beat. I think they're going to put up a better Copilot number. I think Microsoft will be one of those names that shows us that monetization's here. And I know Sharif hates Sam Altman and everything like that, but we'll wait to see if Copilot and OpenAI and all that can make a little bit of money there. Yeah, he definitely hasn't been treated that well in the media lately.
Well, it turns out that OpenAI hack was worse than they originally said. There was another company that was also involved in that. Well, not involved, but another company that got hacked. Not as seriously as Hugging Bear, but
this is absolutely ridiculous that we should have. It's so stupid of myself because when it went to 640 right there, I was like, bruh, these are outs on Meta. Then it goes to 680 and we're like, wow, man, we're glad we didn't get out there. Now down to 580 right there for Meta, as if the comeback was not real on Meta. Let's see if it does give some love tonight to META. I think they can beat. Maybe this is just my bullish overall attitude in the market right now, just for these names, right? I mean, I think the market overall is a short. You can see that we're playing short. But Meta, I think, can do better. Like, this is now just absolutely crushed. That's down $100 in about 2 weeks, straight downside for Meta. So the market doesn't seem to think they're going to beat. But I'm going to take that super chat that we had that one time that said when there's sort of blood in the streets, maybe it's time to mix it up a little bit. So we'll see if Meta can do something there.
Well, according to our viewers, I don't know, like I voted Microsoft, but I feel like that's now turned into chalk. 40% of our viewers chose Microsoft. We got a second sympathy vote for Lamb. Not a lot of votes for ARM.
The market just took another leg lower.
QCOM, but it is Microsoft and Meta are the overwhelming favorites. What's interesting about that is I bet you if you look up the PE, like Qualcomm's probably the best value there. ARM been cut in half, but 355 hit, so a lot of things probably paired off on the imbalances. Amazon, no, actually something showed up. Amazon was not there before. Now it's a sell of 1.4 million. Apple wasn't there before. Now it's a sell of 1.8 million. Nvidia wasn't there before. Now it's a sell of 3 million.
No, Nvidia was there.
It was, but it wasn't 3 million. Intel, 2 million to the sell side. These were not that big, for sure. Let's be real. That's pretty nasty. So sell imbalances across the board, with the exception of, all the mix-up names I just saw there. Easy peasy, thank you for the super chat. I coded you as Fade Pops exists. Penny stocks. When they show up, you got to be very careful if you're pop and fading. I don't do that on those crazy ballistic stocks. DJT, sure.
DJT, yeah.
Yeah, like DJT, like there's certain times you can find a good pop and fade. Like when we were trading today, like silver was a short, DRAM was a short. Did you see me short a single one of those big time gappers? I don't do that. Like when I was a penny stock trader, I was like mostly long back in the day because it's not an easy thing to do, but like you're mostly long when you can find the opportunities when they are in play. But yeah, I do like pop and fade when you can find it. But should have probably we did find silver, but I didn't get back into DRAM. That's the one that'll suck. But yeah, the interesting thing is I didn't think Microsoft was going to be chalk when I was picking it. I really thought people might be voting for putting some votes in for Qualcomm and ARM.
It's a good time to be sitting on cash, regardless of where you voted, I feel like, right now, because there's going to be some dip buy opportunities. You're seeing them in Intel, you're seeing them in Google off of their reports. And then now today, you get to pick, and Tesla. So you're going to get to pick and choose what Mag 7 names you want on discount because it's getting nasty out there. We just covered right there on, we have Qualcomm coming. I like Qualcomm.
Who's first?
gonna be one. They're all the same. I think there's a bunch of them. The latest one is Microsoft, but it's Meta. Here, I have it up on.
I thought it was Softy first.
Oh, with Adara. Yeah, it is. Softy's coming first, as well. Carvana's 405. Okay, where is it? Here it is, right here.
Oh, no, it's
that's
Meta.
tomorrow. My
No,
bad.
it's Meta.
It's Meta. Okay, that's what I was saying. I thought because Meta fooled us one time before. I can't stay that late if it happens again. I got to get out of here. There's Meta at 4. There's Qualcomm at 4. 405. So you're going to get them all. The latest one's 410. So regardless of where, these are the expected times. They've been wrong before. All right, Neil and I got to flip over. So I don't know if one is. Oh, Sia's back.
We got Sia there.
All right, so Sia and Adara, you guys let us know when you're ready. But Neil and I got to flip over and get our flip game set up.
Turn around, get on the screen.
Let's do that. We covered the TQs. I'm flat right now. Thanks, everybody. Stay tuned for earnings. A major earnings. Today was sort of the Super Bowl for Fed. You're about to get sort of first Q right now, first quarter, major. Well, maybe the second quarter.
And we're not going in there strong either.
No, this is like we're like the Atlanta Falcons, where we had a big lead at one point, but we can sense the Patriots coming right back behind us on our Super Bowl right now. It almost feels like the Patriots have caught us already. But all right, I don't know why we're still talking. Let's throw it back there. We got to turn around and get this all figured out. We'll see you in 5 minutes or less.
1 minute.
Yeah, let's talk here about some of these earnings. I'm just going to go through X here just to kind of give you guys a sense of some of these earnings that are going to be on watch. We just had this reposted here in X at TTV Research. Qualcomm, let's take a look at what we're expecting from Qualcomm because they're coming out at 4 p.m. sharp alongside Meta. Last quarter, we actually had a decline in sales here on a year-over-year basis. This quarter, $9.71 billion here, revenue estimate for Q3 2026. EPS estimate, $2.20. Got a couple minutes here until the bells. Let's take a look at what we're expecting from Meta because META, another one alongside Qualcomm, that's going to be coming out here bright and early at 4 p.m. Eastern. We post a lot, guys, so we're just going to scroll as we look for that META earnings preview, which was released this morning because we like to give you guys a lot of notice before these earnings reports. So Meta also expected right at 4 p.m. $60.18 billion. Here's the revenue estimate, $7.13 is the EPS estimate. We're seconds away here from that closing bell. Last quarter, though, unlike Qualcomm, you actually had growth and strong growth for Meta on a year-over-year basis, up 33% year-over-year for those sales. So excited to take you guys through these numbers. I'm going to get set up here so that I can pull up these numbers for you live on Benzinga, live on X. Anything that I see, I'll keep you guys posted. At this point, we are, I think, just a couple seconds away here, 13 seconds away from closing bell. We're brought to you by our friends at VinFast. Let's drive right into that earnings segment. And thanks again to VinFast for their sponsorship of the show. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I expect the earnings floodgates to be opening, so I'm going to keep you guys posted here on keeping this open. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what shakes out. How are you guys doing over here? Neil and Sean, are you set up? Are we ready to go? I'm going to be looking here for Qualcomm and Meta first. I actually already have Qualcomm earnings. So let's talk here about Qualcomm, guys. QCOM and focus. Q3 EPS miss, $2.21 versus $2.23 expected. Sales beat, $9.947 billion above estimates of $9.668 billion. Q4, because they just posted Q3 2026, Q4 guidance. Adjusted EPS 205 to 225, well below estimates of 236. Sales guidance here for Qualcomm 9.7 billion to 10.5 billion, mostly below estimates here of 10.018 billion. So miss here for guidance. Beat on revenue, but miss on EPS. So mixed, but mostly bad report for Qualcomm, guys.
It's going up.
Ripping, so
it
we
doesn't
like
matter.
Qualcomm. We like Qualcomm.
That's the thing about value. If you get a decent valuation, you're heading to the upside. But Meta's going in the other direction, unfortunately. Meta is getting wrecked.
561 and change for Meta, having a heart attack. 562, Meta downside. There we go, man. Joe, you switched from Google to Meta, man. That might have been a bad play.
Got a problem.
There goes Meta to the downside. We'll see. We've seen it battle back. We'll wait for some of those earnings to come through. But there's Meta right now, downside. I just heard Microsoft in my ear. Oh, yes. We said we like the Microsoft. Go Softy right there. We have that pick as well. Yeah, you're right, Adara. This is supposed to be 410 there for Microsoft. They're out early right now, 402. Microsoft looks like the one that's going to work out for us here to the upside. It's Microsoft, it's Meta, and it's earnings palooza. Meta, you don't want to be a shareholder right now, but Microsoft, you do. Adara, what you got for us?
Qualcomm going up is still odd as we get more comments here from management. Unprecedented increases in memory pricing, supply constraints made cyclical headwinds for global smartphone industry in fiscal 2026. That's not a great look for Qualcomm. Still looking here for Meta and Softy.
Just the top and bottom.
Qualcomm getting
Their
killed, too.
EPS 481 versus 424 for
go,
Microsoft.
Softy. Let's
big
go.
beat on EPS,
Go.
beat on revenue as well. I don't see any guidance yet, but big beats over there. Let's go back to it, Dara. Softy through 400 through 405 as well.
Generally, we don't get Microsoft until their earnings call when it comes to guidance, but you did get revenue 18% increase year over year. Operating income also up 18% year over year. Let's see what we get here for Azure. Azure revenue surpassed $100 billion for the first time for fiscal 2026.
Meta's guide is bad.
This is the fiscal quarter. Apparently bad guidance for Meta, so we'll look at that in a second here. Let's see Azure, what kind of cloud we got as we
Holy
look here.
shit, Meta's
43% year over year growth for Azure. That's pretty good for Microsoft. I've got Meta, guys. META coming out. We'll go over this right this second. Meta EPS 618, well below 714 last year, and also below 721. That's a big EPS miss for Meta. Sales here for Meta.
I mean, where's Meta on the daily?
Billion versus 60.2 billion expected. So slight revenue beat. Big miss here for EPS. Q3 guidance for Meta. Revenue guidance 61 billion to 64 billion versus estimates of 63.17 billion. Mostly a bad report here for Meta.
On the daily, Meta is literally at support.
I have it up here on the chart if you want to come over here. Right here at support. I was going to say maybe Brendan or Dara, if we can get the numbers on the screen, I think that's
give me a second
almost
here.
more effective than Dara reading them. But yeah, take your time, Dara. It looks like Meta right now down 8.5%, but at a daily level that we like. So we can check that out with Meta. And then just a quick look as we go back to Microsoft here.
Epic.
Nice report for Microsoft, right? Yes. They were down there. Now you're up 4%. Microsoft kicking out 408. And look, the best part about Microsoft is, if I can find my mouse, would be that we are taking out some of these day highs right there. So we're taking out some highs on the daily chart. Let's see if Microsoft can climb through. But yeah, the story today is going to be Meta. I think we're going to be talking about that for a while. Down to 540 right now, Adara.
Yeah, let's talk about Meta's CapEx. I did put it here on the screen. We'll get more into it here. So for META, you've got CapEx of note, $130 billion to $145 billion is their guidance for fiscal 2026 CapEx.
Man, what the
that
hell?
is above their prior outlook of 125 to 145. Total fiscal year expenses for META, they're guiding now between 165 to 169 billion. That's actually going to be an increase there on the lower end. They previously saw 162 billion to 169 billion. Apparently more for Microsoft. They had year-over-year growth for commercial bookings of 11% for the quarter. Let me see what else I'm seeing here. Again, just seeing more here on Meta. Like we know the EPS was down big time on a year-over-year basis. Revenue did beat and grow 28% year-over-year. Net income dropped 14% year-over-year. And let's talk about Meta's operating margin, because that declined from 43% to 31%. Not good.
Breaking 190, like NVIDIA's down to 190. That's getting crushed.
ARM is also out.
Oh my God, I don't even want to know about ARM.
At least for now, ARM is actually heading higher. But after what we've just seen, the bloodbath that we're seeing over in Meta,
let's just pretend ARM beats somehow.
Yeah,
They
they did
thank
beat.
God.
Dara, you have it, right?
Yep, I've got ARM, so it's actually on your screen as well, guys. ARM EPS 45 cents versus 40 cents expected. Revenue 1.29 billion versus 1.26 billion expected. That would be a double beat for Q1 2027 for ARM. They're guiding Q2 2027 revenue 1.38 billion. That's going to be above estimates of 1.34 billion. And they're guiding EPS for the quarter 47 cents above estimates of 43 cents. That is a double beat and a double beat on guidance for ARM. Hard to find anything holding this one back or yanking it to the downside, but right now, ARM kind of choppy here. Not seeing anything new on Meta, just seeing a lot of circulation of the same stuff. We're looking as well, guys, right now. For
Why is ARM not moving?
Robinhood,
Sentiment
Starbucks.
is dragging it down in my opinion.
No, ARM just got crushed.
It just
Something
got
else
hit the low
came out
again.
right there.
Second.
It's
Just
down
hit
to
the lows.
224. ARM, yeah, exactly, Neil.
It's
Down.
over.
I don't know if you read anything about it. Adara's going to get into that one
Nice
right
set
now,
of
but
numbers.
we are down. You know what might actually save the day here? There's a lot of traders that are obviously invested in Robinhood. So let's have a quick little look to see when is Robinhood coming out. They're down to $90 right now. I don't know if they're out yet, but Robinhood, oh yeah, it is out. EPS 62 cents beats 42 cents. Estimate higher on sales. I'll leave that to the girls over there. Maybe Sia wants to look up Robinhood if she wants to. But right now, Robinhood down to $89 right now, relatively flat. But the story's going to be Meta, man. We talked about. I was hoping that they wouldn't talk more CapEx.
My goodness.
But maybe they did, and there it is, bouncing off 530.
We're forgetting that Alphabet barely increased their CapEx. Lamb is out, and Lamb. We had 2 sympathy votes in the chat that actually picked Lamb, and they're going to the upside.
One. That means it's the
every
best one.
single time we have done a poll on earnings, it is the one that nobody likes that does the best.
Yeah,
It's the same thing about Apple multiple times. Lamb breaking it out through the top, but I'm concerned about Meta. I'm concerned a little bit about ARM. If ARM can have a double beat in a good quarter and that can't head higher, that's a problem. Valuation is still
lower right
it's
now.
still a concern. It's a pretty expensive stock.
mouse?
It's holding on to 220, but that's about it for ARM. So, at this point, it's starting out pretty. I'm disappointed because I think a lot of people like Microsoft. I was with that. But I want to see Lam hold on to it. I want to see ARM actually react positively to what was a good report. But we're just not getting that at all. And that's the thing. If you're expensive, you're not getting the benefit of the doubt. And even Qualcomm's value isn't helping them.
I don't want to talk about Qualcomm. What's up, Sia?
Take a look at Robinhood here. Robinhood actually climbing a little bit. So we're just going to discuss the earnings. Take a look at the numbers here. Revenue coming in at $1.31 billion. That's up 32% year over year, which is a record. Diluted EPS of 62 cents, which is up 48% year over year. Net income at $573 million, again up 48% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA coming in at $741 million, up 35% year over year. So revenue breakdown for this is quite like over here. We have the transaction-based revenue over here that's standing at $776 million, again up 44% year over year. And I think the stock is kind of making a comeback, but there's a little bit of a red tick right now. It did go to the up right now. It's still, however, down 3.5% on the day. While we get more, we will keep you updated.
Also, Bitcoin down to 63.5 right now. I mean, there's some issues across the board. Right there's Randy here. What was that? Okay, so $90.80. Good little look there on Robinhood. One of the worst ones might be a name that I recently bought. Today, we're going to see what winds up happening with Qualcomm. It's battling around that 150 marker, so that's going to be an issue there today as well. The highest I saw Microsoft was 408, and that might have been the high right there, 404. I think it's important that we wait around for the calls. I think that's going to be important to wait to see where exactly some of this CapEx is being spent and what they're looking forward, moving forward there with ARM, Meta, and Microsoft. Sorry, Adair, you got something?
I've got a couple things here. We'll talk Lam research here. LRCX, this is to the upside. Q4 EPS beat for them, $1.82 versus $1.68 expected. Sales, $6.722 billion, above estimates of $6.665 billion. Then you've got Starbucks. So it looks like a lot of these tickers ending in X on earnings are doing quite well. SBUX here, adjusted EPS 85 cents versus 66 expected. Sales, $9.32 billion versus $0.157 billion expected. That's a double beat for Starbucks. See if we have Carvana. I know we already have Carvana for you guys. Apparently this is down significantly here. Yes, it is. So you actually have a double beat here in CVNA. Market's not liking it though. 42-cent EPS versus 36 expected. 7.376 billion versus 6.907 billion expected. So nice double beat for Carvana. I'm also seeing more comments here from MSFT management that I want to talk about. So you did have apparently their Anthropic investment doing quite well. They made some money there from that Anthropic. Apparently $3.2 billion worth of gain from the Anthropic investment for Microsoft. So just some quick updates here. I think we've gone over most of the big earnings announcements. CMG, Chipotle is still set to come out, but I wasn't seeing that till 4:35.
We do have Fortinet. So if we're looking for a reprieve from a lot of these bloodbaths left, right, and center, cybersecurity once again. Fortinet up 13% after their report. So that's at least, it's the only thing that's actually holding up there. I don't have the numbers for FTNT. Okay, so I know you put them on the screen there, but at least this one is showing a little bit of juice. But here's the problem, whether it's a problem or not. It just tagged exactly the highs. Almost to the penny, it just tagged the highs and installed out. So if it doesn't break out, you got to find new ranges a lot of times. So Fortinet's going to tag that top. On sympathy, you're going to see some of the other names in cybersecurity do well. But I think the bigger concern here is Meta. Yeah. I think Meta is what we're concerned about right now.
Yeah, I mean, Meta is a big problem. CMG doing not much here as well. If you do like what you're seeing now, push the like, push the subscribe. Join us on every single major earnings day. We're going to be here. We have the chat right in front of us, man. I mean, we're loving that. Shout out to Mimi. Shout out to Herd Scrambler, Trade Forever. Everyone that's here. T-Hyde, the others. The notorious Dinkelberg is also here as well. We want to thank everybody for being here. Big spinner, man. Hope you didn't put too many spins in this market these days. Chipotle now up 7%. What you got, Adara?
Yeah, I've got actually a little bit more on Starbucks to kind of explain the extent of this move to the upside. We already talked about how they beat on EPS, they beat on sales, but their comp sales were really good here. U.S. comp sales 7.9% year over year versus 5.72% expected. International 5.7% up versus 11.14% expected adjusted operating margin, 14.4%, well above estimates of 11.9%. Brian Nickel and his team just crushed it over here in SBUX. They also guided Q4 U.S. comp sales of at least 6.5%, well above estimates of 4.8% growth. So it's just a good look across the board for SBUX, sipping some caramel macchiato to the upside here.
Microsoft is red.
Oh, good. That's a problem.
Man, too bad I don't really drink because this will be a good day to drink. Like there we go to the down. Oh, Joe's getting
looks like I picked the wrong day to quit amphetamines.
Joe's getting involved now. But yeah, right down there, we almost took out the day's low on Microsoft there again, right? The day was made. Microsoft absolutely throwing up on itself after Warsh came through. And then there it is right now. We just touched out to 390 there on Microsoft. It's giving it all back. Real quick on Microsoft. And then, of course, the other name that Neil was mentioning there, Meta. Meta's actually doing much better right now. Yeah, we thought Softy was saving the day. Looks like Meta might be creating some little upside jig there with it, though. Nice move up to 560 again for Meta. And then Qualcomm, my guy over here. I guess, when am I averaging in? Maybe soon on Qualcomm, as that just breaks a little lower. We're long about this 180 marker there on Qualcomm, off these some kind of support levels that no longer exist for Qualcomm. Going down further on a daily chart, you're getting into some buy zones, I would think. But wow, this whole market, man, I mean, Intel, NVIDIA, everything not really creating some good movements. You know, NVIDIA, Neil, down $7 since 3 o'clock. NVIDIA, like, let's think about that, down $7. This is a $4 trillion name. You know, doesn't get hit like that easily, but apparently it does after all.
What's crazy to me is we were talking about how Lamb had a good quarter. The guidance comes out on Lamb, and it's fantastic. Like, you're talking 2 to 230 versus 180, so the midpoint's a big beat on the guide. 7.7 to 8.5 billion. Versus 7 flat, that's a huge guide. And what do? They drop it $20 for it to come back a little bit. So, you know, we're still seeing this reality where the sellers they're just a little bit quicker to hit the keys right now. The buyers are not as strong as we would like to see, but this one's at least going to be, look, it bounced. Just kind of says, if nobody likes it in our poll, it's probably the way to go. But again, at least we have Meta catching a bit of a bid. That could be a positive sign. I know it's down a bunch, but at least they caught a bit off 535. Yeah, we're back into the 560 range, so that looks a bit better. But
Amazon coming. We got some more major movers.
We still have Apple
coming
to come
in the next couple days,
tomorrow,
but we can start to wrap this thing up. Adara, what are you posting up on here? Yeah, Chipotle. Good move on Chipotle. What do you want to tell us about that?
Yes, if you want to go over Chipotle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Chipotle is climbing right now as well. So revenues come in at $3.35 billion, and it has, Sean, beat expectations of $3.33 billion over here. Adjusted EPS at 33 cents, beating expectations of 32 cents, and GAAP EPS at 32 cents. Comparable sales up 2.2%. You have operating margin at 15.7% as well. Not bad of a look here at all, and stock speaks for it as well.
Good review there, Sia. The daily chart on CMG, very, very popular as it's breaking higher right there, 37 and change. We'll see if you come over to my screen over here, if you can get it. There it is right there. So we'll see if Chipotle can sort of save the day. And you know what's coming tomorrow? Jersey Mike's coming tomorrow.
Big IPO, big IPO.
Good day to IPO after we see the reaction here to a similar name in Chipotle. So Meta, Microsoft. That's the bell of the ball here today. Microsoft's actually thinking about turning red. It's red already, but if it does get lower than 390, then that's red from the close.
Oh, don't think I don't see you, MF Dane. I'll do the salute for Robinhood, but you probably gave that a minute or two ago when Robinhood was actually breaking out. Robinhood's now back underneath the highs. Just keep in mind some of these percentages that the market defecated all over itself in the afternoon. So a lot of things were down. This is up from the close, even though it says 0.2 to the downside. So yeah, not bad for them.
No.
Mixed from Microsoft, I guess, because it pulled back in there. Fortinet strong, Lamb okay, Meta bad, Qualcomm to the downside, just going over some of the big names here. And then, of course, Chipotle looking pretty solid. Yeah.
Everybody, if you're watching us now, make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. It's been an absolute blast to be with you throughout this earnings report. Guess what? I think we're doing it all tomorrow again. So we should have a lot of fun there. I love this 4-box. Thank you, Sia, for staying late. Thank you, Adara, for all of that as well. And we had some great cover today. And I just, hopefully some of you are a little short, some of those names. But hey, there was up days, right? There was Chipotle, there was Robinhood seems to be up
There's a couple.
Right there. But we're live tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So join us at 8 a.m. because we still got all the conference calls.
All the calls.
So we're not sure exactly what's
More
going to
earnings in the morning. Post-Fed.
At this time, when Intel reported, it was up 14%. We came in the next morning and it cracked into the negative territory. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a bid happening in this market. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. That's Neil, I'm Sean, Sia, and Adara. We will see everybody tomorrow. And thank you to everybody watching. That's the most important part. We'll do it tomorrow at 8 a.m. Join us then. Thanks, TikTok.
Ciao.
Hey, Ubi.
Hey, what's going on? How are you? Can you hear me?
Good. Yes, loud and clear.
How do you see me? Oh, do you have the stream on? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, how did you know I was here?
Hey, Juan, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you, Sangeeta?
I'm good, I'm good. I like how we're all in patterns today.
Oh, today's
Yeah.
a lot has happened today.
Yeah.
fast.
Chelsea,
Yeah, take care. Yeah, what's up?
Give me a second.
I'm ready to go. Yep.
Good to go.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
This is today's.
Good.
Got a couple of minutes, or you want to start right now? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we can start. 4:25. Sangeeta, you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic.
Right. Let's get the intro. We doing an intro or what?
Yeah, I can do the intro.
Like the sequence.
Oh.
I'm talking to production. I can't hear them. There we go. Hello, welcome.
Hello there, and welcome to Night's Watch. You got yourself Obi and myself, Juan, and Sangeeta joining us all the way from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur.
Hey guys, how y'all?
Thanks for joining us, Sangeeta. I mean, it's quite early over there. It's probably about, what, 4:30 in the morning over there?
Yeah, 4:30
Yes,
in the morning.
exactly 4:30 a.m.
Oh, wow. Waking up so early. Thank you for the commitment. But we got a lot to talk about today. I mean, a lot has happened in today's market. We had so many news catalysts coming in. We got the Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
FOMC today.
FOMC today. We had even some geopolitical tensions happening throughout the day, as well as a lot of earnings reports to go through post-market and pre-market. So let's get straight into it. We'll take a first look at how the indexes treated the day. So we first start with NASDAQ triple Qs down for the day by around, what, 152, if not mistaken. We take a look at the chart here. My goodness, all the way to the downside. And if we take a look at the S&P as well, also not doing well. S&P down by about 1.52. NASDAQ down by 1.74 for the day. Obi, what do you think? I mean, like, after everything that's happened today.
Yeah. I think what was great, I guess maybe not so great for investors in tech today, was that we saw more of the same. For the past 3 days, we've been seeing aggressive sellings in both semiconductors and chips, and today it was more of the same. That selling coming in pretty aggressively in semiconductors. We were looking at things like Micron, like Nvidia. Yesterday took a bit of a break, but we had AVGO, AMAT continued today in the red. You can see here on the heat map, AMAT, LCRX, KLAC, so a lot of the semiconductor equipment and material stocks as well. SNDK continued to catch a bit of a sell-off today. STX maybe a little different. Seems like it was one of the only ones that really caught a bid here, but you can see lackluster when we actually go into the chart. A little lackluster, but more of the same. Seller dominance continued into, I guess, the end of the week. We only have one more day left, a couple more days left in the week. So we'll see. We'll see how this this pressure continues.
It's the middle of the week, and a lot of pressure, especially on our markets right now. It's also in the red, also in Asia. We'll talk a little bit about Asia later. European markets trading mixed today as well. But Sangeeta, I want to send it back to you in terms of how you thought today's market went overall. What do you think?
I mean, it was a loaded session, I would say. You know, we had the Fed, a brutal chip sector sell-off, and then a mega cap earning that came after the bell. So a lot to cover today. I mean, we have 3 mega cap drivers that I would highlight. We had the Fed that brings us to catalyst number 1, with the FOMC that held the benchmark rate steady at 3.5% to 3.75% as expected. But the vote wasn't as clean during the meeting. So 3 members actually dissented. We had Cleveland's Beth Hammock, Minneapolis's Neil Kashkari, and Dallas's Lori Logan. So all of them were pushing for a hike, not a cut, and based off the committee's language, pointed to a solid economic activity, but flagged elevated uncertainty tied to the Iran conflict and a lot more that happened down the road. So we'll get into that as we go along.
Yeah, that's correct. One of the major catalysts today, of course, the Fed Reserve, keeping their rates unchanged at 3.75%. And we saw Kevin Warsh saying that the central bank elevated inflation concerns, all right? It's the 5th consecutive meeting where they've held rates steady, Obi. And what does that mean for the market?
I mean, here's the thing. For the market, I think they were expecting more of the same, and we got more of the same. What was interesting to me was some of the action that came in, going into the announcement, and then going into the meeting as well, and then coming off. Whenever you know he steps off the podium, and we get that number come out, we can see that sometimes you see people positioning in for it, but today it was interesting to see that aggressive bid coming in to the numbers, and then just a pure fade off into the close. Absolutely beautiful reversion here. Again, from an intraday trading perspective, the shorts that came in at the end of the day were pretty directional, pretty aggressive. No real bids were seen going into the close that last half hour or so, which was more of the same. I'm curious to know to see if they continue this aggressive selling. Again, we're seeing more, I guess, I don't want to call it panic, but definitely a lot more unwinding within these sectors that have been a cause of hype and growth over this past couple of years.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this no tolerance for sticky inflation by the Fed Chair Kevin Warsh, it definitely sending a little bit of hawkish shockwave around markets. But we did see quite some interesting reactions to this Fed response. Like right off the bat, around 2 p.m. today, we saw the triple Qs going to the upside. And also another thing to note is the 10-year U.S. Treasury yield. That spiked up today. I'm looking at the chart right now. It's up by about 4.6. Yeah, around 4.61%. And even though that is that hawkish feeling from the Fed,
right?
People are still reacting in. I saw in the comments the audience telling us that they're not backing Fed Warsh. So whatever he says, it's doing the opposite thing. But apart from that, of course, we had some other catalysts happening for today. We had Brent and WTI, of course, shooting back up, back off geopolitical tensions. We heard that there was some tensions escalating in Iran, where Saudi as well as United States forces continued airstrikes into Iran as well. And that sent energy USO back up. I think right now Brent crude is nearly up about, nearly back up to the $90 per barrel. And that's definitely bringing a lot of pressure into the Strait of Hormuz and the threat of fighting right back at the forefront. I mean, definitely energy markets heavily affecting most of the stocks out there. What about you, Sangeeta? In terms of how the energy markets are performing, what are your take on that?
I mean, based off the oil spike after Iran, I honestly feel like it's one of the big reasons that the Dow actually underperformed today with rising bond yields, and there was also dimmed risk appetite on the back of the Middle East resurgence, weighed down on broader market, even as chip stocks separately got hit. So yeah, I think it's the market's taking a pretty tough hit at the moment.
Yeah, I think definitely, you know, sorry, crude oil, that's what
crude USO.
Yeah.